An Sui Lan's eyes rolled wildly. If Song Cheng'an was the secretary, then she had to settle this score properly. She couldn't just let it go. She had been slapped 12 times and hit with a stick. Thinking of this, she sat on the ground and threw her head against the wall.
Ouch.
It hurt so much. She wondered if she was bleeding. Everyone was startled.
Oh.
Are you okay? An Sui Lan forced a nervous smile, feeling guilty because she was planning to scheme against them. It's fine. I just didn't sit properly. My head's red, that's all. Lu Jing was stunned by her actions. She rolled her eyes and said, "It's swollen, but no bleeding." An Sui Lan leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and refused to be untied. She wanted Song Cheng'an to come see how much she had suffered. She had to teach them a lesson. Director Lu trembled and said hesitantly, "Maybe you should get up? Go to the next room to rest." And Sui Lan's eyes widened. "No, I won't go. I want to wait for him." She couldn't get up, and no one dared to sit down either. They just stared at each other, waiting for Song Cheng'an to arrive. Meanwhile, Song Cheng'an received a call and came over. He had just taken office recently and was overwhelmed with work. Many things needed his attention. Xiao Lu answered the phone nervously. "Boss, An Jiqing was mistaken for a spy by the commune's police and has been taken to the police station."
What?
"Go to the commune immediately." Xiao Lu kept a cautious eye and quickly called the commune office. The journey, which normally took 2 hours, Xiao Lu drove very fast. He arrived in an hour and a half. On the way, Song Cheng'an kept urging him. At the police station entrance, Director Lu was waiting with people. An Sui Lan sat upright, but the room was empty now. She had messy hair. Song Cheng'an looked cold and stormy, with icy eyes. Xiao Lu's car just stopped, and Director Lu hurried over, trembling, and opened the door. Song Cheng'an's gaze was icy and sharp, filled with anger. His voice was cold. "Where is she?" Director Lu shivered. Despite being young, he was quick and decisive, very capable. In just a few days, he had dealt with several offenders. He forced a smile and tried to flatter, "She's in the interrogation room." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Cheng'an gave him a meaningful look. He lowered his head and tried to breathe quietly. Zhang Hongjun led the way. Song Cheng'an strode into the interrogation room. He immediately saw her sitting on the ground, handcuffed, with ropes tied to her feet. Her hair was messy, face swollen and red, clearly beaten. Seeing her like this, his heart almost broke. He held the girl in his hands. How could they hurt her like this? When An Sui Lan saw him, her eyes turned red instantly, and she cried out loud. "Song Cheng'an, they hit me. They slapped me dozens of times, pressed my head against the wall. It hurts so much." Everyone. It was not like that at all. Song Cheng'an took a deep breath, bent down, and picked her up gently, whispering softly, Sui, be good. Don't cry, I'm late." He comforted her patiently, as long as she cried. His voice was gentle, a big change from the stormy person just now, which was surprising. Sui sobbed and tried to explain, "I was just passing by, and they caught me and hit me. Chingzi, it hurts, my face hurts, my head hurts, my back hurts, my whole body hurts." Okay, I will help you get it back later. Your crying really hurts me. Let's loosen the restraints, okay?" And Sui Lan shook her head, crying with a sad look. "No, I don't want to loosen the bonds. If they want to arrest me, let them. If they want to loosen, let them. It's not fair." Xiao Lu saw her crying nonstop and quickly drove everyone away. He took the key to the handcuffs. He handed it to Song Cheng'an and quietly stepped outside. Lu Jing was feeling very nervous and didn't understand why things were like this. She held her father's hand and asked, "Dad, how did it come to this?" She was clearly with that person. Why is she now the secretary's girlfriend? Director Lu also didn't know what to say. He waved his hand and said, "At this point, there's no use talking. Just wait for the secretary's decision." Inside, An Sui Lan was still crying, saying she was in a lot of pain. Song Cheng'an unlocked her handcuffs and the ropes. He held her in his arms, gently wiped her tears, and comforted her. Don't cry anymore. Are you made of water? So many tears? An Sui Lan hugged his neck and said, I can't help it. I feel so wronged. She was about to cry again. Song Cheng'an quickly changed the subject. Later, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Wait in the car for me, okay? An Sui Lan nodded obediently and replied, yes. Song Cheng'an helped her into the car, then turned back. He was called into the director's office, with Lu Jing and Zhang Hongjun following behind. When they arrived, Director Lu kept trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Song Cheng'an understood what happened and nodded.
This isn't your fault, he said.
Hearing this, Lu Jing and Director Lu let out a sigh of relief. But then Song Cheng'an's tone changed. She reported my phone number, and Zhang Hongjun has already gone to verify. Why did you still hit her? You didn't do wrong to arrest her, but hitting her is not acceptable. You must give me an explanation today. Lu Jing straightened her back, still feeling she was right. We are interrogating her. Hitting is just a method, she said. Director Lu closed his eyes, feeling defeated. Oh no! Song Cheng'an's face turned cold. Director Lu, is this how you usually interrogate? It seems you didn't read the official instructions carefully a few days ago. His fingers rhythmically tapped on his desk, each tap hitting deep into his heart. Secretary, I didn't do a good job with the education and publicity work. I should be punished, he said. I also didn't teach my daughter well. You can punish her. I accept it all, he added. Song Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, thinking he was still a man. But then suddenly his hand paused. On Director Lu's desk, there is a file, with only a small part showing. But he can see clearly that it is not in Chinese. His expression remains unchanged as he quietly notes how the string of characters is spelled. Director Lu wipes the sweat from his forehead, waiting for his final decision. Song Cheng'an's voice is still cold and sharp. Little Lu, go back immediately and announce the punishment. Lower Director Lu Daji's position by 1 level. Directly dismiss Lu Jing. Little Lu nods. Yes. He stands up and walks out quickly. Director Lu feels secretly pleased. He's still young and doesn't dare to be too harsh. Fortunately, he managed to keep his position. In the car, Song Cheng'an calmly says, to the hospital. He gently wraps his arm around An Sui Lan's slim waist and softly explains, let's go see a doctor first.
An Sui Lan obedi ni not.
He adjusts her posture, takes off her hairband, and carefully and patiently tidies her messy hair. An Sui Lan's face is a little red. He still knows how to do this. Song Cheng'an isn't very skilled at this, so he simply braids her hair. At the hospital, Song Cheng'an asks for ointment. Sui keeps saying her leg hurts. Thinking about the person hitting her with a stick, his eyes darken. Doctor, please check her. Her leg hurts. See if there's a bone injury. The doctor shakes his head. You should go to the county hospital for that. The commune doesn't have the equipment. And Sui Lan pulls his arm. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. You forgot I am a doctor too. Song Cheng'an insists, no, we must check to be sure. Let's go to the county hospital. Reluctantly, she agrees. Tell the team leader, so they won't worry. Okay. After 2 hours of travel, Song Cheng'an keeps asking her if it still hurts and how her leg is. They finally arrive at the county hospital. After taking x-rays and finding no problems, he takes Sui back to his current house. Sui, I have work to do. Rest here first. I'll come back later to bring you lunch. Okay. He lives in a simple 1-bedroom apartment with a bathroom and kitchen. And Sui Lan nods, pushes him to leave quickly. She feels terrible all over and just wants to take a shower and lie down. As soon as the man leaves, she quickly enters her space, into the villa's bathroom. After showering, she plans to change into clean clothes, but then thinks Song Cheng'an might come back soon. She can only find a white shirt in his wardrobe to wear. She wanted to wash her face with spiritual spring water, but was worried her wounds might heal too quickly, so she just applied some ointment. Lying on the bed resting, she thought about the time she was beaten and wanted to go back and fight them all. Wearing a police uniform, I didn't dare to hit anyone, so I waited until she wasn't wearing it to punch her. Thinking about this, I fell asleep. When Song Cheng'an returned to the office, he immediately wrote down those cherry blossom words. Xiao Lu, come look. What language is this? Xiao Lu smiled and walked over. He looked down, and his face suddenly changed. Boss, where did you see this? At Director Lu's office. Only a small part was visible. Boss, I think this looks a bit like cherry blossom language. Song Cheng'an clenched his fists tightly. Exactly. Xiao Lu looked at him nervously, waiting for his orders. Song Cheng'an lowered his eyes and thought, it must not be just him. There are probably others involved. The community has their people, maybe even the county. We can't alert the enemy. I'll call the higher-ups first to get their instructions. Half an hour later, Song Cheng'an hung up the phone. The higher-ups immediately sent the head of the city police to monitor and arrest. Song Cheng'an felt relieved and focused on work. All the documents were handled. Checking the time, it was already time to leave work. It was time to go home. Sui must be hungry. Xiao Lu, take me to the state-run restaurant. Sure. Xiao Lu drove him to buy food at the state-run restaurant and then took him back to the staff housing. Song Cheng'an deliberately gave him 2 lunch boxes, one with rice, one with vegetables. He was a bit surprised and touched. Song Cheng'an opened the door and placed the lunch boxes on the table. The living room was empty. He pushed open the bedroom door. The little girl was sleeping soundly. Her face was a bit red and swollen, and her forehead had a small scrape. It looked a bit startling, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He took the ointment and gently applied it. Maybe the ointment was a bit cold, and An Sui Lan was startled awake. You're back, I'm so sleepy. Song Cheng'an chuckled and gently patted her body, then bent over and whispered in her ear, Sui, are you hungry? An Sui Lan was startled awake by his magnetic, pleasant voice. Song Cheng'an supported her back and helped her sit up. The blanket slipped off, revealing the girl dressed in his shirt, looking obedient. He paused, a dark light flashing in his eyes. He reached out and loosened the loose shirt hanging on her shoulders. Get dressed properly and button up. An Sui Lan pouted and pouted, acting cute. I don't want to move. You help me button it. The man's eyes darkened slightly. Sui, speak nicely. Don't act cute. You only know how to do that and I might lose control. An Sui Lan stuck out her tongue and leaned toward him. Help me button it, I don't want to move. Song Cheng'an helplessly gave in. This girl was just being deliberately difficult. He gently helped her button her shirt. All right, come down and eat. He lightly lifted the blanket, revealing the girl's pale, delicate, long legs. An Sui Lan's face turned slightly red. I took a shower and am wearing your shirt. Your pants are too long. I can't wear them. She barefooted and got off the bed. I'll change my clothes. Song Cheng'an immediately saw the bruise on her back leg, clearly untreated. His big hand grabbed her small hand as she was about to leave. Sui, your leg's injury. Didn't you put ointment on it? An Sui Lan shook her head. No, I can't reach. I have one on my back too. Song Cheng'an. Is she deliberately testing his patience? An Sui Lan looked at him pitifully. Just as he was about to suggest they go eat, she held his large hand gently and swayed it. Song Cheng'an, I hurt so much. He closed his eyes. I'll help you apply the ointment. An Sui Lan immediately brightened. Okay. She immediately lay on the bed, and Song Cheng'an took the ointment, focusing solely on applying it to her leg. He spread it quickly, not daring to look closely the whole time. He only applied the ointment on her leg before putting the tube away. An Sui Lan was speechless. What a coward. She used a sweet, overly adorable voice, calling softly, Song Cheng'an, I also have a back injury. Song Cheng'an felt helpless, wishing he could grow an extra eye. He pulled the blanket over her waist and gently lifted her shirt, revealing her smooth, white back. A conspicuous scar from a whip, purple and blue mixed, stood out sharply against her flawless skin. It felt like his heart was breaking, but the soft, tender feeling of her skin kept reminding him. He took a deep breath, squeezed out the ointment, and gently applied it to the bruise. As he carefully spread the ointment, An Sui Lan felt her whole body burning. Although she wanted to push him down quickly, she was still a woman, and her innate shyness made her bite her lip tightly. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Song Cheng'an was no better. He felt like his fingers were burning. Fortunately, there weren't many bruises. After 2 minutes, he finished applying the ointment. He let out a sigh of relief, covered her back with her clothes. Sway, get up. You're all set. An Sui Lan lay there without moving, muttering, I also have a bruise on my. Song Cheng'an nearly choked on his breath, feeling like she was deliberately teasing him. He picked her up entirely and helplessly said, Sway, do you know shame? An Sui Lan rolled her eyes. I'm really in pain. Song Cheng'an carried her to the living room for dinner. He arranged the lunchboxes one by one before speaking. Endure the pain and don't say it out loud. It will stop hurting. An Sui Lan. What nonsense. Just a coward. If you're afraid, admit it and stop making excuses. After they finished eating, Song Cheng'an got up to wash the lunchbox. He looked at her and said, Sway, should we wait until your injury heals before you go back? An Sui Lan shook her head. No, you're busy with work, and I'm here distracting you. I think I should go back. The man nodded, bent down, and took out 2 new dresses from the drawer in the wardrobe. I kept these for you, 1 red and 1 pink. They're already washed. You should change into one. My shirt doesn't fit well anymore. An Sui Lan turned around and went inside to change into a red dress. Song Cheng'an pulled her into the bedroom. Do you want to sleep for a while? I'll finish my work this afternoon and then take you back. An Sui Lan shook her head. I'm not tired right now. He reached out with a big hand and pulled her into his arms, speaking softly, then stay with me for a while. I haven't slept well in 2 days. She looked into his eyes. They were a little red and tired-looking. It's clear that being a secretary is not easy. Especially doing it alone, it's even harder. An Sui Lan lay in his arms, afraid to move. His big hand patted her back gently. Be good, don't tease me. I just want to sleep for a bit. Just as she was about to say something, his breathing became even and steady. He was really tired. She moved slightly, raised her arm, and gently touched his eyebrows and eyes. When he was asleep, he didn't seem oppressed, but rather peaceful. She touched his eyebrows. They were dark, smooth, and very prominent, with a strong presence. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes truly reflected his face. Not wanting to wake him, she didn't move much. From his eyebrows to his nose, high and straight, looking heroic. She secretly touched his nose and giggled softly. Suddenly, his arm tightened around her, trapping her in his embrace.
Imambuld, Sui.
An Sui Lan rested her head on his chest and closed her eyes. She wasn't sleepy at first, but the cold scent on him made her eyelids grow heavy, and she gradually fell asleep. When Song Cheng'an woke up, the cute girl was lying in his arms. He chuckled softly, looked at the time, almost time for work. Gently, he withdrew his arm and covered her belly with his hand before getting up to go to work. As he reached downstairs, a kind lady in the courtyard smiled happily and said, Secretary, going to work? He nodded.
Yes.
The lady continued, Your wife is here? Song Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, unsure why the lady said that. The lady waved her hand and said, We all saw it. Your balcony has a piece of cloth hanging. Is your wife here? Song Cheng'an looked up and saw that, besides his clothes, there was a clearly visible dress on the balcony. He smiled and nodded. Yes, she came over today to help me tidy up the house. She's shy, so don't tease her. The lady waved her hand and laughed. Don't worry. Only then did Song Cheng'an feel at ease and leave the courtyard. An Sui Lan slept for a while, and the man left shortly after. The pleasant smell disappeared, and she wrinkled her nose before waking up. She got up and wandered around the room. She wanted to find something to do, but found the room was very clean, and the bed sheets seemed to be newly changed. There were clothes drying on the balcony, which she collected. She washed her dress, folded it neatly, and decided not to take it back. Maybe she could use it again someday. She found a teapot, boiled some water, and brewed herself a cup of tea. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she leisurely drank tea and read a book. There were quite a few books here of all kinds. Reaching this point was not easy for anyone. Especially considering he was so young, it was even more impressive. She kept waiting until Song Cheng'an finished work and came back. It was already dark outside. Sui, I'll take you home, and I'll come back early tomorrow morning. An Sui Lan threw herself into his arms, wrapping her hands around his neck. I suddenly don't want to leave. Living here is so comfortable. Song Cheng'an's eyes brightened. Then how about we get married tomorrow? An Sui Lan. She shook her head. No, I'm too young. I'm only 18. Song Cheng'an. Just a false hope. They got into the car. Xiao Lu had just bought some buns. The man handed her one. Eat a bun first. We'll have a proper meal when we get back. And Sui Lan nodded and lowered her head to eat. Suddenly, Song Cheng'an instructed, Sui, don't tell Mom and Dad about my shift change. And Sui Lan blinked.
Why?
Isn't that a good thing? Song Cheng'an smiled. We'll talk about it later. The situation isn't stable right now. She nodded, understanding that he had his reasons. In your wardrobe, I left 2 dresses. I'll come again later, so don't worry about not having clothes to change. On the way home, she was almost full. The squad leader, with his stern face, looked at An Sui Lan. You're working well, so why did you go to the county?
An Sui Lan.
He was already questioning her as soon as she returned. Song Cheng'an quickly explained, it was my idea for her to go. I had something to discuss with her. What's wrong? Captain, everyone in the team knows. The person you sent to deliver the message is just a fool. When he found me in the field, he loudly shouted, afraid others would not know that An Jiqing went to the county to find you. And Sui Lan shrugged, so what? I went to see my boyfriend. It's normal, not like I ran away. The captain was so angry he nearly shouted, but he held back and said softly, you lack discipline. You didn't even ask for leave. Just knowing that, what's the big deal? I didn't do anything wrong. I already told you, today is special. Why are you shouting? Song Cheng'an was unhappy. He didn't understand why the old man kept bothering him. The captain hesitated, looked at his son and An Jiqing, and stopped talking. Hua came over with a smile, saying, look at you. The kids are back. They probably haven't eaten. Instead of asking if they're hungry, you're just yelling. I think your captain should just quit. It's pointless. He works himself to death every day. What benefits does he get? The captain glared. She made a mistake, and I can't say anything? Want to go to the county commune? You need to ask for leave. That's discipline. Look at you too, always protecting her. Hua was about to argue back. And Sui Lan quickly pulled her aside, saying, Auntie, I was wrong today. From now on, I will always tell the captain in advance when I go out. The captain must have been very angry today. That's why he was so upset. No one was wrong. Reporting when leaving is basic rule. Captain, I will remember to report to you in the future. Don't be upset, it's not worth it. The captain snorted coldly, feeling a bit upset inside. He hadn't even said anything about An Jiqing. The older man and his wife seemed to think he was about to hit someone. It was unbearable to watch. Marrying a wife, forgetting about parents. Before he even married her, he couldn't say a few words. As a father, does he still have any status? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned around with his hands behind his back, holding a cigarette, and left. And Sui Lan was a bit worried. She pushed the man, saying, go check on him. Don't really get upset. Song Cheng'an also lost his temper. I'm not going. He'll come back soon. Hua smiled and told them to sit down. She went to the kitchen to cook noodles. And Sui Lan followed her into the kitchen. Annie, do your fingers hurt when you work? Hua was surprised. How do you know? I haven't told anyone. And Sui Lan smiled and said, that day I secretly checked your pulse. In a few days I will give you some pills. Just take them on time, and you'll get better. You're not seriously ill now, but if it gets worse, it will be very painful. Usually, you should rest more to recover quickly. Hua nodded happily and said, okay, I'll listen to you. She said this, but An Sui Lan knew she probably wouldn't stay idle. So, she decided to add more spiritual spring water later. Hua made egg noodles for both of them, with 2 eggs in each bowl. Song Cheng'an took 1 egg and put it into An Sui Lan's bowl. An Sui Lan shook her head and said, "I can't eat it." "Don't give me, I have 2 eggs here too." She moved her bowl closer, and most of the noodles in her bowl were shared with him. "I'll eat my eggs myself, but you help me finish the noodles." "I can't eat it all." Hua watched the 2 happily chatting and then went back inside. They were being sweet with each other, which was a bit embarrassing to watch. While they were eating noodles, the team leader returned. Song Cheng'an glanced at him but said nothing, just lowered his head to eat. And Sui Lan cheerfully called out, "Uncle Team Leader." By now, the team leader's mood had calmed. He nodded and strode back into the house. After they finished eating, Song Cheng'an washed the dishes and then saw her off. At the door, there was some movement. Kong Sisi thought it was her returning, so she opened the door. She exclaimed happily, "Lol, on your back. Did the team leader bother you?" And Sui Lan shook her head and said, "No, you can go to sleep." Kong Sisi nodded at Song Cheng'an and quickly closed the door to rest. And Sui Lan pushed him to hurry away. "Go back quickly. You need to leave early tomorrow." Song Cheng'an held her hand and gently said, "Sui, I have to leave tomorrow." That sentence, "I have to leave tomorrow," sounded a little sad. And Sui Lan sighed and said, "What should we do? Maybe you shouldn't be the secretary anymore?" Song Cheng'an shook his head and said, "No, I can't. If someone bullies you in the future, I need to be able to help you get revenge." And Sui Lan. The man held her small hand firmly and hesitated before leaning in. "Sui, can I sleep here tonight?" And Sui Lan. "Yes, but you can't disturb my sleep." "Okay." Song Cheng'an's eyes lit up. He turned to go home, and Sui Lan quickly grabbed him. "Are you playing me? I'm going to take a shower and come back to find you after I wash." And Sui Lan felt a bit regretful for being too eager just now. Blushing, she nodded and said, "Okay." After he left, she hurried into her space to wash up. When she finished, she splashed a little water inside her room. She just sat on the bed applying lotion. Her lotion was usually only for her face, but she used this lotion on her legs and body. Nowadays, the lotion smells better than in the past, and it's made from good ingredients. It works well as body moisturizer. Song Cheng'an bought her some, but she hasn't finished using it yet. The bruises on her legs are still there. She planned to wash them with spiritual spring water, but was afraid they would heal too quickly and be noticed by him. So she decided to wait until he returned to the city tomorrow. Before she finished applying the lotion, the man came back. He sniffed and said, "It smells so good." And Sui Lan's face turned slightly red. "I was just applying lotion. Of course it smells nice." Song Cheng'an sat beside her, took the lotion and sniffed it. "Next time, I'll buy you more." And Sui Lan put away the lotion, got off the bed, and poured 2 glasses of water. "Chengzi, have a glass of water." Song Cheng'an took the glass and drank it up. "Did you put sugar in?" "It's a bit sweet. It tastes very good." And Sui Lan shook her head immediately. "No, I definitely didn't put sugar." Song Cheng'an smiled, took the cup from her, and set it down, then blew out the candle.
"Hey.
Why are you blowing out the candle?" "I haven't finished my water." He pulled her into his arms directly. "Don't move." And Sui Lan obediently lay on his chest. Neither of them spoke, and the room became very quiet. And Sui Lan reached out to touch his face, but Song Cheng'an quickly grabbed her wandering hand.
"Don't move. Sleep."
He held her tighter, and Sui Lan moved her lower body, lifting her leg onto him. Song Cheng'an. He could clearly feel the soft skin of the girl pressed against his leg. Her skin felt hot. He spoke in a husky voice, "Sui, don't tease me." And Sui Lan pretended not to understand. "I didn't." She raised her small hand and placed it on his waist, then slowly stroked. Her mischievous hand moved under the thin fabric, touching his waist and abdomen. He was struggling to breathe steadily, quickly grabbing her wrist.
Sui.
"Don't tease me." And Sui Lan felt helpless. Even now, she remained still. How could he be so patient? Or was it really impossible? "Song Cheng'an, are you incapable?" Song Cheng'an's breath stopped. He was incapable?
Who told Sui that?
He chuckled softly, pinched her chin, leaned down, and looked at her. Under the moonlight, he could see her trembling eyelashes, tense with nerves. Sui, you're too young. I'm afraid you'll regret it. If you want, just wait a little longer. When we get married, I'll definitely satisfy you. He reached out and gently pinched in Sui Lan's cheek. Don't overthink it. And Sui Lan's face turned red. Who was overthinking? She was just curious if he was capable. She hadn't thought about anything else.
I'm fine.
Song Cheng'an smiled and pulled her into his arms. Go to sleep now. Okay. And Sui Lan responded softly and pretended to sleep, closing her eyes. Listening to her steady breathing, the man relaxed. He turned slightly and gave her a tender kiss on the cheek. Sweet dreams. The next morning, just as dawn broke, he woke her up. Sui, I have to leave now. Wake up, lock the door, and go back to sleep. And Sui Lan nodded, hugging his neck. Chengzi, we're parting again. I'll miss you. Song Cheng'an smiled and lifted her up. I'll be back in a few days. Don't cry.
An Sui Lan pouted.
I didn't cry. He playfully scratched her nose and teased, yesterday, who was crying like a child. That's because I was upset. When I saw you, I couldn't help but cry. Song Cheng'an smiled, opened the door, and left. And Sui Lan leaned against the doorframe, watching him walk away. All her sleepiness was gone. She checked the time. Work was about to start. She washed her face, brushed her teeth, and changed clothes. The whistle blew. She went to work in the fields with Kong Cici. When they reached the field, they split up. She went to gather pig grass. Casually plucked some pig grass, found a quiet spot, and slipped into her space. The pig grass she put in yesterday had grown quite a bit, but it was still less than 2 centimeters tall. She decided to add the pig grass she found today as well. She used the old trick again, calling the children over and giving each 2 candies. The 2 centimeters of pig grass was finished quickly. After earning her work credits, she headed back. Sun Suehong still looked at her as if her nose wasn't her nose and her eyes weren't her eyes. But she didn't mind, as long as she didn't cause trouble. After breakfast, she took a nap and didn't need to work the rest of the day. While others finished breakfast and went to work, she was still sleeping soundly. She woke up at 10 in the morning, washed up, and took out her high school textbooks to study. Although she had already attended university in her previous life, she wanted to live a good life this time. She couldn't waste her time. The textbooks from this era were simpler than those in later generations, so it wasn't difficult for her. Especially English, which didn't require much review. In her past life, she traveled all over the country managing her family's business, and her English was excellent. Although English wasn't necessary now, it would be essential if she wanted to develop further later. That night, everyone gradually returned from work. But at that moment, the team leader arrived with 2 people. And Sui Lan frowned as she looked at the 2 men in front of her. They seemed older than the others. The young man in the white shirt, a knowledgeable youth, looked quite good and had a tough, brave aura. The man on the left was also good-looking but lacked that strong presence. The newcomers from the countryside were usually around 17 or 18 years old, at most 20. These 2 men looked to be about 24 or 25, which was strange. The team leader smiled and said to the male team leader, Wu Shengli, Wu, take them to the dorms. Wu Shengli's face was expressionless. He added 2 more people, making the space even tighter. After they put down their things, Wu Shengli took them to the team office to get food. They happened to return together to cook. When the meal was ready, Wu Shengli called out, We have new members again. Come over and introduce yourselves. We'll be living in the same yard, so it's good to know each other's names. Everyone sat in the yard, and Sui Lan, Kong Cici, and Yang Li Mei also moved their stools to sit down. The young man in the white shirt spoke first, Shen Hualin from Beijing. Li Kong from Beijing. That was their introduction. And Sui Lan kept secretly watching them, but they showed no signs of any thoughts or feelings. After everyone introduced themselves, they started eating. The 3 of them went back to their rooms. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Based on her instincts and observations, these two definitely had training. People who have trained walk differently from others. But she wasn't interested in their secrets. She just couldn't stop wondering what these soldiers were really doing here. Why did such a small team from Cheng'an come down? This continued until one night a week later. During the day, An Sui Lan had slept and wasn't sleepy at all. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking about Song Cheng'an. Suddenly, she heard faint movements in the yard. She peeked through the window slit and saw the two men sneaking out of the yard. Thinking quickly, she changed her clothes quietly and followed them. They didn't speak during the walk, but they moved quickly and quietly, holding something in their arms. And Sui Lan was surprised. Where could they be going? The direction seemed to be toward the cattle shed. Suddenly, Shan Hualin looked back sharply, but there was nothing behind him. And Sui Lan patted her chest, watching them from her space. Luckily, they hadn't noticed her. Li Kong smiled and said, "Brother Lin, don't be so paranoid. It's late at night. Who would be following us? Let's go." The two entered the cattle shed. And Sui Lan immediately left her space and followed. The shed had no door, so she stood outside and could hear their voices inside. Shan Hualin softly called out, "Grandpa, how are you all? Please take good care of yourselves." The old man is named Shen Yifeng. He waved his hand and said, "I'm doing very well, cough cough." Li Kong put down what he was holding and said, "We don't have many medicines, so please make do with what we brought." Shen Yifeng nodded and said, "Give some to old Zhou first. He's had a fever for several days." Shen Hualin found a box of fever medicine and fed some to old Zhou to help his stomach. Shen Hualin then asked, "Grandpa, how is your arm?" Next to him, Ji Shuyan shook her head and said, "After it broke, there's no way to fix it. Yet, he still has to work every day." Shen Hualin looked at them and saw that their eyes no longer shone with hope.
He felt very sad.
"Grandpa, Grandma, old Zhou, Qian Lao, Uncle Zheng, Emma, please don't lose hope. Our country won't stay like this forever. Things will get better someday. That day will be the time to clear your names. Never lose faith. Believe in our country." The elderly nodded. Shen Hualin then touched old Zhou's forehead and said, "No, he probably has pneumonia now. He needs to go to the hospital." Shen Yifeng waved his hand and said, "We're happy you came. Please don't do anything foolish. We're just getting by day. And Sui Lan listened outside and felt very sad. She didn't expect their lives to be so hard. The voices inside were faint and interrupted, so she didn't listen further and headed straight to the youth station. She felt an indescribable pain in her heart. These people hadn't done anything wrong. Their suffering was based on false rumors. They had contributed to the country and the people, yet they were suffering here. She wanted to do everything she could to help these elders, especially Shen Yifeng and Ji Shuyan, whom she liked very much. She always felt she had seen them somewhere before. Helping them would be a good thing. Shen Hualin and Li Kong hurried back, and An Sui Lan saw them through the window. Lying on the bed, she was thinking about how to help them. Old Zhou had pneumonia and urgently needed medicine. She quickly entered her space and found many leftover medicinal pills. She picked out some detox and heat-clearing pills. She also gathered many herbs from her space garden and started preparing medicines, adding a lot of spiritual spring water to the process. The effect should be very good. She also made some pills to strengthen the body, again adding spiritual spring water, so each elder could take a little. She had also prepared medicine for Li Erhua's rheumatism, all in pill form for easy taking. After leaving the space, she lay on the bed. Meanwhile, Shen Hualin was tossing and turning in his dorm, unable to sleep. He was thinking about how to help old Zhou. He was very sick, weak, and looked like he could leave at any moment. In the past few days, working in the team, he learned that the educated youth at the point was a doctor named An Jiqing. But he didn't dare act rashly. This was a big matter. If the news got out, it could be deadly. He couldn't find a reason to make An Sui Lan help him wholeheartedly. But old Zhou's condition was urgent, and he couldn't delay any longer. The next morning, he deliberately got up very late. After everyone left, and Sui Lan was about to go out. However, Shen Hualin called her back. And Jiqing, are you going to feed the pigs? And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow, thinking she probably didn't need to find an opportunity anymore. She decided to go directly to him. She didn't understand why he was calling her. Shen Hualin smiled. Let's do it together. It's on the way. Li Kong tugged at his sleeve, but Shen Hualin silently pulled away, so Li Kong had no choice but to follow. The three of them, one after the other, with Shen Hualin smiling, asked, and Jiqing, do you know medicine? And Sui Lan nodded. Yes. And Jiqing, to be honest, I have a relative with a lung illness. Can you help prescribe some medicine? Li Kong was shocked. Brother Lin, you. Shen Hualin cut him off. Don't speak. And Sui Lan smiled and raised an eyebrow. I don't do free work. Shen Hualin was a bit uncomfortable, feeling her smile was too charming. He felt a little uneasy. This girl's smile was really beautiful. So, what do you want? And Sui Lan thought for a moment and said, money. Getting paid for the work, no questions asked. Whether you want her to see a doctor or not, I treat the illness, you pay, and we don't interfere. Hearing this, Shen Hualin's eyes lit up, exactly what he wanted. But he remained cautious. What if the person you're treating has done something wrong? How would you handle that? And Sui Lan nodded. What if they made a mistake? Do they lose the right to see a doctor? Even prisoners in jail get medical care if they're sick, right? Shen Hualin nodded with satisfaction. All right, how about 500 yuan? And Sui Lan agreed. They arranged to take her to see someone tonight. Shen Hualin and Li Kong left. She went to feed the pigs. Li Kong was still worried. Brother Lin, are you really so trusting? Afraid she might betray us? This is a big deal. We can't afford any mistakes. Shen Hualin sighed. No good options. But I think Jiqing isn't that kind of person. She won't go around talking. Plus, I paid a high price. Like she said, I give the money, she treats the illness. Li Kong had no choice but to follow his plan. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong. And Sui Lan brought back enough pigweed for 2 centimeters of pig fodder. She didn't sleep until midnight. Until she heard knocking at the window, she opened the door, took the prepared medicine and silver needles, and left with Shen Hualin. They didn't say much. Shen Hualin took her straight to the pigsty. And Sui Lan pretended to be surprised and asked, Are there patients here? Shen Hualin looked at her nervously and nodded seriously. If you want to change your mind, there's still time now. And Sui Lan shook her head. No need. I said I would handle it with money. They entered the pigsty. Lao Shen saw it was him and said with a smile, Hualin, it's so late. Why are you here? When he saw An Sui Lan behind Shen Hualin, his expression changed. He looked shocked and immediately asked sternly, Hualin, why did you bring her here? Don't harm her. You should leave quickly. And Sui Lan crouched on the ground and said, Old master, I'm here to treat your illness. My medical skills are good, don't worry. Old Shin waved his hand, clearly reluctant. No need to see a doctor. You should leave now. This isn't a place for you. And Sui Lan looked at Shen Hualin. Shen Hualin quickly explained, I've already talked to Jiqing. She can be trusted. Grandpa, if we don't treat Lao Zhou soon, it will be too late. We can't delay anymore. After some discussion, the elders agreed that An Sui Lan could treat Lao Zhou. And Sui Lan squatted beside Lao Zhou with medicine pills. She started to take his pulse. Everyone was surprised. She dared to take his pulse in front of everyone. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners mostly hide away and don't come out. Shen Yifeng nodded secretly and patted his wife's hand. After 2 minutes, An Sui Lan stopped. Lao Zhou's condition was worse than she expected, but she had spiritual spring water, so she was not worried. Lao Zhou's condition is very serious. If we wait a few more days, the consequences could be terrible. Help me pour a glass of water. I will give him medicine. Shen Hualin handed over a glass of water. She quietly added a lot of spiritual spring water. She fed it to him little by little. Luckily, he could still swallow. 10 minutes later, he drank half a bowl. That half bowl of water made him look much better. He surprisingly opened his eyes and looked at An Sui Lan. Shen Hualin was amazed. Was it already effective? He had only taken a few sips of water. An Sui Lan softly said, "Lao Zhou, if you can hear me, blink your eyes." Lao Zhou nodded. An Sui Lan felt relieved. She took a pill from her bag and put it in his mouth. She held the water and fed it to him. "Lao Zhou, swallow this pill and drink some water." Seeing him swallow, An Sui Lan asked Shen Hualin to help remove Lao Zhou's shirt because she needed to do acupuncture. Old Mr. Zhou was very sick. Medicine alone wouldn't help. She had to use silver needles to stimulate his acupoints, boost his immunity, and restore his energy. An Sui Lan took out silver needles and quickly and steadily inserted them. Acupuncture is quite tiring. The weather has been hot these days, and soon she was sweating lightly on her forehead. Shen Hualin had never seen such a way of saving someone. He was very surprised and curious, watching An Sui Lan closely. Everyone else also looked at this young girl. She was young but very steady with her needlework, which was rare to see. Shen Hualin noticed her sweating and immediately took out a handkerchief to wipe her forehead. An Sui Lan didn't think much of it. Shen Hualin was now her assistant. Helping her wipe her sweat was natural. She also took a moment to say, "Thank you." Old Mr. Zhou had many silver needles inserted into his body. An Sui Lan picked up a bowl and used her thumb to pour some spiritual spring water into it. She fed the water to old Mr. Zhou, one sip at a time. "Old Mr. Zhou, you must drink this water. It will help your illness heal faster and reduce your fever." She fed him water every 10 minutes. In half an hour, old Mr. Zhou drank 3 times. When it was time to remove the needles, Shun Jiqing, "Old Mr. Zhou might blood later. Be prepared." Shen Hualin nodded. An Sui Lan began removing the needles in the order she inserted them. Until the last needle was pulled out, old Mr. Zhou suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. This was a major cause of his illness. That feeling of frustration had been stuck in his heart, never released. Later, he contracted lung disease, and that frustration became the main culprit. She wiped her sweat and sighed in relief. "Done. I will do 3 more rounds of acupuncture, and old Mr. Zhou should be almost fine." Shen Hualin was very impressed. He had thought she was just an ordinary doctor. He didn't expect her to have such impressive skills. Sure enough, he had chosen the right person. And Sui Lan sat down to rest for a while. Old Mr. Zhou had fallen asleep. She took out medicine from her bag and handed it to Shen Lao. "This is old Mr. Zhou's medicine, twice a day. Also, this is a special tonic pill I made for strengthening the body. Each of you has poor health, so take 1 pill daily. I will continue to prepare and send more later. Temporary difficulties are not scary. What's frightening is losing hope. Keep a good attitude, and you will see the light. Our country will become very strong in the future. I hope everyone takes good care of their health." Her words made everyone look at her with new respect. This young girl not only has excellent medical skills, but also a strong and wise mind. Shen Hualin looked at her deeply. At this moment, An Sui Lan seemed to be glowing all over, attracting him to explore further. Shen Hualin nodded. "And Jiqing, let's go. It's already late." And Sui Lan followed him out. But she turned back again. "Old Shen, why do I always feel like I know you? Like I've seen you somewhere before, but I just can't remember?" Old Shen was silent. His wife also remained quiet. Everyone. Shen Hualin. Old Shen sighed and waved his hand. "Let's go back.
You'll understand someday." And Sui Lan.
Is this the same as telling her she has a secret but not revealing what it is? Shen Hualin also looked at old Shen, but he didn't understand either. What is the connection between Grandpa and An Jiqing? And Sui Lan turned and left. Shen Hualin couldn't help but praise, "Your medical skills are very good. This is the first time I've seen such talent." And Sui Lan smiled. She was very tired now and just wanted to go back and rest. But the person hadn't paid her yet. She opened her palm generously, raised an eyebrow, clearly indicating she expected payment. Shen Hualin smiled and took out 500 yuan from his pocket, ready. And Sui Lan made a zipper motion with her hand, saying, "Pay for the service. I understand the rules." See you. Shun Hualin watched her enter the small hut, a slight smile on his face. This girl was interesting. The next day, when work started, An Sui Lan woke up late. She simply couldn't get up. Cici called her twice, but she was too sleepy. After working through the night, she was very tired. When Shun Hualin and Li Kong went to work, her small hut's door was tightly shut. At the brigade office, the leader began calling names. An Sui Lan, An Sui Lan, An Sui Lan. Where was she? Gone to play? He decided to skip her name and call others instead. When everyone dispersed, he called his wife over. Go check what's going on with this Jijing girl. She didn't come? Maybe she overslept? Li Erhua hurried to the Jijing point, peering through the window, and saw her still sleeping soundly in bed. She softly called, Lalan Lalan. And Sui Lan thought she had heard wrong. She opened her eyes and quickly opened the door for her. Auntie, why are you here? Li Erhua took her hand. Are you sick? She immediately checked her forehead. It wasn't hot. And Sui Lan awkwardly smiled. Auntie, I don't want to work today. It was too hot yesterday, I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't get up this morning. She got out of bed and took some medicine from her bag for Li Erhua. Auntie, take this home. Take it once a day. I guarantee it will cure your illness. Li Erhua patted her head and said, Thank you, Lan Lan. I will definitely eat when I get home. Li Erhua left quickly to wash up and go to work. Holding the medicine, she boasted to Song Baoping, Look at how sensible this girl is. I said my hand hurt, and she immediately prepared medicine for me. She's so filial. Yesterday, she stayed up late making medicine for me and couldn't get up. Don't mention her now. She's a good girl. The team leader snorted coldly, not willing to work when it's time. Look at everyone else in the team. If she weren't the boss's girlfriend, I would have said something to her long ago. Even if she's caring, it's not enough. This is my work. I don't care if it's right or not. Li Erhua waved her hand. Fine, fine, say what you want. You can hit her too. As long as you're not afraid the boss will come back and cause trouble for you. Go ahead and hit her. When he gets back, I'll tell my son you're abusing his girlfriend. He's not young anymore. It's hard enough to find someone, and you support him like this? Li Erhua got a bit angry and glared. Don't come to my bed tonight. Stay away. Everyone. When did Aunt Li become so fierce? As Ai Lan just arrived at the riverbank, she heard Aunt Li talking on the ridge. Was this something she could listen to for free? Aunt Li also knew this trick, and it was very effective. The team leader stopped talking. Ai Lan had just found half a basket of pig grass when the team leader came over. Lan Lan, why are you late today?
Ai Lan.
Uncle, I won't be late anymore. It's too hot at night, and I can't sleep. The team leader snorted coldly. Can't you be a little more diligent? Is 3 centimeters a day too much? Ai Lan shook her head. I can't do more. 2 centimeters is my limit. Song Baoping waved his hand. All right, I get it. No more being late. Ai Lan nodded repeatedly and happily agreed. Shun Hualin, who was hoeing in the field, looked toward the river and saw the team leader angrily talking to Ai Jiqing. He guessed it was because she stayed out too late yesterday, which affected her rest, leading to her being late and scolded by the team leader. Seeing her cautious, eager to please smile, he felt a bit uncomfortable. The girl had a good personality. Just being late once got her scolded. The team leader really had no compassion. But he forgot that in the army, even being 1 second late meant punishment. Shun Hualin thought about this and planned to leave work early to bring her some good food. He felt a little guilty inside. At the end of the day's work, Ai Lan had already slept in the dormitory for the afternoon. She finished her work points in the morning and returned.
She didn't know what to eat tonight.
She doesn't know how to cook, even though she has a pot. She mostly eats ready-made food. Sometimes she boils noodles, but they often don't taste good. When Kong Cici and the others come back, they rush to cook. And Sui Lan walks over and asks Cici, Li Mei, what are you doing? I'm making sweet potato porridge. I'm boiling some noodles. They answer one after the other. Lan Lan, do you want to eat some too? And Sui Lan waves her hand and says, No, I don't want to eat. I want meat.
Kong Sisi Shukla.
Why are you so greedy every day? You just ate meat a few days ago. At that moment, Shen Hualin and Li Kong walk over carrying wild chickens. And Jiqing, I caught this wild chicken in the mountains. Can I use your pot to cook it? I'll share 2 bowls with you later. And Sui Lan's eyes light up at the sight of the wild chicken, and she can't stop drooling. She's so craving meat. Eating meat every day makes her want more. Using her pot is fine, since she doesn't need to cook herself. Okay. Shen Hualin and Li Kong immediately start preparing the wild chicken. And Xiao Qiao sees how fat the chicken is and feels pleased that An Sui Lan gets to have it. The rules of the Qingshan Brigade are that whoever catches small animals in the mountains owns them. But large wild boars and deer belong to the brigade. And Xiao Qiao immediately starts sarcastically, my second sister doesn't eat with us, so she can't have this chicken. Shen Jiqing, Li Jiqing, we're all in the same group. How can you split us apart? And Sui Lan feels speechless, and Xiao Qiao's scheming is obvious. But who can resist the temptation of a wild chicken? After she says that, everyone else looks at Shen Hualin hopefully. Since Shen Hualin and Li Kong arrived, they never interacted much with others. The most they talk to are An Sui Lan. Could this mean they want to have her all to themselves? Why does she get to take all the good things? Shen Hualin sneers coldly, his aura rising. I remember, whoever catches something owns it, right? Whatever I catch, I decide who gets it. None of your business. And Xiao Qiao still wants to argue. But you're eating with us. We're all a group. Shen Hualin responds, then we don't have to eat with you. Kongzi. Tomorrow we'll go to the commune to buy a pot, and we'll cook ourselves when we get back. And Xiao Qiao. Everyone. Zhang Weiguo also craves meat. He hasn't smelled meat in a long time. Shen Jiqing, Li Jiqing, whether you start the fire tomorrow is your business, but today is today. This wild chicken was caught today. Shen Hualin is speechless. Who are these people? Are they so shameless? Then, let's split up today. Everyone. Finally, they were looking forward to eating some meat, but it was gone. And Sui Lan almost wanted to laugh. She walked over and asked, do you need help? Shen Hualin waved his hand. No need, you already lent us the pot and stove. Just wait and enjoy the meal. And Sui Lan looked at Kong Sisi and Yang Limei, smiling. She said, how about we call Sisi and Limei? They're my good friends. I still have some meat in my room. I'll bring it out, and we can cook a few dishes together for a nice meal. Li Kong looked at Shen Hualin. Shen Hualin nodded. Sounds good. We have no objections. And Sui Lan cheerfully called Sisi and Limei. Both of them weren't the type to take advantage of others. They each took out their own cured meat and sausages. And Sui Lan took out a piece of ribs, some chili, and eggplant. Everyone started working together, except An Sui Lan, who just sat on a small stool watching. She hadn't even said she would help, but Sisi had already sent her to the side. Shen Hualin looked surprised. You don't know how to cook?
An Sui Lan not that.
Yes, I don't know how to cook. Then how do you usually eat? And Sui Lan felt a bit embarrassed. This was her only big flaw. I eat egg cakes, malted milk, milk powder, just enough to get by. Everyone. Is that really just getting by? That's a pretty good life. Some of them didn't even know what milk powder or malted milk tasted like. Shen Hualin smiled, thinking of a good idea. And Jiqing, if you don't mind, join us. We'll team up. We both can cook, so just wait and enjoy the food. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei looked up at Shen Hualin at the same time. What does that mean? It sounded a bit like they like Lan Lan. And Sui Lan quickly waved her hands. She hadn't forgotten she already had a partner. If she teamed up with others, her man would definitely scold her when he came back. She didn't dare to do that. Plus, she already had a partner, so she couldn't be indecisive or flirt with others. Forget it. I'm usually pretty lazy, and our living habits are different. The disappointment in Shen Hualin's eyes was hidden, but Li Kong saw it clearly. During this meal, 2 girls helped out and 2 men cooked. There was braised ribs, spicy cured sausage, wild chicken soup, braised eggplant, and shredded meat stir-fried with potatoes. Shen Hualin was very good at cooking, using plenty of ingredients, and the aroma was very tempting. Everyone else couldn't focus on eating because of the smell. Ma Xiaojun felt very sad inside. He hated himself for being so timid. He liked her, but he didn't dare to confess. Sun Hongwei sighed deeply. His gaze toward Yang Li-mei became more thoughtful. But Yang Li-mei was fully focused on those two men. He had planned to take his time, but now he needed to confess quickly. Otherwise, the girl he liked might slip away. An Sui Lan was eating with her mouth full of food. The ribs were very tasty. She had just eaten a piece and found it incredibly delicious. The hot pot stew had a rich flavor. They all sat together, talking and laughing, creating a happy atmosphere. After the meal, she was full. Originally, the three young women were going to wash the dishes themselves. But Shen Hualin and Li Kong refused to let them do it. They quickly finished cleaning up. It was still daytime, so the three of them got up to take a walk along the main road. There were many people on the road, some sitting and eating, others eating and chatting. Ma Xiaojun returned to the dorm feeling very down. Sun Hongwei followed him inside. Xiaojun, I told you to confess earlier. You insisted on delaying, and now she has a boyfriend and gets along so well with Shen Ziking? That Shen Ziking likes An Ziking, which is why he's acting like this. Otherwise, why would he ignore everyone else and pay attention to An Ziking? I think you should forget it. Comparing with the eldest from the Song family or Shen Hualin, you don't stand a chance. The eldest from the Song family is a factory director. He's already building a house and planning to get married. Shen Hualin has no chance either. He probably doesn't even know that An Ziking already has a boyfriend. He leaned closer to Ma Xiaojun. Should I tell him? Ma Xiaojun sighed.
Do as you like.
Anyway, I'm not chasing her anymore. I know my limits. And Xiao Qiao finished her corn porridge, and her eyes kept rolling around. If Song Cheng'an found out that An Sui Lan was involved with Shen Hualin, he would definitely not want her. In this brigade, many people disliked An Sui Lan. Chunhua, that fool, wasn't needed right now. She kept thinking about how to Zhang Weiguo and marry him. She had to do it herself. She went straight out of the youth brigade's gate and headed to Zhang Erlai's house. Aunt Zhang was washing pots and dishes when she saw her. She smiled warmly and pulled her to sit down. An Ziking, why are you here? Is something the matter? And Xiao Qiao shook her head. Nothing serious. I just feel a bit upset inside and wanted to come talk to you. Aunt Zhang smiled happily and held her hand. She loved gossip and knew all the news about everyone in the village.
Just say it. I'm listening.
Aunt Xiao Qiao sniffled and sobbed. Auntie, An Sui Lan is my second sister, but she often bullies me. Today, Shen Jiqing caught a wild chicken from the mountain. I said we are on the same team and should eat together. My second sister just disagrees. She's bossy and made Shen Jiqing and her friends eat with her, not letting us join. Auntie, why is she so bossy? I barely said 2 words, and my second sister was about to hit me. She even said that Shen Jiqing can join her in the future. She has Song Cheng'an, so why still care about Shen Jiqing? Auntie Zhang squinted her eyes. This An Jiqing is restless. Her son likes her, Song Cheng'an likes her, and now Shen Jiqing also likes her? That shameless girl is really arrogant. She's about to become her son's wife, yet she dares to provoke so many people. She must not let her son get a green hat. Angrily, she threw down her sewing needles. She had wanted to mend clothes but gave up. She smiled warmly and grabbed An Xiao Qiao's hand. That small hand was so smooth and tender. And Jiqing, you say my son likes her so much. Why is she still involved with other men? My son just wants to marry her. What should I do? I have no good ideas anymore. It's so frustrating. And Sui Lan is so good at fighting. My son can't compete with her at all. An Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes. Auntie, she can fight women, but can she fight men? If one man can beat her, what about 2? Auntie Zhang smiled happily. Although she knew An Xiao Qiao was using her and her son liked An Sui Lan very much. No matter how much she advised, he wouldn't listen. As a mother, she had to plan for her son. And Jiqing, you're right. No matter how strong she is, she's still a woman. Later, and Jiqing, you must help more. Auntie will cook you delicious food. An Xiao shook her head, pretending not to understand. Auntie, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I should go now. I'll come back to play next time. An Xiao hummed a little tune as she left. Auntie Zhang spat at her back. Fake fox spirit. She hurriedly called her second son. Second son, An Xiao just came over. After hearing her mother's description of An Sui Lan's behavior, Zhang Er was convinced she was a shameless woman. This mountain keeps looking higher. When he marries her, he plans to teach her a good lesson. My daughter, I have already decided. Wait 2 more months. When the corn stalks grow tall, we can do some sneaky things in the field where no one will see. Aunt Zhang squinted and nodded. Good. The second child is still smart. Let your older brother help you then. The mother and son planned this carefully, and Xiao happily headed toward the youth station. As she reached the village chief's house, she heard loud arguing. She went over to see what was happening. Many people were there, including An Sui Lan and those 2 troublemakers. The 2 brothers from the Song family had returned. The third son of the Song family got a job at the transport team, but the second son was rejected. Du Chunmei was happy, but He Zhaodi looked very upset. Seeing that all the other brothers had jobs, but her husband didn't, she felt jealous and sad. Dad, the third and fourth brothers both have jobs. Can't they help take care of our family's future? Song Baoping was initially happy, but when she caused trouble, his face darkened. From the old days, didn't the eldest say whoever gets a job first will be the one? You know that, he said. He Zhaodi just wanted her husband to get a job so life could be better. Over the past year, they had asked her older brother to help, but their father-in-law said it was because the eldest hadn't settled into his position and the situation was unstable. Now that everyone finally has jobs, it's unacceptable that their second son doesn't. Song Chongsheng was already in a bad mood, but he knew he wasn't as skilled, so he said nothing. He held his wife back from speaking. He Zhaodi was annoyed. Second son of Song, can't you have some pride? Your older brother is the factory director. Can't he get you a job? I think he doesn't want to help you. Not that he can't. Even if he's the older brother, he doesn't care about his brother's lives or deaths. Song Baoping was furious, pointing at He Zhaodi. You. Say one more word. Li Erhua sighed. The second family, didn't your older brother tell you clearly? Whoever gets a job first gets it. If not, stay at home. He Zhaodi refused to give up. Anyway, if Chongsheng doesn't have a job today, life will be impossible. I'm pregnant now. Without a job, how can we support ourselves and our children? Song Chongsheng was surprised. Zhaodi, you're pregnant? He Zhaodi mocked. So what if I am? Without money, we can't support ourselves. Your older brother doesn't care about his brothers at all. Today, I'm making it clear, if I don't find Chongsheng a job, I'll have an abortion or a divorce.
Boom.
Song Baoping's mind was racing with worry. Seeing him struggle to stand steadily, Li Erhua quickly went to help him. She helped him sit in a chair, then without hesitation, slapped He Zhaodi. Shut up. It seems I've been too kind to you all every day, and now you're all turning against me. Keep arguing, and I'll make you leave. He Zhaodi was determined to cause trouble today. After being slapped, she covered her face, glaring angrily at Li Erhua. You're so biased. The eldest is clearly capable, but you refuse to let him do anything. I don't understand what you're thinking. Is it only the eldest who's your real child? Aren't the others? The team leader was so angry he closed his eyes and fainted. An Sui Lan hurried to the yard, glaring fiercely at He Zhaodi. Why are you shouting? He Song Chongsheng can't pass the exam, and now you're blaming others? An Sui Lan didn't want to waste words with her. She looked at the 2 brothers still standing there. She was so angry she couldn't hold back. Why are you just standing there? Haven't you seen your father faint? Take him inside. Song Chongsheng and Song Zhenhua immediately carried the team leader into the house. An Sui Lan chased everyone out, then took out silver needles and pressed them into the team leader's chest. The team leader slowly opened his eyes. An Sui Lan rolled her eyes and said, with this attitude, how do you expect to be a team leader? You'll get yourself killed sooner or later. The team leader's heart almost stopped. An Sui Lan poured a glass of water, secretly added some spiritual spring water, and handed him a pill.
Take this.
Song Baoping doubted whether she was trying to harm him. Wasn't this supposed to be saving people? And Sui Lan was so angry she laughed. It's not poison. If I wanted to poison you, I'd poison your son, not you. Song Baoping sat up, drank the water, and took the pill, feeling much better. He had been truly angry just now. And Sui Lan also felt puzzled. Uncle Team Leader, why don't you let Cheng'zi arrange work for them? He sighed heavily.
Ah,
You don't understand. Cheng'zi works hard alone, and it's not easy. We can't be his backing, nor can we hold him back. Today we let him handle this, tomorrow that? We already have no one to support us from above. How long can his job last? Our family finally has a promising person. I don't want them to hold him back. When he's doing well, our whole family will be fine. But they just can't see it. Things are tough now, but they'll get better over time. Aren't we all hoping for good days? And Sui Lan nodded and smiled. I didn't expect you, old man, to be so insightful.
hey.
Watch your words. I'm the elder. You should show some respect. And Sui Lan rolled her eyes and said, All right, you take this medicine once a day. After you finish, I'll do the work. He nodded and replied, Okay. Thank you so much. And Sui Lan smiled happily and said, Can I skip work tomorrow? Consider it a thank you gift. She then quickly left. The team leader shook his head with a smile, feeling relieved after talking to her. That girl has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. Hio Zhaodi was very nervous at this moment, truly afraid that her father-in-law might get very angry. If that happened, she might never be able to wash away her guilt in this lifetime. As soon as An Sui Lan came out, she hurried over and asked, And Jiqing, how is Dad? And Sui Lan smiled and said, He's fine. He's already awake. Don't get upset with him too much lately. If you do, I won't be able to save him. Li Erhua burst into tears and ran into the house. She glared at Hio Zhaodi and then stepped outside the yard. Kong Sisi grabbed her arm and asked, Lalan, how is the team leader? He's fine now. The three of them held hands and returned to the Jiqing camp. It was already dark, and they each went back to wash up. Thinking about visiting Shen Lao and the others tonight, and Sui Lan took out 10 meat buns from her space. They all looked pale and thin. Life was tough, and it wasn't easy to recover. In the middle of the night, someone gently knocked on the window. She was holding a cloth bag and followed Shen Hualin to the cattle shed. Shen Hualin sniffed and asked, Why does it smell so good? What did you bring? Meat buns, for Shen Lao and the others. Hearing this, Shen Hualin was very touched. He didn't expect her to be so kind. His eyes shone even brighter when looking at An Sui Lan. His heart was pounding. And Jiqing, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Let's go. He hadn't yet figured out how to say it. They entered the cattle shed, where several elders were waiting for them. Isn't Jiqing here? Yes. I brought some meat buns still warm. Hurry and eat. Shen Lao waved his hand and said, Take them back. Keep some for yourself and eat slowly. We're all old now. It doesn't matter what we eat. And Sui Lan happily handed each of them a meat bun and said, Eat quickly. Otherwise, I might not come again. You are all heroes for the country and the people. You shouldn't be treated like this. I can only do a little to help. I hope you all can cheer up. The elders couldn't help but tear up. It had been so long since they heard such words. In the eyes of those around them, they were sinners, wrongdoers. But these warm words, they hadn't heard in a long time. Old Mr. Shen's companion, Ji Lao, was crying uncontrollably. She wiped her tears and said, Lan Lan is right. We should stay strong and live well. But you must make loved ones suffer less and enemies suffer faster. Seeing the morale boost, An Sui Lan smiled and went over to give Zhou Lao an acupuncture treatment. This time it went smoothly. Zhou Lao only spat out a little black blood. With 2 more treatments, he would fully recover. Today, Zhou Lao was fully alert and looked much better than yesterday. After the acupuncture, she also checked Shen Lao's arm. His arm wasn't broken, but dislocated. because the dislocation had lasted too long. Fixing it was very painful. An Sui Lan stuffed a cloth into his mouth, making him bite down tightly so he wouldn't make noise. If others found out, it could cause trouble. She gently held Hua Lao's shoulder and spoke softly to help him relax. She quickly and carefully put his arm back into place. With a cracking sound, his arm was reset. Shen Lao's face turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He didn't make a sound. After fixing his arm, An Sui Lan continued massaging it to help it adapt better. Then she used acupuncture and made the old man drink spring water, completing the treatment. Old Shin, your dislocation has lasted too long. Be careful when working in the future. If you can avoid it, don't do heavy work. Let this arm rest and recover for a year or so. For 3 days straight, she came daily to give Zhou Lao acupuncture. His condition improved each day. She brought food every day, either buns, eggs, or sometimes malted milk, mixed into spring water to keep everyone energized. On the last day, after finishing the treatment, they headed back to the youth commune. As An Xiao just finished using the toilet, she saw 2 figures approaching. She was so scared she hid at the door of the toilet. As they got closer, she frowned. Were An Sui Lan and Shen Hualin on a date? They talked at the door. Shen Hualin thanked her, saying in Jiqing, "Thank you." And Sui Lan waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Just go back quickly." That wicked woman, loving one person after another. If she was really involved with Shen Hualin, she shouldn't let her get the benefits for free. And Xiao went back inside, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking about how to deal with An Sui Lan. The next day, she told Aunt Zhang about it. Aunt Zhang's big mouth spread the news quickly, and within a day, everyone was talking about it. Li Erhua and the team leader naturally heard about it too. The team leader frowned. With the boss off and away, they couldn't let others take advantage. "Old lady, call the commune and tell Qingzi to come back. If he doesn't, my daughter might be tricked away." Li Erhua rolled her eyes and said, "Don't believe everything you hear. Do you know who she really is?"
Impossible.
It's probably just An Xiao spreading rumors about her. And Sui Lan didn't know about this matter. She was still sleeping soundly in her dorm. The others had finished their work and didn't need to go back to the fields, so she naturally stayed in. Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei were very worried. She just wouldn't get up. They had already heard about it. Reluctantly, they woke An Sui Lan and told her what had happened. And Sui Lan was disgusted. She already had a boyfriend. She didn't care about Shen Hualin at all. This An Xiao was up to her tricks again. So annoying. She pulled the 2 aside and whispered mischievously, "Listen, since she's spreading rumors about me, I'll spread some about her too. You guys just go out and say that An Xiao and Zhang Erlai are sleeping together, maybe even pregnant." Kong Sisi asked suspiciously, "Can that work? Isn't that all just made up?" And Sui Lan glared and said, "Why not? She's spreading false stories about me. I'll make her so angry she'll jump." That afternoon, the rumor that An Xiao and Zhang Erlai were sleeping together spread quickly. Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei didn't dare say she was pregnant because that would eventually be discovered. It couldn't be faked. That night, An Xiao was so angry her eyes turned red. Who the spread that she was pregnant? It must be that Huang Yao. It's definitely An Sui Lan's fault. Besides her, it's those 2 around her. If she couldn't get to An Sui Lan, she'd settle for messing with Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei. She refused to give up. She wouldn't let her get the chance. Once the rumor spread, Shen Hualin was also speechless. He hadn't even confessed yet, and now there were rumors? Li Kong grinned and asked, "Brother Lin, when do you plan to confess?" "Honestly, today's the best day." Shen Hualin decided, "All right. Today's the day." They went out of the dorm and knocked on An Sui Lan's door. "Anything wrong?" An Sui Lan came out holding a glass of water. Shen Hualin looked nervous. "And Jiqing, I have something to tell you. Can we find a private place?" And Sui Lan was speechless. Their rumors were already out, and they still wanted to talk alone?
She didn't want to die.
"No need, just say it here." She took a sip of water and looked at him. Shen Hualin hesitated, gathering courage. An Sui Lan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Everyone was shocked. Does Shen Hualin like An Sui Lan? Now, this will be interesting. Kong Cece and Yang Li Mei were also speechless. They've been here for so long, and no one mentioned that Sui Lan has a partner? And Sui Lan was even more speechless. This person's lack of information is incredible. And Sui Lan quickly shook her head. I already have a partner. Don't you know? The son of the team leader, Song Cheng'an from the Song family. Now it was Shen Hualin and Li Kang's turn to be surprised. She has a partner? No one knew. As soon as she said that, Shen Hualin's face turned bright red. His prepared words were thrown off, and he didn't know what to say. Li Kang was quick-witted. He awkwardly smiled. A partner is a partner, but they're not married yet. Brother Lin likes you, and that's fine. There's no conflict. Shen Hualin nodded, looking deeply into her eyes. Yes, you having a partner is your business. My liking you is my business. And Sui Lan waved her hand. Don't waste your effort. I won't respond to you at all. Shen Hualin pulled Li Kang and turned to leave. Li Kang felt a bit unfair. Their brother Lin is so good. Why doesn't An Ziking like him? Is Song Cheng'an better than brother Lin? And Xiao Qiao pouted. Some people really can't sit still. Even though they have a partner, they still try to flirt with others. How shameless. And Sui Lan raised her fist, but she immediately shrank back. That was a clear warning. And Xiao Qiao turned and left. Rumors spread again in the village. Shen Jiheng confessed to An Jiheng. The team leader couldn't sit still anymore. Old lady, make some dinner tonight. Let the third family call An Jiheng over for a meal. Li Erhua nodded, took out 5 yuan, and asked Song Chongsheng to buy some meat. He Zhaodi caused a fuss, and even her father-in-law was dizzy. She didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. She could only watch as everyone went to work, while her husband stayed at home planting fields. Before it got dark, Du Chunmei came over. And Jiheng, Mom asked me to call you for dinner. There will be meat tonight. And Sui Lan nodded. Okay, I'll come soon. After Du Chunmei left, she took out a bag of milk powder and a bottle of malt extract. She couldn't go to dinner empty-handed. Their house was being rebuilt after a break. It was almost finished. In about a month, it should be done. Li Erhua was busy in the kitchen. And Sui Lan put down her things and found a stool to sit on. The team leader opened his mouth, wanting to ask about Shen Hualin, but then he thought better of it and stayed silent. Li Erhua finished cooking and specially cooked 2 egg cakes for An Sui Lan. Come, let's eat. I made braised pork, braised eggplant, and steamed rice just for you. And Sui Lan nodded. Thank you, Auntie. She could guess their purpose today, but she hadn't done anything wrong and felt no guilt. After eating, Li Erhua pulled her into the house. And Sui Lan stood up and poured her a glass of water, secretly adding a lot of spiritual spring water. Auntie, does your hand still hurt? Li Erhua shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. The medicine you gave works really well. And Sui Lan took out some new medicine from her pocket. This is my new recipe. Keep taking it for a while, and it will get rid of the problem. Li Erhua smiled, took it, and put it in her pocket. She sighed, Lan, don't be mad at Auntie for speaking out. What's going on between you and Shen Jiqing lately? And Sui Lan smiled. This wasn't her doing. Shen Hualin was really sick. He confessed in front of so many people. Now she's afraid Song Cheng'an will come back and cause trouble. Auntie, it's nothing. It's just An Xiao Qiao spreading rumors about me. We just live in the same yard and sometimes talk a little. Li Erhua relaxed, thinking Lan wouldn't do such things. She smiled. Lan, you don't need to work now. Go find Qingzi. You two can't keep avoiding each other forever.
An Sui Lan not dead. Okay.
I'll visit him in a few days. And Sui Lan went back home. Soon after, Song Baoping came over. Wife, what did Lan say? Li Erhua rolled her eyes. Nothing. It's all just rumors from An Xiao Qiao. No, I have to call Qingzi tomorrow and ask him to come back when he's free. I don't want my daughter to lose her husband. After returning home, it was already dark. She lay on the bed, thinking about things. She wondered how Song Cheng'an was doing lately. Busy with work? Being a factory director caused a lot of trouble at home. If the family knew he became a secretary, they'd cause a big fuss. That day, Cece called them both to go mushroom picking in the mountains. And Sui Lan had already picked quite a few and stored them in her space. But she didn't mind having more. She carried a basket and went up the mountain with Cece and Li Mei. Auntie Xiao Xiao's eyes kept rolling. Zhang Erlai hadn't made a move yet. She was anxious and planning to go up the mountain to see if she could find a chance to deal with An Sui Lan. The three of them held hands and checked as they walked. There were many mushrooms on the mountain, especially after the rain a few days ago, sprouting like bamboo shoots in spring. Meanwhile, Shen Hualin and Li Kong also followed behind them up the mountain. Other people from the Jiqing camp also started climbing the mountain to gather firewood. Shen Hualin and Li Kong had already asked the villagers to build a stove and pot for them, and they even bought a new pot. Since that day, they haven't eaten together. Later, he often invited An Sui Lan to eat, but she always refused. She was aware that she had a partner. The three of them chatted and laughed while picking many mushrooms. Kong Cece and Yang Li Mei not only picked mushrooms, but also collected firewood. I'm planning to dry the mushrooms and send them home. They haven't tasted what they taste like yet, Yang Li Mei said excitedly. And Sui Lan nodded. Yes, you can all send them. I'll keep some for myself to eat. Anyway, I have no family. After An Xiao Xiao went up the mountain, she didn't follow directly behind them but took a different path. Halfway up the mountain, she saw a hurt rabbit hopping toward her from afar. Her face froze, and behind her, a wild boar was also coming. It was too fierce. No way. She couldn't kill this wild boar. She had to lure it elsewhere. If she could lure it near An Sui Lan, that would be perfect. The injured rabbit quickly ran to the other side. The wild boar chased after her closely. She looked around and saw the figures of An Sui Lan, Kong Cece, and Yang Li Mei. She was happy. Today was a good chance to deal with An Sui Lan. Luring the wild boar over, she was sure she would get hurt, if not worse. She threw the rabbit forcefully into An Sui Lan's arms. An Sui Lan was stunned. Why did a perfectly fine rabbit run into her arms? Before she could look at the rabbit, sharp screams sounded. And Jiqing, watch out for the wild boar.
Lan Lan,
Quickly dodge. Lan Lan, hurry and hide. Shen Hualin and Li Kong arrived just in time to see the scene. And Xiao Xiao had already hidden away. The wild boar charged forward in an instant. Shen Hualin didn't hesitate. He grabbed an axe and started chopping at the boar. Li Kong cooperated with him. The wild boar was hit with an axe and became even angrier, squealing and running wildly. Kong Cece, unable to dodge in time, was knocked over by the boar and fell, her arm landing on the freshly tied firewood. 2 bloody wounds immediately appeared. And Sui Lan suddenly pulled them back behind her. Both of you climb the tree first. They threw down their baskets and started climbing. Kong Cece couldn't do it well, so An Sui Lan helped her by stepping on her shoulders and pulling her onto a branch. Then she turned to look at Shen Hualin and Li Kong. This An Xiao Xiao is really troublesome. She's everywhere. She has already discovered An Xiao Xiao, but now is not the time to cause trouble for her. Using her pant leg, she bent down and pulled out a small knife. She charged straight at the wild boar. Shen Hualin was startled and shouted anxiously, and Sui Lan, run quickly. The wild boar was very large, clearly an adult male pig. They were close to subduing it when An Sui Lan suddenly rushed in, completely disrupting their rhythm. The wild boar seemed very clever, thinking An Sui Lan was a small, thin woman. When it saw her rush in, it immediately turned around and attacked her. On the other side, An Xiao Xiao almost burst out laughing. She wished the wild boar could bite that little troublemaker An Sui Lan. An Sui Lan's first strike hit the wild boar right in the eye. The boar, covered in blood, went crazy and charged at her. She initially wanted to kill it with one, but just as she rushed forward, Shen Hualin also came running. He thought An Sui Lan was fighting the boar to the death and couldn't help but join in, both of them swinging their weapons at the same spot. Because he joined, her knife missed by an inch. The boar's tusks cut across An Sui Lan's arm, leaving a deep, bleeding wound. But she didn't stop. She struck again, and the boar finally collapsed, exhausted. And Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh happily. An Sui Lan was hurt. She had truly avenged herself on An Sui Lan. Shui Lan anxiously blamed himself. "It's all my fault. I let you get hurt." And Sui Lan rolled her eyes and said, "It's nothing, just a small injury." If Song Cheng'an were here, she would have already cried. She tore off her sleeve and temporarily bandaged the wound, probably needing stitches later. Kong Cici and Yang Limei hurriedly came down from the tree, panicked. "Lilan, are you okay? You scared me to death. Why didn't you climb the tree just now?" "That's a man's job." And Sui Lan comforted them. "I'm fine. Hurry down the mountain and call someone to carry the boar. Tonight, we'll have meat to eat." Kong Cici and Yang Limei immediately descended. And Sui Lan bandaged her arm and slowly walked toward An Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao tried to run but was blocked by Hua Lan and Li Kong. And Sui Lan grabbed her collar roughly and pulled her out violently. She beat her fiercely with fists and kicks. Hua Lan and Li Kong had just seen everything and had complicated feelings about An Xiao Xiao. Her cruelty had directly caused them injuries. She was just too vicious. And Xiao Xiao was beaten and kept cursing An Sui Lan. If her arm hadn't hurt, she would have fought even harder. Did she want to hurt her? Then she should give her a chance. I hope she doesn't let herself down. Kong Cici and Yang Limei went straight to the Song family after coming down the mountain. The team leader was trembling, and Li Erhua's hands were also shaking. They took a dozen strong men up the mountain to carry a wild boar. Song Baoping didn't want Li Erhua to go, but she insisted on going up. She saw at once that An Sui Lan's hands were covered in blood.
Lan Lan.
"Lan Lan,
How are you?"
let's go down the mountain first. Auntie will carry you. I have strength." And Sui Lan was amused by her. She waved her hand. "I'm fine. I'm not that weak." Before she finished speaking, she felt dizzy. Maybe she lost too much blood. Kong Cici, Yang Limei, and Li Erhua helped her down the mountain. Li Erhua was determined to go to the hospital. Song Baoping had just asked Song Zhenhua to call the commune to notify Qingzi. After the team leader arranged everything on the mountain, he immediately came down, pulling a cart covered with thick cotton blankets. Kong Cici and Yang Limei also followed. They went to the commune hospital. And Sui Lan really wanted to wash with spiritual spring water, but never had the chance. She didn't even have a chance to drink water. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, she felt dizzy and spun around. She fainted directly. Song Baoping's cart was very stable and fast. They arrived at the commune hospital in 40 minutes. On the way, they met Song Zhenhua, who had already made a call and stayed behind. And Sui Lan had already fainted. When the doctor gave her anesthesia, she woke up. She watched as the doctor stitched her wound. What was being sewn? It looked like a centipede. The doctor said she should stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation to prevent infection. She wanted to leave, but Li Erhua was firmly against going back. "Lan Lan, let's listen to the doctor. We'll stay for 2 days. If everything's fine, we can go back." And Sui Lan felt helpless and had to go along with them, being pressed onto the hospital bed. Li Erhua bought her milk powder and malt extract, then prepared a bowl of milk powder to feed her. And Sui Lan waved her hand. "Auntie, my arm is injured, but I can still move." Kong Cici, who was handling her wound, came back and smiled. "Lan Lan, just drink it. Auntie is just caring about you." At that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. A man's cold aura filled the room, making it feel a bit cramped. He didn't look at anyone else, only saw the girl lying semi-reclined. Her face was pale, and her lips had no color. Then he looked at her arm, wrapped in long gauze. His heart felt heavy. When An Sui Lan saw him come back, her eyes instantly turned red. Large tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. "Song Cheng'an, my arm hurts so much." "Everyone, Just now they said they were fine and now they are crying again. Two-faced. Kong Cece found it a bit funny and quickly pulled Yang Limei out of the hospital room. Better not to be a third wheel. The team leader also pulled Li Erhua out. He felt a little sad inside. It was hard to come back once, but he didn't even call his parents. His eyes only saw his wife. Xiao Lu saw the team leader come out and asked anxiously, "Uncle, how is An Jiqing?" The team leader waved his hand, no problem. His arm was hurt, but he's awake now. Inside, the two people hugged tightly. Song Cheng'an gently wiped her tears with his finger. He sat on the bed, holding her, softly comforting her. Sway, don't cry.
What do you want to eat?
I'll go buy it for you later. Seeing her cry made his heart ache. He needed to find a way to distract her. An Sui Lan sniffled and hiccuped. I want to eat braised pork. I'm craving it so much. The man chuckled softly and pinched her little face. Okay, I'll go ask about it. An Sui Lan grabbed his sleeve and looked up sadly. Kiss me first, then I'll let you go. Song Cheng'an rubbed her head, leaned down, kissed her cheek, then gently touched her and quickly withdrew. An Sui Lan wiped her tears and joked, You coward. The man smiled, helped her lie down and said, Lie down first. I'll have Xiao Lu buy the food. The hospital door opened and Xiao Lu hurried over. Song Cheng'an arranged, Xiao Lu, take them to eat first. Pack a portion of braised pork, some vegetables, and a meat dish. Bring it here, then go back to eat yourself. Song Baoping waved his hand. I'm not hungry. Let them go eat. Song Cheng'an looked at his father. It's already noon. You all go eat. I'll stay here and watch over her. Xiao Lu pulled a few people and left. Shen Hualin was very worried. They divided the pork and brought back food for An Sui Lan, Kong Cece, and Yang Limei. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to go see the commune. Li Kong didn't want him to go. Brother Lin, if you go now, that man might have already come back. Wouldn't that be awkward? Shen Hualin said, What's awkward? We don't have any shameful relationship. Her injury was caused by me. I want to buy some nutritious food and check on her. Li Kong nodded in agreement. Then I'll go too. Let's go together. They headed toward the commune. Song Cheng'an finished his instructions, returned to the hospital room, and called out, Song Cheng'an, I want some water. Her arm hurt so badly, and she felt both pain and discomfort. I really can't look at it. The wound was stitched so poorly. While stitching, I saw it, and it looked terrible, like a centipede. From now on, I can't wear short sleeves or skirts anymore. Song Cheng'an gently rubbed her head and bent down to pour her a glass of water.
It'll be okay.
Sui is the most beautiful, no matter what. Her eyes were red, and the small mole at the corner of her eye looked even redder, making her seem very pitiful. An Sui Lan wanted to take the chance to apply some spiritual spring, but Song Cheng'an wouldn't let her, instead feeding her himself. She had to give up. How have you been lately? Are you still so busy? Song Cheng'an nodded. It's okay, but those two people have been caught. An Sui Lan smiled and raised an eyebrow. Director Liu and Lu Jing? There should be an intermediary too, right?
Yes.
Song Cheng'an nodded. The two went to meet and just happened to be caught by the police.
An Sui Lan smile.
I didn't expect that. So, you made a contribution? Any benefits? Song Cheng'an pinched her cheek. Recognition and an honorary title. They even wanted to publish it in the newspaper, but I refused.
An Sui Lan not dead. Keep it up.
She used her uninjured hand to hug his waist, and Song Cheng'an held her with both hands. He whispered softly, Sui, why don't you come to the city with me? I really can't rest assured when you're like this. And Sui Lan shook her head. No. Even if I want to go, it has to be after we get married. Not now. As they hugged and whispered, the door to the ward suddenly opened. Shen Hualin and Li Kong stood at the door, awkwardly looking at the two of them. Shen Hualin's hands hung down, clenched tightly. Who is this man? Is he that man? Song Cheng'an released An Sui Lan and slowly tidied up the young girl's clothes. An Sui Lan greeted with a smile. Shen Jiqing, Li Jiqing, this is my boyfriend, Song Cheng'an. Song Cheng'an's lips curled into a subtle smile. He liked how the girl introduced him. Then he turned to the man and introduced, "This is the new educated youth, Shen Hualin and Li Kong." Shen Hualin nodded, facing directly at the man. He suddenly realized that this man's features were full of oppression, even more intense than his own. When facing them, he exuded an air of authority. Not simple. Definitely not simple. It's probably more than just the factory director. The factory director didn't have such a commanding presence. Song Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Was it you who caused Sui to get hurt?" Shen Hualin felt a pang of heartache, but couldn't show it, as he had no standing. "I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. I'll cover the medical expenses for Jian. This is the milk powder and malt extract bought for her." "No need." Song Cheng'an quickly noticed that this man didn't look like an ordinary person, and his gaze at her was definitely not simple. He didn't know what had happened earlier, and didn't have time to ask. And Sui Lan frowned, feeling a hint of hostility between them. "Shen Jiqing, you haven't eaten yet, right? They just went to a restaurant to eat. Why don't you join them?" Shen Hualin shook his head. "No need. Seeing you're okay, I'm relieved. We're going back now." "Okay." They turned to leave, but An Sui Lan nudged Song Cheng'an to go see them off. Song Cheng'an stood up and saw them to the door of the ward. Then he returned, his eyes fixed tightly on the young girl, staring at her without blinking. She felt uncomfortable under his intense gaze and suddenly felt guilty, her speech becoming stammering. "Why are you looking at me like that? Sui, does he like you?" And Sui Lan was speechless. This man was incredible. He knew after just one look? Or was he trying to deceive her? But it didn't matter much. She would find out sooner or later. She awkwardly smiled. "He confessed, but I rejected him. I don't like him." "I only like you, Song Cheng'an. My hand hurts." Hearing this, Song Cheng'an felt relieved inside. It seemed his intuition was right. Sui, don't get too involved with him. He's probably just on a mission from the army." And Sui Lan nodded. "Yes. He asked me to help treat some elderly people in the cattle shed, and I agreed. One old man is almost at death's door. I can't bear it. I'm a doctor. I can't stand to see others die from illness." Song Cheng'an rubbed her head. "Yes, healing and saving lives are good things. But you must know how to protect yourself. Don't talk about the cattle shed situation to a third person." And Sui Lan nodded, then hugged him with one hand, burying her face in his chest, looking obedient and well-behaved. Xiao Lu brought back the meal and met Shen Hualin and Li Kong on the way. Shen Hualin paused briefly and then left with Li Kong. Outside the hospital, Li Kong advised, "Brother Lin, don't be like this. You still have a chance." Shen Hualin shook his head. "No more. That man treats her well, and they have a good relationship. I arrived too late. Let it go. We have our own mission." He had already made up his mind in just a few minutes. Such feelings are better kept in the heart and not spoken aloud. Their relationship was obviously very good. Seeing them embrace tightly, his heart felt like it was being cut, but he had no way to change it. Emotions are like that sometimes without reason. But in the future, he will hide such feelings deep inside. Xiao Lu knocked on the door and smiled, saying, "The braised pork today is very good. Eat quickly. I'm going back to have my meal." Song Cheng'an nodded and said, "Later, by a spoon, a cup, bowls and chopsticks, a towel, and a toothbrush." The water cup she used was still the one provided by the hospital. Although she had washed it many times, she still felt it wasn't clean. Xiao Lu nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Song Cheng'an opened the lunchbox and personally fed her. Actually, An Sui Lan's left hand could still eat. But Song Cheng'an wouldn't let her eat by herself. She could only sit quietly on the bed, waiting for him to feed her. After finishing the meal, An Sui Lan was covered in sweat. Song Cheng'an also had beads of sweat on his forehead. She finally finished eating. "I'm full."
"You eat now."
Song Cheng'an thought she ate too little and said, "Eat a bit more." "You didn't eat enough." And Sui Lan firmly refused to eat anymore. She asked the man to help her stand up and walk around. Walking around to move her body. After eating, Song Cheng'an cleaned the lunchbox thoroughly. Xiao Lu and the others had returned.
Lan Lan, why did you get up?
Lie down quickly, you're scaring everyone. Lier Hua was startled to see her get out of bed. An Sui Lan smiled and said, Annie, my hand is hurt, not my arm. She looked at everyone. Staying here wasn't a good idea. She wanted to go back, didn't want to stay here because it was too uncomfortable. Talking to them was useless. Only if this man agreed could she go back. She walked over happily and said, Song Cheng'an, I want to go home. I'm fine now.
No.
Listen to the doctor. And Sui Lan was getting frustrated. Did you forget? I'm a doctor too. Song Cheng'an bent down, handed her a glass of water, and said, wait a few days before going back. Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei also advised her, Lan Lan, just stay here for a couple of days. We'll come to see you tomorrow and chat with you. And Sui Lan just didn't want to stay here. It was too uncomfortable. Her arm was hurt, but her whole body wasn't immobile. Being forced to lie in the hospital bed made her feel bad. She looked at Song Cheng'an with a hint of resentment, her eyes brimming with tears. Song Cheng'an. Her heart softened instantly. Helplessly, she nodded.
All right.
I'll ask the doctor. If I can go back, I'll let you go. Only then didn't Sui Lan smile. Everyone was stunned to see this. Song Baoping let out a soft hum. He let everything go her way. Lier Hua tugged at his sleeve and shot him a glare. Song Baoping stopped speaking. Soon after, Song Cheng'an returned. Let's go. Head home. But in a few days, I need to come and remove the stitches.
An Sui Lan smiled happily. Okay.
Lier Hua quickly packed her things, though she didn't have many. Mostly, after being hospitalized, she bought milk powder, malt extract, and egg cakes, things to eat. Xiao Lu handed the items in his hands to Lier Hua. Auntie, pack these up. Xiao Lu went to start the car and Song Cheng'an arranged. Zhenhua, you drive the ox cart back, bringing Kong Jiqing and Yang Jiqing. The car isn't big enough. Parents, you come with me. This way, they divided the tasks. After packing up, they prepared to leave. At this moment, the Jiqing camp was in chaos. Shun Hualin and Li Kong, after helping 3 people bring back meat, went straight to the commune. They soaked the meat in salt. After they left, and Xiao Qiao secretly took out some meat. She cut a large piece from one piece and ate it directly, using the pork from An Sui Lan's pot. Not eating would be a waste, and Sui Lan, that despicable person, was definitely in the hospital and wouldn't be back soon. Everyone saw her doing this and sighed helplessly. The team leader was now at the commune and couldn't be found. No one dared to intervene. And Xiao Qiao was shameless. Several female Jiqing looked at each other awkwardly. Anyway, they hadn't eaten, and no one wanted to cause trouble. Girl squad leader Yang Xiujuan smiled and said, why don't we also go to the commune to see her? After all, she's one of us Jiqing. We can also buy some things at the commune. Everyone nodded. Good. Let's go now. I still have some brown sugar at home to bring to Jiqing'an. Everyone went into their rooms, some took money, others took food. Sun Hongwei smiled and said, Xiao Jun, do you want to go? To see her and make a good impression? Just then, a scream came from the girls' dormitory. Ah, my money is missing. My money is gone. Everyone immediately checked their own money, only to find it was also less. Everyone's money was missing. Hearing this, and Xiao Qiao ran back quickly, pretending to search her own money. My money is also missing. It must be that despicable An Sui Lan. She never works and sleeps all day in the dorm. It must be her. People looked at each other. Some didn't believe it was An Sui Lan, while others suspected her. Yang Xiujuan quickly calmed down. Let's count how much each of us is short. We should report this to the police. This thief is definitely from the Jiqing camp. She can't escape.
I am short 5 yuan. I'm short 3 yuan.
I actually lost 10 yuan.
I am short 1 yuan.
Everyone was talking at once, and when they added it up, it was no small amount. Yang Xiujuan immediately said, let's go to the commune, find the team leader, and report the matter. A group of people marched toward the commune. Before reaching the commune, They met Shen Hualin and Li Kong returning halfway. They looked confused and asked, "What are you doing?" Yang Xiujuan replied, "Our money was stolen. We're reporting it. While we're at it, let's check on Jiqing." Shen Hualin and Li Kong nodded. The team leader is also at the commune hospital. Yang Xiujuan hesitated, then said, "Shen Jiqing, the meat you brought back was cooked and eaten by An Xiao. She cut a little of each of your shares and is still eating meat in the dormitory now." And Xiao no longer felt like eating meat. They didn't expect to find out so quickly that the money was missing. She originally only had 3 yuan, which she had secretly taken a few times. Now, she had more money, but since they had gone to report it, she couldn't let anyone find out. She had planned to frame An Sui Lan, so she grabbed a shovel and dug a hole in An Sui Lan's kitchen, then threw the money inside. When they found it, the money would look like it was stolen by An Sui Lan. She was proud of her plan. Shen Hualin and Li Kong returned. Seeing this woman, Shen Hualin felt extremely annoyed. "Jiqing An, why did you steal and eat someone else's meat? The meat shared among Jiqing and Jiqing Kong and Jiqing Yang. Why did you also steal and eat it?" And Xiao frowned angrily. "None of your business. What I eat is my second sister's meat. What does that have to do with you? Or are you and my second sister also close?" Shen Hualin clenched his fists with a creak. How could she be so unreasonable? "Don't go too far. Don't think I won't hit you. They asked me to help carry the meat. Before they return, the meat is mine. If you steal from me now, I will report you."
Thief.
"Li Kong, let's go."
To the commune.
And Xiao spat out a piece of bone. She didn't believe that just because of a small piece of meat, the police would arrest her. Anyway, as long as she could annoy Sui Lan, she didn't mind. As the female young workers approached the commune, they encountered the returning crowd. They got on the ox cart and went back together. Shen Hualin and Li Kong had just arrived at the village entrance when the others returned. The village had its first car, which looked very impressive. The villagers came out to see what was happening. Cheng'an usually kept a low profile and never drove the car into the village. But today, Sui's arm was injured, so she had to drive it in. Everyone in the village came out to watch. The car was surrounded tightly. Just as Cheng'an was about to speak, the team leader got out of the car. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone step back. The car is heading to the youth station. If you want to see, go to the youth station." The team leader still had authority. When he spoke, everyone took a few steps back. They walked all the way to the youth station. Cheng'an got out of the car and reached out to hug An Sui Lan. She waved her hand, feeling a bit shy. With so many people around and them not being married, it wasn't appropriate. Li Erhua was worried about ruining Lan's reputation, so she quickly ran over and pushed her son aside.
Lan, wag so lao.
Let's go inside the house first." And Sui Lan immediately noticed something unusual on the ground near the door. It looked like it had been dug up. Everyone at the youth station had returned. And Xiao didn't dare to show herself now. She carefully hid herself so An Sui Lan wouldn't see her. Later, there would be an interesting scene. She wondered how An Sui Lan would react if she saw the money in that hole. And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow. This and Xiao was really restless. She had just come back and was eager to find trouble for her. It was really annoying. Cheng'an followed his mother and the young girl inside. And Sui Lan smiled at him. Cheng'an, someone is trying to cause trouble." Cheng'an frowned. "Who?" "I won't leave, and you must not fight back." Li Erhua nodded and lowered her voice.
Lan, listen to me.
"Before your arm heals, you must not fight. I'll go home and cook. Later, Qingzi will bring something over for you." As soon as Li Erhua left the house, she saw Song Bao being blocked by a few young women from the youth station. "Team leader, our money was stolen." The team leader frowned. What exactly happened? Yang Xiujuan said, "Just now we were going to the commune to see the youth workers. We went inside to get some things and money, but our money was gone. At least 1 yuan, maybe more. This money was definitely stolen by someone inside the youth station. Team leader, we want to report to the police." Hearing report to the police, Song Baoping felt a headache. Let's not report yet. We'll investigate ourselves first. If we can't find out, then we can report. At this moment, An Xiao immediately spoke up. Team leader, I suspect An Sui Lan stole it. Because we are busy working or gathering firewood every day, only she is lazy and also steals firewood. Xiao Lu, standing nearby, wanted to hit this woman for saying such things. How could An Sui Lan have a sister like this?
An Sui Lan nơ mất kinh ly.
This An Xiao didn't want to live a good life at all. Cheng'zi, help me sit outside. This is targeting me. Song Cheng'an nodded and helped her outside. Xiao Lu quickly brought over a stool. An Sui Lan sat upright and straight. She raised an eyebrow and looked at An Xiao with a cold smile. She said sarcastically, An Xiao, you say I stole it. Do you have proof? Without proof, you're just spreading rumors. If you're accusing me falsely, I can report you to the police. Kong Cici angrily said, Yes. Since you suspect Lan, show some evidence. Otherwise, you're just slandering. Yang Limei added, I suspect you stole it. You're always sneaking around. One time, you had diarrhea and stayed in the dorm all day. Any suspicion should be on you, not Lan. And Sui Lan gave a thumbs up to both of them. She looked at An Xiao and said, Go ahead. Show your proof, so I can be convinced. And Xiao was stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, I can search you. I only have 3 yuan left, I have no more. Everyone was silent.
Fine. Search if you want.
But I remember last time Aunt Zhang took your 50 yuan. You said you had none, and Aunt Zhang even said she would deduct it using centimeters. So, where did your 3 yuan come from? Yang Xiujuan also remembered. Last time, she saw An Xiao applying snow cream from a new-looking bottle. An Xiao, did you buy that snow cream with our money? You said you had no money, yet you bought snow cream. Where did you get the money? And Xiao's eyes widened. How much money I have, I don't need to tell you. I bought it with my own money. It's none of your business. She turned and glared at An Sui Lan. I think you're just guilty. You definitely stole the money and hid it. You're deliberately spreading rumors about me.
An Sui Lan sợ mai phai ly.
Oh? I hid it? Then tell me, where did I hide it?
And Xiao.
This An Sui Lan was acting strangely. Why was she smiling so eerily? It was like she was waiting for her to fall into a trap. Something was wrong. Very wrong. And Xiao's eyes darted around. Where did you hide the stolen money? How would I know?
An Sui Lan chút cờ.
Haha, and Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, you were just cooking meat in my pot, right? Xiujuan and the others went to see me, and when they checked the money, it was short. That's when you panicked and hid the money, accusing me. If I'm right, did you dig a hole to hide it? And Xiao's face turned pale. She wondered how she knew. Hee, and Xiao, you are really so foolish. Look at your shoes. They're still covered with fresh mud. Upon hearing this, and Xiao immediately looked down at her shoes and indeed saw mud on them. Everyone else also saw it. And Sui Lan continued, My door is locked, so you can't get in. You probably buried the money outside my door. Your skills are really poor. Your mind is so stupid. Your lies are pointless and badly told. Yang Xiujuan and others immediately went to check out An Sui Lan's door. They found a freshly dug patch of ground. Captain, over here. The captain walked over and quickly dug out the money. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Captain, don't touch that money. Everyone gathered to look, and sure enough, there was money inside, and the soil was freshly disturbed. And Sui Lan smiled again. I was injured yesterday and went to the commune. I haven't had a chance to hide money these past 2 days. And this soil is new, so doesn't that prove my innocence? By now, most people believed she wasn't behind the trick. She then looked at Chunhua. Chunhua, you and Xiao, tell me, did you plant that money on the train by using your wallet to frame me? Isn't that similar to her methods? Chunhua didn't speak and hid behind Zhang Weigua. Don't say I'm wrong. You're both so stupid. You can't even do this right. Zhang Weigua didn't expect Chunhua to also frame Sui Lan on the train. Lilan, She glared. Chunhua, take care of your donkey.
Don't provoke me.
Pfft, ha ha ha, ha ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a young man from the village. An older woman explained, that description of an Jiqing fits quite well. Jiqing is just like Chunhua's donkey at work now. Even a donkey wouldn't be used like that. Getting involved with someone can be deadly. Zhang Weiguo's face turned bright red. He had long wanted to break up with Chunhua, but this woman kept pestering him. He saw a chance to get rid of her. Captain, I have something to tell you. The captain's eyes widened, about to tell him to shut up, as he hadn't figured out the situation yet, and someone else was causing trouble. But Zhang Weiguo thought this was a good opportunity, and didn't want to waste it. He immediately started speaking. Captain, I want to break up with comrade Chunhua. You all know the reasons. She's been oppressing me every day. When I don't work, she threatens to accuse me of misconduct. I'm afraid to mention it. Her personality is too extreme. Once she even hit me. I want to break up.
I'm scared.
I don't want to be with her. Everyone's faces changed when they saw Chunhua. Chunhua didn't expect Zhang Weiguo to suddenly say these words. Initially, they thought An Sui Lan was joking, but now they realized they might be the ones laughed at. She awkwardly smiled. Comrade Zhang, I disagree. Zhang Weiguo insisted. I am determined to break up. The cloth tickets, grain tickets, food, and money I gave you are compensation. I don't want them anymore. I give everything to you. I just want to end the relationship. If you don't agree, I will report you to the police. Nowadays, marriage freedom is valued, and this is for selling. After these incidents, he learned one thing. The police are very helpful. Captain, please be a witness. From today, Chunhua and I are officially breaking up. The captain waved his hand. Your personal matters are yours to solve. Zhang Weiguo immediately smiled. The captain understood that he wouldn't interfere or force anything. Comrade Chunhua, I hope you won't bother me anymore. Chunhua was stunned for a long time. She didn't expect that the person she finally convinced would be gone so easily. It's all because of that mean girl, An Sui Lan. She sneered. Good. But you better think carefully, whether she still wants you or not. Standing nearby, Song Cheng'an saw Zhang Weiguo's face turn colder. Sui, the money has been dug out. What do you want to do? Everyone knows that before we returned, and Xiao was eating pork. So, she must have pork fat on her hands. She hides her money quickly, but she doesn't want to wash her hands of the oil. There's definitely oil and meat smell on her. Song Cheng'an used a stick to pick out the money. Several women sniffed it and confirmed it smelled like meat. Aunt Lu smiled happily. Captain, there's a meat smell. It really is that little troublemakers. Yes, it's hers. The truth was revealed. And Sui Lan yawned. Captain, I leave the rest to you. The captain was furious. And Xiao, how stubborn can you be? Whoever's money it is, take it back. If you dare to steal or cheat again, you'll be sent to the cattle shed. Tonight, write a public apology and say sorry to them. The matter was resolved this way. What surprised An Sui Lan was Zhang Weiguo. She didn't expect him to dare to resist. Chunhua was once again angry at her. Shen Hualin came over to apologize and Ziking, I'm sorry. This meat was brought back by me for you, but I didn't store it properly. I'll compensate you. An Sui Lan waved her hand and said, no need to thank me for returning the meat. We still need to thank you for bringing it back for us. Song Cheng'an, I'll let my aunt cook this meat later. I don't know how to cook. Before Song Cheng'an could speak, Xiao Lu happily took the meat and left. CC and Li Mei walked over smiling.
Lan,
How did you figure out her tricks so quickly? An Sui Lan pushed her messy hair and looked proud. Of course, I am very smart. An Sui Lan didn't want to stay in the house anymore. Seeing Ai Xiao annoyed her. I'm hungry. I want to see if my aunt has finished cooking. I'll go too. Song Cheng'an shook his head. No, you can't. Your neighbor is still hurt. An Sui Lan begged. Just let me go. I really don't want to gain weight. I can go to your house. Isn't your room empty? I can just lie down there. Song Cheng'an sighed. All right, let's go. So, An Sui Lan, holding his arm, was carefully supported by the man. Everyone in the village watched with envy. Sun Suihong's eyes were already red. But Song Cheng'an seemed not to notice her, his eyes fixed on An Sui Lan. Is she really that good? As soon as they left the youth commune, Sun Suihong stopped them. Song Cheng'an coldly said, "Move aside." Sun Suihong's eyes filled with tears, her heart aching terribly. She cried out, "Brother Cheng'an, are you really so heartless? I've been following you since I was young, playing with you for over 10 years. Don't you have any feelings for me? Not even a little. Yusui, let's go." Sun Suihong was furious and resentful. She hated Song Cheng'an's coldness. She hated An Sui Lan for interfering. Watching their backs, she angrily shouted, "Song Cheng'an, do you think An Sui Lan really likes you? She only likes your position as factory director and your money. She doesn't truly like you at all." An Sui Lan stopped and looked back at Sun Suihong deeply. "I just like his money. He's happy about it. Do you believe that?" Song Cheng'an quickly added, "Yes, I'm honored that Yusui likes my money." Seeing the two holding hands and returning to the Song family, Sun Suihong was so jealous she almost went crazy. But she had no way to do anything. Lirhua saw them come back and smiled happily. "Lan Lan, sit there first. Dinner will be ready soon." Xiao Lu excitedly shouted from inside, "Boss, Aziking, my aunt's cooking is so delicious. Just watching in the kitchen made me so hungry."
An Sui Lan samai.
Then eat more later. A family sat together to eat dinner. Song Cheng'an wanted to feed her, but An Sui Lan refused, feeling shy with so many people watching. Song Baoping snorted quietly, holding back his words. Li Erhua placed a piece of meat into his bowl, reminding him that the reason he could eat meat was thanks to Lan Lan. Song Baoping finally held back his feelings. He obediently ate his food and meat. Everyone kept their eyes on their own plates, pretending not to see anything. Song Cheng'an fed her a spoonful of egg custard, but An Sui Lan insisted she wanted to eat herself. He didn't insist anymore. During this meal, he only ate a few bites, busy taking care of Sui Sui. And Sui Lan's bowl was full of vegetables. "I can't finish it, you eat it for me." "Okay." Song Cheng'an calmly ate the leftover food from her bowl. The others couldn't bear to watch. Especially He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei, who were very jealous. They wondered why their older brother was so caring and gentle to Anjiqing, even though they were all children of the same parents. Their own brother was a straightforward man who never spoke soft words. Seeing how tired their older brother looked with Anjiqing, they felt a bit jealous. They thought they should train him better in the future. Li Erhua just wanted to close her eyes while eating and block her ears. She had never seen her eldest son act like this. He was the director of a factory, but in front of Lan Lan, he turned into a soft little lamb. This couldn't go on. The team leader shook his head in frustration. There was no discipline at all. They'd be in trouble later. And Sui Lan listened to everyone talking and felt her ears buzzing. She poked Song Cheng'an's arm with her finger, but he seemed not to notice. Only Xiao Lu seemed used to it, showing no change. He quickly swung his chopsticks and focused on eating. After eating enough, An Sui Lan sat aside to play while waiting for Song Cheng'an to finish. When he was done, they would go back. Li Erhua got up and poured her a glass of water. "Lan Lan, drink some water. I added a little red sugar." He Zhaodi made a face, feeling that her mother-in-law was showing favoritism. They usually couldn't get red sugar water to drink. But Zhiheng always got to drink it when he visited. Although she also wanted to drink it, she didn't say anything. After Song Cheng'an finished eating, they headed together to Zhiheng's place. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Chunhua and Zhang Weigua fighting. Chunhua wanted to get back together, but Zhang Weigua refused. He was tired of Chunhua. His only wish was to reunite with An Sui Lan. With Chunhua, he was always bossing him around and making him do chores. And Sui Lan didn't want to get involved in their affairs and went straight back inside. Song Cheng'an also went inside together. And Xiao Qiao saw the two return and looked at them with a mean expression. This An Sui Lan really can't be killed. She returned to her dormitory, searched her bag for something, and wondered if giving it to Zhang Erlai would make things work. That coward Zhang Erlai had been talking for a long time, but was too afraid to act. Song Jiangwo was already useless, always around a widow, with no time to care about An Sui Lan. Thinking of this, she put the item into her pocket. When night fell, An Sui Lan entered the room, and Song Cheng'an asked if she wanted a bath. She blushed and nodded. Yes, I can do it myself. You can go now. They are still outside in the yard watching. I think they'll come back after it gets dark. Song Cheng'an nodded. Okay, I'll go back first. When it gets dark, I'll come again. I'll help you get the bath water later, and you must not do it yourself. And Sui Lan pushed him out. Got it. Can I lie down for a bit? After Song Cheng'an left, she thought for a moment and decided to go find Cici. Cici, have you finished your bath? Kong Cici shook her head. And Sui Lan smiled. Then later, give me some hot water. I'll wash myself. Okay. I'll boil a little more later. Kong Cici boiled water and brought a bucket directly to her, pouring it into her wooden tub. Lan Lan, do you want me to help you? And Sui Lan waved her hand. No need. I can do it myself. It's fine. You go wash now. She locked the door and went straight into her space. First washed her hair, then took a bath. Though it was slow, she still washed thoroughly and dried herself. After washing, she let her hair down and changed into a loose nightgown. She was very tired. She drank a lot of spiritual spring water, and she still wanted to use the spiritual spring on her wound, but thought it would be better to wait a couple of days. She didn't want her wound to heal too quickly and be noticed. Seeing that night fell, Song Cheng'an finished washing at home and arranged for Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, go sleep in the Jiyue room. Everything in his room has been cleaned. Tomorrow, we'll return to the city for half a day, and I'll come back in the afternoon. There was a meeting tomorrow morning, and in a few days, she had to go to the provincial capital for another meeting. She had originally planned to take Suisei with her to visit the provincial city, but she was injured again. She wasn't sure if she could still take her. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Suisei opened it. Suisei, have you finished your bath? She nodded. I asked Cici to help me. You just need to pour out the water. Song Cheng'an poured out the water and came back. He pressed her down to rest. Suisei, lie down and rest quickly. And Sui Lan's hair was still damp and draped over her shoulders. Song Cheng'an smelled a jasmine scent. Suisei, you smell so nice. He raised his large hand to touch her hair. It felt so nice, smooth, silky, and fragrant. He gently lay down beside her, pulling her into his arms, careful not to touch her other hand. Suisei, don't cook these days. Come to my place to eat. I have a meeting tomorrow morning, so I can only come back in the afternoon. And Sui Lan rested her head on his chest. Go ahead. I'm not working, I stay at home, every day. Song Cheng'an smiled, turned over, and gently patted her back. And Sui Lan chuckled softly. You're acting like a little kid. I don't need to coax you to sleep. Song Cheng'an said, You are a little kid, an 18-year-old kid. And Sui Lan pouted. Then how could you bear to do it? Song Cheng'an had no answer. Go to sleep. And Sui Lan's hand hurt, so she didn't sleep well that night. She rolled over, and Song Cheng'an woke up. Suisei, does your hand hurt? She nodded, rubbed her eyes, and said, I want some water. The man quickly lit a candle, poured a cup of hot water, and brought it to her lips. She took a few sips, shook her head, and said, I don't want it anymore. I'm too sleepy. Song Cheng'an held her and closed his eyes. She didn't sleep well, so he didn't dare sleep too deeply. At about 5 a.m, and Sui Lan woke up. Her hand was hurting terribly. Yesterday, she secretly drank a cup of spiritual spring water during her shower. Seeing her wake up, Song Cheng'an turned to face her, wrapped his large arm around her waist. It's only 5 o'clock. Sleep a little longer. The more you sleep, the faster you'll recover. And Sui Lan shook her head. I can't sleep anymore. It's too uncomfortable. This bed is too small. When the house is built, you can move into the new place. And Sui Lan waved her hand. I won't go. There are too many people in the yard, and someone talks to me. If I move there alone, it'll be too boring. Song Cheng'an thought about it. Living here, despite some annoying people, was safer because there were many people around, and he was often away. I have to go now. I'll come back this afternoon to see you. And Sui Lan nodded, poking his chest with her small hand. Song Cheng'an caught her mischievous hand. Don't try to tease me. If I tease you, don't cry. And Sui Lan rolled her eyes. Try teasing me and see what happens. She was just waiting for him. He just wasn't strong enough. He pinched her face and got up directly. He didn't reply at all. And Sui Lan felt disappointed inside.
She just wanted to eat some meat.
Why was it so hard? This was overthinking too much, wasn't it? Had she really never met a man like this before? No matter how much she tried to flirt, he just wouldn't fall for it. That was really impressive patience. Most people couldn't do that. She was a bit impressed by Song Cheng'an's patience. No wonder he could become a factory director at a young age and then be promoted to secretary.
Sigh.
She got out of bed and reached out to grab his clothes. Song Cheng'an, just kiss me before you leave. Song Cheng'an smiled helplessly. He held her head and kissed her gently on her smooth, white forehead. His voice was so soft it was almost unbelievable. Wei, be good. And Sui Lan watched his hurried back walk away and sighed. She was truly drunk. She shook her head and lay back down on the bed to sleep again. Hua came once in the morning, but she was still asleep and she didn't call her. She brought breakfast and left. She would cook for her when she woke up. Last night, and Xiao made a self-criticism and took some powder to find Zhang Erlai. She wanted Zhang Erlai to give An Sui Lan some medicine. But now her arm was injured, so she couldn't go up the mountain, which meant she had no chance. However, yesterday, An Xiao said she would do her best to get all the educated youth to leave, leaving only An Sui Lan behind. Since she was injured, no one was at the educated youth station, only her. Even if she wanted to ask for help, she couldn't. It would be easy to handle then. Zhang Erlai was very fond of An Sui Lan. He had already convinced his older brother. He planned to ask his brother for help, and the two of them would handle it easily. It would be perfect if they could have a relationship at the educated youth station. But the only problem was tricking everyone out so they could have a chance to act. So, An Xiao got up very early today to observe and look for an opportunity to deal with An Sui Lan. Zhang Weigua, who had just broken up with Manhwa, was in a good mood. He wanted to reconcile with An Sui Lan. After breakfast, he dressed up in his white shirt and black pants, combed his hair neatly, and knocked on her door. An Sui Lan was still asleep and annoyed by the disturbance. She raised her voice irritably and asked outside, "Who is it?" Zhang Weigua nervously rubbed his hands, while Manhwa watched from nearby, furious. That An Sui Lan was eating from the pot and looking into the bowl, occupying Song Cheng'an and thinking about Zhang Weigua, with two followers behind her, Shen Hualin and Li Kong. Why did she get to have all the good things? But they had already broken up, and she couldn't cling to him anymore. Now, compared to someone excellent, Zhang Weigua seemed like trash. Even the young Liu, who drove a car, was 1,000 times better than him. Zhang Weigua nervously answered, "Lala, it's me." And Sui Lan was very annoyed. This Zhang Weigua was really persistent. He was even more disgusting than An Xiao. She angrily shouted outside, "Disturbing my sleep. Do you have any reason? Get lost." Zhang Weigua. Is Kong Cici coming out? Why is Lan so bold? She dares to say anything. Zhang Weigua awkwardly looked at Kong Cici, forcing a shy smile. He knocked twice more. Lan, I have something to say to you." And Sui Lan quickly put on her clothes and tidied her hair. She opened the door. "Spit it out. Hurry up. No time to waste with you." She didn't know why, but whenever she heard Zhang Weigua talking to her, she felt angry. She just couldn't control it. This useless man. Why is he so annoying? Zhang Weigua forced a faint smile. Lan, I am clean now. Can you give me another chance? Before, we almost got engaged. Can't you give me one more chance now? And Sui Lan rolled her eyes, flicked her wrist, and really wanted to hit someone. Zhang Weigua, can you have some shame? How many times do I have to say it? No means no. There's no future for us. Please don't come to find me anymore. Zhang Weiguo still wanted to argue, but we already broke up with her.
Why?
An Sui Lan clenched her fists and punched Zhang Weiguo in the face. Zhang Weiguo covered half his face, grimacing in pain. An Sui Lan sneered, "Get lost." She turned around and slammed the door shut. Zhang Weiguo stood in front of the door for a long time, always wondering why An Sui Lan had changed so much. Chunhua snorted coldly, mocking him. "You left me just for her? You overestimate yourself. Do you think she would look at you? Her partner is the factory director. What do you have? Just a poor young man from the countryside. Stop dreaming. Think about how to fill your stomach first." Zhang Weiguo ignored her. An Sui Lan returned to her room, washed up, and let her hair hang loose since she couldn't do anything with it. But her hair was smooth and long, and it looked good even when loose. Hua brought in the food, and Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Was this girl eating so well? Egg cake, corn porridge, stir-fried vegetables, and even white bread? Such waste. She was really lucky. She needed Zhang Erlai to act quickly. An Sui Lan ate half a piece of bread, finished the egg custard, and ate quite a bit of vegetables, but only drank half a bowl of corn porridge. She still felt full. Hua kept saying she ate too little. Lan, you need to eat more so your wounds can heal faster.
An Sui Lan not dead. Murmur.
I have eaten quite a lot. Hua tidied up the dishes. Go play by yourself. Rest more. I'll go home first and wash the bowls. Chengzi said he'll be back this afternoon. And Sui Lan wandered around the courtyard at the youth station. Kong Cici and Yang Limei also came out. Lan, we're going to wash clothes. Do you want to come? And Sui Lan shook her head. I'm not going. You two go quickly and come back soon. The two of them left with their dirty clothes. If they didn't wash in the river, they'd have to carry water to wash clothes, which uses a lot of water. Most people in the Cheng'an brigade washed clothes in the river. At this time, a few women were washing clothes and chatting. And Xiao Xiao's eyes moved, and she wanted to follow. And Sui Lan quickly stopped her, feeling instinctively that Xiao Xiao had bad intentions. She was afraid that she might try to interfere with Cici and Limei. And Xiao Xiao. Stop right there. And Xiao Xiao turned her face to look at her. What? Do you want to hit me again?
An Sui Lan sir.
You stole my meat, and also Cici's and Limei's. How do you plan to pay us back? And Xiao Xiao turned around and glared. I already apologized in front of everyone last night. What more do you want? Last night, she had apologized and admitted her mistakes in front of so many people. It was embarrassing. Now, everyone in the Cheng'an brigade said she was malicious. Was she malicious? She didn't think so. She just wanted to get her money back, but no one was willing to help her. And Sui Lan, that wicked girl, even when she was hurt, she still wanted to cause trouble for her. She was waiting for Zhang Erlai to deal with her, so she'd have a good life. And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow. And Xiao Xiao was about to cause trouble again. Why did Zhang Erlai listen to her so much? Zhang Erlai was such a weakling. She didn't take him seriously at all. Come on. If she had the guts, she should come. Let's see who ends up losing out. And Xiao Xiao wanted to leave, but An Sui Lan wouldn't let her go. She was afraid she'd plot against Limei and Cici. When they returned, An Sui Lan immediately stepped aside. All right, you can go now. And Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, looked at her, then finally relaxed her grip. She snorted coldly and walked away quickly. She had originally planned to push the two into the river. She had eaten at the Song family's place at noon. Hua specially steamed rice, braised pork, and other dishes for her. Every dish was delicious. Aunt Lee's cooking was truly excellent. After eating, she returned from the Song family. She locked the door and went straight into her space. When she took off the gauze, she saw her arm. The wound looked worse the more she looked. She couldn't bear to look at her hand. This technique was really terrible. She took some spiritual spring water and gently wiped her wound, then wrapped it with gauze. She left the dressing change to Song Cheng'an, as she couldn't do it herself. After leaving the space, She lay on the bed for a nap. Just as she was about to fall asleep, there was a knock at the door. She irritably opened the door, and Song Cheng'an was standing outside, carrying several things. "You're back?" Song Cheng'an nodded naturally and walked into the room. "I bought some snacks and snow cream for you." And Sui Lan smiled, grabbed his arm, and asked him to sit down. "I still haven't finished the snacks I have, so next time you come back, don't buy more." Song Cheng'an nodded and took out a tube of ointment from his pocket. "I had someone prepare a scar-removing ointment. Once your wound heals, apply it once a day, and the scar will gradually fade." "Yes, Chengzi, thank you." Song Cheng'an patted her head.
Go to sleep.
"I'll check on things, and won't go up the mountain tonight." "Okay." Song Cheng'an strode away. Since it was daytime, he stayed here for a while, which wasn't good for the young girl's reputation. He turned and headed home. And Sui Lan looked at the ointment, opened it, and sniffed. This man really has skills. He used good ingredients inside. She put down the items, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes to sleep. She slept until 4 p.m. After returning, Song Cheng'an first went to the youth commune point, and then headed home.
Once home, he went straight up the mountain.
A group of people was waiting for him at the mountain entrance. They avoided the crowd and took a walk around the mountain. They found the usual spots where wild boars often appeared and kept watch there. It was around 4 p.m. before the wild boars started coming out to forage. Song Cheng'an raised his knife and struck, one wild boar per strike. From late afternoon until 7 p.m., they caught quite a few wild boars. He was responsible for hunting, and they handled selling. They caught about 20 wild boars. At nightfall, the trucks were waiting at the village entrance. A dozen men carried each wild boar down the mountain and headed straight to the meat processing plant. After washing up, Song Cheng'an went home. Xiao Lu had driven him back today and left after dropping him off. He would come to pick him up early tomorrow morning. After cleaning up and changing into clean clothes, he went to the youth commune to call Xiao Yadu over for dinner. And Sui Lan had already gotten up and was sitting at the door talking with Kong Sisi and Yang Limei. They usually didn't have many entertainment options, at most just chatting and gossiping. Seeing Song Cheng'an arrive, Kong Sisi poked in Sui Lan's knee. "Lan Lan, your man is here." And Sui Lan's face turned red. She turned around and saw the man walking toward her. Sui, Mom has prepared dinner. Let's go." Sui Lan nodded, locked the door, and the two went to eat dinner at the back. After finishing the meal, they returned together. Today, the Song family's dinner was a bit late, and it was already dark outside. The night was very dark. The two entered the room, and Song Cheng'an lit a candle. "Sui, do you want to take a bath?" Sui Lan shook her head. "No, I already took a bath around 5 o'clock." Song Cheng'an nodded and asked again, "What about your dirty clothes?" "I'll wash them." She quickly shook her head.
No.
"I asked Sisi to help me wash them. They're dried and put away." "Good. I'll change your dressing first." Sui Lan stretched out her arm. Although she had wiped her wound with spiritual spring water, it still hurt a little. Before coming back, she brought iodine from the hospital. The doctor told her to apply it twice a day. At this time, hospitals mostly used cotton balls sparingly, often replacing them with small bundles of cotton. Song Cheng'an gently wiped her wound with a cotton ball and carefully applied medicine. He asked her cautiously, "Sui, does it hurt?" Sui Lan shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt." Song Cheng'an threw away the cotton ball and gently ruffled her hair. "Yes, Sui, you're so brave." Sui Lan rolled her eyes. "You're just coaxing a 3-year-old. Do you want another piece of candy so I won't cry?" Song Cheng'an chuckled softly. "No." Sui Lan pointed at the kettle. "I want to drink water." Song Cheng'an bent down and poured her a glass of water. Sui only took 2 sips and then handed it back to him. "I'm done drinking. You can drink it." The water was boiled with spiritual spring water in the space, so he should drink more to stay healthy. He works so hard every day he's exhausted. Song Cheng'an drank it all in one gulp. Just as he lay down on the bed, Sui Lan came over. He reached out with a big hand and pulled her close, resting her head on his chest. His voice was muffled. "Are you leaving early tomorrow?" He gently stroked her face with his large hand. Yes, US way. Or maybe you should stay at home. My room is empty, so your mother can take care of you. I really don't feel comfortable if you're here alone.
Zushu Lan's my.
Don't worry. In a few days, my hand will be better and I won't need to move back and forth. Your aunt brings me meals every day and I don't need to cook. Okay. As long as I'm not busy, I'll come back. An Sui Lan leaned her whole body on him and Song Cheng'an gently patted her back. Before long, she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, An Sui Lan's stomach suddenly hurt badly. She clutched her belly, her face pale, and suddenly remembered that the original owner hadn't had her period yet. Maybe it was her first time, so her stomach hurt. Song Cheng'an lit a candle, held her and looked worried. Saze, what's wrong? And Sui Lan suddenly remembered she hadn't prepared any sanitary pads. They didn't even have regular menstrual belts. Oh no. Her face looked worse. I have a stomach ache. The man held her quickly and hurriedly got out of bed. Let's go to the hospital. And Sui Lan grabbed his arm. No, it's not necessary. She couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she tell a man she was on her period and that's why her stomach hurt? What should she say? She felt overwhelmed. She sensed a hot flow beneath her, and it was over. Song Cheng'an felt his hand sticky and clammy. And Sui Lan blushed and stammered, Song Cheng'an, I'm on my period. I don't have any pads. What should I do? She didn't want to reveal her situation now. Before marriage, everything was uncertain. Song Cheng'an's face turned bright red to his neck. Even his ears blushed. He put her down and looked at the blood on his hand. He felt completely embarrassed. What should we do? Saze, what do you need? And Sui Lan clenched her teeth and said firmly, pads. But I don't have any. Song Cheng'an thought for a moment and tried to comfort her. Wait for me. I'll ask at home. And Sui Lan closed her eyes, and her skirt was stained red too. Song Cheng'an went home and knocked on his mother's door. Lier Hua was surprised. Why are you awake so late? What are you doing? Song Cheng'an felt unusually nervous. Mom, Saze is bleeding. She needs something. Lier Hua was startled. Her wound opened? Then take her to the hospital quickly. There's no point in asking me. Come on, let's go. Song Cheng'an. Mom, it's not a wound. It's her period. She doesn't have any pads. Lier Hua. Her expression almost cracked. She took a moment to react and finally understood what her son was saying. Although she was a bit confused, was Saze really coming to see him in the middle of the night? She didn't look like it. Could it be that the child wasn't even sleeping at home? She's quite old now and has long gone through menopause, so she doesn't have any pads. She had to ask her daughter-in-law for a few new ones and handed them to him. Oldest son, are you sleeping at the Deepening station? Song Cheng'an's face turned red, and he quickly denied, no. He felt the thing in his hand was very hot. He ran back quickly to the Deepening station. Saze, here. Do you want me to help you? And Sui Lan glared at him. You go out first. She chased the man out of the house, changed her clothes inside, hid her period supplies, and secretly used a sanitary pad. She refused to use that thing. But there was no way to hide the dirty clothes. She finished changing and called him in. Song Cheng'an was about to wash her clothes. She didn't allow it. No need, I'll wash them myself tomorrow. Your hand is hurt. I'll help you wash them. Anyway, we're going to get married someday.
An Sui Lan. Fine.
She lay on the bed pretending to be dead, acting as if she didn't hear him washing the clothes. As he scrubbed, her hand felt painfully hot. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, now clear and bright. He washed the clothes thoroughly, wrung out the water, and hung them on the towel rack inside the house. But that small shirt looked way too tiny. How did she manage to wear it? And Sui Lan secretly looked at him and saw that he was actually examining her underwear. Her face turned red again. She shouted at him angrily, Song Cheng'an, are you still sleeping or not? Okay. I'll come now. She turned over and hugged him, muttering, really, it's so hard for you, the secretary, to help me wash my clothes. Song Cheng'an smiled. No matter how high my rank is, I'm still your boyfriend. In the future, I'll be your husband. It's right for me to wash your clothes. Aren't you afraid others will find out and laugh at you? Song Cheng'an hugged her close and said, who would laugh? I'm just washing clothes for my wife. No one will say anything. An Sui Lan pinched his waist with her small hand. Go away, who's your wife? They kept talking until they both gradually fell asleep. When she woke up, the man was already washing up. Seeing she was awake, he bent down and picked her up. I have to go now. You lock the door, he said.
An Sui Lan not dead.
He put her down, leaned in, and kissed her on the forehead. I'm leaving. Lock the door. If he didn't leave now, it would be daylight soon. She watched him walk away slowly, then closed the door and lay back on the bed. He had been there every day these past 2 days. When he suddenly wasn't, she felt like she couldn't sleep anymore. So she decided not to sleep and got up to read and do exercises. She hadn't read much of the high school textbooks. After half an hour, the young people at the youth station started to get up one after another. The yard became lively. Shen Hualin and Li Kong got up early, cooked some porridge, and fried some shredded potatoes. Seeing An Sui Lan wake up, Shen Hualin went over and smiled. And Jiqing, we made breakfast. Want to eat together? She shook her head, no need. I'll go to the Song family to eat later. Shen Hualin stopped talking and quietly returned to his stove. An Sui Lan stretched lazily, carrying a pound of egg cakes and a pound of brown sugar, heading to the Song family. She couldn't just eat. She also needed to bring some things. As she left the youth camp gate, Zhang Erlai approached her. He smiled and asked, and Jiqing, where are you going? And Sui Lan didn't want to bother with him and turned to walk away. But Zhang Erlai suddenly grabbed her arm. Her face changed, and she kicked him. She aimed a kick at his most sensitive area. Luckily, he dodged quickly, otherwise, he might have been seriously hurt. You, how dare you kick me? Zhang Erlai looked at her injured hand and thought about punishing her right there. He was over 30, single, and every night he dreamed of women so much he almost went crazy. He couldn't even look at the village's old sow without feeling overwhelmed. Just then, Shen Hualin and Li Kong heard voices outside. They exchanged glances and went outside together. Zhang Erlai reached out to grab An Sui Lan again. Shen Hualin's eyes widened with anger. He ran over like a flash and kicked Zhang Erlai far away. He nervously looked at An Sui Lan. Are you okay? An Sui Lan shook her head, feeling speechless. What was his expression? Don't forget, he was capable of killing wild boars. Why did his eyes look like he was looking at a useless person? If you didn't come, I could handle him myself. Zhang Erlai got up, pointing his finger at An Sui Lan. You good for nothing. You secretly found so many lovers, and these 2 guys are probably part of your plan. You really are a worthless person. After several confrontations, he couldn't forget how pretty and fiery-tempered An Sui Lan was. She had become his obsession. Seeing her tangled with other men made him want to hurt her badly. An Sui Lan really wanted to hurt him back. If she had a gun, she'd shoot Zhang Erlai right now. At this moment, An Xiao Xiao came over with a big smile. Second sister, you really are something. How do you make all these men turn against others because of you? An Sui Lan glared at her. And Xiao Xiao, why is your mouth so foul? Didn't you brush your teeth this morning? Or did you eat in the bathroom after waking up? And Xiao Xiao's face reddened. She hadn't brushed her teeth because she woke up late. If she didn't eat first, her food would be taken and she'd go hungry. So she ate without brushing, and after eating, she didn't want to brush again. How did this worthless person know all that? And Sui Lan didn't hesitate. She went back inside and grabbed a whip. These people are really so annoying. She swung the whip and started hitting Zhang Erlai. And Xiao Xiao was startled. She had tasted that whip before. Zhang Erlai was whipped twice and was in pain, thrashing around. And Sui Lan snorted coldly. It seems she can't be without her whip in the future. She doesn't want anyone to be so blind as to come and provoke her every day. After whipping Zhang Erlai, she looked at Shen Hualin. He was helping her after all, so she shouldn't be ungrateful. Shen Jiqing, Li Jiqing, Thank you both today. After speaking, she turned and headed toward the Song family. Shen Hualin watched her back and muttered, "She really is heartless." Li Kong smiled. "Brother Lin, what are you thinking? If she was playing both sides, would you still like her?" Shen Hualin didn't reply. "Let's go home and eat." When An Sui Lan arrived at the Song family, Li Erhua was just about to bring her food. She put down her things and said with a smile, "Auntie, you don't need to bring me food. I'll come and eat by myself from now on." She felt a bit embarrassed for Li Auntie to bring her meals every day. And honestly, Li Auntie was really a kind neighbor in the village. She never scolded her daughters-in-law, and both daughters-in-law seemed to have never been wronged. After 30 years of being a daughter-in-law, not many women suffered at their mother-in-law's hands or were scolded. Li Auntie was kind and good-looking, but her temper was a bit soft. Li Erhua smiled. "It's okay. You got hurt, and I haven't had a chance to help yet. Sit down." They all went to the back. "The house is almost finished. Later, you can go see what kind of furniture they plan to make, and your uncle will ask Zhang the Lame to order it."
An Sui Lan note that. Okay.
After eating, the two of them went to the back. Since the house started being built, she hadn't really paid much attention. This was her first time seeing it. The house was mostly finished. Only the interior walls needed painting. Once the furniture was ready and the bed was set up, she could move in. She was very satisfied. The brick house looked warm in winter and cool in summer. After looking at the house, she returned to the Jiqing camp. Cici and Li Mei wanted to gather firewood, but An Sui Lan's arm was injured, so she couldn't go. She told her to be careful in the dormitory. When An Xiao saw her return and noticed everyone at the Jiqing camp had gone up the mountain to gather firewood, she saw a good opportunity. She immediately left the camp and went straight to find Zhang Erlai. "Today is a good chance. You should act now. Everyone at the camp has gone up the mountain, and she's alone." Zhang Erlai was startled and took out the package of medicine that An Xiao had given her, showing a determined look in her eyes.
An Sui Lan.
Zhang Erlai decided she was going to settle this. "Okay, I'll call my older brother, and we'll work together to handle her." Zhang Erlai turned around and went to call Zhang Dalai to join him. The two quietly sneaked off to the youth camp. And Sui Lan was inside reading a book and doing exercises. During the day, she hadn't closed the door. Unexpectedly, Zhang Erlai suddenly burst in. And Sui Lan's face turned cold as she took out pepper spray and aimed it at him. Zhang Erlai covered his eyes in pain and wanted to roll on the ground. Then Zhang Dalai rushed in too. They repeated their old trick, both covering their eyes. And Sui Lan swung her whip and lashed at them. They were so scared they scrambled to run away. And Sui Lan stepped out and kept whipping at them.
"Tell me,
didn't Xiao send you?" Zhang Erlai yelled loudly in pain.
"How dare you hit me?"
"Big brother, come quick. I'll let you go first." Zhang Dalai went crazy and charged forward. He usually slept all day at home and had never seen An Sui Lan before. Today was his first time. He didn't expect her to be so pretty. No wonder his younger brother liked her so much. But as An Sui Lan swung her whip, he couldn't get close at all. They cursed and ran away in a panic. So annoying. And Xiao. She's really asking for trouble. An hour later, and Xiao returned, wanting to see how badly An Sui Lan had been mistreated. But she only saw An Sui Lan sitting calmly in the house reading a book. She was about to lose her mind. How could she be so capable? The next day, after getting up, and Xiao went to the commune, claiming she needed to buy something. By noon, she returned and hurriedly went to find Zhang Erlai again. Half an hour later, and Xiao happily went up the mountain to gather firewood. That night, under the cover of darkness and wind, the youth camp was dimly lit, everyone asleep. And Sui Lan was also sleeping soundly. And Xiao quietly opened the door and went to stand under An Sui Lan's window. Zhang Erlai had already been waiting nearby for a long time. They exchanged a signal, and Xiao struck a match, lighting a scented stick, and slipped it through the window into the room. As An Sui Lan slept, she suddenly felt very hot, and sat up to fan herself. She sniffed and realized something was wrong. It was love potion. And Xiao Xiao was up to her tricks again. How dare she drug her? Humph. She turned around and entered her space, drinking a cup of spiritual spring water. The intense heat disappeared. She watched everything inside the space. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Erlai came in and immediately threw himself onto the bed. Baby, you must be dying to have fun. I'll make sure you enjoy it soon. And Sui Lan suddenly appeared on the bed, gasping. Who are you? Zhang Erlai was so excited by her voice that he felt numb all over. Her face was so beautiful that even her voice made people feel weak with desire. And Sui Lan flipped her wrist, revealing a black pill in her hand. She reached out, grabbed Zhang Erlai's chin, and directly threw the pill into his mouth. The effect was strong. Zhang Erlai felt his whole body heating up rapidly. And Sui Lan opened the door, and An Xiao Xiao was waiting outside. But when she saw it was An Sui Lan coming out, she panicked. Why you? How did you come out? And Sui Lan stepped closer and grabbed her collar. Before she could speak, a pill was stuffed into her mouth. And Xiao Xiao, you're asking for trouble yourself. I didn't want to go this far, but you just wouldn't behave. She had given both of them stronger doses of medicine. Almost instantly, they lost consciousness, leaving only instinctual desire. Watching the two embrace, she snorted coldly and turned back into the house. Let them face the consequences later. She felt a bit helpless. These two were sleeping so deeply. She had to go back inside and knock on the wall to wake Kong Cici. Kong Cici was indeed awake. When she heard the noise outside, she opened the door and screamed loudly. Her scream drew everyone out. Seeing this scene, the girls all covered their eyes. Hurry up and call the squad leader. These two are too crazy. They're doing this right in the yard. Neither of them was fully awake, so no one paid much attention to them. Only Manhwa kept staring at An Sui Lan's door, feeling sure it was related to her. And Sui Lan yawned and came out. What's all the noise about? Kong Cici quickly grabbed her. Lan Lan, look at how disgusting they are. And Sui Lan was stunned. She was speechless. Her reaction was just right. Manhwa dismissed her suspicions. The squad leader and many villagers had arrived. Everyone hurried away quickly when they saw what was happening. The squad leader's house was in the middle of the village. Two men called for the squad leader and also went to call Aunt Zhang. Soon, many people gathered, all holding flashlights. The squad leader looked very upset. It was late at night, and they were causing trouble again. These young people really couldn't sit still. The villagers discussed loudly. These two are so disgusting. I've seen An Xiao Xiao visit Zhang Erlai many times before. And Xiao Xiao's tastes are really strange. I actually like Zhang Erlai, but I might as well marry my son instead.
Dream on.
He has a strong taste, and your son definitely wouldn't be interested. Look at her skin, so bright and glowing. Her face isn't white, but her is quite fair. Married men's eyes widened in amazement. His wife grabbed his ear.
Li Da Xuan.
If you keep staring, I'll pluck out your eyes. Zhang Ergo.
Go home now.
Some habits are hard to change. Unmarried men, of course, blushed and looked nervous, their faces hot. The team leader was very angry. These two were just too shameless. So many people had come, and they still didn't stop. TSK, Zhang Erlai is ugly, but he's been around for a long time. Mocking words echoed in the courtyard of the youth station. The team leader shouted angrily, "Bring a bucket of water and splash them awake." At that moment, Aunt Zhang and Zhang Erlai arrived. As soon as she entered the yard, she exclaimed, "Oh my son has grown up. Now he has a daughter-in-law." She didn't care who her son married, as long as she was a woman. Her second son was capable, married a city youth, the first in their village. This made her proud for a whole year. Though her son was ugly, his wife was beautiful. Someone brought 2 buckets of cold water and poured them over them. And Xiao Xiao slowly woke up. Seeing Zhang Erlai still lying on her, she screamed loudly. Seeing so many people around again, She turned and saw An Sui Lan looking at her with a half-smile. She tilted her head and fainted. An Sui Lan lazily smirked. So boring. They really wanted to die. The team leader's angry shout came. Get dressed in 2 minutes, then we'll see what to do about this. But An Xiao had already fainted. Someone brought 2 more buckets of water and poured them over her. She couldn't even faint if she wanted to. They put on their clothes. The team leader said angrily, doing this in front of everyone, "Are you trying to go to the pigsty?" And Xiao shook her head repeatedly. She knelt at the team leader's feet, crying and explaining, "Leader, I was set up. I would never look at Zhang Erlai. Leader, I don't want to go to the pigsty, and I don't want anything to do with Zhang Erlai." The team leader disdainfully kicked her away. Then he turned to ask Zhang Erlai, "What do you say?" Zhang Erlai chuckled, feeling the thrill from earlier still lingering. "Leader, we truly want to be together. I want to marry her." And Xiao wanted to hit him, but she kept shaking her head. "Captain, he's lying. I don't want to marry him. I have nothing to do with him." "Humph. Nothing? Nothing? Did you sleep with him? If I say I have nothing to do with him, do you believe that?" And Xiao choked and turned to look at An Sui Lan. "Second sister, please help me. I don't want to marry him." And Sui Lan pursed her lips. "I'm not your second sister. I can't control your affairs." And Xiao broke down. She had no other way. She just wanted to trick An Sui Lan. She definitely didn't want to marry Zhang Erlai. She never thought she would get involved with Zhang Erlai like this. Suddenly, she angrily shouted, "Captain, it was my second sister who drugged us. She's the one who hurt me." The captain looked at An Sui Lan. "Why would she hurt you? In the middle of the night? Why aren't you sleeping but hanging out in the yard of the youth camp?" "Exactly. Why are you hanging out in the yard? Shouldn't such things be kept secret so no one finds out? Or are you seeking excitement? Doing it on purpose?" And Sui Lan almost clapped for Lu Auntie.
She spoke so well.
And Xiao couldn't find a reason. She couldn't say she was planning to trick An Sui Lan and then get tricked herself. And Sui Lan sneered and bent down to grab her chin. "And Xiao, have you already forgotten what happened at the steel factory's family compound? One method, failed once, and you still want to try a second time? I'm about to cry from how stupid you are." And Xiao. She wished she could slap herself. Yes. How could she be so stupid? She grabbed An Sui Lan's pant leg. "Second sister, please help me. I know I was wrong.
I won't dare again. Please save me."
"I don't want to marry him." And Sui Lan kicked her. "Can't help. You brought this on yourself." And Xiao broke down and cried loudly. "Captain, I'm willing to go to the cattle shed. I don't want to marry." If she went to the cattle shed, she could come out after a while. But if she married him, it would really be over. Zhang Erlai glared at her angrily, feeling his dignity was insulted. He would rather go to the cattle shed than marry her. "Trash. You slept with me, but don't want to marry me. I'll kill you." He slapped her, and her face swelled up. "Trash, I haven't even disliked your dirt, yet you still look down on me. Why did you provoke me? Not marrying, but still marrying. Marry tomorrow." The captain glared at An Sui Lan. Others didn't know, but he heard their conversation clearly. It's probably related to this girl. But even if it is, she might become his daughter-in-law in the future. So he must protect her. He waved his hand. "Stop. Both of you are immoral, engaging in inappropriate relationships. But you're both unmarried, and since you are in love, just get married. Otherwise, you both will be considered criminals, and I will report you to the police. Then you'll see the consequences." And Xiao said nothing. Someone already started congratulating Aunt Zhang. "Old Zhang, congratulations. You're finally going to marry your daughter-in-law." Aunt Zhang smiled happily, unable to hide her joy. She excitedly rubbed her hands and asked the team leader, "Team leader, since it's settled, when do you think is the best time for them to get married?" "I need to prepare." The team leader nodded. "Tomorrow. They will get married tomorrow. No need to ruin the reputation of Qingshan Brigade. All right, everyone, disperse and go back." After everyone left, the team leader passed by An Sui Lan's door, looked at her twice and warned her, Stay out of trouble from now on. An Sui Lan smiled and nodded. Got it. I won't cause trouble anymore.
Sigh.
The team leader shook his head and walked away. This girl. Really someone who doesn't suffer losses. Once everyone was gone, and Xiao Xiao looked at An Sui Lan with a gaze full of anger, almost as if she wanted to eat her. Vile woman. You wicked woman. I curse you to have a miserable life. An Sui Lan slammed the door shut with a bang, not wanting to bother with her crazy person. Today, she felt very happy to have dealt with An Xiao Xiao, who was a troublemaker. The next morning, Aunt Zhang came to deliver the bride price, but it was only 5 yuan. And Xiao Xiao threw the money out in front of everyone. Aunt Zhang initially wanted to save face, thinking that since she was from the city and a young woman, her son would marry her, so she should show some respect. But she was completely ignored. She snorted coldly and cursed. A wicked woman who seduces my son. Do you think I want my son to marry you? You clearly are a troublemaker. And Xiao Xiao's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. But this time, no one was there to support her. Today, no young people from the youth point went up the mountain, waiting to see the show. The team leader and the Song family also arrived. Aunt Zhang immediately shouted at the team leader, and Xiao Xiao refuses to get in the car. The team leader waved his hand, and several women helped in Xiao Xiao onto the cart. Doing such things, unless you get married, you have no other reason. Otherwise, you'll be sent back. Several older women were holding her back, not letting her move. Zhang Erlai was dressed in clean clothes, rarely washing his hair, and came happily to marry his bride. He was pushing ahead. Aunt Zhang playfully threw a little fruit candy, which made her feel very sad. Some villagers managed to grab candies, while others did not. Those who got candies took them home to share with their children. Many people followed to make noise at Zhang's house for the wedding night. And Xiao Xiao was close to tears. How could a bride be like her? No new clothes, no bride price, nothing at all. She married just like that. Now she regrets it. If she had known it would ruin her, she wouldn't have planned against An Sui Lan. Today, Zhang's family was lively, with a few tables set up temporarily. Though not fancy, it was enough. The village chief and some respected elders were invited to eat. As soon as An Xiao Xiao entered Zhang's house, she wanted to plan her escape. She couldn't stay here. Living here forever would ruin her. She wanted to write a letter to her mother, asking her to find a way to rescue her. She found paper and a pen, quickly wrote a letter, and put it in her pocket. Just then, Zhang Dailai came in. He stood at the door, staring fixedly at An Xiao Xiao. Her face was very pale, skin delicate, looking very lovable. Little sister-in-law, you look so beautiful. And Xiao Xiao forced a shy smile. Zhang Dailai saw her and immediately looked at his older brother and his wife, exchanging glances. A sudden anger rose in his chest. Brother, what are you doing? This is my wife. If you want her, marry her yourself. Zhang Dailai turned and left. Zhang Erlai entered the room, hugged An Xiao Xiao, and was about to do something intimate. And Xiao Xiao refused. No, not now, wait until tonight. She felt like vomiting. Zhang Dailai was just too ugly. Zhang Dailai kissed her on the face and warned her, stay away from my older brother, understand? And Xiao Xiao nodded. Zhang Dailai happily went outside to serve her a lot of food, still hoping she would give him a big, fat baby. And Sui Lan, Kong Cici, and Yang Li Mei were making delicious food at the youth station. Each took out their best dishes, with Li Mei helping and Cici cooking. They enjoyed a satisfying lunch. And Sui Lan was very happy with this kind of life. She went back to her room to read and do homework. Days passed like this, without anyone bothering them, and it felt very comfortable. But the past few days hadn't been good for An Xiao Xiao. Zhang Dailai demanded endlessly every night. Aunt Zhang kept urging her to have a grandson. Zhang Dailai looked at her with those sticky, gooey eyes every day. She wanted to escape from his control, but had no way to do so. She originally planned to send a letter at the commune, but Zhang Erlai wouldn't let her go. He kept pressing her down on the bed every day. Whether day or night, it seemed like he wanted to make up for the years he had missed. One day, Zhang Erlai finally satisfied his desire. Aunt Zhang called him to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Hurry up. Maybe your wife is pregnant. If you don't gather firewood quickly, you'll freeze to death when it gets cold. The two went up the mountain to collect wood, but Zhang Dailai was nowhere to be seen. And Xiao Xiao finally took a deep breath. She was washing clothes in the yard. Just then, Zhang Dailai returned. He immediately saw his sister-in-law washing clothes, her body bent, revealing a bit of her fair waist. His gaze darkened slightly, and Xiao Xiao saw him come back and greeted him. "Big brother, you're back." "Mother and Dailai went up the mountain." Zhang Dailai nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. My brother has made you suffer a lot." And Xiao Xiao shook her head. "It's not hard. Big brother, you can take out your clothes and I'll help you wash them." Zhang Dailai was moved. Such a good girl. How could his second brother marry such a waste? He took out his dirty clothes and handed them over. He quietly grabbed An Xiao Xiao's wrist, and Xiao Xiao struggled to pull away. Zhang Dailai smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I know you don't want to live with my brother, but as long as you behave well and don't run away, our family will make sure you have enough to eat." And Xiao Xiao nodded. "Okay, I understand, big brother." And Xiao Xiao was a bit shocked. What did Zhang Dailai mean? She was still unsure of his intentions. If he really wanted to use her, she wouldn't give up on leaving the Zhang family. Even if it meant divorce, she would do it without hesitation. A few days passed, and the wound on An Sui Lan's arm had healed. She entered her space and removed her stitches herself. She disinfected the wound and wiped it with spiritual spring water. That man, she wondered what he was busy with every day. It had been several days, and he still hadn't come back to check on her. Humph. In the county town, Song Cheng'an had been very busy these days because he discovered some enemy agents last time and reported it in time, leading to the arrest of 3 people. He had made a great contribution. These 3 were the people the higher-ups had been looking for, but they hid too well, and he hadn't found them until now. This time, Song Cheng'an had a lucky break. Today, he finally had time to go see the little girl. If he didn't go back soon, her wound would probably be healed. After her arm was able to move again, An Sui Lan stopped going to the Song family for meals. That night, after dinner, she was drawing in her room. The house was already built. Only the walls, windows, and the interior floor needed tidying up before it could be lived in. The picture she was drawing shows the furniture to be placed inside the house. She had only just started when there was a knock at the door. "Sui Sui, it's me." And Sui Lan was happy. He was back. She smiled, got up, and opened the door, then threw herself into the man's arms. "Have you been busy these days? Just got back?" Song Cheng'an held her and closed the door, then kissed her on the forehead. "Yes, I've been a bit busy lately." "How's your arm?" "Let me see." She sat on the bed, looking down at her arm. The stitches had been removed, and the scar was long but seemed to have faded quite a bit. And Sui Lan didn't wash it with spiritual spring water because she was afraid it would heal too quickly and make the man suspicious. "I use the ointment you gave me every day. It works pretty well." Song Cheng'an nodded. "Sui Sui, I have a meeting in the provincial city tomorrow. Want to go there with me?" And Sui Lan nodded. "That sounds good. My arm is better now, and I want to go out and look around." "How many days will you be gone? Should I bring some change of clothes?" 2 days for the meeting and we can have 1 day to play." "How about that?" And Sui Lan agreed. "Okay, I'll bring some clothes." Song Cheng'an sat in the room for a while, then she finished the drawings and handed them to him to take back to the squad leader. "These are my furniture designs. Tell the squad leader to have the furniture makers follow these plans." "Got it." He ruffled her hair, and An Sui Lan snuggled close to his chest. Song Cheng'an reached out and gently pinched her nose. He took out more than 2,000 yuan from his pocket. "Sui Sui, this is the money from selling the wild boar last time. Keep it." And Sui Lan smiled and took out 1,000 yuan, putting it into his pocket. "With your position, you should keep some money in your pocket. If you ever need it, it would be awkward if you didn't have any." Song Cheng'an held her in his arms, feeling completely comfortable all over. "I still have some left. You can take it. This is too much."
An Sui Lan đi saga.
I told you to keep it, so just keep it. You still need to buy things for me sometimes. He nodded. Okay. I've been busy all day.
I'm dirty.
I need to go home, take a shower and change clothes. He stood up to leave. She reached out and grabbed his clothes. Will you come over later to sleep? Yes, I'll come back. Wait for me. He opened the door and left quickly, carrying the drawings as he strode away. Song Cheng'an hurried home, and Li Erhua was already waiting for him. Xiao Lu was already sleeping in Song Jui's room. Chengzi, are you hungry? I'll cook some noodles for you. He shook his head. Mom, I'm looking for Dad. Is he asleep? No.
Come in.
Song Baoping is sitting on the Kong, smoking dry tobacco. You're back? Song Cheng'an nods. Dad, please write a letter of introduction. Tomorrow, I'll take Suesu to the provincial city for 3 days to have fun. Song Baoping looks at him. Big brother, when do you plan to get married? The house is built. I think you should just do it soon. Song Cheng'an shakes his head. She's only 18 now, not of legal age yet. Isn't it just a matter of setting up 2 banquet tables? When she's of age, you can get the certificate, right? Li Erhua interrupts. All right, Chengzi is already so grown up. If you're still worried about his actions, stop talking. They can get married whenever they want. Song Cheng'an takes out a blueprint. Dad, the furniture will be made according to this design. We're leaving early tomorrow. Song Baoping puts down his pipe and looks at the blueprint. Okay, this was probably drawn by An Jijing, right? He nods. The team leader keeps talking about many things, including the recent scheme and Qiao Qiao tried to plan against her. The more Song Cheng'an listens, the more he feels nervous. Luckily, Suesu is clever, and Qiao Qiao received the punishment she deserved. The team leader waves his hand. Go back and rest. You've had a long day, and you'll be leaving again tomorrow. Sleep early. Song Cheng'an walks quickly back to his room. Li Erhua, this time more cautious, doesn't sleep. Soon, she hears the door open. When the person leaves, she takes a flashlight and goes to Song Cheng'an's room. It's empty, no one there. This guy's so daring. There are so many people at the youth station. Isn't he afraid? Old man, guess where the big brother is? Song Baoping snorts. If he's not in his room, where else could he be? Li Erhua smiles mysteriously, lowering her voice. He's at the youth station. I don't think he'll come back tonight. I guess he hasn't slept here the past few times. Song Baoping says, all right. It's their business. We won't interfere. Whatever they want to do, they have their own judgment. And Sui Lan is still packing her clothes. She takes 3 dresses, a shirt, and a pair of pants. She puts on a pair of small leather shoes. They fit just right. She finds her clothes and lays them on the bed, waiting for the man to come back and see. Song Cheng'an pushes the door open. And Sui Lan holds his hand. How about these few clothes I brought? Song Cheng'an nods. Good. Bring a hairband of the same color, too. She packs the clothes into a small bag. Summer clothes are light, almost weightless, and don't take up space. But thinking about the wound on her arm, wearing a dress might reveal it. Isn't that too frightening? She pouted. My wound isn't healed yet, so I can't wear a dress. It'll show. Song Cheng'an held her in his arms. It's okay. Yeah, you always look beautiful. He gently laid her on the bed and leaned down to kiss her smooth, fair forehead. And Sui Lan wrapped her arms around his neck. With a little effort, she pulled him down a bit. She slightly lifted her head to kiss his lips. His lips felt a bit cool, soft and moist, making the kiss very comfortable. It was almost addictive. She deliberately stuck out her little tongue and gently licked him. Song Cheng'an's breathing became uneven, and a primal desire appeared in his eyes. He stared closely at her pretty face. His voice was husky but still gentle and tender. Yeah, don't tease me. And Sui Lan blinked, her eyes shining like stars, with a charming smile. A hint of pride flickered in her eyes. Song Cheng'an, you won't kiss me? I can kiss you myself. We're dating, it's normal to kiss. To Song Cheng'an, that seemed very unusual. In this era, he was already lucky to sleep here during their relationship. How could he still desire others? Mostly because Yaya was too young, and he didn't want her to feel wronged. He wanted to keep some mystery until their wedding night, so she would truly see his strength. Otherwise, feeling caught between feelings was too uncomfortable. When the time came, the pain and frustration would be his alone. He really wanted to kiss her without hesitation, but after closing his eyes and thinking for 3 seconds, he still lay on his side. An Sui Lan pouted, clinging to him like an octopus. Her small hands fidgeted on him. No matter how she moved, he ignored her completely. He had such strong self-control, she wondered how. Gradually, she fell asleep, and Song Cheng'an let out a long breath. He hugged her closer, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. It was enough to hold her in his arms. That made him very happy. Before marriage, he dared not wish for more. At 5 in the morning, Song Cheng'an woke up on time. He nudged the girl, lying on him. Thea, wake up. We have to go. If he let her stay lying down again, something might go wrong. An Sui Lan opened her eyes, still sleepy, rubbing them. I'm so sleepy. What time is it? She moved her legs slightly, but halfway through, she froze. Her sleepiness vanished completely.
Song Cheng'an, you.
The man's face turned red. It's okay, I'm fine. An Sui Lan secretly felt happy, so it wasn't impossible. It was very possible. He was just holding back.
Huh?
She moved again, and Song Cheng'an couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. This sound feels very emotional, both exciting and teasing. It almost took her life. Song Cheng'an quickly grabbed her leg as she tried to move. Don't move. Get up first. He reached out and pulled the thin blanket over himself. He took a deep breath and, after calming down, sat up. An Sui Lan was washing her face and brushing her teeth, still secretly smiling. Song Cheng'an shook his head, and the two of them tidied up. An Sui Lan knocked on Kong Cici's door. Cici, I'm going to the province for a few days. I'll be back in a few days. Hearing her response, they left. Liu Hua knew her son was going to the provincial city, so she got up early to cook. Seeing the two return, she smiled. Lanan, go wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Little Lu happily walked over. And Jiqing, good morning. And Sui Lan nodded. Everyone else was still not up, but Song Baoping came out and handed her an introduction letter. And Sui Lan smiled and thanked him. Thank you, uncle. She sighed. Liu Hua kept reminding her son. Big brother, you're going out for a few days. Be sure to take good care of Lanan. Don't just focus on your own things. Understand? Song Cheng'an nodded. Mom, don't worry. Song Baoping waved his hand. All right. No more fuss. They need to leave now. The three of them got in the car and left. It would take about 3 or 4 hours. At that time, the country hadn't built a highway yet, so travel was much slower. Because they woke up early and the car was bumpy, she was very sleepy. Unconsciously, she leaned on the man's shoulder and fell asleep. Song Cheng'an gently supported her head, letting her lie on his lap so she would sleep more comfortably. And Sui Lan didn't sleep well. The road was rough and the car shook badly. She opened her eyes, lying in the man's arms. Too tired to sleep.
Can we stop?
Get out and walk a bit? My waist hurts. Little Lu stopped for a while. You rest too. They stood by the roadside for a while. And Sui Lan got out to walk, then they continued their journey. After 3 hours, they finally reached the provincial city. And Sui Lan was so exhausted she didn't want to move. Traveling by car, in this era, was really uncomfortable. She opened the door of the guest house and collapsed onto the bed. Song Cheng'an followed inside, sat beside her, and gently supported her waist with his hand, helping her sit up. Are you hungry? Want to eat? And Sui Lan covered her growling stomach and nodded. I've been hungry for a long time. The three of them went to a state-run restaurant for a meal, then returned to the guest house together. He had a meeting in the afternoon, and now it was already noon. This morning, there was no time to play because he still needed to review some materials for the meeting. Sui, if you're sleepy, just sleep. I'll check the documents nearby, and tomorrow morning I'll take you out to have fun. And Sui Lan nodded and lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Listening to her gentle breathing, Song Cheng'an smiled, walked to the bed, and bent down to kiss her face. Then, he continued reviewing his materials. When An Sui Lan woke up, she was alone in the room. There was a note on the table. Sui, I went to a meeting. I'll be back around 6 o'clock. She looked at her watch on her wrist. It was already past 5. Since she wasn't going anywhere, she decided to wait here for him to return. At 6 in the evening, Cheng'an came back exhausted. He had been in a meeting for several hours, so he was very tired. Why do you look so tired? Hurry up and wash up first, then we'll go eat. After dinner, you can rest. The guest house in the capital city was much better than the one downstairs. It even had a private bathroom and toilet. After washing up, Cheng'an and she went out for dinner together. Xiao Lu went alone. When they returned to the guest house, Cheng'an didn't go back to his room. They decided to stay together. They had slept together before, so it wasn't a big deal. And Sui Lan was very energetic now, not tired at all. She took out a glass and poured some spiritual spring water for him. Drink some water. Finish this glass. Cheng'an took the glass, noticed it was the one Sui usually used, and drank it all in one go. After drinking, he felt surprisingly less tired and more energetic. His drowsiness disappeared. He stared at the glass for a long time, raising an eyebrow. It seemed Sui had a secret. The water tasted sweet and refreshing, or maybe she had added some herbs to help with fatigue. He put down the glass, changed into his pajamas, and waited for An Sui Lan to finish washing. When she returned, he was already in pajamas, lying on the bed. The man sniffed and said, Sui, you smell so nice. It was the scent of jasmine again. And Sui Lan's face turned red. She glared at him and ignored him. He teased her every day, but never acted on it. She was craving him badly. She sat on the bed, combing her hair with her hand, wearing a camisole sleepwear, and Cheng'an didn't dare to look too much. Her skin was very white, almost blinding. His gaze darkened slightly, and he lowered his eyes. And Sui Lan turned off the light and got into bed. They hugged each other, with Cheng'an's large hand always resting on her back, not daring to move. Occasionally, An Sui Lan would tease him or poke him, but Cheng'an remained steady as a mountain. Finally, An Sui Lan gave up. This person is truly extraordinary. Let's leave it at that. The next morning, the two first went to the department store. Cheng'an saw a red wool jacket. Big sister, please take down this coat, so we can try it on. The older sister pouted, this is high-quality stuff. You can't try it on. If you try, you'll want to buy it. Cheng'an's face changed. He thought the salespeople in the county were already quite bossy. But he didn't expect the salespeople in the provincial city to be so rude. And Sui Lan mocked, Big sister, how do you know if the clothes fit if you don't try them on? Let's go. We won't buy here. And Sui Lan pulled him to another counter. There was a similar coat there. She smiled, Big sister, please bring me the smallest size of that coat. The sister immediately took it down and handed it over. And Sui Lan tried it on. It fit perfectly. She looked at Cheng'an with bright eyes. Does it look good? He nodded, it looks great. Big sister, how much is it? This coat isn't cheap, 60 yuan. She was a bit worried they might think it was too expensive and not buy it. This was the only coat in her section. Many people asked about it, but after hearing the price, they all shook their heads. Too expensive. It takes 2 months' salary to buy one coat. Few people in this era could afford it. Cheng'an calmly handed over 60 yuan and the receipt. The sister immediately smiled happily. Young lady, look at how good your man is to you. He's willing to buy such an expensive coat. You should cherish him. And Sui Lan felt a little embarrassed by her words. Blushing, she explained, Big sister, we're not married yet. Just then, the sister next door saw that they really bought such an expensive coat. She immediately came over to pull An Sui Lan. Young lady, you can try on my clothes. Come and try them. You look so good, you'll definitely look great in them. And Sui Lan pulled her arm away. I can't try clothes at your counter. I've already bought from here. She continued buying several shirts and pants at this counter. Clothes in the provincial city were really expensive. These few items cost about 200 yuan. Then, An Sui Lan went to the men's clothing section. Song Cheng'an refused. Sway, I have clothes. No need to buy more. And Sui Lan shook her head. You don't understand. Now is the time to dress well. You need to look neat and clean. Most people were wearing Zhongshan suits. So, she bought him 2 pairs of leather shoes. He was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and she also bought shirts, pants, a wool coat, and a wool sweater to wear underneath.
Winter clothes were cheaper now.
She bought several outfits for Song Cheng'an. Passers-by all looked at Song Cheng'an with envy. After they finished shopping for clothes, the older sister regretted her decision deeply. Salespeople at other counters saw their large purchase and invited them to browse their own displays. And Sui Lan then took him to look at watches. Song Cheng'an was wearing a men's Plum Blossom brand watch. Song Cheng'an, why not buy one for uncle? He's the squad leader and needs to check the time. A watch would be more convenient. Song Cheng'an nodded, and they chose a reasonably priced Plum Blossom watch for the squad leader, costing 150 yuan. They also bought pants and shirts for Li Erhua, all chosen by An Sui Lan as the best styles. They left the department store. An Sui Lan looked at the pile of things he was carrying. Song Cheng'an, I bought so much. Do you think I am being wasteful? The man shook his head. Women need to dress up. Buying more clothes is normal. Besides, I earn money to spend on you. In the afternoon, Song Cheng'an went to a meeting, while she slept soundly at the guest house. On the 3rd day, they visited a park in the provincial city and then set off to return home in the afternoon. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. Song Cheng'an took out the gifts she bought for her parents. Mom, Dad, this is what Lan bought for you. Song Baoping looked at the watch in his hand, feeling very touched and excited. Li Erhua held the new clothes and felt very pleased. Lan is a very good girl. She bought them gifts before they even entered the house. Such a thing is rare in the 10-mile radius. Qingzi, you must treat people well in the future, understand? Song Cheng'an nodded. Song Baoping also smiled happily. Qingzi, how do I look wearing this? Do I look stylish? Yes. You look good. Just remember, Lan bought it for you. Li Erhua happily finished his sentence. The 2 elders were very happy, and Song Cheng'an also smiled. The next noon, Li Erhua cooked many delicious dishes and asked him to call An Sui Lan for dinner. As they left the youth commune, Sun Suihong ran over and shouted loudly at Song Cheng'an. Cheng'an ji, are you really going to be with this woman? Yes. After saying that, Song Cheng'an pulled An Sui Lan and was about to leave. She angrily shouted, Cheng'an ji, you might not care about me, but do you also not care about Sister Jiang? Song Cheng'an paused. He looked back at Sun Suihong deeply, then pulled An Sui Lan away. But An Sui Lan clearly felt that his breathing was unsteady, and he was affected emotionally. Who is Sister Jiang? What is Song Cheng'an's past? But he wouldn't tell her, and she wouldn't ask. It was his past, and it didn't concern her. Although she felt uncomfortable inside, it was not a big deal. Sun Suihong had already run away. She knew Song Cheng'an's heart was now confused.
Good.
She preferred Jiang Jiejie over An Sui Lan. And Sui Lan didn't deserve Brother Cheng'an at all. The 2 of them entered the Song family silently. Li Erhua happily came out and helped her sit on a chair. Lan, I made 2 egg cakes for you. You can eat them later. And Sui Lan nodded with a forced smile. Although Song Cheng'an sat beside her as usual, she could feel his mood was a bit off. She turned around and looked into his eyes. Song Cheng'an, are you not happy? He gently ruffled her hair, still as tender as always. But she couldn't understand his feelings. A little sourness grew in her heart.
Sui, don't overthink.
And Sui Lan nodded, turned away, and stopped looking at him. Who exactly is Jiang Jiejie, the one Sun Suihong mentioned? Is she really that important to him? Xiao Lu came out of the house and quickly sensed that the atmosphere was strange. Both of them seemed odd. Did they have a fight? It didn't seem like it. Xiao Lu walked over, awkwardly smiling. Boss and Jiqing, dinner is ready. Auntie made some delicious food today. Hua brought out dishes, including braised pork and shredded meat stir-fried with potatoes. There were other dishes too. Except for one spicy pepper stir-fry, she didn't add chili to the others. Xiao Lu placed the egg cakes in front of An Sui Lan. She ate quietly, without saying a word. Song Cheng'an kept helping her with food, but she didn't eat, pushing the dishes he offered aside and eating her own. It was just stubbornness. She wanted to know who Jiang Jiejie was, as Sun Suihong said, but she didn't want to ask directly. Hua watched their interaction and glared at her son. It was obvious she was angry. She didn't know how to comfort them. What were they doing? Had they argued? It didn't seem like it. Song Baoping didn't notice anything. He was too lazy to care and kept eating his own meal. And Sui Lan was full after eating a little. "I'm full, auntie, uncle. I'll go back and rest now." She stood up to leave. Song Cheng'an quickly got up and followed her, stepping out of the yard. He grabbed her waist firmly. And Sui Lan wanted to struggle, but she couldn't break free. Compared to him, her strength was too weak. She simply gave up struggling. Until they reached the entrance of the Jiqing station, he finally let go of her waist. And Sui Lan strode into the house, about to close the door behind him, but his big hand pushed the door open. Then, with a bang, the door was shut. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei looked at each other. They had just seen Lan Lan's expression, so they probably argued. Song Cheng'an didn't care about the fact that it was daytime.
Sui.
And Sui Lan was about to break down. How long has it been? And she's still calling her that. She pushed him away forcefully, keeping some distance, and faced him directly.
Don't call me that.
Song Cheng'an stepped closer, placing his large hand on her shoulder. And Sui Lan struggled hard, afraid that his strength might hurt her. She let her eyes open wide. And Sui Lan opened the door and pushed him out. Her voice was as calm as possible. "Hurry up and go to work. I want to take a nap." Song Cheng'an felt helpless. He gently hugged her. Sui, are you angry?" And Sui Lan shook her head, her eyes firm.
"I'm not."
"You should leave quickly." Xiao Lu might be waiting anxiously. Just as Song Cheng'an was about to explain, Xiao Lu came over calling for him. "Boss, it's time to go. Otherwise, we might be late for the afternoon meeting." This trip to the provincial city was for meeting, and after returning, they needed to quickly plan tasks and promote the ideas and spirit of the conference. Song Cheng'an kissed her on the forehead and said seriously, Sui, listen to me. You're my first partner. Before you, I haven't been with anyone. You must believe me. Don't keep your feelings inside alone. If you want, you can come with me to the county town. I'll explain everything on the way." And Sui Lan shook her head. "Hurry and go."
"I'm not going."
Song Cheng'an looked at her nervously, pinching her face gently.
"Don't be angry.
I'll finish the meeting this afternoon, and I'll be back tonight." He kissed her on the face again, then turned and opened the door, walking away quickly. And Sui Lan slammed the door shut with a bang. Love really can be harmful. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei hadn't heard any sounds from the room for a long time. She worriedly knocked on the door. And Sui Lan opened the door and invited them in.
Lan, ở okay?
Did you argue? And Sui Lan shook her head.
I'm fine.
Just a small matter. Kong Sisi patted her hand. Stop being stubborn. We heard everything outside just now. And Sui Lan forced a smile. It's nothing. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. I was too sensitive. Kong Sisi didn't have any good advice. Lan, how about we go up the mountain for a walk? You can rest for a while first, and in the afternoon we can go for a walk and relax.
An Sui Lan not dead. Kong Sisi smiled.
Men are just clouds. If one doesn't work out, just find the next. I think Shin Lan is pretty good. You might consider him too, and make him a little anxious. She didn't expect Sisi to be so wild. Could it be that you like Shin Lan? Kong Sisi was startled and quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. You mustn't misunderstand. The three of them each went back to their rooms for a nap. In the afternoon, they went up the mountain together. An Sui Lan's goal was to pick mushrooms because she loved eating the ones here. After walking around the mountain, she felt much happier. Maybe Song Cheng'an was just talking about appearances, so it probably wasn't a big deal. If she really argued loudly with Song Cheng'an, it would probably be what An Sui Lan wanted to see, right? She didn't expect that this rural girl had such a mean mind. But she chose not to get angry. Not getting angry was really just comforting herself. When she first heard An Sui Lan shouting, she thought it was nothing. But Song Cheng'an's reaction made her feel sad, as if there really was someone like that. As for what their relationship was, she didn't know. She was waiting for Song Cheng'an to come back and explain tonight. If there was no good explanation, she decided she wouldn't talk to him about love anymore. Being alone and carefree felt so much better. The three of them picked a lot of mushrooms on the mountain. An Sui Lan had also planned to go see Brother Hu and the black bear, but unexpectedly, it started to rain. The rain came suddenly and heavily. They hurried down the mountain, and the rain kept falling harder. By the time they reached the youth station, their clothes were almost soaked through. They each went back to their rooms to change clothes, and An Sui Lan washed herself in her space. They had collected quite a few mushrooms, and she planned to stir-fry some with cured meat for dinner. There was plenty of cured meat in her space. Recently, she had been watching others cook and was slowly learning some skills. She thought she could do it herself. The three of them decided to eat together again. An Sui Lan took out a piece of cured meat, Kong Cici brought rice and mushrooms, and Yang Li brought other vegetables. They cooked the food while An Sui Lan watched. When stir-frying the greens, she also tried to help. It turned out pretty well. At least it wasn't burnt to a crisp and was edible. It was a little salty because she added too much salt, but it was tasty enough. They enjoyed good food and drinks together. But for the man going to the county town, things weren't so easy. He was worried An Sui Lan would be angry and just wanted to finish the meeting quickly so he could come back and comfort her. There wasn't enough time at noon to explain everything properly. He didn't know if the girl was angry or not. He had to go back at night and explain everything carefully. When work was over, he called out, "Xiao Lu, let's go." The two hurried back to the village. He didn't go straight home. Instead, he went directly to the youth station. An Sui Lan and Kong Cici were still eating when he returned. An Sui Lan glanced at him, not wanting to pay attention. Song Cheng'an went straight to her room and waited patiently, without rushing. Kong Cici nudged her arm. Lan, are you not going to ask him to come eat with us? Anyway, we made plenty. Why don't you call him? He's just back, probably hasn't eaten. Can you really bear to let him go hungry? An Sui Lan rolled her eyes. Let him starve.
It's his own fault.
We worked hard to make this food. If he doesn't eat, let him go hungry. Hearing her fierce words, Song Cheng'an felt relieved. It seemed he wasn't crying. In the end, An Sui Lan couldn't bear to see him go hungry and called him over. Have you eaten? Song Cheng'an shook his head. Then let's go. We made a lot. Even if you don't eat, it's a waste. He sat beside An Sui Lan and helped her serve food. He didn't eat much himself. Kong Cici and Yang Li quickly finished and left, giving space for the two of them. An Sui Lan kept quiet, focusing on eating. Even if she was angry, she couldn't stay mad with an empty stomach. After they finished eating, Song Cheng'an went to clear the dishes, and An Sui Lan didn't stop him. Kong Cici and Yang Li hurried to help clean up. No need, we can handle it, they said. Only then did An Sui Lan pull him into the room. As soon as they entered, Song Cheng'an hugged her tightly, holding her with force, afraid she might slip away. Sui, don't be angry anymore. If you want to know something, I'll tell you everything. An Sui Lan looked up seriously and asked, Are you serious about us being together? Or do you just want to play around? Song Cheng'an held her close. Sui, I am serious about being with you with the intention of getting married. Then explain who Sister Jiang is, the one son Chui Hung mentioned at noon. Song Cheng'an released her and looked into her eyes carefully. Sui, when she mentioned it at noon, I was just shocked that son Chui Hung knew about this. Even my parents don't know. The Sister Jiang she mentioned is my high school classmate. We sat at the same desk in the same class. But back then, my mother broke her arm and needed surgery. Our family was poor and had no money. Later, she heard about it and gave me 200 yuan. Only then was my mother's arm saved. I know she has feelings for me. It's because of this that I wanted to repay her kindness, so I decided to confess. And Sui Lan tightly held his sleeve. She agreed? Song Cheng'an shook his head. She agreed, but her father suddenly came to see me and gave me 200 yuan, telling me to stay away from her daughter. The next day, she transferred schools. Before leaving, she said she would write me a letter, asking me to wait for her. But what I received was a breakup letter. She said she had already found someone to marry and was about to get married. I replied, asking her why. She said I was too poor and couldn't give her the life she wanted. After hearing this, An Sui Lan was silent for a long time.
She didn't know how she felt now.
Jealousy, sadness, pain, compassion, anger. Her eyes instantly turned red. So, you're still single at your age because of this? Song Cheng'an shook his head.
No.
Did you return the money to her? I already gave it back to her. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, It's not entirely that. I was a bit sad at the time, but I later realized that without strength, everything is useless. After graduating from high school, I went out to make my way in the world. To have some status, I worked many jobs. That's also when I got involved in the underground market. Song Cheng'an's large hand embraced her. Thinking back now, my so-called good feelings back then were just superficial. They weren't worth deep thought. Youth is naive and doesn't understand love, so I didn't really fall for her. Now I am mature. I understand how to look at my own heart and know what I want. And Sui Lan sniffed, trying to hold back her tears. So, you're working so hard just to prove yourself to her? Song Cheng'an shook his head.
No.
I'm doing it so that in the future, when I meet someone I like, I will have enough strength and ability to protect and care for her. Sui, I've said everything I can. This happened almost 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you were only 8. If I had known I would meet you, I wouldn't have had anything to do with her. Later, I checked on her whereabouts. She was already married to a wealthy and powerful man. After that, I never went to see her again. Sui, that's all. Can you stop being angry? And Sui Lan shook her head.
No.
Because you weren't pure back then. I feel upset. Feeling upset about confessing to her. Feeling upset about liking her. Feeling upset because she hurt you and made you try harder. Song Cheng'an chuckled. This girl's possessiveness is so strong?
No.
I already said, I just had some good feelings. I didn't understand back then, so all these things happened. And Sui Lan's eyes were red and swollen. I know, but I just feel sad inside. I don't want to see you. He got anxious. How could he not want to see her? He works every day and thinks about her all the time. Sui, tell me what I should do so you won't feel sad? And Sui Lan shook her head. I don't know either. She didn't know when she became so sensitive. This was something that happened before and had nothing to do with her. But she felt terrible inside, very upset. She felt bitter inside. She wondered why she didn't come here earlier. Song Cheng'an gently held her hand. Maybe you should hit me a few times. Would that help? And Sui Lan glared at him. No. You didn't do anything wrong. Why would I hit you? Song Cheng'an kissed her face. All right, don't be angry. We're going to get married someday. It's not worth getting mad over someone else. But what if she comes back to find you? Think about it. Sun Suihong wouldn't say these things without reason. After all, she's your first love. She's like a bright moon in your heart. Song Cheng'an corrected her words. Not first love. Not a bright moon. You are my first love, my bright moon. She just came back, it's none of my business. Her family is from Luqiao County. And Sui Lan nodded. Although she felt uncomfortable inside, she saw there was nothing she could do. She suddenly punched his chest hard twice, feeling relieved inside. But she knew she would never forget this memory. She was sure he hadn't lied. Song Cheng'an felt relieved. He held her in his arms and leaned down to kiss her face. It was already dark outside, quiet now, only the sound of rain tapping. And Sui Lan hugged his waist tightly, and they held each other close. Song Cheng'an finally relaxed. Before he came back, he always felt uneasy. He was afraid Sui Sui would break up with him. He had already thought of how to fix it, but Sui Sui was kind. She patiently explained everything, and he wouldn't be angry anymore. Now he was a little glad that nothing serious happened between them back then. If something had, she probably wouldn't have accepted him. Sui Sui, did you just eat? I saw you didn't eat much. And Sui Lan nodded. I'm full. I'm so angry, I don't need to eat anymore. She raised an eyebrow. What? Are you hungry? Song Cheng'an smiled and took her hand as they went out. Let's go. I'll go home and take a shower. I might cook some noodles to eat. It just stopped raining. They walked back to the Song family house. Little Lu wasn't living here, and Li Erhua didn't know her son had come back. Why are you back again? You keep running back every day. Can't you rest? Mother, it's okay, you go to sleep. Li Erhua waved her hand. You haven't eaten yet? I'll cook some noodles for you. Song Cheng'an shook his head and refused. I'll do it myself. You go to bed quickly. Li Erhua insisted on doing it herself, so Song Cheng'an had to go take a shower and change clothes. When he finished, Li Erhua had cooked 2 bowls of egg noodles. She even put 2 eggs in An Sui Lan's bowl. Everyone in the house heard the noise and came out. He Zhaodi, holding her belly, came over and said, Mother, I'm hungry too. Li Erhua was speechless. She just ate, and now she's hungry again. Her belly isn't showing yet, so why is she eating so much? She always uses her belly to get her way. She doesn't do any work, even asking Changsheng to wash her clothes. Changsheng, there's still food in the pot. Serve it to your wife. He Zhaodi sat at the table holding her bowl. She awkwardly smiled. Big brother, look, all the brothers in the family have jobs. Can you find one for Changsheng too? Li Erhua shot her a sharp look. Shut up. Do you think just because there's a job, it's available? He Zhaodi pouted. That's so unfair. Why do they all have jobs, but our Changsheng doesn't? Song Changsheng pulled her back, stopping her from talking. Zhaodi, stop talking. He Zhaodi shook his hand off. Let go. I'm doing this for our family. Big brother, say something, will you? And Sui Lan rolled her eyes. If you want a job, go find one yourself. He's in debt to you all. You're all spoiled. Seeing An Sui Lan speak, He Zhaodi glared back. And Ji Qing, you haven't even married in yet, so you don't get to decide what's happening at home. Song Cheng'an put down his chopsticks heavily. His sharp eyes looked at Song Changsheng. Family matters, she can't decide, but my affairs, she can decide. Don't look like you're begging for something. If you want help, act like you're asking for help. I have the ability, so I deserve it. Second brother, last time you made Dad faint from anger, I still haven't settled that score with you. And Sui Lan pouted, knowing He Zhaodi was not a good person. She shouldn't have helped her last time. He Zhaodi looked wronged and almost cried. Mother, why are you all so biased? They all have jobs, but Changsheng doesn't, and you don't care? Is Changsheng still your son? Li Erhua was furious at the nonsense being said. She slapped her. Bang! Shut up. He Zhaodi was stunned. Her mother-in-law actually dared to hit her. She was pregnant with old Song's grandson. She had been hit by her mother-in-law. She immediately sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Mother, you actually hit me. I'm pregnant, and you dare to hit me? After all these years, haven't I done my part? Song Baoping came out of the house. Why are you shouting? You deserve to be hit. Light punishment isn't enough. Song Changsheng helped her up. Zhaodi, stop making trouble. Work is urgent, but it will come someday. He pointed at her nose. Am I making trouble? Do you think it's me causing the fuss? She stood up and tried to tear at Song Changsheng's face. It's all for you. And you say I'm causing trouble. Have you no conscience? Enough. Song Cheng'an shouted loudly and stood up. Brother-in-law, I'll say it again. I don't owe you anything. Stop causing trouble in front of me. And Sui Lan softly said, It's hard enough to get pregnant, don't ruin it. I can't fix it if it's gone. Zhaodi was stunned and immediately got up from the ground. This child is very important to her. She can't afford any mistake. Song Cheng'an looked at his parents with a serious expression. Father, mother, Let's split up. Everyone keeps coming to ask for work. I am a person, not a god. Song Baoping sighed. Big brother, you and the fourth brother aren't married yet, so we can't split the family. His meaning was clear. If they split, Big brother and the fourth brother would suffer too much. Song Cheng'an shook his head, thinking there was no point arguing. Song Chongqing apologized to Zhaodi. Big brother, sorry. It's my fault. I will talk to her properly when I go back. He finished speaking and pulled Zhaodi away. Zhaodi still wanted to say something. She felt she shouldn't have been slapped in vain. Song Chongqing scolded angrily. Enough. You're already embarrassing enough. Go back inside. The two of them returned to the youth commune together. And An Sui Lan sighed. Zhaodi really doesn't give up. She's caused trouble twice already. Song Cheng'an helplessly said, work is hard to find now. Even I need to find an opportunity. And An Sui Lan sat on the bed and shook her head. Let's not talk about them anymore.
I'm tired.
Go out first. I'll wipe myself and change clothes. Song Cheng'an nodded. Okay. And Sui Lan washed up in her space and splashed a little water inside the room. But Song Cheng'an stood outside, and there was no sound from inside. She was taking a shower. Maybe she's asleep?
Sui Sui?
He called out, but there was no answer. After waiting a while, water sounds finally came from inside. He was a bit confused. Why didn't he hear her just now? And Sui Lan smiled as she opened the door. Song Cheng'an looked inside. Nothing seemed different. Sui Sui, I just called you. Did you hear me? And Sui Lan was surprised. I didn't hear anything. She wanted to tell him, but was afraid he might think she was a monster. Forget it. She would tell him another time. They were lying on the bed. And Sui Lan curled up in his arms, gently tracing his eyebrows and eyes with her delicate fingers. Song Cheng'an gently held her small hand and playfully messed with it. He softly kissed her on the face. Feeling it wasn't enough, he nudged her nose with his, then gently kissed her lips.
All right, can we sleep now?
And Sui Lan giggled, and they held each other tightly. Suddenly, Song Cheng'an said, Sui Sui, let's get married. And Sui Lan stopped talking and didn't move. She didn't expect him to propose so suddenly. But she was only 18. I'm too young. As a modern woman raised with new ideas, some things are deeply rooted in her. And Sui Lan hesitated. She wasn't doubting Song Cheng'an's reliability. This was a big decision for a lifetime. She needed to think carefully. They had only known each other for a short time, and now they wanted to marry? It felt just like a quick marriage. Let's have an engagement first. We can wait to get married, she suggested. Song Cheng'an happily rolled over and said, great. Tomorrow I'll ask my dad to pick a good day. We can have the engagement first. Anyway, she was already his, and he couldn't run away. He leaned in and kissed her on the lips again. Early the next morning, he got up. He went back and knocked on his father's door. Dad, I want to get engaged. He took the calendar hanging in the room and flipped through it. In 3 days, there's a good day. Let's have the engagement then. Song Baoping hadn't gotten up yet, but he heard him muttering. He got up, dressed, and asked, have you thought it through?
Yes.
I've chosen a good day in 2 days. First, the engagement and giving of the betrothal gifts, then we'll pick a wedding date later. Song Baoping nodded. Do you know how much betrothal gift to give? Are there any relatives in her family to notify? Have you asked everything? Song Cheng'an shook his head. Sui Sui has cut ties with her family. There's no one else to notify. I've already prepared the betrothal gifts. Don't worry, he said, handing over the money his sister had given him last time. This is 1,000 yuan as the betrothal gift. On the day of the engagement, invite some respected villagers to eat at her house. I'll ask Sui Sui later who she wants to invite. Song Baoping looked at the 1,000 yuan with some disbelief. Son, that's too much. 500 is enough. Giving 1,000 in the village is too eye-catching. Song Cheng'an nodded. All right, then let's give 500. His father only took 300 yuan, and the remaining 700 was returned. Getting married is a big deal. Mom, and I will contribute. We'll give you 200. Song Cheng'an directly handed him 300 yuan. That's enough. I know how much money we have at home. Since the fourth son isn't married yet, keep it for him.
All right.
Once everything was settled, Song Cheng'an turned and went back to the youth commune. An Sui Lan didn't sleep at all after he left. She felt nervous just thinking about getting married. Why are you back again? Sui, I told my parents that the engagement will be fixed in 2 days. And Sui Lan nodded. Okay. He gently patted her head. I'm going to work now. After he left, she couldn't fall asleep anymore. Early in the morning, she told Kong Sisi and Yang Limei the good news. Kong Sisi asked doubtfully, Lan, you two argued yesterday, and now you're getting engaged? This is a big matter. Are you sure about it? Yang Limei also said, Lan, this is important. You must think carefully. And Sui Lan nodded. Yes. I understand. Getting engaged was no big deal. Song Cheng'an was a good person, but she was worried about something else. What if that man named Jiang really came back? How would Song Cheng'an choose? She knew what Song Cheng'an said was true, but she couldn't help but worry. Shen Hualin was a bit surprised. So soon to be engaged? And Ji Qing, have you really thought this through? If you marry him, you probably won't be able to return to the city later. And Sui Lan looked at him and smiled slightly. Actually, this place is pretty good too. Li Kong pulled him along. Brother Lin, let's go. Don't forget the main task. We need to report to the commune. The two of them left the youth commune one after the other and headed toward the commune. They still needed to report the news upstairs. The elders were now well taken care of. They also had to report regularly. The phone call connected. Shen Hualin said, Regiment leader. We're reporting on the task. A stern voice responded, Go ahead. How are old Zhou and old Shen? All is well. Old Zhou's illness is cured, and he's full of energy now. They can all work again. We managed to complete the task smoothly thanks to a young female youth here. The other side was interested. A youth? Does she know medical skills? Li Kong grabbed the phone. Hey, regiment leader, that youth looks very pretty. Brother Lin is smitten. He's been acting all serious, but she already has someone. Haha, who could make Shandalian fall for her. If he's interested, then go for it.
Likan Shuklat.
She already has someone. She's a factory director in the city. They're a good match. Shen Hualin's face darkened with worry. Li Kong, stop talking. Li Kong forced a nervous smile. By the way, Captain, have you found your sister? A sigh came from the other side. No news at all. Whenever my mom remembers, she cries. Dad feels uncomfortable too. We've been looking for over 10 years, but there's no clue. I think she might be gone. Captain, please tell the leaders to take care of themselves. The country still needs them.
Got it.
If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. A face flashed through Li Kang's mind.
Wait.
Professor Qin's face? And Sui Lan's face? They look exactly the same. Captain, don't hang up. I just remembered, Professor Qin's face looks exactly like that young person from the countryside.
What? How old is she?
The voice on the other side was urgent and surprised. 18 years old. 18. Yes. My sister is 18 too. I'll tell Dad right now. We're leaving to see her. Whether it's true or not, we need to see her in person. Li Kong, good boy. Don't say anything yet. Wait until we get there. Li Kong was about to ask them not to hang up, but they had already ended the call with a click. Beijing City. Military District. A middle-aged man hurriedly knocked on the leader's office door. Dad, I have news about my sister. She's at the same place where Shen Hualin and the others are now. Yunshan City, Luqiao County, Hongqi Commune, Qingshan Brigade. Really? Call Mom. We're leaving now. The middle-aged man grabbed his father's arm. Dad, if this turns out to be false, won't Mom be even more upset? The old man waved his hand. We've searched for so many years without any news. How did you find out? Li Kong, who works under Shen Hualin, discovered it. They have a young person from the countryside who looks exactly like Mom when she was young. He saw a photo of Mom from when she was young, and today, when reporting, he suddenly remembered. It must be correct. The middle-aged man's hands trembled with nervousness, and his eyes instantly turned red. My daughter has finally been found. His rough hands hurriedly made a call to his wife. The father and son were overjoyed, each starting to arrange their work. Half an hour later, 2 military vehicles left the military district. Meanwhile, Li Kong and Shen Hualin had already returned to the countryside. They looked at An Sui Lan. Li Kong wanted to speak but held back. Forget it. Wait until the senior leaders arrive. Just then, Lier Hua came over. Lan Lan, the furniture has arrived. Do you want to go see it? And Sui Lan stood up, locked the door, and Kong Sisi and Yang Limei followed to see the house. The yard was all finished, paved with clean cement. There was a grapevine and a ginkgo tree planted in the yard. The furniture was made according to her wishes. The wooden furniture had a nice, soothing color. Everything was arranged neatly, finally feeling like a new home. The master bedroom had a heated bed, the west bedroom also had one, and another room was furnished with a heated bed as well. The kitchen consisted of 2 rooms, one as the kitchen and the other as the dining room. Captain, thank you. Everything looks great. Song Baoping smiled happily, as long as you like it. If you said you didn't like it, I'd probably have to redo everything. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei covered their mouths to hide their laughter. Captain, are you afraid your son might not like it? The captain snorted coldly and ignored them. Li Erhua smiled and took An Sui Lan's hand. Lalan, don't listen to him. That's just how he is, so annoying. After touring the whole yard, An Sui Lan was very satisfied. She was living comfortably. But someone else was feeling unhappy. That person was in Xiao Xiao. Although she didn't worry about food and drink at Zhang's house now, Zhang Erlai watched her too closely, almost tying her to his waist. And Zhang Dalai often looked at her with a sly smile. But he was a bit better than Zhang Erlai. They had good food at home, and he was the first to share it with her. Almost all the eggs in the house were eaten by her. Sometimes Zhang Dalai even helped her wash clothes. That night, Zhang Erlai went out to party and said he wouldn't be back. And Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around. She thought that to escape this hellhole, she needed Zhang Dalai's help. Although Zhang Erlai was kind to her sometimes, he caused too much trouble. She couldn't get up every day. Her mother-in-law, Zhang Dainiu, scolded her constantly, calling her lazy. She kept pestering her son for things, not caring if she wore herself out. She was speechless. Wasn't she good? It was just that Zhang Erlai's addiction was too strong. That night, while Zhang Erlai was out, her mother-in-law was already asleep. She quietly entered Zhang Dalai's room. Before she could speak, her eyes welled up with tears. Big brother, can you help me? Zhang Dalai looked at her and swallowed hard. Tell me, how can I help you? And Xiao Xiao wiped her tears. If only you could help me get a divorce. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I really can't stand Zhang Erlai anymore. He causes so much trouble. I feel like I'm going to hurt myself every day. Zhang Dalai shook his head. Although he liked his sister-in-law very much, he wouldn't do such a thing. And Xiao Xiao saw that she wouldn't be fooled, so she grabbed his hand and cried, Big brother, don't you know I'm being forced? I really don't like Zhang Erlai. Big brother, look at yourself. You're not worse than him in any way. Don't you feel it's unfair? And Xiao Xiao's thoughts were simple. To escape from the Zhang family, she could only get Zhang Dalai to help her. Others wouldn't help her. But she needed to show sincerity because Zhang Dalai wouldn't help her for no reason. So she planned to use her body to tempt Zhang Dalai into helping her. Zhang Dalai felt hot all over from what she said. But he still stuck to his principles. Sister-in-law, you should go back inside. Second brother will be home soon. Tears fell from An Xiao Xiao's eyes. Big brother, I mean what I say. Please think about it carefully. And Xiao Xiao went back inside. Not long after, Zhang Erlai returned. As soon as he entered, he took off his clothes and pressed himself against her. To tempt Zhang Dalai, and Xiao Xiao called out loudly and seductively. Zhang Dalai, hearing her voice next door, felt overwhelmed with desire. Without a wife, it was torture for him. He thought about how her soft hand felt on his skin and felt his whole body grow hotter. Her voice sometimes reached his ears. He simply couldn't sleep. It wasn't until midnight that he calmed down. The next day, Zhang Delai didn't dare to see An Xiao Xiao at all. He felt she was trying to him. He hurriedly found an excuse to leave home. At this time, no one was at home, and An Xiao Xiao also left, hoping to find a chance to send a letter. As soon as she stepped outside, she heard some young workers talking about An Sui Lan, calling her a troublemaker and saying she was about to get engaged. She was really capable to have managed to get that man to want to marry her so quickly. She went straight to the young worker site and asked Manhwa, only to find out it was true. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo had just been beaten by An Sui Lan. The reason was that he tried to stop their engagement and kept talking about their past. An Sui Lan got angry and hit him. He was still wiping blood from his nose. An Sui Lan was almost fed up. And Xiao Xiao pulled Chunhua aside. Zhixing, are you just going to watch her live a good life? Chunhua was also upset. What else can I do? Every time I cause trouble, I get beaten. Look at you now. I don't want to marry someone from the village. And Xiao Xiao almost choked to death. Don't you want revenge? Don't forget the humiliation she brought you. Chunhua shook her head. She just wanted to see An Xiao Xiao and An Sui Lan fight to the death, without getting involved herself. She had seen clearly that if she got too involved, she might end up getting hurt too. And Xiao Xiao left and went to the commune to send a letter to Zhang Xiaoli. Chunhua was scared off by An Sui Lan and dared not cause trouble again. But she wouldn't let An Sui Lan go easily. If it weren't for An Sui Lan, she wouldn't be living this way, relying on pleasing men. An Sui Lan was thinking about whether to buy a new dress, since she was about to get engaged. She couldn't wear old clothes, after all. She also thought about visiting him. She decided quickly, told Cece and Li Mei in the morning, then went to find the team leader and set off. She left early, not riding the team's ox cart. Instead, after leaving the village, she took a vehicle out of her space and drove straight to the county town. She arrived in the county town at 10 in the morning. She bought 20 meat buns at the state-run restaurant, ate one in the car, and stored the rest in her space. She parked the car in a quiet place and stored it in her space, then walked to his office. Seeing the county committee's gate, she sighed. A stable job is really good. I want to have one like that someday. But she was stopped by the guard at the gate. And Sui Lan smiled and asked, I'm here to see Song Cheng'an. Can I go in? The guard asked, do you have an appointment? And Sui Lan nodded. He asked me to come today at this time. We made a verbal agreement. Can I go in? Seeing her dressed so properly, the guards thought she was there on official business, so they let her in. And Sui Lan happily asked about Song Cheng'an's office and then headed toward it. His office was on the top floor, the third floor. She walked up slowly until she saw the words secretary's office on the right side. She happily went over, determined to surprise Song Cheng'an. But just as she reached the door, Xiao Lu saw her and nervously grabbed her arm. And Jiqing, why are you here? There are people inside. You'd better wait a moment. Xiao Lu looked worried. He just found out that the boss had such a secret admirer. She suddenly appeared yesterday, almost scaring him to death. And now she was here again today. He had been complaining since he started work that An Jiqing must not come. But before he could finish, she was already here. And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow, looked at the tightly closed door of the office. It turned out that someone named Jiang was there. No wonder they didn't let her in. Could it be they were afraid she would ruin Song Cheng'an's good thing? Although he explained to himself last time about that person with the surname Jiang, he was sure that Song Cheng'an was telling the truth. But now that woman is right in front of her, she definitely wants to see for herself. Xiao Lu grabbed her arm with a smile. And Jiqing, you go into the office first. I'll pour you a glass of water. Once the boss finishes talking, you can go in. And Sui Lan glared at him. Xiao Lu, is the person inside a woman? Your tense expression can't hide it. Did Song Cheng'an do something bad? Xiao Lu kept shaking his head. No, absolutely not. And Sui Lan didn't believe him. You still dare to say no? Then why are you so nervous? Xiao Lu sighed and bent down to pour her water. Taking the chance while he was pouring, and Sui Lan immediately turned around and pushed open the door inside. Xiao Lu hit his forehead. Oh no! The boss is finished. and Jiqing will definitely have a fight with him. Seeing the former and the current together, it's just glaring and feeling frustrated. And Jiqing's temper will definitely cause trouble. When An Sui Lan pushed open the door, she saw a woman hugging Song Cheng'an's waist, begging him for something while crying. Song Cheng'an looked expressionless. He had already made it very clear yesterday. He was going out to call Xiao Lu to get her away, but unexpectedly, she suddenly rushed from behind and hugged his waist. He was about to shake her off when the door was pushed open. His eyes looked panicked. Seeing the scene, An Sui Lan felt it was painfully glaring. She slightly curled her lips. So this is the person he plans to marry? If she hadn't come today, she really wouldn't have seen such an exciting scene. Would she, An Sui Lan, keep being deceived forever? Song Cheng'an's eyes looked panicked. He quickly pulled away from the woman holding him. Then he smiled and said, "Sui Sui, why are you here?" At this moment, An Sui Lan appeared very calm. She sneered and said, "Song Cheng'an, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have seen this show."
Ha 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 ha.
The woman's crazy laughter echoed in her ears. She pointed at Song Cheng'an's hand. Her eyes, which were red from crying, now sparkled with great surprise. She crossed her arms and arrogantly walked toward An Sui Lan. "Song Cheng'an, is this your girlfriend? She looks pretty, but it's a pity she doesn't match you. Song Cheng'an, you even call her Sui Sui?
Sui Sui?
Yesterday you kept saying you didn't like me. Now you tell her. What is my name?" And Sui Lan was stunned by her crazy behavior. What does her name have to do with her? Song Cheng'an, who is she? The one with the surname Jiang? Jiang Sui had turned her head and looked at An Sui Lan. "Do you know me? Did he tell you about me? Do you know why he calls you Sui Sui?" "Now I will tell you. My name is Jiang Suiha. Jiang Suiha, get out. This has nothing to do with you." Song Cheng'an's angry shout echoed through the room. Little Lu was so scared he stuck his head out the door, trying to pull An Sui Lan away. But seeing the frightening scene, he didn't dare to get involved. "Big brother, good luck to you. Why did you provoke both of them?" He simply closed the door to prevent others outside from hearing. And Sui Lan understood.
No wonder.
Everyone calls her Lan Lan, but he calls her Sui Sui? So that's it. She had unknowingly become a substitute for someone's beloved. What kind of silly substitute story is this? Jiang Suiha raised her eyebrows proudly, feeling surprisingly happy. If Song Cheng'an had no feelings for her, she wouldn't believe it for a second. Looking into Song Cheng'an's eyes, she said clearly, "Song Cheng'an, is what she said true?" Song Cheng'an shook his head and quickly grabbed her wrist. "Sui Sui, it's not like that. It's just a coincidence. Sui Sui, you must believe me." And Sui Lan nodded.
All right.
"Since you say so, what do you plan to do with this woman?" Song Cheng'an looked coldly at Jiang Suiha.
You can leave now.
"I can't give you what you want, and I can't give you the job you seek." Jiang Suiha's goal was achieved today. She crossed her arms and smiled as she walked to An Sui Lan's side. She leaned in and whispered in her ear, "He calls you Sui Sui every day. Do you think he's calling you or me?" And Sui Lan brushed her hair back and said confidently, "That's our business. You don't need to worry about it." Although Song Cheng'an truly had no feelings for her, she couldn't lose this time. Now her father was demoted, she was divorced, and, besides Song Cheng'an, no one would want her. She had to hold on to this big tree. It would be best if these two people parted ways, then she would have a chance. She didn't expect Song Cheng'an to be so gentle with her one day. Luckily, she chose a good name, or she wouldn't be able to stir trouble between them. And Sui Lan raised her eyebrows, knowing she was being manipulated by this woman. But she couldn't let this go easily. Whether or not she was a substitute, she couldn't be sure. It was just too much of a coincidence. Jiang Suiha left, and Sui Lan glared angrily at Song Cheng'an. "Song Cheng'an, I am not your substitute, nor am I your emotional support for someone you love. Tell me seriously, am I really her substitute? I know that first love and the one you can't forget are the hardest to forget. If you truly can't forget her, let's just forget it." Song Cheng'an smiled bitterly and took her hand, but She quickly pulled away. Song Cheng'an scratched his head in frustration. Sui Sui, I've already told you. My heart only belongs to you. Her words just now were clearly meant to cause trouble between us. She just wants to stir up our feelings so she can take advantage of the situation. Sui Sui, you are not anyone's substitute. You are the first person to make me feel what it's like to be truly moved. You are also the reason I want to settle down, get married, and have children. Sui Sui, I am not the kind of person who is indecisive. Think about it, over the years, I've had many female friends around me. If I wanted to get married, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? It's just because I met you. I know Jiang Sueha made you unhappy, but that was in the past. If I had known I would meet someone as wonderful as you someday, I would have looked for you earlier and wouldn't have let you suffer so much. Sui Sui, listen to me. I've always called her Jiang Tongji. You are not a substitute. You are the only one. Do you understand?
An Sui Lan not dead.
You have a point. Why haven't I married all these years? Instead, I want to marry you. Is it because there's a similar sounding character in our names? Song Cheng'an was speechless. How can he explain that? Someone, please help him. And what about when she just held you? Why didn't you push her away? I was about to leave earlier, but she kept clinging to me. I didn't expect her to suddenly hug me from behind. Just as I was about to shake her off, you pushed the door open. And Sui Lan wasn't sure whether to believe Song Cheng'an. From her understanding of him, he was definitely not Jiang Sueha's substitute. Because Jiang Sueha and she were not comparable. She couldn't measure up to herself, which is why she thought of such a trick when she heard Song Cheng'an call her. Song Cheng'an had entrusted all his assets to her before even getting engaged. He even told her about secret dealings in the black market. If she were just a substitute, would he really treat her so well? As the saying goes, where a man's money is, his heart is. This must be true. If he didn't love her, why would he spend so much effort buying her such an expensive watch? Why give her 20,000 yuan? She is now an orphan girl with nothing. He has no backup support. If he doesn't like it, trying to convince him won't help. After thinking it through, she smiled and said, "All right, no need to explain. I believe you. It's just that what she said earlier was so shocking that I didn't react right away." Song Cheng'an clearly relaxed and let out a breath of relief. He spread his arms and hugged her tightly. So tight that An Sui Lan couldn't breathe. But she could clearly feel that he loved her. Song Cheng'an was glad Sui Sui believed in him. "Thank you for trusting me, Sui Sui," he said. He gently held the back of her head and kissed her soft lips carefully. And Sui Lan wanted to go further, but he pulled back. "Sui Sui, I won't be back tonight. I'll finish work tomorrow morning, and we can go home together. How does that sound?" And Sui Lan nodded and said, "Okay." Song Cheng'an looked at his watch. It was almost noon, time to finish work. He took her hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you out to eat." As they left the office, and Sui Lan quickly pulled away. Since this was a public place, holding hands with him didn't match his status. Even so, many people watched as they walked side by side. Someone pulled Xiao Lu aside and asked, "Who's that girl? She's so pretty." Xiao Lu smiled proudly and said, "She's the secretary's girlfriend. They're getting engaged the day after tomorrow." "Where are they? Are we going to visit?" Xiao Lu shook his head proudly and ruffled his hair. "You guys can't go, but I can." After saying that, he walked away happily. And Sui Lan and Song Cheng'an went to a state-run restaurant. They went straight into a private room. After eating, they returned to the courtyard for a nap. Song Cheng'an took out a key and said, "Sui Sui, here's a key for you." And Sui Lan took the key and put it in her bag. At this moment, Song Cheng'an handed her a glass of water, as she was a bit thirsty. The ribs at the state-run restaurant were a little salty. After eating, An Sui Lan was sweaty and sticky all over, feeling uncomfortable. She took out the clothes she had left last time from the wardrobe. "I need to wash up. It's too hot." After washing up, she came out to find Song Cheng'an already changed into pajamas and shorts. "Go lie down first. I've turned on the fan in the room, so it's cooler." And Sui Lan nodded and stood in front of the fan for a while. Having a fan in this era was quite rare. She lay on the bed and closed her eyes. A few minutes later, Cheng'an finished washing up and came out. He had to wash every day at noon when he returned. If he didn't, he'd just lie on the bed feeling uncomfortable. Over the years in the city, he hadn't developed many bad habits, but he never forgot to take a shower daily. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I saw the girl lying quietly in bed. But her fluttering eyelashes showed she was pretending to sleep. I walked over, amused, and gently pinched her soft cheek. An Sui Lan, feeling sleepy, was awakened by his touch. She muttered, "What are you doing?" Cheng'an was lying beside her, and her small hand immediately rested on his waist. Her fair, delicate legs were draped over his. Cheng'an felt his cool, freshly washed body grow warmer again. "Sweetie, lie still." An Sui Lan didn't move, so he turned over, propped himself on his arms, and looked down at her. He softly called her name, Sui Sui. An Sui Lan opened her eyes. "What now? Aren't you going to sleep?" Without saying a word, Cheng'an opened his mouth and kissed her lips. He had been thinking about this kiss for a long time, and today he finally gathered the courage to do it. An Sui Lan stared at him in disbelief. He couldn't hold back anymore. It was a rare moment of courage. She thought he would wait until their wedding day. An Sui Lan wrapped her arms around his neck and started to respond. They held each other tightly and kissed passionately. At first, Cheng'an kissed gently and tenderly, but as she responded, his kisses became more intense and forceful. Gradually, An Sui Lan felt overwhelmed, as if the man was about to swallow her whole. For the first time, Cheng'an experienced this feeling and felt it was never enough. Kissing continued, and unknowingly, he moved to her glowing, white neck. They gradually lost control. An Sui Lan could clearly feel that he was more than capable. He was very capable. "Cheng'an, you poked me."
Boom.
His mind exploded. He gasped for breath and sat up. "Sweetie, you go back to sleep first. I'm going to take a quick shower." He turned over and got out of bed. And Sui Lan didn't even get a chance to stop him. She just saw him. Cheng'an's face and neck turned red, even his ears. Haha. She didn't expect that behind his mature and steady appearance, he was so innocent. Cheng'an took a long shower in the bathroom. And Sui Lan waited for a long time, but he didn't come out. Feeling a little worried, she knocked on the bathroom door. "Cheng'an, are you done? Are you okay?" His voice was a bit hoarse, but much calmer now. "I'll be out soon." When they returned to the bedroom, An Sui Lan raised an eyebrow at him. Cheng'an was lying on the bed, and An Sui Lan didn't dare to bother him anymore. She had already experienced it once and found it a bit frightening. He held her in his arms.
Sui, I'm sorry.
"Did I scare you?" An Sui Lan shook her head.
No.
"I think your kissing skills are good, but there's still room for improvement." Cheng'an closed his eyes. The recent feeling of heat seemed to return. "Yusui, go to sleep quickly. Don't tease me anymore." An Sui Lan didn't dare to speak again, afraid she might upset him further. Gradually, she fell asleep. Cheng'an let out a sigh. This feeling was really tormenting. His loved one was right beside him, but he had to endure it. Thinking that Yusui was only 18, he felt overwhelmed. After about half an hour, he got up to go to work. When An Sui Lan woke up, he was already gone. There was a note on the table. She looked at it, recalling what happened on the bed at noon, and chuckled softly. She didn't expect Cheng'an to be so innocent. She got up and washed the clothes she had taken off, hung them on the balcony to dry. She initially wanted to see if there were any dirty clothes in his room and help him wash them in the space, but unfortunately, there weren't any. After washing the clothes, she sat in the living room with a book. She read until she was deeply engrossed. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that he returned. "Yusui, are you hungry?" An Sui Lan shook her head. "Then let's go out for a walk, buy you a dress. The day after tomorrow, we will have the engagement. And then we'll go eat?" An Sui Lan nodded. They left the courtyard together. Since it was an engagement, An Sui Lan thought to pick a red dress for celebration. Cheng'an chose a red dress for her. They bought the dress and also some shoes. An Sui Lan held his arm. You picked 2 things too? Song Cheng'an. I haven't worn the ones I bought last time. In the end, An Sui Lan insisted he buy a shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of leather shoes. Finally, he agreed. After dinner, it was already very dark. They washed up and lay in bed. This time, Song Cheng'an didn't dare to move. An Sui Lan quietly lay in his arms, not daring to disturb him. Song Cheng'an let out a sigh of relief. If she provoked him again, he wasn't sure if he might lose control. The sky brightened, and An Sui Lan woke up. She looked at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock. She had just finished washing up when he returned, holding 2 buns. Let's go. Time to go back. By the time they got home, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Song Cheng'an parked the car at the door, feeling a bit strange. Why was everyone gone? There was no one on the street either. Normally, there should be many people out at this time. Even if it was a lunch break, not everyone would be resting. He entered his parents' house, but it was empty. What was going on? Could something happen in the village? An Sui Lan also sensed something was wrong. Let's go and check the youth station first. The 2 of them walked to the youth station and heard loud noises inside. There were 2 military vehicles parked at the door. A crowd of people was gathered there. What's going on? Shan Hualin saw her return and immediately exclaimed with joy, Chief, and the youth has come back. Chief? Song Cheng'an was also confused. An Sui Lan looked up and saw 2 elderly people in their 50s with red eyes looking at her. 1 man and 1 woman. Her eyes widened instantly.
Dad.
Dad is also here? No, that's not Dad. Dad doesn't have that kind of aura. He doesn't have that commanding, decisive presence. But why does this man look exactly like Dad? She then looked at the gentle, beautiful woman. Why is she crying while staring at herself? For some reason, she felt a tightness in her chest. The man looked at her trembling hands and lips moving nervously. The man next to him, in his 30s, also stared at her steadily. He was the first to speak. Little sister, we finally found you. He rushed over and hugged An Sui Lan. Song Cheng'an, confused, quickly pulled his hand away. Let go. The man then realized who she was, and his expression turned cold and fierce.
Who are you?
Don't block my way. An Sui Lan struggled free and asked puzzled, Comrade, are you looking for me? The woman beside her was already crying loudly. She stepped forward, panting heavily, and approached An Sui Lan. Gently, she stroked her face. But An Sui Lan didn't find it annoying. She only felt warm and safe. Nian Nian, Mom has finally found you. An Sui Lan was stunned. What's going on? No, what Mom? The imposing middle-aged man stepped closer to her, speaking slowly. Everyone sit down first. The child just came back, and she doesn't know everything yet. Let's talk slowly. An Sui Lan sat down with the woman holding her hand. Chengjun, you explain what's happening. He looked at An Sui Lan and said, Little sister, you are the daughter our parents lost outside. You are also my biological sister. Back then, our parents searched for a long time and finally found a married couple in Hashang who had no children after many years. They found out they were going to the hospital that day, so they left you at the hospital entrance and put enough money in your blanket to raise you. We watched that family take you and leave, and then we felt relieved and went to the front lines. But who knew, when we came back to find that family, we couldn't find them at all. The villagers said they took their children and moved far away, but no one knew where. We searched all over the country for years, but found nothing. Just a few days ago, we learned you were here. We checked all your past information. That family was originally surnamed Zhao, but now they are surnamed An. It caused us to search for so long, looking for Zhao families everywhere. We never expected they would change their names. If Li Kong and the others hadn't called back, and if Li Kong hadn't seen a photo of your mother when she was young, we probably wouldn't have met you in this lifetime. An Sui Lan listened and couldn't calm down for a long time. Her chest felt heavy, like a big stone was pressing down on her. She knew this wasn't her true feelings. These were the feelings of the original owner. She felt wronged angry and full of hatred. Why did her parents abandon her? Why did they leave her alone? She had been wronged for so many years, thinking she was part of the An family, suffering so much there, only to be harmed and die. Cheng saw his little sister silent for a long time and felt a bit nervous. Little sister, we had no choice back then. I was 15 years older than you and had already joined the army. You are the daughter our parents hoped for 15 years. But the situation was urgent, and we had no choice but to do this to keep you safe. An Sui Lan's emotions seemed to spiral out of control, and she shouted angrily.
Why?
Why did you leave me to be raised by others, and now you come back to find me? Do you know what I've been through in the An family these 18 years? She raised her hands and forced a bitter smile. Since I can remember, I've been washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning every day. Other children come home and do their homework, but I have to finish these chores first. I ate leftovers every day and was often hungry. My clothes were leftovers, old and torn. Do you know where I sleep? I built a small bed in the corner. That's where I've slept for 18 years. I grew up, finished high school, and then they drugged me and sold me to a fat man. To get money for their own daughter, they sold me to buy her a job. You're back now? I was abused, mocked, and sold. And where were you? Why did you only come now? Many people shed tears, and they didn't expect that An Jijing, who usually looks optimistic, had such a past. It's so sad. You're coming back now, wanting me to recognize you? Let me tell you, I am already dead. I am dead. Your daughter has been gone for a long time.
An Sui Lan shouted loudly, shocking herself.
The original owner never left. She is unwilling. She is resentful. She has been waiting for this day. Next to her, Qin Yuezhen was already crying uncontrollably. She truly didn't expect her daughter to be treated so badly. At just 6 or 7 years old, she had to cook and do laundry. No wonder she hates them. She is not a good mother. Tai Lin, our daughter has suffered. She refuses to recognize us, but we don't blame her. Tai Lin also welled up with tears, but he was a man. He could control his emotions well. First, he comforted his wife, then went to his daughter. Good girl, it's my fault. Dad is sorry. After saying this, he bowed deeply to An Sui Lan, a grown man with tears in his eyes. Little girl, at that time we really had no choice. The army needed Dad and Mom to go to the front lines. Your older brother couldn't avoid it either. I'm a soldier. Obeying orders from superiors is my duty. The country needs me, so I have to do this. Although I regret my decision back then, if I could do it all over again, I would still do the same. Because the country needs me. Song Cheng'an stood beside An Sui Lan, holding her hand to soothe her emotions. He didn't expect her background to be so extraordinary. This man looked very upright, full of integrity, and commanding authority. Just now, Shen Hualin called him a leader, and he suddenly felt unworthy of Sui Sui. He realized he must work harder in the future. An Sui Lan cried so hard her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was shouting inwardly, "What exactly does the original owner want me to do? If she hates them so much, maybe this family is better off gone." She cried fiercely, tears falling nonstop, choking out, "I hate you all so much. My chest hurts so much. Original owner, just tell me what you really want. Stop tormenting me like this." Qin Yuezhen wiped her tears and stepped forward, hugging her. "Little girl, it's Mom's fault. I shouldn't have abandoned you back then. If you want to hate someone, hate me. You don't recognize us, but I won't be angry. In the future, Mom will love you. Anyone who hurts you, I won't let them go." And Sui Lan lost control again. She shook her head and said, "No, I hate you all, but I am happy that you came to find me. Now I finally have loving parents and a brother." Qin Yuezhen asked happily, Nan, are you willing to recognize us?" And Sui Lan wanted to shake her head, but she couldn't control her body. She nodded and said, "Yes, from now on, I am no longer a floating leaf without roots. I am a child with parents and a home. Dad, Mom, brother." 3 responses sounded at the same time, and mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. And Sui Lan didn't know why she was crying so much today. She just couldn't stop crying. Tai Lin laughed loudly. My daughter has found us. Our family is finally together. And Sui Lan felt a lightness in her head, and in a daze, she seemed to see a girl who looked very much like her. She wanted to speak to her, but couldn't open her mouth. The original owner bowed deeply to her with a smile, and she immediately understood her meaning. She silently thought, I will take good care of my parents and get along well with them. From now on, I am you. The figure of the original owner gradually became more transparent and eventually disappeared. And Sui Lan shook her head quietly. At this moment, Cheng'an found an opportunity to speak. Sui, how about inviting Uncle and Auntie and Big Brother to our house for a visit? It's a good chance to talk about us. The team leader quickly agreed. Yes, let's go to the house first. You've traveled for several days. You must be tired. Wash up and have a meal, then we can discuss things. And Sui Lan patted her head. What should she do now? She just accepted her parents. And now this person comes to join in the fun. She was afraid he would be left out. Tai Lin looked puzzled. He had been talking about his daughter just now and hadn't noticed this man. Nan, who is this? And Sui Lan chuckled, and her dad also called him very naturally. This man looked exactly like her dad, identical in every way. Even his hair was almost the same. She had been wondering if her dad was wearing a wig. She tentatively asked, Dad, do you know what a phone is? Tai Lin shook his head. Nan wants a phone? As long as it exists in this world, Dad can find one for you. And Sui Lan quickly waved her hands. No, I was just asking casually. It seemed he wasn't her dad. She grabbed Cheng'an and smiled. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, this is my boyfriend, Cheng'an. This is Mr. Song from the Song family, and this is Mrs. Song. Cheng'an quickly greeted politely. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Annie. Hello, Big Brother. Jun snorted coldly and warned, I'm not your big brother. I just found my sister, but he took her away. Of course he's happy. Tai Lin's face also showed some displeasure, and he kept observing Cheng'an. But Cheng'an was very confident and allowed him to look at him without showing any fear. He felt a little pleased inside. He was polite and proper, handsome, tall with long legs, good genes. It matched the marriage standards of their family. He didn't look like a country person. He seemed more like a city person. He even carried a slight sense of authority, but it wasn't obvious. He was deliberately holding back. Not bad, very steady. But Tai Lin could see through him with one look. He had sharp eyes. He could tell what kind of person he was instantly. His daughter had good taste, though he was a little older. Zhen was very gentle, smiling kindly and gracefully. Tai Lin, let's listen to our daughter, and go first, then talk. Everyone left the youth camp. Zhen took a big bag of white rabbit candies from the car, smiling happily. I'm very happy today, and thank you for guiding us here, so we could find this place. Everyone present took a handful of candies to share. Cheng'an took the candies and divided them. Since he was the one handing out, no villager dared to. They all went to Song's house to see the excitement. Hua chased everyone out, closed the door, and no one could come in. They sat down one by one. Standing at the door of the main room, Hua walked past them, feeling a bit nervous. Zhen pulled in Sui Lan to sit beside her, smiling gently at her daughter. Hua poured a glass of milk powder and handed it over. Dear daughter-in-law, drink water. I'll go cook now. Zhen waved her hand. Sister-in-law, no need. We're not hungry. We'll eat together tonight.
Liawas milat.
All right then. At this moment, Cheng'an spoke up. Mom, Sui hasn't had lunch yet.
Liawan udarapatadli.
Okay. I'll go cook some eggs and noodles for you too.
Shong bao ping samai.
Then I'll start the fire. You all chat first. Tai Lin was even more pleased with him. Little Song, what do you do? Is that car at your house yours? Cheng'an nodded. Yes, it's mine. I used to be the director at a state-run clothing factory. Now I'm the secretary of Luqiao County. When he said this, He Tai-lin was a bit shocked. A secretary in his 20s? Too young. But it also showed Song's ability. Qin Yuzhen beamed with happiness and praised him happily. Little Song, you're really impressive. How old are you this year? Song Cheng'an clenched his fists. His age was a sensitive point for him. But he couldn't lie to a few people. I'm 26 this year, 8 years older than Sui Sui. But please believe me, I will treat her well and make her happy. I won't let her get hurt in any way. He Junjun was unhappy. He was too old. 8 years older than his little sister was too much. But since she liked him, even he couldn't interfere. He had no right. He hadn't taken care of his sister even for a day, so how could he interfere in her life? He Tai-lin laughed happily. All right, sit down first. Don't be nervous. We just met, just introducing ourselves. Song Cheng'an sat down only then. Qin Yuezhen was very pleased with her future son-in-law and liked him more the longer she looked. Really, a mother-in-law's eyes see her son-in-law getting better and better. Song Cheng'an stood up again to speak. It felt like he was reporting work. Uncle, Auntie, we plan to get engaged first and then find a date to marry. As for where to live, it's right behind us in the new house. I already built it, according to Sui Sui's preferences. Would you like me to take you to see it? Qin Yuezhen smiled. Sure. Let's go take a look. The 5 of them went to the back together. Qin Yuezhen was very satisfied with the house. All the furniture was already inside, ready for them to move in directly. This house was the best in the countryside. Xiao Song, you put a lot of effort into this. Did it cost a lot? And Sui Lan finally spoke up. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, he already gave me all his savings long ago. With his money, it's like I have his life. Don't worry, everyone. When she said this, everyone laughed. Even He Junjun was pleased. Who would have thought this young man gave everything he had to his sister to pursue her? If it were someone he didn't truly love, he definitely wouldn't do that. He became a bit curious. Little sister, how much is Xiao Song's wealth? And Sui Lan smiled and held up. 2,000? He Junjun's tone was somewhat disdainful. Only 2,000 yuan. But and Sui Lan shook her head. Brother, it's 20,000. 20,000. The 3 members of the He family were all shocked. 20,000. These days, even they would need to save for a long time. But this Xiao Song, living in the countryside with a low salary, how did he save that much? He Tai-lin's face grew cold. Xiao Song, how can you do this? Hurry up and put all the money in. It'll be too late if they find out. Song Cheng'an shook his head. Uncle, this money is earned by me. All clean money. And Sui Lan felt very proud and took the initiative to explain. Dad, what are you thinking? Besides his salary, he also earns money selling wild boar meat. He comes back every few days and sells wild boar meat. So that's why we have so much money. He Tai-lin finally nodded in understanding. That's good. Xiao Song, you're doing well. Work hard in the future, and when the time comes, go back to the city with Nanan. He never thought Nanan would stay in the countryside forever. Qin Yuezhen smiled and gave him a quick look. Then you should hurry up and let your daughter go back to the city. And Sui Lan quickly refused. Mom and Dad, I haven't stayed here long enough. The countryside has its good points. I want to wait a few more years before going back. Maybe in a few years, the college entrance exam will be restored. Then we can go back with dignity. He Tai-lin was surprised that Nanan had such foresight. Good. No wonder I am proud to have a daughter like Nanan. She has good judgment. Nanan, in a few years, the college entrance exam might really be restored. You all should study hard and prepare well, okay? Song Cheng'an felt very anxious inside. Their engagement was scheduled for tomorrow, but they hadn't spoken yet. He decided to ask himself. Uncle, Auntie, what about the engagement tomorrow? Qin Yuezhen smiled warmly. Keep going. We're right here, isn't it perfect? They were very satisfied with this young man. He was good in every way. Song Cheng'an finally relaxed. Liu Hua came in with 2 bowls of noodles. Lan Lan, come quickly and eat. Qin Yuezhen looked at the noodles, which had 2 eggs on top. The couple was honest and straightforward, and it was clear they truly cared for Nanan. Otherwise, Nanan wouldn't have brought them home. She quietly calculated the time in her mind. After dinner, Song Cheng'an said to his mother, "Mom, Uncle, Auntie, why not let them sleep in the back?" And Sui Lan nodded. "That works. The Jiqing station doesn't have much space. I have new quilts and mats. I'll go get them." He Qingjun said, "Little sister, I'll go with you." And Sui Lan waved her hand. "No need." She quickly ran off after saying that. Song Cheng'an hurried after her. He Qingjun. There were many things in An Sui Lan's room. She went back, locked the door, and took her things and left. Song Cheng'an caught up and took the items. Sui say, "Why do you have so many mats?" And Sui Lan smiled and explained, "I bought them when I arrived, in case they weren't enough." Song Cheng'an nodded and looked at the small house. When they returned, the 3 of them had already gone to the back. Lier Hua laid out woven grass mats on the Kong, raised bed. Lay a mat on top of it. Sleeping like this is comfortable and not itchy. Qin Yuezhen held her daughter's hand and asked, "Little girl, can mommy sleep with you tonight at the youth commune?" Faced with her kind and gentle eyes, she couldn't find the words to refuse. She looked at her father. Since her father and her grandfather are the same, her mother must also be from her past life. Her grandfather never showed her mother's photo, so she has no memory of her mother. Now, this mother looks exactly like the one she imagined. At night, Lier Hua was cooking a big goose at home. Braised pork,
Ribs.
braised eggplant, smashed cucumber salad, tomato scrambled eggs, and many other dishes. 2 families sat together, eating happily and chatting. But then a guest arrived. It was Grandma Song and Zhang Xiuying. Recently, Song Jiangwo had been kept at home every day, not allowed to go out, to take care of Saixia. Seeing that the Song brothers all had jobs, Grandma Song had long wanted to find work. Today, she heard that the parents of An Sui Lan, that little troublemaker, had come. She took the opportunity to ask for a job and try to break up their relationship. She couldn't let them live happily. She leaned on her cane and entered the Song family yard. "Oldest, I heard the in-laws are here?" Song Baoping's heart skipped a beat. "Mother, why are you here? We have guests today. You should go back." Grandma Song sat down on a stool without saying a word. "Oldest, why are you so selfish? Only thinking about your own happiness, not caring about how your brother is doing? I came today to find a job for Jiangwo. You should worry about Cheng'an. They are all family brothers, and you're helping outsiders." Song Cheng'an spoke calmly, without any emotion. "I can't help much. I only have 3 brothers and 2 sisters. There are no other brothers." Rebellious grandson. "Jiangwo isn't your brother. Who is he? Since all the others have jobs, only Jiangwo doesn't. Shouldn't you help him, because your surname is Song?" Sui Lan quietly whispered to her parents about Grandma Song and the Song family affairs. As she spoke, he Tyron snorted coldly. Song Baoping stood up, almost begging. "Mother, please go back first. We'll talk about this another day." He tried to help Grandma Song up, but she suddenly fell to the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I don't care, I won't leave today without a job. Today, I must get a job, or else you can just wait for me to die here."
You.
Song Cheng'an stood up and approached Grandma Song, just about to help her out. He Tai Lin couldn't stand it anymore. Is this mother? Clearly, this is only something a villain would do. He ordered the 2 guards at the door. Eject the person. The guards, holding real guns, slowly approached the elderly lady. The dark gun barrels were aimed at her head. Grandma Song was almost faint with fear. Zhang Xiuying was also very scared. She trembled and was about to run away. But seeing Grandma, she couldn't just leave her behind. It was her encouragement that made Grandma want to work. She tremblingly helped Grandma up. No, don't shoot. We're leaving now." After a fuss, they hurriedly left. He Tai Lin snorted coldly, smiling as he said, "Brother Song, I've kicked her out. You won't be angry, right?" Song Baoping waved his hand. "No. I'm heartbroken enough already. She comes a few times a month, which is normal. It's good that there was no fighting or violence this time.
Eat. Eat.
The two daughters-in-law of the Song family dared not speak, feeling very insignificant. They never expected that the future sister-in-law's family was so powerful. They even had 4 guards accompanying her, all armed with real guns. It was really frightening. So, they kept their heads down, eating quietly, and the children were not allowed to sit at the table. They quickly finished eating and went back to their rooms. Just now, seeing the gun pointed at Grandma, she looked like she might wet her pants. Both women were thinking about how to treat An Sui Lan in the future. After dinner, everyone went back to rest. Song Cheng'an went to the kitchen and boiled a big pot of hot water. The 3 of them took a refreshing bath and finally felt much cleaner. They sat inside talking. Jin took out her small bag. She took out 5,000 yuan from inside. Girl, your parents have owed you a lot over the years. Take this money. When you get married and have children, you'll need it. An Sui Lan shook her head. Mom and Dad, I don't need this money. I have money myself, whether I need it or not. Keep it for your big brother. By the way, do I have a sister-in-law? Jin shook her head.
No.
He's already 33, fully focused on his career, and doesn't want to get married. Jin shook her head again. He knows what he's doing. We don't interfere in his affairs. Girl, listen to Mom. Girls need to have their own money to feel confident. Then you won't have to suffer others' unfair treatment or feel unhappy. Just fight back. This is the confidence your parents give you. An Sui Lan nodded, secretly wiping her tears. Jin smiled and said, Don't forget, your father is now the top commander of the Kyoto military district. You should be clear about his strength. An Sui Lan nodded and gave a thumbs up to Lan. Dad is really impressive. We should learn from him. She also saluted Lan properly. Everyone laughed. They all stayed up talking until midnight. An Sui Lan decided not to go back to the youth station. Lan went to sleep with his son, leaving the bedroom for his daughter and wife. Song Cheng'an returned to the front yard. As soon as he got back, Song Baoping called him into the house. Big brother, I've thought about it. Your father-in-law's family isn't simple. Giving only 500 in bride price isn't enough. Song Cheng'an nodded. Then, let's give 1,000. Anyway, any amount is fine. He had already given all his money to the young girl. Song Baoping thought for a moment and looked at Lier Hua. Old lady, what do you think? How much is suitable? If it's 500, it's not enough, but given their family's condition, they probably wouldn't accept that. So, let's give 1,000.
This shows we're serious about Lan Lan.
If we give too little, they might think we don't care. Song Cheng'an nodded.
All right.
Let's give 1,000. He took out another 1,000 yuan. Dad, this money is for the bride price. The money I gave you before is for buying groceries and such. It's enough, but we should do it properly. Song Baoping sighed. Big brother, I don't have much ability. Your parents can't even help with the bride price, and you have to pay yourself. Song Cheng'an smiled and put the money into his mother's arms. This is my bride. I'll pay the bride price myself. It's reasonable. He handed over the money and went back inside to sleep. Song Baoping sighed. Old lady, I'm a bit worried. And Jiqing's family is so well off. I feel a little uneasy. Lier Hua chuckled and waved her hand. Worried about what? That the in-laws might ask for a divorce? You're overthinking. Just go to sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. Don't think too much, especially about the big brother's matter. You can't control it anyway. Song Baoping. Before he finished speaking, he was already asleep. Song Cheng'an returned to his room, looking at his belongings inside. He felt a bit sad. Recently, he had been sleeping with the little girl. Now, sleeping alone felt very uncomfortable. His whole body felt out of place. He kept thinking about her all night. Without her by his side, it was really hard to endure. He only managed to fall asleep in the late hours. And Sui Lan was sleeping in the new house with Qin. She was waiting until everyone finished washing, then she washed quickly in the space and quietly returned to her room, lying down beside Qin. Qin gently hugged her and patted her softly, like soothing a child to sleep. Little girl, tomorrow mom will take you to the city to buy some things. An Sui Lan shook her head. No, you already paid. I can buy it myself. No way. You're about to get married, and your parents should give you some dowry. Mom, marriage is still far away. Tomorrow is just the engagement. Qin Yuezhen smiled, feeling very happy and satisfied. Seeing her daughter obedient and well-behaved made her feel like she could live a few more years. My daughter has good taste. Xiao Song is great. Why don't you just get married directly? Since we're both here, let's have the wedding now. And Sui Lan shook her head. No, I'm only 18. I can't marry so early. I have to wait until I'm 20. Qin Yuezhen was just talking casually. She nodded with a smile. All right, I'll listen to you. Is this house built by Xiao Song? Your wedding house? Yes. He built it in my name. He said I should go to the city, and he has a house there, but I'm a young peasant, so I can't go. Qin Yuezhen rubbed her head. If you want to go back, your parents can let you. But the situation is unstable now, so you need to wait a bit longer. Things are safer in the countryside. We are very careful. Yes. No worries, in a few years we'll go back. The countryside is nice, fresh air. When we take the exams again in a few years, it will be the same. Qin Yuezhen suddenly remembered the An family, so hateful. They changed their names and moved to the city of Hushi to hide their tracks. Their goal was always in the countryside, but they never thought about that. That family is really terrible. We must not let them get away. Qin Yuezhen had been very excited these days. Today, finally seeing her daughter, her worries eased. She looked at her daughter and smiled, pinching her soft, tender face. So beautiful. They talked until midnight before falling asleep. When she woke up in the morning, they had already gotten up. Only she was still sleeping soundly. Qin Yuezhen came in from outside, smiling. Little girl, get up quickly. We're going to the youth commune later. They'll be leaving soon. Xiao Song's mom made you egg cakes that are almost cold now. And Sui Lan rubbed her eyes, got up, dressed, and washed up. After eating the egg cakes, she headed straight to the youth commune. She changed into new clothes and small leather shoes, then applied a light makeup and freshened her face before coming out of the room.
Wow.
Lan, you look so beautiful. Kong Sisi screamed loudly, and Qin Yuezhen looked at her daughter with such gentle eyes that it seemed like water could be squeezed out. Nanan looked exactly like her when she was young. She was beautiful. Lan Fan, you really look like Andy. You're so pretty. Yang Lai Mai also smiled and said, Lan Fan, you look very beautiful today. Everyone at the youth station knew they were going to get engaged today. They all stopped working and gathered in the yard to watch the lively scene. Chuanhua's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. How could that unkind girl be so lucky, having such a good family background? Now, An Xiao was probably about to go crazy with jealousy. Indeed, An Xiao was about to lose her mind with envy. She found out yesterday that An Sui Lan's biological parents were truly impressive. If they found out how she had been living in the An family, they would definitely not let her and the family go.
No.
Absolutely not. She wrote a letter yesterday and sent it back the same day. Song Cheng'an woke up very early today, almost didn't sleep yesterday. But today, he didn't feel tired at all. He was so excited. He tidied up early, changed into new clothes and shoes. Song Baoping and Li Erhua also dressed in their best clothes. Many people had already gathered at home. The village secretary, the accountant, and several respected elders from the village had come too. Song Juyi and Song Zhenhua returned early this morning. Since their older brother was about to get engaged, they definitely came back to help. As soon as they arrived home, Song Baoping arranged for them to go to the commune to buy meat and vegetables. They didn't mind and immediately rode their bikes away. But before they even left, someone was already back. Dad, I bought everything you asked for. Song Juyi wiped his sweat. Luckily, I didn't miss the time to send the bride price. Song Baoping glared at him. What bride price? Stay at home and be honest. Song Juyi pouted. That's not right. Big brother and sister-in-law are together, and I played a part too. If I don't go, it's too unfair. Everyone finished packing and headed to the youth station. And Sui Lan looked around, but she didn't see her brother. Mom, Dad, where's my brother? Qin Yuezhen held her hand gently and softly stroked her hair. Your big brother drove to the county town. We asked him to buy some things. Shen Hualin and Li Kong stood nearby. The leaders were here, so they could only stand to the side. He felt both sour and sad inside. He finally liked a girl, but she wasn't his match. Oh well, but he had to give up. Just then, loud noises and chatter came from nearby. Song Baoping and Li Shangyun, Song Cheng'an, the village secretary, the accountant, and several respected elders have all come. Behind them, a large crowd is following. The two daughters-in-law of the Song family and their 3 children are also here. Additionally, Song Chunying and Song Xia have arrived. And Sui Lan immediately notices a man standing out among the crowd. He looks very handsome today. He leaves a strong impression at first sight. Song Cheng'an walks quickly toward the young girl, smiling. Says, "Hey, I'm here." Kong Cici and Yang Limei quickly move chairs. Once everyone is seated, the village head smiles and says, "Dear family, even though our conditions are modest, we should still show proper respect. Here is 1,000 yuan as the bride price. I know it's not much, but it's our way of showing sincerity." Qin Yuezhen is a bit surprised, not expecting them to be able to give 1,000 yuan for the bride price. He Tai Lin nods, understanding that they might have struggled to gather that amount. He Tai Lin wants to say more, but suddenly his wife pulls his arm. He laughs and accepts the money, placing it into his wife's hand.
All right.
We accept this bride price. From now on, you'll take care of the children. Once we leave, the mountains are high and the roads are far. It's hard for us to supervise. At this moment, someone calls out, "Someone's coming." Li Kong quickly runs outside to check, returning excitedly, "Brother and Jiqing is back." He initially wanted to say the team leader, but thought it might cause gossip, so he changed his words. The village head smiles and says, "Dear family, why don't we go to the back?" The family is already preparing food. Everyone gets up and heads toward the back. And Sui Lan pulls aside Kong Cici and Yang Limei, while Shen Hualin and Li Kong naturally follow. Others also want to go, but they haven't been invited, so they feel shy. Still, they want to see what's happening. They arrive at the Song family's door. A car is parked outside. He Qingjun gets out of the car and opens the trunk. "Little sister, all these are for you." Everyone crowds around to look.
Wow.
Unbelievable. So many nice things. This must cost a lot of money. There's a TV, a radio, and even a sewing machine, plus a bicycle. Xiao Lu also arrives in another car. He Qingjun smiles and says, "That car also has stuff inside." Everyone rushes over again to see. Blankets, bed sheets, clothes, and a watch. It looks like a men's watch.
Oh my.
How much do you think this costs? City folks are really rich. The workers were almost crazy with envy. And Sui Lan didn't understand why they bought so many things. "Mom and Dad, how did you buy so much stuff?" Qin Yuezhen patted her hand. "We drove here this time. Maybe next time it won't be so easy, so we decided to buy everything you need now. All these are your dowry." And Sui Lan's eyes turned red. But this was too much. He Qingjun gently hugged her. "Little sister, you've suffered. This is your reward, nothing special. When I become successful in the future, I will buy you lots of things." And Sui Lan chuckled. "I don't want her stuff. You're so grown up, and you haven't even married a wife. I want a sister-in-law." He Qingjun. His little sister almost choked him. He awkwardly smiled. "Okay, I will work hard then." He took her hand. "Look and see if you like it. I chose colors that girls like." He took some people to look, and the workers automatically made way. And Sui Lan looked at everything one by one. She nodded repeatedly. "I like it. I like it." She threw herself into her father's arms. "Dad, Mom, brother, you are so good to me. I am a little overwhelmed." He Tai Lin gently patted his daughter's back. When she suddenly threw herself into his arms, he didn't quite know how to react. He usually kept a serious face. He chuckled softly. "Nan, you can't cry. Today is your good day. In the future, Mom and Dad will buy you lots of things too. That's just the beginning. An Sui Lan stepped back from him, and Jin used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Your makeup will be ruined in a moment. The two daughters-in-law of the Song family looked on with wide eyes. They felt a bit jealous inside. But they didn't have such a strong family background. Chengjun smiled and asked, "Little sister, where should we put these things?" Before An Sui Lan could answer, the team leader shouted, "Put them in the new house at the back." When he said that, the two daughters-in-law's faces fell. They had hoped to get some benefits, but now everything was moved straight to the back house. All the items were directly moved into the new house at the back. Looking at the new house and these things, their hearts felt sour and hard to bear. After the move, everyone went inside. Qin Yuzhen held a men's watch. Chengjun looked at it with envy. He had wanted this watch for a long time, but it was too expensive, so he never bought it. Yesterday, his mother found out that the watch on his sister's wrist was a gift from Xiaosong and told him he must buy a similar men's version. Qin Yuzhen took Song Qing'an's hand and personally put a watch on him. Then she took her daughter's hand, placing the two watches together. She smiled happily. "Look, aren't they a perfect match?" she said, referring to both the watches and the two of them. Song Qing'an's eyes welled with emotion as he nodded with a smile. "Yes, very matching. I like it a lot." Song Qing'an also liked the watch and liked Ye even more. And Sui Lan's face turned red. "Ha ha ha, very nice. Looks good." Tai Lin happily laughed. Chengjun pouted, feeling that his mom was a bit biased toward this kid. His own son seemed to be less important now. He felt his status was dropping again and again. He would rather accept his sister. She should be cherished and protected. But he couldn't accept this little boy. He was determined to challenge him someday. Song Qing'an sensed his dissatisfaction and proudly lifted his wrist. And Sui Lan didn't know what to say. Her parents really did surprise her. With so many things here, it was no wonder thieves might be tempted.
Oh,
this was way too showy. The villagers saw these items, touching and looking at them, all fascinated. Li Erhua slapped her hand. "Look at your dirty hands. Stop touching. Just look, that's enough." Aunt Lu held her back. "Erhua, I didn't realize that in Jiqing's family is so wealthy. Now your family is lucky. Later, the eldest will definitely follow his wife to the city." Li Erhua waved her hand.
we can't control that.
"Wherever he wants to go, let him. Let's go. We'll sit in the front yard. Dinner will be ready soon." Everyone cheerfully headed to the front yard. In the yard, some women were gathered. Li Erhua specifically found someone from the village who could cook. There were 3 tables full of food: ribs, braised chicken, braised pork with mushrooms, and many other dishes, both meat and vegetables. Everyone was lively, chatting and enjoying the meal together. During the meal, Accountant Sun Dequan asked, "Cheng'an, Zhejiang, when do you plan to get married?" Today, when they heard about the engagement, their daughter insisted on coming. Afraid she might cause trouble, her mother locked her in her room. Song Qing'an smiled. "We haven't set a date yet. When we do, we'll invite you all to the wedding feast." Good. Everyone chatted happily, and the meal was lively and joyful. Song Baoping and Li Erhua both smiled so broadly their eyes nearly closed. Suddenly, someone walked straight into the yard. It was the beautifully dressed Jiang Suiha. She happily looked at Song Qing'an and An Sui Lan. Brightly, she called out, "Brother Cheng." Everyone turned to look. "Who is this person? Why are you dressed so beautifully? Did you just call him Brother Cheng? The eldest son of the Song family?" And Sui Lan's eyes turned cold. This person came over at this moment, clearly on purpose. The He family looked at An Sui Lan. She smiled and comforted her parents and brother. "It's okay, he's just Song Cheng'an's friend, no problem." Song Cheng'an stood up and explained to the He family with a smile. "Uncle, Auntie, this is my classmate. I'll go say hello." Qin Yuzhen nodded. "Go ahead. Guests are welcome, sit down and have some food." Song Qing'an nodded and strode toward Jiang Sui-he. His gaze gradually cooled, as if icy coldness had been poured over the hot summer. His eyes on Jiang Sui, he had no warmth at all. What are you here for? Jiang Sui, he forced a smile, knowing she would definitely anger him today. But she couldn't just watch him get engaged to that despicable person. Song Cheng'an was her only hope. If even he rejected her, she felt she couldn't go on living. She had to hold tightly onto Song Cheng and Cheng'an. I heard you're getting engaged today. I came to congratulate you. And Ji Qing, you wouldn't mind, right? And Sui Lan's eyelashes drooped like a fan, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. Congratulations? Does Jiang Sui, he really think she doesn't know what she's thinking? Nan, what's going on? Is there bad intent? Qin Yuzhen, He Tai Lin, and He Qingjun all looked at her. And Sui Lan shook her head. It's nothing, just a small incident. This girl has some feelings for Song Cheng'an. The three nodded. Song Baoping and Li Erhua also heard this. He frowned, clearly suspicious, thinking she wanted to ruin his son's engagement. How can congratulations be so sincere? Song Cheng'an had already issued a warning. Comrade Jiang, you should leave. You're not welcome here. Jiang Sui, he couldn't believe it. She forced a bitter smile. Cheng'an, I know you're with her for your future, but I will wait for you forever. What nonsense. The team leader was furious. He dared to call his son a little white face. Li Erhua held him back, not letting him act. Don't interfere. Let him handle it himself. Song Cheng'an tried to keep his temper in check. Jiang Sui, are you sure you want to make me angry? Jiang Sui, he shook her head. Cheng'an, I didn't mean to, but I care about you too much. She said this and hurriedly ran over to An Sui Lan. She had already guessed these people were probably her family. With a thud, she knelt down. Holding Qin Yuzhen's pant leg, she begged desperately. Uncle, Auntie, I beg you to let Song Cheng'an go. I grew up with him. We've been a couple since high school. Even your daughter is my stand-in. My name is Jiang Suiha, and Cheng'an calls her Sui Sui. If that's not a stand-in, what is? He used to call me that too. Looking like this, it really seems like the He family parents split them up. Qin Yuezheng didn't expect it to be like this. She slapped her face. Shut up. If you dare to say one more word, I will kill you. Jiang Suiha couldn't believe it. This elegant and gentle woman actually dared to hit her. Qin Yuezheng pointed at her. You're a good girl, but you insist on being someone else's mistress, breaking them apart. What good does that do you? Get out. If you dare to ruin my daughter's engagement banquet, I will make sure you suffer. And Sui Lan didn't expect her cheap mom to be so fierce. Song Baoping, Li Erhua, and everyone else were stunned. Song Baoping shook his head, finally understanding why An Sui Lan was so violent. It turns out it's inherited from the family. Song Cheng'an came over to pull Jiang Suiha away. He Tai Lin waved his hand. Don't move her, let her speak. Jiang Suiha felt proud inside, but pretended to be sad and cried. Song Cheng'an's forehead twitched with anger. His chest heaved. Uncle, Auntie, Sui, what she said isn't true. My heart and eyes only see Sui. Jiang Suiha felt it wasn't enough. She couldn't just get a slap for no reason. She cried out, I met Song Cheng'an in high school. He used to call me Sui. Now he calls her Sui too? That says everything. Hadai Lin's sharp gaze fixed on Song Cheng'an. Little Song, you tell us. Is that true? Song Cheng'an shook his head. No, I used to be classmates with her, but I never dated her. My first girlfriend was An Sui Lan. Jiang Suiha was quite proud. The He family parents believed her so easily. It seems their relationship isn't very strong either. Song Cheng'an is completely hers now. If Song Cheng'an doesn't want her, she probably won't marry into a good family. And Sui Lan sneered repeatedly, clapping her hands, making everyone look stunned. Jiang Suiha, your acting is really good. But you can't fool everyone, only me. I know you like Song Cheng'an, but I won't give him to you. Do you think your poor lies can fool them? If I'm not mistaken, it was Sun Suihong who told you, right? Otherwise, how would you know about our engagement today? Accountant son, if you have time, take good care of your daughter. Hurry up and get her married. If she can't catch Song Cheng'an, let her cause trouble elsewhere. Accountant Sun's face turned red and his neck thickened with anger. It seems this rebellious daughter needs to get married quickly. She keeps embarrassing herself every day. An Sui Lan had no time to pay attention to Sun, so she sneered and mocked. Your Jiang Suiha is nothing special. With a commanding attitude, she took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Jiang Suiha, grabbing her small chin. She forced Jiang Suiha to lift her head and look at her. Jiang Suiha, I must say, you are quite brave, choosing this moment to cause trouble for us. As she finished speaking, a loud slap landed on her face. Everyone else was startled, and Qin Yuezhen watched her daughter with a smile. It seemed her daughter wouldn't back down in this situation. Old he, our daughter truly is something else. She's not afraid of anything. He Tai Lin proudly snorted. Of course. Just look at whose child she is. Jiang Suiha covered her face, eyes wide with disbelief. You dare hit me? You're just a troublemaker. An Sui Lan clapped her hands. If you keep yelling, I'll hit you again. Jiang Suiha pounced forward, claws out, trying to hit An Sui Lan. Song Cheng'an's eyes turned cold as he stepped on her foot, tripping her. Jiang Suiha fell flat on her face.
Huh?
Everyone burst out laughing. Song Cheng'an looked at Uncle Sun Dequan. Accountant uncle, bring your daughter over here. I must prove my innocence today. Little Lu quickly got up and went to Uncle Sun Dequan. Uncle, let's go. I'll go with you. Uncle Sun Dequan sighed helplessly and stood up, leading little Lu away. Song Cheng'an pulled the young girl aside, ignoring the crowd, and held her hand tightly, worried she might get hurt by accident. Jiang Suiha didn't expect that An Sui Lan, this little troublemaker, could even guess who told her. She wanted to stop her, but it was useless. A few minutes later, Uncle Sun Dequan returned with his daughter. He didn't want to embarrass himself, but also didn't want to offend Song Cheng'an. Song Cheng'an looked at both of them with a cold, emotionless voice. I'll give you one chance. If you don't tell the truth, I'll report to the police. You're deliberately ruining someone's relationship. That's a crime of hooliganism. Don't think only men commit hooliganism. Women can do it too. Are you going to tell the truth, or should I ask? Both of them kept their mouths shut and said nothing. Little Lu took the lead. Boss, why don't we just call the police? It looks like they won't talk. Let the police handle it. Uncle Sun Dequan quickly stopped him. No, we can't call the police. If they did, his daughter's future would be ruined. Suihong, please tell the truth quickly. If you really go to jail, your life will be over. Jiang Suiha also feels a bit nervous, but she doesn't believe Song Cheng'an would do something so extreme. Song Cheng'an looks distant and indifferent. I already paid you back the money. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Xiao Lu, call the police. Sun Suihong panics and tears fall down her face. She quickly grabs Xiao Lu's arm.
No.
Don't call the police. I'll tell you everything. Sun Suihong cries loudly, tears streaming down her nose. Jiang Suiha holds her back to stop her from talking. But Sun Suihong suddenly pushes her away. I don't want to cause trouble with you. Song Cheng'an doesn't like me. I see through it now. I don't want to ruin my future for you. It was Jiang Suiha who gave me 10 yuan to watch over you. If anything happens, you have to tell her. I was jealous that An Sui Lan got Song Cheng'an's attention. That's why I did this. But it was all her doing. I was just passing on her message. I was wrong. I don't want to go to jail. I'll get married and never bother you again. Song Cheng'an understands, but he wants to know more. Why does Jiang Suiha want you to watch over me? Why is she so obsessed with me? Suddenly, Jiang Suiha covers Sun Suihong's mouth. She doesn't want her to speak. Sun Suihong, I beg you, stop talking. Sun Suihong struggles to break free. He Tai Lin waves his hand, and 2 guards immediately point their guns at Jiang Suiha. Everyone is startled. The captain awkwardly laughs. In-laws, we can't have any accidents. Jiang Suiha trembles all over. She hadn't noticed these guards before. It seems that An Sui Lan's family is not simple. She releases Sun Suihong's mouth. Jiang Sui's father is now forced to go to the countryside. She was also kicked out by her ex-husband's family because she can't have children. She not only can't have children but also mingles with other men. When her husband's family found out, they divorced her. Song Cheng'an is the county secretary. She wants him to help her father. She also hopes to marry him through her connections, so she can live a good life. I only know this much. I don't know anything else. As she finishes speaking, the two guards receive instructions and lower their guns. Sun Suihong collapses and falls to the ground. Jiang Suiha lowered her head in shame, afraid to look at everyone. Her embarrassing secrets had all been exposed. Now Song Cheng'an definitely wouldn't want her anymore. It's all because of that Sun Suihong. But at this moment, everyone was too busy to pay attention to them, because they had just heard Sun Suihong's words. Is Song Cheng'an really the county party secretary? Is that true? Wasn't he the factory director? How did he become a secretary? Boss, did she really say that? Did you really become the county party secretary? Song Cheng'an nodded. Yes, just took office today.
Great.
That's wonderful. My son is amazing. Today is double happiness. Second, third, and fourth brothers, get rid of those two annoying things. How dare they ruin the secretary's engagement banquet? I think they're fed up with life. Sun Suihong and Jiang Suiha were driven out. Sun Daqian also felt ashamed to stay and left with his daughter in a hurry. Song Baoping chuckled. Come on, let's keep eating. Don't let them ruin our mood. Boss, you should also handle this properly. Don't let these things affect your relationship with Lanlan. Song Cheng'an nodded. Dear in-laws, this is all a misunderstanding. You must not take it seriously. I know what kind of person my son is. He wouldn't do such messy things outside. He Tylin snorted coldly. If I find out he dares to act out, I won't let him go. Song Cheng'an quickly poured him a glass of wine. Uncle, that day won't come. I love and pamper her too much to let that happen. And Sui Lan glared at him. So many people here. What is he saying? The misunderstanding was finally cleared up. Everyone resumed eating. But now, everyone was clearly praising Song Cheng'an. And Sui Lan didn't seem affected at all. She ate until she was full. But she didn't dare to drink. After the meal, Tylin almost got drunk. He hadn't drunk alcohol in a long time. If Qin Yuezhen hadn't stopped him, he would have insisted on having more. Qingjun was very sober. He felt a bit uncomfortable. His little sister had just been found, and now she was someone else's family. And that woman just now clearly had her sights set on Song Cheng'an. He was a little worried. The lively gathering lasted until after 3 p.m., when everyone else left. Qin Yuezhen helped Tylin to the back room to rest for a while. Go rest for a bit and sober up. And Sui Lan was also forcibly taken inside for a nap. She looked around at the room full of things, feeling worried. Mom, there are so many things here. We don't live here now, and there's so much stuff. The small house can't hold it all. Someone must be thinking about it. Qin Yuezhen smiled. It's okay, just lock the door. No one will come to steal. They can't take anything away. Nan, go to sleep for a while. And Sui Lan nodded, curled up in Qin Yuezhen's arms, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, it was almost dark. She opened her eyes and saw Song Cheng'an sitting by the bed.
Sui, yure awake.
Mom, Dad, and Big Brother aren't angry, are they? And Sui Lan reached out and pinched him. What are you calling me? Those are my parents and brother. Song Cheng'an hugged her and held her close. Sui, thank you for trusting me. And Sui Lan moved away from his embrace. What are you saying? We're a couple. It's right to trust you. But you must protect yourself well. I don't think Jiang Suiha will give up easily. The man took her hand.
Got it.
You should get up quickly. Tonight, Big Brother and I are going boar hunting. Do you want to come? She nodded. Yes, I want to go. I haven't been up the mountain in a long time. Just for fun. The man took her hand and sat on the bed. His gaze was deep, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. He gently kissed her lips. They hadn't hugged or kissed for 2 days, and he couldn't help himself. Sui, why don't we get married? Mom and Dad are here. Let's have the wedding. Mainly because they are far away. When they leave, we'll get married, and they'll have to come back and forth.
An Sui Lan not dead.
That's fine. I'll ask Mom, Dad, and Big Brother what they think. Let's do it together. Yesterday, she was worried about so many things being stolen, and Sui Lan got up to wash her face. She went to find her parents and brother. They were sitting in the yard, enjoying the shade. Nan, you're awake. She nodded. Before she could speak, Cheng'an smiled and said, Uncle, Annie, I have an idea I want to talk to you about. Yuezhan smiled and said, Go ahead. We're family, no need to be polite. Cheng'an looked a bit shy. Well, I want to marry Sui. Since you're here too. Yuezhan looked at Lin. Old he, what do you think? Chengjun wrinkled his nose. Something just happened today, and tonight I have to marry my sister. Mom, Dad, my little sister is still young. It's a bit early to get married. Lin nodded. Yes, Nan is only 18. She's still quite young. Yuezhan smiled. Getting married is fine, but don't have children too early. Wait until Nan is 20, then have children. He immediately expressed his opinion, no problem. Don't say 2 years. Even if I never have children in my life, I'm fine with that.
Lin snorted coldly. Kid.
Let me ask you, do those 2 girls have any relation to you today? Cheng'an shook his head, then nodded, telling them the truth. Uncle, Auntie, this is the truth.
You already told Sui.
I didn't start anything back then, just had some good feelings. I was young then, and didn't know what love was. But I truly care for Sui. I know I am much older than her, but I will treat her well in the future and won't let her suffer. Yuezhan smiled and patted his shoulder. Little Song, sit down and talk. Let's have a good chat. And Sui Lan also sat beside her mother. She looked at her daughter, feeling reluctant. She had just found her daughter and now wanted her to marry. Wan, do you want to marry him? Do you really like him? And Sui Lan nodded. Yes, I really like him. I want to marry him. If I don't, I can't think of anyone else I would marry. He's pretty good. We haven't even married yet, and he already gave me all his money. Not 200, not 2,000, but 20,000. If it were someone else, they might not be able to do that. Yuezhan nodded. She was very happy that her daughter found true love. That was a good thing. Moreover, Xiao Song seemed mature and steady, able to take care of people. Manhwa following him wouldn't suffer. Lin waved his hand. I'll think about it. Chengjun, come with me for a walk. Yuezhan knew what he was about to do. Afraid that Xiao Song would worry, she comforted him. Don't worry, they probably already agreed, just pretending to be difficult. Quickly check which day is a good day. Prepare everything you need to buy in the next few days. Cheng'an nodded. Okay, thank you, Annie. I already checked. It's the 6th day of August, in 5 days. Yuezhan was surprised, then smiled gently. You checked in advance? No, I looked at it the day you came. Cheng'an smiled. I'll ask my mom to make 2 more quilts and buy a hot water kettle and a wash basin. These small things will be enough. They continued chatting here. Meanwhile, the father and son wandered around the village. They reached the cow shed, and Lin shook his head. Let's go. Come back tonight. There are too many people now. Hua called out to eat. The 3 of them went to the front together. Lin and his son had already sat there waiting. Yuezhan smiled and poked his strong arm. Everything is set. 5 days later, on the 6th of August.
Humph. I didn't promise anything.
As long as you agree, that's enough. If she likes him, that's fine. We didn't raise her, so we have no right to stop her. Xiao Song is very good. Lin didn't say anything. Just after finding his daughter, he was about to get married, so he felt a bit reluctant. They had dinner together that evening. Cheng'an said, Mom and Dad, we're getting married on the 6th day of August. Please prepare what you need. Tomorrow I'll take Sui shopping.
They were a bit surprised.
Getting married? Weren't you saying you'd just get engaged first? Cheng'an smiled gently.
Yes, Sui agreed.
Mom, what do we need to buy?
Tell me.
Hua counted on her fingers. A hot water bottle, blankets, bed sheets, pillows, pillowcases, and so on. Song Cheng'an nodded. And you also need to buy the clothes for the wedding day. Okay, I understand. Will there be guests? How many tables will we have? About 10 tables. Song Cheng'an nodded again. All right, I got it.
He took out 200 yuan.
Dad, here you go. Use this to buy vegetables and meat. Then he took out more money. He strode out of the yard. He went to the back where An Sui Lan was talking with Qin Yuzhen. The father and son from the He family were nowhere to be seen. Sui, we're going shopping tomorrow.
An Sui Lan not dead.
The three sat together, talking and planning. Meanwhile, the father and son who weren't home, along with Shun Hualin and Li Kong, went to the cattle shed. He Tai Lin entered the cattle shed and looked at the elders. His eyes turned red. Old Shen, Old Zhou, Old Ji, Old Zheng, Old Ma, you've suffered so much. Old Shun waved his hand. No, we're all in good health. It's thanks to your girl. She helped us get better. Not only that, she often brings us food. He Tai Lin felt very grateful. He hadn't expected that his daughter, without knowing her true identity, had already helped them through tough times. He was surprised to learn that Sui also knew medical skills. After some lively chatting, He Tai Lin remembered why Old Shen insisted on coming here. Old Shen, can you tell me why you insisted on coming here? There are better places to go, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Chuiwei, standing beside Old Shen, started crying. What's going on? Why are you crying? Old Shen patted his wife's back. Stop crying. It's okay to tell him now. Your girl is already engaged to that young man. Old He. Initially, I found out that my lost son from many years ago was right here, but before I could go to meet him, I was sent to the countryside. That's why I asked you to arrange for me to come here. Who? Who is it? He Tai Lin was very shocked. The lost son was in this village? Old Shen sighed and wiped his already moist eyes. It's Song Baoping. He's my eldest son.
What?
He Tai Lin was not too surprised, but Shun Hualin and Li Kong, standing behind him, were shocked and spoke out loud. He's actually the team leader. He's my uncle. That means Song Cheng'an and I are cousins. Old Shun waved his hand.
Don't tell them yet.
In this situation, telling them now will only bring them trouble. He Tai Lin laughed loudly. Old Shen, I didn't expect that one day we could become relatives by marriage. Your situation is already clear. I believe news will come soon. Not long now, and you'll be restored to your official positions. Now is a good time to build feelings. Old Shun hesitated, not wanting to involve his eldest son. But then he looked at He Tai Lin and nodded. All right, take your time talking to him. Don't tell anyone for now.
He Tai Lin nodded.
Okay, I understand. I'll have my in-laws and Xiao Song come over to meet. He immediately took his son and went back. He Qingjun was still shocked. He never expected that Xiao Song had such a good background. Dad, do we really have to tell them? What if they don't accept? He Tai Lin waved his hand. You haven't seen clearly yet. Look at that day's old lady Shen, and then look at Song Baoping's attitude toward her. They probably already suspect he's not their biological son. The two returned to the Song family together. They knocked on Song Baoping's door. Little brother, you're lucky. Call Xiao Song over and also sister-in-law. This is important. Let's talk in the back. When they arrived at the back, An Sui Lan and Qin Yuzhen had just finished bathing. They changed clothes and came to the living room. He Tai Lin laughed loudly, patting Song Baoping on the shoulder. Little brother, stay calm. What I'm about to say will be hard to believe. But every word I say is true. Song Baoping looked confused. Just tell me quickly. He Tai Lin organized his words. Little brother, have you ever thought that you are not a real member of the Song family? Song Baoping nodded.
I have thought about it.
My mother was very unkind to me, even resentful.
He Tai Lin nodded.
Actually, you're not from the Song family. You are the eldest son of Shen Yifeng from the Shen family in Kyoto. Now Shen Yifeng is in the cattle shed. He was sent down earlier and specifically asked me to bring him here. Song Cheng'an was very surprised. He never expected that his surname wasn't Song. And Sui Lan felt all her doubts were cleared. Dad, I've been wondering for a long time why I feel so familiar with Grandpa Shen. Now I see. He's just like the old version of the team leader, exactly the same. Song Baoping was a bit shocked. He couldn't believe he's not actually from the Song family. Turns out he's from the Shen family in the capital. Tai Lin pulled Shen Hualin over and smiled. Shen Hualin is your younger brother's son. Old Shen has always told me not to say this, but I think now is a good time for you to build a relationship. As for how you got lost when you were little, I don't know. But please don't blame old Shen. He dedicated his life to the country and the people, and ending up like this in his old age is really sad. If you want to meet your family, I can take you there right now. Song Baoping looked at his eldest son, and then at his wife. Song Cheng'an nodded. Dad, maybe we should go meet them. Anyway, there's nothing left to hold on to in the Song family. Blood relations are important. Since we know now, there's no reason not to acknowledge them. Song Baoping nodded. All right. It's good to find out the truth. Hualin found it hard to speak. He couldn't face his feelings for An Sui Lan anymore. How did it come to this? This is all so unbelievable. Everyone headed toward the cattle shed. Song Baoping was very nervous, not knowing what to say. Li Erhua kept fidgeting. Song Cheng'an appeared quite calm. And Sui Lan was just a little excited. Song Cheng'an, you'll have a grandpa in the capital. If Grandpa Shen gets his official position back, we can walk around freely in the capital. The man shook his head and smiled. Yes. But we can only do that when we're able to go to the capital. I never thought your identity was so impressive. I'm so jealous. Tai Lin chuckled, ruffling his daughter's hair. What is this kid thinking? Don't be jealous. Your dad is very capable too. As they joked and laughed, Song Baoping gradually calmed down. Everyone arrived at the cattle shed. Tai Lin laughed loudly. Old Shen, I've brought the people to you. You two can have a good talk now. Song Baoping looked at the old man on the bed. Although these elders had been here for over a year, he had never looked at them directly before. Every time they met, it was under criticism or interrogation. His lips trembled, unsure of what to say. Beside old Shen, Matsuewe looked very excited. She stood straight, walked over to her son, and hugged him tightly. Son, I'm sorry. I didn't watch over you well, which led to you being stolen. I'm sorry. If I had watched over you better, you wouldn't have suffered here. Song Baoping's eyes began to fill with tears. He pushed away Matsuewe and knelt down with a thud. Old Shin waved his hand. Get up. I'm afraid to recognize you, because I don't want to cause you trouble. Song Baoping shook his head. No trouble at all. If I had known earlier, I would have come sooner. Matsuewe calmed herself and looked at her son. Today, she could finally speak to him confidently. Over the years, how have you been? Raising several children must have been you. She took Li Erhua's hand and said, Is this my daughter-in-law? I heard she is kind and hardworking. Thank you for your efforts. Li Erhua shook her head and wiped her tears. Old Shin waved at Song Cheng'an. Child, come here. Song Cheng'an walked over and squatted down. Because he was tall, the old man had to look up at him when talking. Good boy, I haven't done my duty. Sorry for making you suffer. Why didn't those children come over? The team leader smiled. Those children are not very steady. We didn't tell them yet. When you go back to the city later, it won't be too late. Good. That's good. Old Shin smiled happily. This was the happiest day he had had in over a year. Unfortunately, he had nothing now. Not only could he not help them, but he might even bring them trouble. Tai Lin smiled cheerfully. Little brother, why don't you call Mom and Dad? Song Baoping pulled Li Erhua and Song Cheng'an over. The three knelt with a thud. Mom and Dad. Grandpa, Grandma. All right. Get up, get up. I'm happy that you recognize us. I've been feeling guilty every day these past years. Song Baoping smiled. It's okay now. I haven't suffered much myself. Old Shun pulled Shun Hualin over and said with a smile, Baoping, this is your brother's son. Hualin, call him Big Uncle quickly. He's your real big uncle. And this is your older brother. Shun Hualin looked a bit reluctant. Big uncle. Older brother. Song Cheng'an frowned. not wanting to be this kid's older brother.
An Sui Lan chúc cờ sốc ti.
You two have similar eyes. Yes, your eyes are alike. Shun Hualin pouted, looking a bit uncomfortable. Once, he and Song Cheng'an were rivals. Now, they are brothers. Right after recognizing his grandfather, Song Cheng'an started to complain. Grandpa, Shun Hualin likes my wife. You have to take care of this.
What? What?
Everyone was shocked. Does Shun Hualin also like Jiqing? Shun Hualin's face instantly turned red, and he quickly denied it. I didn't. Grandpa, I really didn't. From now on, she can only be my older sister-in-law. Old Grandpa Shin laughed loudly. All right, you brothers are really alike. Your eyes see the same thing. But Lan Lan is indeed a good girl. I like her very much too. Song Cheng'an added, Grandpa, Sui Sui and I are getting married in a few days. Old Grandpa Shin waved his hand. Good. But unfortunately, I am in trouble now. The old man reached into his pocket and took out a small yellow fish. But the lights were dim, and everyone couldn't see clearly. Lan Lan, come over here. And Sui Lan obediently walked over. He took her hand and handed her the small yellow fish. Grandpa doesn't have much to give you, just this one.
Consider it a wedding gift. Keep it.
And Sui Lan immediately thanked him. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Everyone continued talking for a while. Tai Lin smiled and said, Old Grandpa, we might go back to the capital in a few days. When the time comes, you can ask the kids to send a message. If I get news, I will also pass it to Xiao Song. Old Grandpa Shin waved his hand. All right, everyone, go now. Don't come so often in the future, so people won't notice. The group left the barn. Shun Hualin was the first to speak. Big uncle, big aunt, can I come to eat tomorrow? This kid, just after recognizing his big uncle and aunt, started acting spoiled. Li Erhua smiled and nodded. Sure. Come along. Li Jiqing will come too. Shun Hualin proudly shot a glance at Song Cheng'an. Song Cheng'an smiled. We are getting married in 5 days. Remember to bring a gift. Shun Hualin. Song Cheng'an asked He Qingjun, Big brother, are you going hunting wild boar again? He Qingjun excitedly said, Let's go. Come back and taste what wild boar meat is like. Shun Hualin. I want to go too. Li Kong. Then I will go too. And Sui Lan also smiled. I want to go too. The 5 of them each took their tools and gathered at the foot of the mountain. And Sui Lan held a large machete. They reached the mountain and found a group of wild boars. After half an hour, all the wild boars had been knocked down. No one was injured this time, only a bit of blood on their bodies. Big brother Hualin, you guys go back first. I will think of a way to handle this. He Qingjun asked, Do you want to sell it? And Sui Lan chuckled. If I don't sell it, we can't eat it all. The weather is too hot to keep it. He Qingjun nodded. All right, little sister, you and I will go down the mountain. You can't handle all these wild boars alone. An Sui Lan shook her head. Brother, I want to be with Song Cheng'an. He Qingjun had no choice but to give up. After the 3 of them left, several people came out of the woods. Big brother, sister-in-law. Song Cheng'an nodded. You all handle the meat. They all helped carry the wild boar away. Song Cheng'an then took An Sui Lan up the mountain to catch some small animals. They saw a silly roe deer jumping around. An Sui Lan was very curious. She had seen one before. Song Cheng'an, what kind of animal is that? Why does it look so strange? Silly roe deer. Do you want to eat it? An Sui Lan nodded. Song Cheng'an, holding his axe, aimed at the silly roe deer and threw it. The deer fell to the ground. An Sui Lan clapped happily. Wow, you're so good, Song Cheng'an. A smile appeared on Song Cheng'an's face as he gave the deer a quick cut on the neck. Then he took her down the mountain. They threw the deer into the kitchen and sent Sui Sui back home. Sui Sui, you don't have to get up so early tomorrow. I'll ask Xiao Lu to drive us to the county. I also need to handle some things. An Sui Lan nodded. Okay, you go in first and wash your hands. When they got home, Tai Lin and Qin Yuezhen were still awake. Little Song, are you hurt? Song Cheng'an shook his head.
No.
Then go back and rest early. You need to go shopping tomorrow. After washing his hands, Song Cheng'an looked at An Sui Lan with a sad expression and then went to the front. An Sui Lan saw him to the door, wrapped her arm around his waist, kissed his lips, and then was satisfied to leave. She reached out and pinched him, then closed the door and went back to rest. That night, she still slept with her mother.
Mom, what do we need to buy?
How much cotton should we get? Qin Yuezhen smiled and rubbed her head. Buy more cotton. When you have children, you'll need to make clothes for them. The weather here is colder, so the quilt should be thicker. Winter is very cold. An Sui Lan nodded. Okay, buy 2 more thermoses. It's more convenient to drink water in winter. Qin Yuezhen listed everything, and An Sui Lan remembered it all. Early the next morning, she got up early. She remembered that Song Cheng'an said he had work to do there today. Mom, Song Cheng'an has some work at his office today. We might come back very late. Don't wait for us.
Sleep when you need to.
Qin Yuezhen nodded.
Got it.
Xiao Lu drove them to the county. They headed straight to the department store. Song Cheng'an, how many pairs of quilts should we make? Song Cheng'an thought for a moment. Let's make 4 pairs. 1 thin quilt for spring and autumn, 2 thick quilts for winter, and another for spring and autumn. But we should buy a bit more cotton. Cotton is hard to find usually, but I have enough vouchers to buy it. We also need to buy the quilt lining and cover fabric together. She had initially planned to buy cotton first, but Song Cheng'an said, let's go buy the clothes for the wedding day first. Song Cheng'an immediately spotted a red modified cheongsam hanging on the counter. Sui, look at that dress. What do you think? And Sui Lan looked at where he pointed. It's pretty, a red modified cheongsam. Nice. Seeing she was really happy, Song Cheng'an waved his hand. All right, this one. Get the smallest size. Wrap it up. The shopkeeper remembered them. This time, when they came again, everyone was very enthusiastic. Are you buying this for your wedding day? It really suits you. It costs 35 yuan. Without hesitation, Song Cheng'an paid with the vouchers. Then, he also picked a pair of black leather shoes for Sui. He initially chose low-heeled shoes, but An Sui Lan was firm on buying the chunky black heels. Song Cheng'an was a bit worried she might trip. Sui, those heels are too high. I'm worried you'll fall. And Sui Lan smiled mysteriously, a bright and beautiful smile. They're not high at all. I want these. Song Cheng'an had no choice but to pay, though the shoes were really nice. And Sui Lan pulled him to look at men's clothes. All right, I've bought my things. It's your turn now. Since it's summer, they couldn't buy Zhongshan suits, only shirts and trousers. Song Cheng'an, how about this white shirt? It looks good, and it matches these black pants.
Sure.
Men's clothes are pretty much the same style, changing only slightly. And Sui Lan also bought clothes for both sets of parents. Song Cheng'an occasionally gave some advice. She bought a light blue dress for her mother. Her mother has very fair skin, so it should look great on her. Li Erhua also has a good figure, tall and slim. Qingzi, what do you think about buying a dress for Andy too? Song Cheng'an smiled. He hadn't seen his mother in a dress before. I don't know. I wonder if she dares to wear one. I haven't seen her wear a dress in my memory. And Sui Lan decided. Then, let's buy one. Every woman wants to wear a dress. Okay. And Sui Lan chose a dark blue dress. It was easy to pick clothes for Song Baoping, black shirt and black pants. Dad's clothes were chosen by Song Cheng'an. Sui, how about this one? A white shirt and army green work pants. And Sui Lan nodded. Good. Both parents and grandparents bought clothes, but not the eldest brothers. Do you want to buy something for the eldest brother too? And Sui Lan waved her hand. Forget it, just buy him a shirt. So he won't be angry. After choosing the clothes, they went to buy cotton and quilt covers. They also bought a lot of sunflower seeds and peanuts for themselves. Little Lu carried things to the car several times. He was so tired he was sweating.
They were still shopping.
Getting married is really tiring. They bought 2 thermos bottles. 40 jean of cotton was enough. As for meat, they would go up the mountain later to hunt a wild pig. And Sui Lan saw the Maotai liquor on the counter. Song Cheng'an, find some wine tickets when you have time. Let's buy some to save. In a few years, it should be worth money. Okay. The two went to the county committee compound. Cheng'an asked her, "Do you want to come to the office with me, or rest in the room?" And Sui Lan looked puzzled. "Do you need long?" Cheng'an shook his head. "Not too long. You can read in the office. I have a meeting to attend." And Sui Lan nodded. She didn't want to disturb his work, so she sat quietly on the sofa reading. Cheng'an checked his watch. "Little Lu, inform everyone. The meeting starts in 10 minutes. Okay. Cheng'an looked at a few documents, occasionally glancing at the sofa. She was beautiful and lively. Elegant posture. She seemed to be thinking about something. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Cheng'an's lips curved into a slight smile. Sui is so obedient. He looked down at the time. It was almost time. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked over to the girl. His deep eyes fixed on her for a moment. He bent down so his gaze was level with hers. Softly and quietly, he said, "Sui, I have a meeting. Be good and read in the office." And Sui Lan's lips curved slightly. "Okay, go ahead." Cheng'an gently kissed her on the lips, holding her head. Since their deep kiss last time, he couldn't forget that intoxicating feeling. Every time he saw Sui, he wanted to kiss her fiercely. But he hadn't had a chance these days. And Sui Lan wiped her lips and pouted. "Annoying. Go quickly. This is the office." Cheng'an kissed her again before leaving. And Sui Lan got up, poured herself a glass of water, and continued reading her book. As she read, she suddenly felt sleepy. It was probably because she got up too early in the morning. Her eyelids gradually grew heavy, as sitting in that position was too uncomfortable. She lay down and closed her eyes, slowly falling asleep. Cheng'an held a meeting in the conference room for about an hour. After the meeting, a department head came to report work. They hurried out after Cheng'an. Secretary, I still have work to report." Cheng'an nodded and strode toward his office. The person naturally followed behind. When he opened the door, he saw a young girl lying on the sofa. Her fair, smooth legs were exposed. Her face was pink, and her lips were slightly pouting. It made his throat move up and down. The department head behind him was completely stunned. He glanced and thought, "The secretary's wife is very beautiful, but she looks a bit young for her age." Cheng'an's expression turned serious, and his voice grew cold. "What are you looking at?" The department head quickly wiped his sweat. He awkwardly smiled. "I didn't see anything." "Secretary, is this your wife?" Cheng'an nodded. "Yes, we're getting married in a few days." "Congratulations." He strode to his desk, picked up a blanket, and gently covered the girl. "Let's go. We'll talk in the conference room." He quietly closed the door, and they both headed to the conference room. And Sui Lan was sleeping soundly. The sofa was very comfortable. Until Cheng'an returned, she was still asleep. He gently sat on the sofa, softly touching her face with his hand. "Sui, wake up, let's go eat." And Sui Lan rubbed her eyes, turned over, and mumbled, "I'm tired, I don't want to eat." Cheng'an picked her up with a big hand and kissed her face. "Stop sleeping, you little lazy cat." And Sui Lan opened her eyes, looking at him with displeasure. "You're taking advantage of me again." Cheng'an chuckled and patted her head. "Hurry up and get up. We'll eat first, and if you want to sleep later, you can." And Sui Lan nodded, stretched lazily, and got up. They both went downstairs quickly and drove to eat. Within just one morning, everyone knew the secretary was getting married. They all pulled little Lu aside to ask questions. "Is the secretary getting married? When? Are we going to join the fun?" Little Lu wasn't sure if he could say anything, so he just chuckled. "The date isn't set yet, but it's in a few days. I'll tell you when it's confirmed. Time to get off work. I'm going to eat first." He still needed to ask the boss if he could share this information. If he couldn't, he definitely wouldn't say anything. And Sui Lan and Cheng'an had dinner at a state-run restaurant and then went back to the courtyard to rest. As soon as they entered the room, Cheng'an locked the door behind them. He quickly embraced the girl beside him and headed straight to the bedroom. And Sui Lan was startled. "Cheng'an, What are you doing?
Put me down.
Let me go. I want to. The man placed her on the bed and pressed down on her. He carefully looked at her face, his voice almost like it was melting. His deep eyes stared at her tightly, and An Sui Lan felt like he might swallow her whole in the next moment.
Sui.
An Sui Lan blushed at his gentle look. She lowered her eyes, afraid to look at him, and gently pushed him away with her small hands. Please let me go down. But her effort seemed to him like a hesitant invitation. Cheng'an cupped her small face with both hands and gently nudged her nose with his. He lightly kissed her lips, softly whispering, Sui, you are so charming. I can't help it. I want to kiss you every day. And Sui Lan's face turned red, feeling like it was burning. Under his gentle kiss, she gradually relaxed. She let him take what he wanted. Her arms unconsciously wrapped around his neck. The temperature in the air rose gradually. Their breathing grew heavier. Cheng'an felt it was not enough. He kissed from her lips to her eyebrows, then again down to her neck. And Sui Lan softly reminded him, don't leave marks. Their bodies, hot and close, gradually approached the edge of losing control. Cheng'an remained rational, afraid of hurting her, and had to hold back. Suddenly, he stopped, gently smoothing her messy hair.
Sui, let's sleep.
And Sui Lan was confused. Not continuing? Wasn't he feeling uncomfortable? She could already sense it. Softly, she asked in his arms, Chengzi, are you feeling uncomfortable? Cheng'an's breath hitched, and he shook his head repeatedly. I'm not uncomfortable. Just sleep now. After saying that, he got up and rushed out of the bedroom. And Sui Lan lay on the bed, secretly smiling. He really was asking for trouble. He was clearly uncomfortable, but still said he wasn't. She turned over, her smile blooming wildly. They had slept in his office earlier in the morning, so she didn't feel sleepy now. She lay on the bed for a while, but Cheng'an still hadn't come out.
She was a bit surprised.
What's going on? She knocked on the bathroom door. Cheng'an, are you done? Are you okay? After a couple of seconds, a hoarse voice came from inside. I'll be out soon. And Sui Lan felt his voice sounded a bit off, like he was holding something back. She shook her head and turned back to her bedroom. And Sui Lan was about to fall asleep waiting for him, and only then did he come back. He looked cold when he arrived. And Sui Lan turned over and hugged his waist. Why are you so late? I was almost asleep. Cheng'an gently kissed her forehead. All right, go to sleep now. He held her close in his arms and closed his eyes. When An Sui Lan woke up, he was no longer in the room. She got up to wash up and read a book in her room. After about an hour, he returned. US way, let's go. I've taken care of all the work. It was still Xiao Lu driving. On the road, Xiao Lu asked boss, today so many people ask me when you're getting married. They all want to join the fun. Cheng'an nodded. Tell them, no need to go to the village. I'll just set up 2 tables in the county town. Xiao Lu nodded. When they arrived home, An Sui Lan pushed Cheng'an to call Li Erhua and Song Baoping. Go call them over. Let's try on the new clothes. If they don't fit, we can still go exchange them. Okay. When the 2 came over, An Sui Lan took out the clothes she bought for all 5 of them. Mom and Dad, these are for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Uncle, Auntie, these are for you too. Go try them on. Cheng-jun looked at them with envy. They all had clothes, but he didn't. It seemed his sister still hadn't accepted him. Suddenly, An Sui Lan called out to him, Brother, these are for you, your shirt. He was shocked and pointed at himself. I have one too.
An Sui Lan not that.
Of course you do. Go try it on. Everyone went to try on their clothes. Cheng-jun was the first to come out. Little sister, the size you bought fits perfectly. Do I look good in it? And Sui Lan nodded. Yes, you look handsome. Whatever you wear, you look good. Her words made Cheng-jun smile happily. Qin Yuzhen came out in a light blue dress. Nan, how do I look? I think this color is too light. I feel old. And Sui Lan shook her head. Not old at all. It suits you. You look nice. Dad also looks very handsome. Tai Lin laughed happily. Of course. My daughter's clothes are always beautiful. Honestly, Nan Nan has good taste. Just then, Li Erhua and Song Baoping also came out of the house. For the first time in her life, Li Erhua was wearing a dress and felt a bit uncomfortable. An Sui Lan smiled and pulled her out. Auntie, you look very nice in a dress. I've never seen you wear one before. Li Erhua waved her hand and said, Usually we are busy working, so there's no chance to wear dresses. Song Baoping cleared his throat and signaled his son to speak quickly. Song Cheng'an only nodded and said, not bad. Sui Sui's clothes are all very pretty. That naughty boy. He was so angry his nose looked crooked. And Sui Lan hurried to add, they look good, but I have good taste. Everyone's clothes look nice. Good. When you all get married, we'll all wear nice clothes too. And Sui Lan was happy now. She took out the cotton she bought. Li Erhua smiled and said, everything's bought. Later, I'll go talk to Aunt Lu and ask her to come help tomorrow. She changed her clothes and went out. In the evening, after dinner, Li Erhua kept some meat and vegetables, along with steamed buns. When everyone else went back to their rooms, she held Song Cheng'an's arm and said, Chengzi, after everyone is asleep, you take these to your grandparents and the elderly to eat. They're all quite thin, so they need extra food. Song Cheng'an nodded and said, okay. I understand. After everyone was asleep, Song Cheng'an heated up the food in the kitchen. He took a flashlight and left. Grandpa, are you asleep? Shun Yifeng opened his eyes and saw his grandson. He smiled and said, not yet. I brought some food for you. Call Grandma to get up and eat a little. Shun Yifeng woke his wife, Ma Tsuewei. The others also gradually woke up. Come over and eat some. These are hot. I just heated them at home. Each of the elderly took a steamed bun and some vegetables to eat. When they finished, Song Cheng'an swept the bones away and threw them far, so no one would see. Old Zheng chuckled and said, Old Shun, I really envy you. Look at your family, so lively, especially that boy, so promising. He managed to make it out of the village on his own. Not easy. You should train him well in the future. And his partner Lan Lan is also a clever girl. Shun Yifeng and Ma Tsuewei smiled happily. You guys are so jealous. I've been looking for a son for decades. Song Cheng'an talked with them for a while, then Shun Yifeng hurried him away. Go back quickly. It's late. Time to rest. Okay, Grandpa, I'm leaving. The next morning, An Sui Lan got up early and took her parents and brother for a walk up the mountain. Just halfway up, she saw An Xiao Xiao and Zhang Erlai gathering firewood. An Sui Lan smiled and took Qin Yuezhen's hand. Mom, I haven't told you yet, this girl is the fourth daughter of the An family. Qin Yuezhen's face immediately changed. Qingjuan's expression darkened, and he was about to go and scold her. But they were all stopped by An Sui Lan. Enough. She has her own karma now. I will handle these matters myself. Anyway, Chengzi is here, so I won't suffer any loss. And Xiao Jiao had just noticed them and, without hesitation, pulled Zhang Erlai away, worried they might come over to hit her. They spent some time wandering on the mountain, picking many mushrooms and wild vegetables. Qin Yuezhen sighed. The countryside air is really good. It feels like there's a fresh grass scent in the air. Unfortunately, we can't stay here much longer. Nan Nan, it's hard work for you here for a few years. Once the situation stabilizes, we'll let you all go back.
An Sui Lan not dead.
Okay. They took a little walk and then went down the mountain. Back at the Jiqing station, An Sui Lan looked at the things inside the house. She planned to move some unnecessary items to the new home. As soon as she arrived, Shun Hualin came over. Seeing An Sui Lan still couldn't accept it, she had become his sister-in-law. He looked uncomfortable. Jiqing, when you get married, can we stay in this house?
Likan smila tapili.
We'll pay for it then.
An Sui Lan not dead.
Sure. If you want to live here, just move in. But this house is quite small. Shun Hualin took out 50 yuan and handed it to her. An Sui Lan accepted it. This house was built by her, So even if he was Song Cheng'an's younger brother, he still had to pay. Better to take the money than not. She packed up the things she didn't need for now and put them in her bag. He Chengjun took them. Little sister, give them to me. Song Cheng'an had to go to the county office in the afternoon for work. After lunch, he returned to the county. An Sui Lan felt bored. Her parents and older brother were resting. She wasn't sleepy yet, so she went to see Hua and Aunt Lu making quilts. Aunt Lu loved the new quilt very much. Before making the quilt, she carefully washed everything thoroughly before touching the quilt. She smiled happily, showing her teeth. Hua, your fourth brother should be back soon. When he comes back, tell him to come see us.
Liawanudda.
Okay. When he returns. Her eldest daughter was quite good, but her looks were average. Because she worked in the fields most of the time, her skin was a bit dark. She originally didn't want to interfere in her son's marriage, especially since free love was popular now. But she often spent time with Lu Daniu, and they had a good relationship. It's not good to hurt her pride. She's back. I want to talk, but I can't control whether it's okay or not. You know, since the incident with Zhao Lingling, the fourth child has been upset and hasn't recovered quickly. Aunt Lu spat and said, a few days ago, I heard screams from the Zhao family. The sound was so frightening. Yeah, Zhao Lingling hasn't come out for a long time. I heard her mother found some secret method and aborted the baby. Probably ruined her for life. Someone even suggested they ask Lan Lan for help. But Zhao Lingling refused. She knows it's shameful. Such a big girl in the city, messing around. It's hard to understand how they were raised. At that moment, He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei arrived with a few children to play. Seeing An Sui Lan there, they hesitated and didn't dare to approach. An Sui Lan smiled and took out some white rabbit candies from her pocket. Come over, 2 pieces each. The 3 children saw the candies and happily ran over. An Sui Lan held out the candies above her head. Tell me your names and ages. I'm Dia, 7 years old. I'm Aria, 5 years old. I'm Xiaoshitu, 5 years old. Only then did An Sui Lan give them the candies. He Zhaodi grinned and said, hurry up and thank Annie. Dia and Aria, being sensible, immediately said thank you. An Sui Lan nodded with a smile. You're welcome. He Zhaodi handed each child a piece of candy, and An Sui Lan glanced at her. She smiled awkwardly. Too much candy can hurt your teeth. Save some for tomorrow. The 2 girls seemed used to it and didn't resist. If they were allowed to eat one, they ate one. If not, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Looking at the new quilt, they felt very sad inside. She reached out and touched it. This is so soft. It's a new quilt. It must be soft. The quilt I had when I got married is already hard and not warm at all. He Zhaodi quickly chimed in, pretending not to notice her tone of jealousy. And Sui Lan smiled faintly, not replying at all. She knew very well why they suddenly came here. After a while, He Zhaodi spoke again. Mother, after finishing this, is there any leftover cotton? Hua looked up at her with a warning look, but He Zhaodi pretended not to see. No. The cotton is just right, not too much or too little. And the fabric? Hua was annoyed. These 2 daughters-in-law had no sense of propriety. Nothing left either.
Go home now.
Don't embarrass us here. He Zhaodi chuckled softly. Mom, can you leave a little bit of this cotton? I want to make a warm coat for big sister and second sister. And Sui Lan was speechless. It felt like the beads of her abacus were hitting her in the face. No one asked if she agreed. This fabric and cotton are all bought by me. There won't be any leftovers. He Zhaodi pouted. You bought it? Isn't it with Big Brother's money? Hua couldn't hold back and pinched her arm. Go home. You're so annoying here. He Zhaodi pouted again and pulled the 2 children away. Hua smiled. Lan Lan, don't mind them. They're just petty. It's okay. Big sister is already 7 years old. Why isn't she in school? Our team doesn't have a school. To go to elementary school, they have to go to another team, but it's far away and we're worried.
An Sui Lan not dead.
No wonder the children in the team haven't gone to school. It's such a pity. Why doesn't our village build a school? Do other teams all have schools? Hua shook her head helplessly. There's only one school for 10 or so villages. We could go to the commune, but it's all so far and adults don't have time to take them. An Sui Lan nodded again. She decided to ask Cheng'an when he returned if the county had plans for building a school for the team. Children are the future and pillars of the country. Not going to school is not acceptable. The two of them finished making 4 quilts by the afternoon. At dinner time, Cheng'an finally came back. The family ate together, and Cheng'an saw them off to the back. Are you going again tomorrow? Cheng'an shook his head. No need. I'll go again the day after tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Lin smiled warmly. Little Song. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to someone. We'll go together. Okay. And Sui Lan was curious. Dad, who are you talking about? An ex-subordinate of mine. I want you to meet him. If anything comes up, you can go to him for help. All right. The next morning, after breakfast, the family of 5 set off for the city in the car. Another car followed behind, driven by his bodyguard. Wherever he went, they went along. And Sui Lan thought this was a bit too much. Dad, don't you think they're in the way? Following everywhere? Going to the city like this is too showy. Lin laughed. That's their job. If I don't let them follow, they'd be worried sick. I'm used to it. By the way, Nwanwan, do you want to change your name? We chose Sui Lan's name when she was born. If you want, you can just change your surname. And Sui Lan didn't mind either way. She was fine with changing or not changing her name. Mom and Dad, you decide what to do. I'm fine with anything. Lin nodded. Okay, I will handle this. 4 hours later, they arrived in the city. Lin took them straight to the city government compound. They knocked on the office door of the city party secretary. Cheng'an looked a bit surprised. Isn't this exactly Secretary Yang's office? He looked at Lin and asked, Uncle, is Secretary Yang your subordinate? Lin nodded. Yes. A former subordinate. But we have a good relationship and we've been in contact all these years. Lin knocked on the door and a cold voice came from inside. Come in. The group followed Lin inside. Lin cheerfully entered. Old Yang. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yang Xinghua looked up suddenly, thinking he saw wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, confirming he was not mistaken. He immediately stood up and respectfully saluted Lin. Hello, Commander. Lin patted his shoulder. All right, no outsiders here. I have something to discuss today. Yang Xinghua saw Cheng'an behind him. He was surprised. Little Song? Do you know the commander? Cheng'an nodded. Then he looked at An Sui Lan, Qin Yuzhen, and Qingjun. Lin introduced each one. This is my wife, my eldest son, my youngest daughter, and this is my son-in-law. Yang Xinghua was a bit stunned. Qingjun and An Sui Lan quickly greeted. Hello, Uncle Yang. Good. Cheng'an also followed and said, Hello, Uncle Yang. Yang Xinghua smiled and invited everyone to sit down. So, is this Sui Lan? When did you find her? Lin proudly said, just a few days ago. Yang Xinghua nodded repeatedly and led everyone to sit. Congratulations, finally found your daughter. It really feels like family members don't enter the same house. I also know Little Song. 2 months ago, my old father fell ill and needed ginseng to save his life. I searched everywhere and in the end, Little Song brought me a ginseng root. Otherwise, my old father wouldn't have made it. Ha ha ha. It shows you are destined to meet. From now on, you must help my son-in-law more. He's still young and needs experience. If anything happens, just ask him to handle it. Yang Xinghua waved his hand. Commander, don't praise me too much. You know my level. This is as far as I go in life. Little Song is young, has ideas, and is aware. He will definitely go further in the future. With you around, it's not my turn to help him. But don't worry, from now on, I will take care of these 2 children. If you lose a hair, you can ask me. Lin nodded. I came to see you today about this matter. My daughter was hard to get back, so you must take good care of her. Let's go, leader. Come to my house for a meal. My wife is the best cook. Lin shook his head. Old Yang, no need for a meal. Nan and the others are getting married in a few days. I'm here to buy some things for them.
When is it?
I'll come and join the fun then. It's August 6th. Since it's a rare visit, let's go to your house for a meal. Tai Lin waved his hand. No need. When you come over, we can have a good drink then. Nan, say goodbye to Uncle Yang.
An Sui Lan.
Dad, why does he talk to me like I'm a child? She could only smile and say, goodbye, Uncle Yang. Yang Xinghua saw them off at the door. After the car drove away, he returned to his office. The guards were very curious. Who is this person? The secretary personally saw him off at the door. The 5 of them went to the department store. The city's department store is bigger than the one in the county. And Sui Lan didn't have much to buy. Qin Yuezhen took her around to look at things. Nan, they're selling coats. Buy 2. Wear them when it's not cold in winter. And Sui Lan felt helpless. Seeing her so excited, she had no choice but to go along. After buying coats for An Sui Lan, she also wanted to buy dresses. And Sui Lan felt very helpless. Mom, I have many dresses. No need to buy more. You can buy some for yourself. Qin Yuezhen shook her head. In Kyoto, I can buy whatever I want. It's not convenient to buy things in the village.
Xiao Song, come and pick something. See what you like.
I'll buy a few for you too. When we go back, who knows when we'll meet again. Of course, buy more. She picked out 2 Zhongshan suits, a coat, and shoes for Song Cheng'an. Tai Lin was followed by 2 guards, which made the salespeople very nervous. They dared not slack off at all. After buying things, they respectfully sent the people out. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Qin Yuezhen seemed unaware of others' unusual behavior. She had long been used to it after so many years. The group went to a state-run restaurant for a hearty lunch. While they were eating, 2 villagers were secretly plotting how to trap An Sui Lan. And Xiao was jealous and envious to death. That day, she saw An Sui Lan and her parents leave. She went to the youth cadre station to find Chenghua. The 2 of them moved to a hidden spot to talk. Chenghua, don't you want to seek revenge anymore? Chenhua's eyes lit up. Do you have a good plan? And Xiao nodded. Yes, this method is absolutely foolproof. And Xiao leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Chenhua looked proud. Okay, let's do it this way. Do you think she can escape? Her father doesn't seem simple. And Xiao smiled. Even if she escapes, it will ruin her wedding, won't it? With so many villagers in the village, she can't possibly know it was us. All right, I'm willing to take the risk this time. And Xiao left happily. They just waited for the wedding day. After dinner, they drove home. The next 2 days, they stayed at home, just relaxing and playing. They went up the mountain daily, picking wild vegetables and mushrooms. The day before the wedding, An Sui Lan went to the youth station at night with new clothes, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a towel. Qin Yuezhen went with her. Little girl, Mom will stay with you. After you get married, I won't be able to sleep with you anymore. Tomorrow morning, I will help you style your hair. Okay. The Song family was very lively now. Li Erhua brought all the villagers from the brigade to prepare the beds. Red sheets and red quilts, full of festive cheer. The Song house was decorated with lanterns and banners, and everyone pasted happiness characters everywhere. Song Cheng'an looked very energetic. The beds were perfectly made, with no wrinkles at all. Everyone was talking happily, and Li Erhua was smiling so much she couldn't close her mouth. Song Baoping also laughed happily. Song Cheng'an looked at the neatly made bed and wanted to find the girl. They hadn't seen each other all day. His mother said they couldn't meet the day before the wedding. Right now, he really wanted to hold her in his arms. Silently, he walked to the youth station door and stood outside her room. He listened to the talking and laughing inside, smiled, and turned away.
Norush.
Tomorrow, he could marry her. Isn't there enough time to see her? Back in the backyard, Tai Lin was waiting for him. Little Song, come here, let's talk. Song Cheng'an nodded and followed him into the bedroom. Little Song, what I tell you tonight, you must remember for the rest of your life. You're getting married tomorrow. Lan has suffered a lot since she was young. From now on, she will be with you. I hope you take good care of her. Yes, uncle, I understand. Lan is a good girl. She looks cold but has a warm heart. She definitely has no bad intentions. But your family situation isn't perfect now. There are family conflicts. If in the future Lan Lan has conflicts with your family, you must protect her and not let her feel sad. No matter what she does that makes others upset or angry, please do not hurt her. If someday you no longer like her and want a divorce, please send her home without violence. I hope you take good care of her and do not let her suffer or be tired. Song Cheng'an nodded firmly. Uncle, these things you said will never happen.
I love Sui Sui.
I will use my life to protect and love her, and I won't let her get hurt. As for my family, there will be conflicts, but with Lan Lan's strength, she won't be at a disadvantage. Now, building our own house is almost the same as splitting the family. Lan Lan just needs to go eat in front because she doesn't know how to cook. I can cook too, and we can also live in the big courtyard in the county. The house I divided is a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, enough for both of us. Tai Lin nodded and patted his shoulder. Good. I knew I didn't see wrong in you. Work hard in the future. Better days are ahead. But don't neglect your studies. When the college entrance exam is restored, both of you will take it together and get into Kyoto University. Then, when we graduate from Kyoto University, your future will be even greater. The father and son talked until late at night. Song Cheng'an finally went back to rest.
Tai Lin Sayed.
Actually, he was very reluctant to part with his daughter, but since she was involved with someone here, he was very satisfied with Xiao Song and wanted to take his daughter away. After returning home, Song Cheng'an stayed inside for a while. When everyone was asleep, he quietly went up the mountain. He caught a wild boar, brought it back, processed it, and cut it into small pieces. Li Erhua looked at all the meat and was stunned. Mom, we'll use this meat tomorrow. The rest you can marinate and hang in the backyard. Now the weather is hot. Can we marinate meat? Li Erhua nodded. Yes, marinating meat in summer tastes better than in winter. She immediately started working, calling her sons to help. She waved to Qingzi. You go back and rest quickly. Tomorrow you'll be the groom, or it won't look good. Song Cheng'an nodded and went back to rest. But he was unable to sleep. He was too excited, not even a little sleepy. He stayed awake until dawn. By 5 in the morning, he was already full of energy. Many people had come to the yard, everyone helping to prepare the food. The big pot at the temporary camp was already boiling, bubbling as breakfast was being prepared. He was checking the time, waiting until 9 a.m. to go pick up his wife. Everyone finished breakfast and started working together. Song Ji was very excited, watching his older brother change clothes. He cheered happily.
Wow.
Big brother, you look so handsome today. You and sister-in-law are a perfect match. Song Cheng'an shot him a look. All right, remember to give out candies later. Don't let anyone steal them. Don't worry, don't worry. Song Chongsheng and Song Zhenhua also came over. Big brother, what should we do? Watch the guests carefully. Make sure no one hurts Sway. Okay. Little Lu also came over, joking around. Boss, what should I do? Song Cheng'an looked at him. Keep an eye out. Don't let anyone cause trouble.
Got it.
Time slowly passed. During this period, Song Cheng'an kept checking his watch, almost every 5 minutes. Time felt so slow. Chunning and Xiaohe were giggling happily. Big brother, today we're in charge of the face washing water and shoes. Remember to give red envelopes. Song Cheng'an nodded.
Got it. Don't bother me. Just do your jobs well.
Fourth brother, are there 2 tables set up behind? Yes, already. Finally, it was 8:40. Song Cheng'an suddenly started feeling nervous. Even when attending provincial meetings with thousands of people, he never felt this way. He had always reported his work confidently. But today, he was nervous. His palms were sweaty. He rubbed his hands and looked in the mirror again. Seeing his perfect appearance today, he was satisfied and smiled. Song Ji ran over. Big brother, let's go quickly. Song Cheng'an tidied his clothes. Let's go. Everyone headed toward the youth commune in a grand procession. Behind them, a crowd followed. Getting married to his new wife. Getting married to his new wife. Children on the street cheered excitedly because someone was getting married and they could get candies. He had walked this path many times before, going to the youth commune. But today, every step he took was very serious. Each step was filled with joy and love. As he got closer to the youth commune, his smile grew wider. Step by step, walking steadily and with determination. This time, he was here to marry his little girl. From now on, they would walk through life together, loving, protecting, and caring for her. Only her. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei woke up early to help dress An Sui Lan. Her hair was combed by Qin Yuezhen. Lan, from now on when you get married, you will be an adult. You should treat Xiao Song well, understand him, be tolerant, love and care for him. Be gentle with him. Yes, Mom, I understand. We will definitely be good. And Sui Lan's voice was a little choked with emotion. She threw herself into her mother's arms. Mom, I can't bear to leave you all. Qin Yuezhen smiled and patted her back. Today is a happy day, no crying. Quickly wipe your face. Xiao Song will come soon. And Sui Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Okay.
No crying.
She changed into a red, improved Cheongsam. Nanan looks beautiful. Just then, someone outside shouted, "The groom is here." And Sui Lan was startled. Mom, he's already here. Qin Yuezhen smiled. Don't panic. Xiao Kong, go open the door. Kong Sisi opened the door, and Song Cheng'an was about to come in confidently, but she stopped him. Comrade Song, if you dare to treat Lan badly, we will all fight you together. Little Lu quickly handed over a red envelope. All right, let the groom in. He can't wait any longer. Kong Sisi stepped back, and Yang Limei blocked the door again. Comrade Song, I ask you in the future, who will keep the money your family earns?
Sui.
I already gave it to Sui long ago. Everyone burst into laughter. But Song Cheng'an remained calm. Little Lu handed over a red envelope, and Yang Limei finally stepped aside. Song Cheng'an stood at the door, looking at the young girl sitting inside. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Qin Yuezhen had no idea when she left the room. Song Cheng'an's pupils constricted, and his eyes shone with admiration. He knew the girl was beautiful, but he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Red lips, white teeth, flawless skin, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, bright and lively eyes staring at him without blinking. Her eyes shimmered like a spring pond. Beautiful, very beautiful. The small red mole at the corner of her eye seemed darker than usual. She was stunning, captivating everyone, impossible to look away. This is his Sui. She sat quietly there, shining all over. Calm and beautiful. Everything dirty had nothing to do with her. The red Cheongsam fit her perfectly, showing her curves and figure clearly. At this moment, he somewhat regretted choosing this outfit. Her smooth, black hair was gathered up with a wooden hairpin. She looked more composed and elegant. Her slender, fair hands crossed gently on her lap. At this moment, he even wanted to close the door, not wanting anyone else to see her beauty. This kind of beauty can only be appreciated by him alone. He is so angry, he wishes he could pluck out the eyes of the people outside. And Sui Lan smiles happily as she looks at him. Today, Song Cheng'an looks very handsome. So charming. Song Cheng'an's voice is very hoarse. Sui say, I want to marry you. And Sui Lan opens her arms. Come on. I'm ready to marry you. Song Cheng'an's breath catches, and he walks quickly to her, bending down to pick her up. He seats her on his arms. And Sui Lan giggles, holding his neck with both hands. Song Cheng'an's entire body feels joyful. Sui say, let's go home. A string of firecrackers goes off outside. It means the bride is about to leave. Song Jui excitedly grabs some candies. Throwing candy. Throwing candy. Everyone at the commune starts grabbing candies, along with the crowd that came along. Song Jui keeps throwing candies several times. Song Cheng'an carries An Sui Lan straight home. Many people follow along, eager to see the bride. Little Lu stays nearby to protect her. He must not let anyone touch his sister-in-law. Every step Song Cheng'an takes is steady and sure. An Sui Lan still teases him. Song Cheng'an, you look so handsome today. Song Cheng'an raises an eyebrow. As long as you like it. He walks step by step, holding his beloved, toward the wedding room. Behind them, many people follow. Song Joy keeps throwing candies again and again. His older brother told him not to be stingy with the stuff. He only gets married once in his life, so he must celebrate well. Though he feels a bit sad about wasting candies, he still follows his brother's words. They return grandly to the wedding room. Song Cheng'an gently places the bride on the bed and sits beside her. My hands are sore. I'm so afraid of dropping you. Outside, more people gather, eager to see the bride. Little Lu quickly manages the scene outside. All right, everyone move aside. Here comes the face-washing water. Move aside. Here come the bride's shoes. Chunning and Xiaohe each carry face-washing water and shoes. And Sui Lan dips her hands in the basin, feeling ready. Song Cheng'an hands her a red envelope. Chunning smiles and says, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister-in-law." And Sui Lan is not yet used to being called sister-in-law, and she blushes a little at her words. Xiaohe brings over the shoes. The bride's shoes are here. Song Cheng'an takes the shoes. Give them to me. He bends down to sit on the ground, ready to put the shoes on An Sui Lan. But a village woman stops him. Chengzi, you can't put them on her. Men helping women with shoes isn't good. Song Cheng'an seemed not to hear, holding a shoe in one hand and grasping An Sui Lan's ankle with the other. He quickly put on his shoes. He stood up and looked at the older woman. Ma'am, these are old-fashioned ideas. I only know she is my wife, and she will bear children for me in the future. My wife, I will take care of and cherish her. The woman left angrily. Xiao Lu loudly cheered. Big brother is the best. Big sister-in-law is the best. What about Song Joy? How come he's here?
He didn't know about this.
But he also shouted, Big brother is the best. Big sister-in-law is the best.
Ha ha ha.
Laughter and joy filled the air. Xiaohe was still standing there, not leaving. And Sui Lan nudged his arm. Song Cheng'an, hurry up and give the red envelope. Song Cheng'an smiled and took out a red envelope to give to Xiaohe. Xiaohe excitedly thanked An Sui Lan. Thank you, big sister-in-law. I'll go out to work now. Everyone gradually dispersed. Song Cheng'an closed the door, held the girl's face gently, and kissed her softly. Suesu, there are many people outside. I need to watch over them. You stay here. I'll ask Chunning and Xiaohe to keep you company. And Sui Lan blushed and nodded. Got it. You go now. Song Cheng'an gently pinched her pink cheek and strode out of the room. Soon, Chunning and Xiaohe came over. Sister-in-law, are you hungry? We brought you some food? And Sui Lan shook her head. Not hungry right now. Maybe later. Song Chunning nodded. Don't you two have school today? It's Sunday. We're resting. Big sister-in-law, you look so beautiful today. Song Chunning stared at An Sui Lan like a little fan. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. And Sui Lan felt a bit shy from the compliment, her face turning red. I did my makeup today. When I have time, I'll help you both with yours. The three of them chatted and laughed. Soon, the sounds outside grew louder. What's going on?
Go and check.
They ran outside and saw it was Grandma Song coming. Big sister-in-law, Grandma Song is here. They said this and secretly called her grandma behind her back. And Sui Lan nodded. No trouble, right? Song Chunning shook her head. No, she and second Uncle Song found a spot to sit. Anyway, no one is paying attention to her. She's just here to take advantage. Grandma Song only came for dinner today and didn't want to cause trouble. They didn't need to give gifts either. Song Cheng'an wanted to send them away, but Song Baoping stopped him. Chengzi, let him sit there. As long as there is no trouble, it's fine. Song Baoping also wanted to send them away, but couldn't ruin his son's wedding. Song Cheng'an nodded. He went back inside to see his wife. Big brother, why don't you send her away? She looks so annoying. Song Cheng'an smiled, She hasn't caused any trouble. Dad won't let her go because he's afraid things will get out of hand. Besides, everyone who comes is a guest. Today, I won't cause trouble. Sui, how are you? Are you tired? An Sui Lan shook her head. Not tired. You should go back to your work. We're having a great chat. Song Cheng'an smiled and turned to leave. Song Chunning immediately grinned. Sister-in-law, Big Brother is so gentle to you. He's much kinder when he talks. And Sui Lan's face turned red again. You little brat. How dare you tease me? I'll tell Big Brother later. Let Big Brother deal with you. What's going on? What's happening outside? And Sui Lan felt something was wrong outside. It was chaotic earlier, but now there was laughter. Song Chunning got up and ran outside. She frowned, wondering who that woman was and why she looked so upset. She kept winking at Big Brother. Song Chunning rushed over and pulled Song Cheng'an aside. Big Brother, who is this? Sister-in-law is still waiting for you. Jiang Sueha felt a pang of pain. Such a good man, but not hers. Anyway, her plan today was to cause trouble. If she couldn't destroy them, she would ruin their reputation. Song Chunning was frantic. Big Brother, you need to go see sister-in-law quickly. Don't stay here talking to this woman. Song Cheng'an's face darkened. Why did everyone come to make trouble at his wedding? He stepped forward and kicked Jiang Sueha. Ah, that hurts. Cheng'an, how can you be so cruel? Song Cheng'an's voice was cold and icy, making people shiver. Jiang Sueha, I told you clearly, we have no relationship. Please stop bothering me. At that moment, Yang Xinggua's car stopped at the door. Little Song, I arrived late. Song Cheng'an hurried to meet him. Uncle Yang, you're not late. Come inside and sit. What's going on? Little Song, you can't treat my niece badly. Song Cheng'an waved his hand. Oh, she's my classmate. She's here to cause trouble today.
Untle yang no det.
All right, I'll go in first. You handle this quickly. Jiang Sueha had already gotten up. Her face was pale. She looked faint and teetering, tears in her eyes, looking very pitiful. Song Cheng'an called Song Juri. Jui, go call the police and have Xiao Lu drive you. Once, I could tolerate you. Twice, I cannot. Especially today, when I am getting married and you are trying to ruin my wedding. At that moment, a group of people arrived. Is this the Song family? Everyone saw that each of these people was wearing red sleeves. They looked nervous and scattered, afraid to get too close. Song Cheng'an walked over and asked, Yes, I am Song Cheng'an. What can I do for you? The leader of the group, upon hearing he was Secretary Song, immediately smiled and said, Hello, Secretary Song. We received a report today about wasteful spending, so we came to check. This is our duty, please understand. Song Cheng'an nodded and said, I understand. Feel free to look around. We absolutely do not tolerate wasteful spending. Song Chunning was almost scared stiff. These people were very intimidating. She turned and ran inside. Big sister-in-law, the people with red sleeves are here. They say we are wasteful.
What?
I'll go see. Xia He and Chunning held her back. Big sister-in-law, you can't go out. Let's wait and see how brother handles this. And Sui Lan calmed down, thinking it should be fine. Probably someone who couldn't stand her good life reported her. The people looked around, checking the pots and the meat. Everything seemed normal, just a bit more meat than usual. Today was Secretary Song's wedding, and many eyes were on him. If they could take him away, it would be a great achievement for them. The leader of the group glared and shouted, members of the Song family, seriously violating revolutionary principles, wasting resources and showing off. Take them all away. As soon as he said this, everyone rushed forward.
It was terrifying.
They were just here to eat after all. Why did they get involved with the red-sleeved people? Jiang Sueha was standing next to Song Cheng'an when the red-sleeved person reached out to grab her. She immediately cried out, I'm not from the Song family. I just came to join the fun. Catch him, catch him. I'll leave right now, I'll leave right now. She pointed at Song Cheng'an as she spoke. Taking advantage of their distraction, she slipped away. Lier Hua broke out in cold sweat from the tension. Bao Ping, Go to the back and call someone. Call the relatives. Song Joy heard this and immediately ran off. The red-sleeved people had started grabbing people, but they dared not touch Song Cheng'an. His face darkened. I dare any of you to try to grab him. I will have him dismissed immediately. They were a bit scared. After all, they weren't completely independent and were still under government control. But they also wanted to make a good impression. Everyone wanted to move up the ranks. Today, you are just wasting resources. I am not mistaken. Whose family invites guests and uses so much meat? Isn't this just wastefulness? Song Cheng'an's eyes were very cold as he stared at those people. These are normal preparations. They are all homegrown vegetables, except for the braised pork. All of this is normal. Han Xiuzi didn't care about that. As long as they wanted to catch someone, they would take them away. Even Song Cheng'an couldn't stop them. At that moment, He Tai-lin and Yang Xinghua rushed over from behind. Stop right there. Are you trying to die? He Tai-lin drew his gun, loaded it, and aimed at the leader of Han Xiuzi. The man trembled in fear.
No, it's not that.
Just take this thing away first. The others below were still resisting. If you dare to shoot today, you'll be dead for sure. He Tai-lin snorted coldly. I've lost count of how many people I've shot in my life. If you want to ruin my daughter's wedding, I won't agree. Yang Xinghua hurriedly grabbed He Tai-lin's arm. Chief, please let go. This isn't the military headquarters. The man forced himself to stand firm, thinking that this middle-aged man was just talking big. If you have the guts, shoot me. Today, we're taking people away, no matter what. He Tai-lin's eyes were fierce as he gently applied force with his wrist.
Bang!
The man covered his arm and fell to the ground. He didn't expect He Tai-lin to actually shoot. All of you, hold them down. I want to ask, are these people really working like this? For guards immediately subdued the others, each holding a gun. The dark gun barrels pointed at them. The man had already been injured.
Yang Xinghua's face darkened.
You really have guts. Bold as a bear and a leopard. Do you know who he is? And you still dare threaten him. I think you're tired of living. If you don't know He Tai-lin, go ask your boss. Do you know who the top leader of the Kyoto military district is? The man trembled. Are you Secretary Yang? Is he really the top commander of the Kyoto military district? Yang Xinghua's face darkened further.
I wouldn't lie about that.
A single word from him could crush you. Today is his daughter's wedding.
Who reported this?
Speak up. I don't know. It was just a letter. The man tremblingly took out a letter, and Song Cheng'an looked at it. He didn't recognize this note.
Let me see it.
An Sui Lan came out of the house, took the letter, and recognized it immediately. It wasn't Xiao Xiao's note. She looked at the Song brothers and said, Jui, Zhenhua, go and bring An Xiao Xiao here. I want to punish her. Song Cheng'an's eyes darkened. His status was still too low. Even the women in the city didn't take him seriously. He knew he needed to work harder in the future. A few minutes later, Song Joy and Song Zhenhua brought An Xiao Xiao over. An Xiao Xiao was still proud in her dormitory, but the two strong men came in without saying a word and pulled her away. An Xiao Xiao tried to resist but couldn't shake them off. Brother-in-law, we've brought her here. An Sui Lan held a report letter and slapped it onto An Xiao Xiao's face. An Xiao Xiao, do you want to die? I won't bother you, but you come to bother me. On such a happy day, you're forcing me to hit you. And Sui Lan slapped her face loudly. She grabbed her collar and pushed her against the kitchen wall. She slapped her repeatedly, not caring how many times. Everyone was shocked. And Sui Lan's hand hurt from hitting. Song Cheng'an called out, Chunying, take off your shoes and give them to your sister-in-law. Song Chunying was also stunned. It was the first time she saw her sister-in-law hit someone. Why was she so fierce? She nodded quickly, took off her shoes, and handed them over. Then she looked at Song Joy and Song Zhenhua. Just one glance, and the two of them happily ran over, each holding one of An Xiao Xiao's arms. And Sui Lan used the shoe soles to wildly slap her face. And Xiao Xiao kept cursing Sui Lan. Although she didn't achieve her goal today, she at least ruined her wedding. Haha, Sui Lan, do you think you've won? But I haven't lost yet. Sui Lan's face was swollen from her punches. Zhang Anti and Zhang Erlai watched from the crowd, too afraid to step forward. Zhang Erlai clenched his fists, unable to hold back. In his mind, An Xiao was a kind and good girl. Although today it was clear she had filed the complaint, he still believed she had her reasons. He wanted to rush forward and pull Sui Lan away, but his mother held him back tightly. Qin Yuezhen was also shocked. He Qingjun was extremely surprised. He didn't expect his little sister to fight so fiercely. Only He Tailin seemed unaffected. Instead, he felt very happy inside. His daughter knew how to protect herself, which was a good thing. Anyway, if anything happened, he would take responsibility. Sui Lan was tired from hitting and finally let go of An Xiao. Song Joy and Song Zhenhua felt their hearts pounding. Their sister-in-law was so fierce when she fought. Their older brother would probably be very upset later. And Xiao fell to the ground. Auntie Sui Lan scolded again. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will beat you to death. Tell me, is it you who deliberately went to complain? Aunt Xiao kept her mouth shut and didn't speak. Auntie Sui Lan hit her again. If you don't tell, I will beat you to death today. Xiao trembled with pain and whispered, I did it on purpose. I just can't stand seeing you live so well. Auntie Sui Lan smiled kindly and looked at the people with red sleeves. Are you all clear now? It's her. Take her away. We've seen whether we are wasting resources or not. You all know what to do. As for the person who reported the trouble, handle it yourselves. He Tailin put away his gun. Get out quickly. Go back and tell your boss that if he dares to act up again, I will stop him. The group pulled Xiao away quietly. Auntie Sui Lan knew Chenhua was involved but had no proof, so she could only secretly deal with her. All right, parents, continue. It's almost noon, time to prepare for lunch. Lier Hua finally recovered. Good, everyone come and eat. Sit down. Villagers gradually returned. Song Cheng'an took her to the new house at the back. The He family also went to the back. Song Cheng'an accompanied her back inside. Suesi, sorry for frightening you today. It's my fault for not handling it well. Auntie Sui Lan waved her hand and hugged his waist. It's okay. Homeshio is just a bunch of crazy dogs. No matter how high your official rank is, if they want trouble, they will find trouble. But from now on, they probably won't dare to come again. Song Cheng'an nodded.
Sit down first.
Later, I will call you to toast. I'll ask Chunning to bring you some food. You should fill your stomach now because once we toast, you might not be able to eat. Okay. Song Cheng'an stood up and went out. Soon after, Song Chunning came in with a bowl. Sis-in-law, eat quickly. The outside has already started. Mom and Dad have been painted with ugly faces. So embarrassing. The parents in the main room had already started eating. Qin Yuezhen came over and called her. Nuan, Chunning, come sit and eat a little first. There's still space. Auntie Sui Lan carried her bowl over and sat with Chunning. Chunning was very sensible and kept taking care of her. Big sister-in-law, eat quickly. Soon you'll need to toast. After a few bites, Song Cheng'an came over. Behind him, Song Joy carried wine and cups. The small cups were already filled with wine. Auntie Sui Lan stood up and went to Song Cheng'an. He held 2 cups of wine, offering one to He Tailin and the other to Qin Yuezhen. Dad and Mom, I toast you. From now on, leave everything to me. Please rest assured, I will love and care for her for a lifetime. Qin Yuezhen's eyes are a bit moist. She nods repeatedly. Good. You must protect her well. He Tailin doesn't say much, pats his shoulder and quickly drinks his glass. Nan, from now on, you are an adult. You should think carefully before doing anything. Dad, I understand. They hand over red envelopes. Song Cheng'an respectfully thanks. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. He also toasts Yang Xinghua and He Qingjun. Both of them give red envelopes as well. Song Cheng'an immediately gives his wife her red envelope. Dad, Mom, older brother, uncle, please enjoy your meal. We're going to check out the front. In the yard, there's still a table with a few people from the youth team. Kong Sisi, Yang Limei, Shen Hualin, Li Kong, as well as Ma Xiaojun and Sun Hongwei. Ma Xiaojun and Sun Hongwei came voluntarily. Song Cheng'an pours himself a glass of wine. You all eat first. We're gonna check the front. He takes Sui Sui and introduces her to the relatives at home. First, he introduces her to Annie Da and Auntie San. Sui Sui, this is Annie Da, and this is Annie San, my older sister and younger sister. Auntie Da, Auntie San, hello.
Good, good.
The new wife is so pretty. Cheng'an, you're so lucky. They thought Song Cheng'an might become a widower. Then he takes An Sui Lan to toast some elders in the village, and that's the end of it. An Sui Lan sees Li Erhua and Song Baoping's faces so swollen she can't recognize them. Someone calls out, "Sit down, the daughter-in-law is going to toast." He pours a glass of wine for the two elders and personally hands it to them. Dad, Mom. Good, good, good. Li Erhua's eyes fill with tears of excitement. She quickly takes out a red envelope and gives it to her. Song Baoping remains calm and only says, "Live a good life from now on." He hands over the red envelope, and that's the end of it. Sui Sui, I'll take you to the back. You go eat first. Okay. The Song family's dishes are arranged very well, with more meat than other banquets. But all the vegetables are grown in their own fields. Almost every dish has a little bit of meat, making it tastier. Everyone is busy eating and doesn't want to talk. This meal is special, and they might not eat meat for months after. Aunt Lu smiles happily. This braised pork is made by me. How is it? Tastes great. Tender and flavorful. At this moment, the brothers are pulling Song Cheng'an to drink. He doesn't want to drink because he has to go to the bridal chamber tonight. He doesn't want to get Sui Sui drunk. He waved his hand and said, "No drinks, you guys go ahead and drink." All the busy work was done now. The food was served on the table. The Song brothers also sat down to eat. Usually, they didn't have a chance to drink with their big brother, but today he had to get drunk. Song Jui had a drink or two with him. After one drink, he stopped drinking. Go ahead and drink. I'll check outside. Song Cheng'an stood up and went to the back. He looked around and came back. Some others outside also pulled him to drink, especially Shun Hualin, who wouldn't let go once he started. Mom and Dad, have you eaten? It'll be over soon.
Li Erhua smiled, not yet.
Once everyone leaves, we can eat again. Guests gradually left. The Song family started clearing the leftovers from the table. But there weren't many. Now people lacked energy and resources, so there usually weren't leftovers unless they simply couldn't eat more. As more people left, Song Cheng'an asked his brothers to help sweep the yard and return the neighbors' tables and chairs. He then went to the backyard. The youth team members had already left. He Tailin and Yang Xinghua were still there drinking and chatting. They probably drank too much. Tailin's father, Tailin, was supported by Qingjun. Old Dad, go rest for a while. Uncle Yang, you also go rest. You two can chat later. Song Cheng'an helped Yang Xinghua to another room. Everything was arranged. Then, he finally had time to go to the bedroom to see his bride. Sui Sui, have you eaten enough? And Sui Lan nodded. Yes, I've had enough.
How about you?
I didn't see you eat anything. Song Cheng'an smiled and patted her head. I've eaten enough. Sui Sui, you should rest a bit. I'll go outside first. There's still work to do. And Sui Lan lay on the bed, ready to rest for a while. Before she could fall asleep, Qin Yuezhen came over. Nuo, we're going back tomorrow. You guys are married now, so my husband and I can rest assured. And Sui Lan felt a little reluctant. Just after they met, they had to leave again. Mom, stay a few more days? There are so many fun things here. Qin Yuezhen shook her head. No, your dad is very busy with work and has many things to handle when we go back. I have surgeries almost every day. I can't wait too long. Finally, and Sui Lan nodded. All right then. Will Big Brother also go back? Qin Yuezhen smiled and patted her head. Yes, your big brother is a regiment commander in the army. He's busy with work and can't take long leaves. Later, you need to take good care of yourself here. Sui Lan nodded and said, Mom, you all need to take good care of yourselves. Qin Yuezhen smiled and said, All right, you go to sleep now. I'll rest for a bit too. Just after Qin Yuezhen left, Song Cheng'an returned. Sweetie, Why aren't you asleep yet? An Sui Lan sat up and hugged him. Chengzi, my parents are leaving tomorrow. I want to bring them something special from here. Cheng'an smiled and asked, should I bring them some mushrooms? Yes. Cheng'an went to find his mother. Mom, my parents are leaving tomorrow. Do we still have dried mushrooms at home? I want to bring some for them. Hua smiled and said, yes, in my room. I'll get them out later. Also, bring some of our corn. Our corn makes the best porridge. You should go talk to them now. They're leaving tomorrow. I'll pack everything up and ask your dad to take it over later. Cheng'an went back, and An Sui Lan was already asleep. He bent down and kissed her on the face. She's his wife, his little girl. He turned onto his side, holding her in his arms. He didn't dare think of anything inappropriate, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Last night, he was too excited and barely slept. Soon, he fell asleep. They slept until after 5 in the afternoon. An Sui Lan's whole body was sore from being held so tightly. She turned over and kicked him hard. Cheng'an, you're holding me too tight. It's stuffy and hot. Cheng'an was awakened by her kick. He smiled and kissed her lips. Sweetie, wake up.
What do you want to eat tonight?
I don't know, whatever Mom makes. Cheng'an helped her up and sat her on the dressing stool. Sit still, I'll comb your hair. He picked up a comb and looked at her beautiful reflection in the mirror. Gently, he combed her hair strand by strand. His hands were a bit clumsy, so he just tied a simple ponytail. Is this okay? An Sui Lan nodded and said, yes, it looks very nice. Qin Yuezhen and He Tylan were drinking tea and chatting in the living room. Mom and Dad, shall we go eat at the front? Sure. Qin Yuezhen went to call He Qingjun, and they all headed to the front. Hua was still cooking. There were leftover vegetables from lunch, and she cooked 2 new dishes. Everyone sat together. Song Baoping smiled and said, I heard Qingzi say you all want to leave tomorrow? He Tylan nodded and said, yes, we're busy at home and need to go back early. Stay a few more days. Let Qingzi take you around here. Next time, who knows when we'll see you again. He Tylan waved his hand and said, it's okay. When we have free time, we can come whenever we want. Besides, you can also call us.
Song Baoping note that.
Our family has prepared some things for you, all local products. Take them with you. Everyone chatted and laughed as they finished their meal. After eating, Hua took out her prepared mushrooms, corn paste, and her homemade cured meat. He Zhao wrinkled her nose. She had brought a lot of things. Her parents were so generous. She wanted to take some cured meat and grains home, but her parents always refused. An Sui Lan looked at her parents' generous preparations with a calm face. He Zhao smiled awkwardly. She was just thinking this in her mind and didn't dare to say it out loud. First, she was afraid of her parents. Second, her older brother. And third, because An Sui Lan was so strong. Cheng'an carried some things and walked to the back. An Sui Lan went back to her room, closed the door, and packed some items. Mushrooms she picked from the mountain, milk powder, malt extract from her space, and she even specifically pulled out a ginseng root. All packed together. She carried it out. Mom and Dad, these are the things I prepared for you. Take them back. Qin Yuezhen looked at the pile of things, milk powder, malt extract. Why so much? She kept waving her hands. No, you keep these for yourselves. We can buy more in the capital. And Sui Lan smiled and pushed them into her hands. It's okay. We can buy more easily. Cheng'an often brings me treats when he comes back, so there's no shortage. You can take these. This is my heartfelt gift. Can you bear to refuse? She pouted and acted cute, which made Qin Yuezhen feel a bit pained. Okay then, Mom will accept it. Qin Yuezhen took a bag of things from their bedroom. She didn't know exactly what was inside, but it looked full. Little Song, these are for your parents. Take them over and give them to them. Cheng'an didn't refuse and carried the things away. Mom and Dad, these are for you. Hua smiled and waved her hand. Keep them for yourselves. Cheng'an set down the things and left. Hua helplessly opened the bag and was shocked. It was full of milk powder and malt extract.
Wow, this is too much.
Song Baoping puffed on his cigarette.
Just accept it.
It's a gift from your in-laws. After Song Cheng'an left, An Sui Lan had already finished her bath in her space. Sui, want to take a bath? I'll go boil some water. An Sui Lan nodded. Okay. Mom and Dad also want to wash up. Song Cheng'an boiled a pot of hot water, carried a full bucket, and checked that the temperature was just right. Sui, you go wash first.
The water is ready.
And Sui Lan nodded, feeling a bit guilty. She took a towel to wash, stayed there for a few minutes, then came back. I'm done washing. I didn't use all the water. She didn't dare look into Song Cheng'an's eyes. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll go wash now. After washing the dishes, Song Cheng'an knocked on his parents' door. Mom, Dad, I boiled a pot of hot water in the kitchen. Inside, Qin Yuezhen's voice replied, Okay, got it. As soon as Song Cheng'an entered the room, An Sui Lan started to feel nervous. Seeing him come back, she looked guarded. Song Cheng'an chuckled. Sui, why are you covering your chest? Are you scared? And Sui Lan shook her head quickly, stiffening her neck. Who's scared? I'm not scared at all. He gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly with deep eyes. A flash of light crossed his gaze. Take your time, no rush. And Sui Lan was really nervous, watching Song Cheng'an. She felt her thighs trembling. To hide her embarrassment, she turned over, pulled the blanket over herself, and lay there. Song Cheng'an suddenly pulled back the blanket. He leaned down and kissed her lips. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I won't hurt you. And Sui Lan's face turned bright red instantly. Song Cheng'an turned off the light and got into bed. And Sui Lan didn't dare move at all. His big hand gently wrapped around her waist. Sui, don't be afraid. It's my first time too. He supported himself with both hands on either side of her and bent down to kiss her lips. This time, he could finally kiss his little girl properly. And Sui Lan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. She could clearly see the hidden primitive desire in his eyes. His kiss was fierce and intense, unlike the gentle kisses before. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole, so fierce it was. He nibbled on her lips little by little. His kissing skills had grown more confident. Earlier, he only kissed lightly. Today's kiss was full of strong desire. Song Cheng'an was breathing heavily, gently grabbing her slender waist. His passion made him gasp as he called her name, Sui.
Sui.
Just as An Sui Lan was about to speak, he pressed his lips against hers again forcefully. Didn't he say he'd be gentle? Why so fierce? Oh no. She was starting to feel overwhelmed. She felt her lips swelling. Song Cheng'an traced her features with kisses, slowly. From lips to the tip of the nose, his movements gradually became gentler. The man's warm, moist lips kissed her fair neck. And Sui Lan felt her body soften completely under his kiss. She couldn't help but let out a soft sound, but she was afraid it was too loud, so she kept quiet. Song Cheng'an chuckled softly, opening his mouth to nibble on her rounded earlobe. And Sui Lan shivered all over, feeling a tingling sensation that reached the top of her head. The man's rough hand gently brushed aside her hair that was in the way. He kissed her beautiful eyes. Sui, are you ready? And Sui Lan blushed and nodded softly. Their pajamas were gradually thrown onto the floor. And Sui Lan's face was as red as a monkey's. She covered her face, too shy to look at the man. The man's large hand moved back and forth over her body, making her tremble all over. This feeling was hard to describe, very pleasant but also a little exciting, making her unable to stop. The man's kisses traveled from her neck downward, and Sui Lan's face turned even redder with embarrassment. The moonlight outside was just right, shining through the window. It spilled into the room through the gap in the curtains. Their moving shadows were reflected on the wall. And Sui Lan kept biting her lip, trying hard to hold back her sounds. Her scent was sweet. He wished he could stay close forever. After 5 minutes, Song Cheng'an sighed and sat up helplessly. And Sui Lan was confused. What's wrong? Why didn't you continue? The man's face looked tired. He even wondered if he was really not good enough. Sui, Maybe we should take a break? And Sui Lan blinked, not sure what he meant. You've already? Ha ha ha, ha ha. And Sui Lan laughed so hard, she was gasping for breath. Song Cheng'an's face kept changing from red to black. He felt he performed terribly today. No, he had to make it up later. Just then, Song Cheng'an felt something in his pocket.
What is it?
He got out of bed, lit a candle, and saw it was a jade pendant. What's going on? Sui, is this yours? And Sui Lan took it and looked at it in her hand, stunned. Oh my god! Isn't this her space jade pendant from her past life? Why is it now in Song Cheng'an's hand? She quickly checked if her space was still there. It was still there, so the problem wasn't on her side. What's happening? Both of them were confused. And Sui Lan tentatively asked Song Cheng'an to drop a drop of blood on it. He did as asked, and as soon as the blood touched the pendant, it lit up. Then the pendant turned into a streak of light and sank into Song Cheng'an's forehead. Their figures also disappeared from the room. Song Cheng'an tightly held her hand. What's going on? And Sui Lan happily said, Song Cheng'an, this is a space. You have also awakened to space. And Sui Lan explained to him, Song Cheng'an, actually, I am not from this world. In my previous life, I already had this space. But one day when I woke up, I appeared here, and the space came with me. So, this body isn't mine, but it looks exactly like me from my past life. Now that we are married and you have awakened, it proves we are truly meant for each other. Maybe I was brought here by the space. Our spaces are exactly the same. This means that no matter where you are in the future, we can meet through the space. That's wonderful. Now, you can come back every day to be with me, and I can come to find you every day. Not a moment wasted. Song Cheng'an was very nervous, and he held in Sui Lan's hand. Sui, you won't leave me in the future, right? And Sui Lan shook her head. No, maybe I was originally from here. The man suddenly hugged her. Sui, I don't care where you're from. I won't let you go. We will be together for a lifetime. No, we will always be together.
Sui, thank you.
If it weren't for you, I would never have known about this. And Sui Lan looked at him. Song Cheng'an, do you think I am a monster? The man shook his head and hugged her.
How could that be?
You're so kind and beautiful. Even if you're a monster, you're a good one. So, how do we go out?
An Sui Lan mai.
Just think about going out, or use something to get out. Song Cheng'an silently thought. Exit the space. Suddenly, their bodies appeared in the bedroom. Song Cheng'an blew out the candle. Then he hugged her again and quickly entered the space. Sui, let's go to the villa, so we won't be disturbed. They lay on the big bed in the villa. Song Cheng'an smiled. Sui, are those good life plans you mentioned real? This bed is really comfortable.
An Sui Lan not dead.
Of course they're real. You should go outside and see. Air conditioning, TV, washing machine, everything. Right now, Song Cheng'an wasn't in the mood to look around. He still wanted to show his strength. And Sui Lan got up to wash and take a shower. She was sweaty and uncomfortable. She came back and pushed Song Cheng'an to go in too. Go wash up quickly. You're sticky and uncomfortable. She took him inside and showed him how to use these things. Song Cheng'an took a long bath inside before coming out. It was the most comfortable bath he had ever had in his life. When he came out, and Sui Lan was already asleep. He turned off the light, rolled onto the bed, and held her in his arms, gently kissing her lips. And Sui Lan was awakened by the kiss.
Why?
I'm so sleepy. I just fell asleep. Song Cheng'an didn't speak. His large hand gently removed her clothes. And Sui Lan fully woke up now. This time, she truly realized how scary men could be. It was like a wild beast that was never satisfied. He kept asking again and again. She was in pain all over. Her mouth felt swollen. It was like being run over by a big truck and then put back together. Eventually, she fell asleep. Song Cheng'an was very stubborn. He kept calling her. Sui, I can do it. It's my first time. I don't have experience.
An Sui Lan not dead then.
Yes, yes, you're great. I admit it. Can I sleep now? Finally, Song Cheng'an smiled. He turned over, picked her up, and went to the bathroom to wash up. And An Sui Lan was completely asleep and unaware of what was happening behind her. The man washed her clean and gently kissed her lips. He still felt it wasn't enough. But Sui Sui was too tired, and he didn't dare to bother her anymore. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Song Cheng'an was about to wake up. He looked at the girl curled up in his arms and smiled. He picked her up and carried her back to the bedroom, placing her on the bed. And An Sui Lan turned over and kept sleeping. Song Cheng'an kissed her face lightly before getting up to wash. Qin Yuezhen and He Tai Lin had already gotten up. Mom and Dad, are you leaving so early? Qin Yuezhen nodded. Yes, we're leaving soon. Is Lan Lan still sleeping? Song Cheng'an nodded. She's still sleeping. I didn't call her. Qin Yuezhen smiled and waved her hand. It's okay, no need to wake her. Let her sleep. We'll leave after breakfast. Song Cheng'an nodded. Then we'll go eat first. They all went to the front together. Song Cheng'an locked the gate directly. After breakfast, Hua took out some mushrooms. She bought them early in the morning from a neighbor at a good price. There are some more mushrooms. You all take some. You probably can't get these in Kyoto. Qin Yuezhen didn't refuse and happily accepted the items. Okay, I'll take these. Everyone followed and went to the back. Their things were already packed. While chatting, An Sui Lan was awakened by the noise. She remembered her parents were leaving today, so she quickly got up and dressed. But her whole body hurt, especially her thighs. Song Cheng'an is a big troublemaker. She endured the pain, took a few steps, and after adjusting, quickly changed her clothes. Mom and Dad, are you going back now? Qin Yuezhen smiled and hugged her. Yes, we're leaving today. You two must take good care of each other, okay? And An Sui Lan nodded. Got it. He Tai Lin happily rubbed her head. Don't be stubborn. If anything, talk it over with Xiao Song.
Call me if you need anything.
Everyone got into the car and left, along with the guards who also got into their vehicle. They watched their car drive further and further away. Song Cheng'an patted her on the back. Hua smiled and asked, Lan Lan, what do you want to eat? Do you want some egg custard? And An Sui Lan nodded. I can eat anything, Mom. Hua waved her hand. Go back and rest a bit. I'll make egg custard for you when I get home. Song Cheng'an refused. Mom, don't bother. Go home and rest. I'll make it. I bought eggs here. All right, then I'll go back. Once they left, Song Cheng'an locked the door. She picked her up around the waist. What are you doing?
You scared me.
I'm so tired, I don't want to play anymore. Song Cheng'an smiled. What play? I'm taking you to wash up. Their figures disappeared into the room. After washing up in her space, An Sui Lan drank a cup of spiritual spring water. Song Cheng'an, this water is good stuff. It strengthens the body, heals illnesses, detoxifies, and more. You should drink it every day in the future. Your health will improve. By the way, in the space, you can use the spiritual spring water to make chicken soup for Grandpa and Grandma tonight. It will help them recover faster. Now the weather is still hot, so take good care of yourself. In winter, it won't be so hard. Song Cheng'an nodded. Okay, I'm going to make you some egg custard and maybe some buns.
An Sui Lan not dead.
She put on a dress and followed her to the kitchen. Song Cheng'an took eggs, and she followed behind. He lit the fire, and she squatted beside him. Song Cheng'an simply hugged her, letting her sit on his arm. Sit still, don't fall. And An Sui Lan giggled. Song Cheng'an, you're so handsome. You can even make egg custard. She reached into her space and took out a bun, biting into it with one hand while hugging his neck with the other. After she finished the bun, the egg custard was ready. They sat at the table, and Song Cheng'an fed her bite by bite. He occasionally kissed her little face. They looked at each other and smiled. They looked like a sweet little couple. And An Sui Lan was full but still very sleepy. If you're tired, go back to sleep. And An Sui Lan nodded and hugged his arm. Stay with me. I can't sleep alone. Okay. In the middle of the day, the two argued a bit, and An Sui Lan finally fell asleep. Song Cheng'an smiled, holding her, listening to her steady breathing. He felt completely full inside. This feeling made him very comfortable and happy. Before he knew it, he also fell asleep. They slept until noon, when the door was loudly knocked by Song Joy. "Big brother, sister-in-law, lunch is ready." Song Cheng'an was startled awake, frowning in annoyance. He softly called, "Sui Sui, wake up, it's time to eat lunch." And Sui Lan slowly opened her eyes, then curled up against him like a cute little kitten.
And I'm so sleepy.
"I don't want to get up." Song Cheng'an smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "Joy is calling outside. Hurry up, let's go eat." He helped her sit up and bent down to put on her shoes. And Sui Lan's mind was completely clear now, and she was being cared for by Song Cheng'an as she dressed. After washing her face, she was ready to go out. Song Joy was already waiting anxiously. Why aren't they coming out? Could something have happened? Just as he was about to kick the door, it opened from inside. Song Cheng'an slapped his leg. Song Joy scratched his head. "Big brother, why are you so slow? Mother has already prepared the meal. Hurry up, let's go." And Sui Lan's legs still a bit sore, so she walked slowly and felt pain with every step. She was trying to endure it. Song Joy walked quite a distance, then looked back and saw they were still dawdling. He helplessly said, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with your leg? Why can't you walk properly?" And Sui Lan's face suddenly turned red. Song Cheng'an was about to kick him, but he quickly disappeared in a flash. And Sui Lan glared at him in annoyance. "It's all your fault. They all laugh at me." Song Cheng'an hurriedly comforted her. "Who dares to laugh at you? You can't even tell. Walk slowly, it's okay. Next time, I'll go slower. It's my first time, so I don't have much experience." And Sui Lan glared at him again. "You're the one who said that." Okay, I won't say anything." Song Cheng'an helped her sit on a stool while waiting for the meal. Song Baoping came out of the house, smoking a pipe, and the smell made An Sui Lan wrinkle her nose. Song Cheng'an looked at his father. "Dad, stop smoking. It's time to eat. It smells terrible." Song Baoping snorted coldly, but still put out the pipe and set it aside. Li Erhua brought out the food, with He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei following behind. He Zhaodi saw An Sui Lan and thought of the big TV. She had been wanting to watch TV these days, but didn't dare. Now that her older brother's parents had left, she felt it was okay to watch a few times. "Big brother, sister-in-law, when will you get electricity?" And Sui Lan frowned. "No, we won't get it." He Zhaodi awkwardly smiled. "If we don't get electricity, that big TV will just be wasted. Getting electricity now isn't hard. The TV is just sitting there. It might break if we leave it." She looked at Song Baoping. "Dad, why not connect the electricity to this yard? We could all watch." And Sui Lan was speechless. Her parents had just left, and she was already thinking about her own things. Li Erhua shot her a sharp look. "Eat your food. What are you watching TV for? It doesn't use much electricity. Or are you paying the bill?" He Zhaodi shut up angrily.
Du jamais peut-être.
"That TV belongs to your parents. If you want to watch, just ask your parents to buy one for you." He Zhaodi's face turned red and white alternately. If her parents could buy her a TV, she wouldn't have married into the Song family. And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow. At first, she thought He Zhaodi was a decent person. But over time, her true nature was revealed. Li Erhua brought a bowl of braised pork, the leftovers from that day, cleaned and unused. "Lalan, try this. It's the clean leftover from yesterday's guests." "Okay, Mom, sit down and eat. Don't work so hard." He Zhaodi rolled her eyes. Her parents favored their eldest daughter. Even the eldest daughter's wife was favored. Song Cheng'an handed her a piece of meat. "Sui Sui, eat quickly, it'll get cold soon." And Sui Lan took a bite of the pancake and then handed it to him. "Here, you can have it. I'm not hungry, just want some vegetables." Song Cheng'an split half of his cornmeal porridge into her bowl. "Then drink more porridge." Li Erhua went inside and brought out a plain steamed bun, handing it to her. "Lalan, eat this. If you're not used to pancakes, give it to Qingzi." An Sui Lan tore off a quarter and kept the rest for her parents and for Song Cheng'an, 1 piece each. Parents, 1 piece each. Hurry and eat. Li Erhua beamed with happiness. Sui Lan was so filial. The team leader waved his hand. You should eat more. In a few days, we'll start shelling corn. If you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to work. Song Cheng'an added, she doesn't work, just needs to gather pig grass.
An Sui Lan.
Song Baoping. He clenched his jaw. He had just married and was already told not to work. What will he do in the future? Li Erhua smiled and said, if you don't want to do it, then don't. Anyway, Qingzi has a salary, so you two won't go hungry. Song Cheng'an finished eating and put down his chopsticks. Mom, don't cook for us tonight. I'll do it later. All right, then you can move some grains over later. Okay. Li Erhua finished her meal and went straight to the grain storage room. There were some cornmeal and flour, all packed in bags. Take it back. I'll come back later to get some potatoes and cabbage. Song Cheng'an carried the grain and took An Sui Lan back home. They put the grain in the kitchen cabinet. I'm going to get some potatoes and cabbage. Soon he returned with cabbage and potatoes. An Sui Lan sat in the yard, looking at the ginkgo tree. It was too small. She didn't know how many years it would take to grow up. Song Cheng'an, can you make another table? The table can be placed under the tree. When it's cool, we can eat here. Good. I'll go buy a table from Zhang Lame later. Song Cheng'an left the house, and An Sui Lan sat alone in the yard reading a book. After a while, she felt bored. Should she start a little business? Although she had money, she couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Things are so cheap these days. How much would she need to sell to earn 10,000 yuan? Song Cheng'an returned, carried a table, and brought it back. He placed it in the yard. With a gentle breeze, sitting here to read or write was very comfortable. They could also eat here. Song Cheng'an wiped the table clean, washed his hands, and then sat on a stool beside her.
Sui.
Tomorrow I need to handle some work. Will you stay at home or go to the city with me? An Sui Lan thought for a moment. Either is fine. Anyway, we can see each other in the space. About the black market, what kind of business do you usually do? I'm free every day and want to sell some things. Maybe I can earn some money. Song Cheng'an immediately refused without thinking. Don't get involved in the black market. It's too dangerous. But we can use the things from the space. Now that supplies are scarce, I want to take out some bicycles, watches, and radios to sell.
An Sui Lan, not that.
Okay, you decide. But you also need to be careful. Don't get caught. By the way, Song Cheng'an, when do you think our village will have a primary school? Song Cheng'an smiled and rubbed her head.
Soon.
I've already reported it. They should approve it soon. I'll call Uncle Yang tomorrow. Do you want to be a teacher? An Sui Lan quickly waved her hand. No, kids are too troublesome. Suddenly, An Sui Lan remembered she didn't use a last night. What if she gets pregnant? Song Cheng'an, did you forget to use the little rain umbrella last night? It's too early to want a child. It would hurt the body. The man chuckled, I used one. I secretly went to the hospital to get it. An Sui Lan was a bit speechless. How could he think of such things so early? Things in the space must not be told to others. Only we two know about it. And also, be careful with the things in the space, so no one suspects anything. Song Cheng'an nodded, okay. Suddenly, he hugged her waist. Sui, if you're home alone and your second or third siblings bully you, you must fight back immediately. Don't worry, I won't hold back. That evening, Song Cheng'an cooked a pot of chicken soup and steamed rice in the space. An Sui Lan took out her vegetables from the space. How about stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and a cucumber salad? Sounds good. Both meat and vegetables. An Sui Lan ate happily, her mouth full of food. So delicious. She scooped a spoonful of tomato and egg rice. I didn't expect you to cook so well. From now on, I'll leave all the cooking to you. Eat more. Whenever you have time, I'll cook for you, every day. After dinner, Song Cheng'an carried out a large insulated lunchbox he found in the space. It was big enough to hold a lot of food, enough for several elders. He also filled a small basin with rice and other dishes he made, each in their own small basin. They put everything in the space and then went out. When they met people, they just said they were out for a walk. No one would suspect anything. Only when they reached near the cow shed did they take out the things. Grandpa, Grandma, we're here to bring you some food. Matsuewe smiled warmly and opened the door for them. Come in quickly. No one saw us, right?
No.
Old Zheng, Old Zhou, Old Qian, come over. I brought a lot, have some. And chicken soup, it smells so good. Today's meal was made personally by Song Cheng'an. Shen Yifeng was very happy. These two kids were so filial. Old Zhou smiled. Old Shen, I really envy you. Look at these children. Each one is talented and capable, especially Cheng'an. Such ability and talent. My grandchildren. None of them are as good as him. Shen Yifeng laughed heartily. All right, come eat. This is the kids' good intentions. Song Cheng'an served each of them a bowl of chicken soup and a bowl of rice, with dishes placed in the middle. He closed the door and said, Eat quickly, so no one finds us. After drinking the chicken soup, everyone felt more energetic. This chicken soup is really good. I feel full of strength after finishing it. They exchanged glances. An Sui Lan smiled and asked, Have you finished your pills? I managed to make a little more. Everyone shares some. She took out a few bottles of pills from her pocket and handed them over. Everyone looked at her with envy again. After everyone finished eating, the two of them tidied up and went home. Song Cheng'an's big hand gently held her small hand. Let's go. We're going home. Sui, you can make medicine yourself. Can you also make snow cream? Especially something better than the ones on the market?
An Sui Lan nodded that.
Of course. But I need to do some research. Do you need it for the black market? Yes, I want to grow bigger and stronger. It can't be limited to just the commune area. I plan to take over the county town, but I need to have something impressive. And Sui Lan patted his shoulder. All right, leave it to me. I have time to research. Then it's hard work for my wife.
An Sui Lan berluchet.
Calling her wife sounded so natural. When they got home, the man urged her to take a quick shower. And Sui Lan felt her legs trembling. Song Cheng'an, I'm not playing tonight.
I'm tired.
He pulled her straight into the space. As soon as she entered the bathroom, he followed. What are you doing? Hurry and go out. An hour later, she came out of the bathroom, exhausted and not wanting to move her fingers. Too tired. It was a bit enjoyable, but also very tiring. He did the work, but she felt the fatigue. Not fair. Song Cheng'an helped her dry off. As soon as they lay on the bed, he was about to start again. And Sui Lan was almost crying. Sui, you need to compensate me. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I won't see you during the day. She was speechless, such a reason. Fortunately, today he was worried she'd be too exhausted, so after finishing he helped her wash her body, and that was it. He held her in his arms and gently patted her back. Sleep now. And Sui Lan muttered, I haven't applied face cream yet, nor body lotion. Song Cheng'an sat up. I'll help you. His hand just touched her face when she quickly pulled into the quilt. No. The man chuckled softly, held her in his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. At 6 a.m, Song Cheng'an opened his eyes and gently kissed the girl's cheek beside him. She tiptoed quietly, finished washing up, and then went out. He thought for a moment and decided to lock the door directly. He handed the key to his mother. Mom, Sui is still sleeping.
Here's the key.
When she wakes up soon, you can open the door for her.
Liawa nudda.
Are you going to eat at home? Song Cheng'an shook his head. No need, I'm leaving now. Watching his son leave, Li Erhua sighed. Just married, and now he has to go to work. It's really hard. Xiao Lu, sitting in the car, joked happily, Big brother, you just got married yesterday and you're already going to work. Are you really willing? Song Cheng'an raised a cold smile. You'd better think about how to take over the county town instead of wasting time. Xiao Lu chewed his lip and said nothing. He didn't have any good ideas either. He had been thinking for days but couldn't come up with a good plan. When Song Cheng'an arrived in the county town, they had breakfast, then went to the office. There was too much work piled up. Some people saw him and came to congratulate him on his marriage. Xiao Lu carried a bag of candies and handed out quite a few to everyone. Song Cheng'an rubbed his forehead, looking at the mountain of work, with no energy to do anything. Sometimes, he thought of the troublesome girl at home. He couldn't focus on work at all. He picked up the phone and called Yang Xinghua. The issue with the village elementary school should be resolved soon. Then their village could build a school. Uncle Yang, good morning. Haha, Xiao Song. You're newly married, and you're already back to work? There's a lot to do. I'm here to handle some things first, then I'll go back in the afternoon. Uncle Yang, has the quota for the village elementary school been approved?
Yang Xinghua chocolate.
Yes, it's approved. The notice has already been sent out. You should receive it today. Then you can start preparing. They approved 2 schools. As for which team they will be in, you decide.
Good.
Thanks, Uncle Yang. He hung up feeling unexpectedly happy. Just then, Xiao Lu knocked and came in with a document. Boss, the school approval has come through. Song Cheng'an took it and glanced at it. Notify the local commune leaders to come to the county for a meeting. Okay. Xiao Lu went to handle his work, and Song Cheng'an quickly finished his tasks. After the meeting, he was about to go back. Meanwhile, An Sui Lan woke up, and it was already past 9 in the morning. Hua opened the door and saw her already washing up.
Lan Lan, wake up.
I'll make you some steamed eggs. Okay, thank you, Mom. Hua waved her hand. No problem. First, drink some water. It will be ready soon. Hua went to the kitchen, took out 2 eggs, and checked if there were still vegetables and steamed buns. She reheated a steamed bun and stir-fried a sour and spicy potato strips. Lan, dinner's ready. And Sui Lan applied some snow cream, then walked over and sat down. Smells so good. Mom, teach me how to cook. I want to make my own dishes. Hua smiled. You better not learn too much. Big sister can cook too. Just wait and eat. It's best not to learn too much about cooking. If you do, you'll end up doing all the cooking. And Sui Lan giggled and hugged her arm, acting spoiled. Mom, you're so good to me. Hua felt a little embarrassed by her. Neither of her 2 daughters knew how to act spoiled, and her 2 daughters-in-law were even worse. They often just stare at each other awkwardly. Only Lan, sometimes acting cute, sometimes saying sweet words, made everyone feel happy. All right, stop acting spoiled. You're grown up now. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. After dinner, Hua washed the dishes and went to the front. She locked the door, planning to stay home and figure out how to make snow cream. It shouldn't be too hard. She thought about it. Making skincare products needed many ingredients, and if she wanted to do it well, it was best to use medicinal herbs. Herbal ingredients were not lacking, but how exactly to make it? She hadn't made it in her previous life. She looked through her space, found a bottle of aloe vera gel, and pulled out many herbs. First, she processed the herbs, then ground them into powder, put them in a pot, added spring water, and boiled everything together. Was her first attempt going to work? She watched the pot, feeling bored, and wondered if Song Cheng'an was busy now. What was he doing? Would he come back tonight? After about 2 hours of boiling, she looked at the dark, black mixture in the pot and wondered what to do next. It didn't look like snow cream at all. Real snow cream is white, but hers was black. How could she turn the herbs into a white cream? This looked more like herbal decoction, which didn't seem useful. To make it water-based and emulsified, she needed an emulsifier. If she could extract the essence of the herbs and then add an emulsifier, maybe it would work. Emulsification requires fats, which could be lard or vegetable oil. She filtered out the herbal residue from the pot. Then she left her space to find her mother-in-law for help. She looked for a big piece of pork fat.
Mom.
Here she carried the meat into the house. Mom, I have this piece of pork fat. Can you help me turn it into oil? Hua looked at the meat. It looked very good. Lan, the best fat for refining pork oil is pork lard. That's the proper ingredient for making oil. It's a pity to use that meat for refining oil. How can I raise you if I make red braised pork for you to eat? And Sui Lan nodded and said, that's fine too. She put down the meat and ran away. Hua tried to catch up but couldn't. Forget it. I'll make red braised pork and steam a bowl of rice for her at noon. Song Baoping looked at the meat and snorted coldly. I'm sitting here, and she didn't even see me? Dad didn't even call out to me. Hua covered her mouth and laughed. You're jealous again. I'm really impressed. Laughing, Hua took the meat to the kitchen. Du Chunmei and He Zhaodi also came over. Mom, today there's meat to eat. It was brought by your eldest sister-in-law. You two should cook. I have something to do. He Zhaodi pouted. Mom, I also want to eat rice. Du Chunmei glared at her. This meat was brought by your sister-in-law. It's good enough that you can eat meat. You also want rice? The rice was bought by your eldest brother. He Zhaodi didn't say anything more. An Sui Lan went to the back, closed the door, and entered her space. She called Song Cheng'an inside the space. Song Cheng'an, come in. I need to talk to you. She wasn't sure if he could hear her, but since they shared the space, he should be able to hear the sounds. At this moment, Song Cheng'an was in a meeting. Suddenly, he heard his wife's voice. The leaders of various communes were discussing intensely how to allocate the elementary schools. Song Cheng'an put down the documents in his hands and said calmly, take a 5-minute break. After 5 minutes, I want to hear the results. He turned back to his office. He locked the door and immediately entered her space. Sui, what's wrong? And Sui Lan threw herself into his arms. I miss you. Song Cheng'an rubbed her head and smiled. I'll be back tonight. And Sui Lan finally smiled brightly. I want to make some pork lard. Can you help me get some? I need it tonight. Okay. Once I find it, I'll put it in your space. And Sui Lan smiled. Today I tried to make snow cream, but I failed. Snow cream needs emulsification and oil. There isn't enough plant oil, so I can only use pork fat. Song Cheng'an nodded. Thanks for your effort. He cupped her small face and kissed her lips carefully. They both kissed until they were breathless. Song Cheng'an released her and said, all right, I have to go to a meeting. Wait for me at home. When Song Cheng'an returned to the meeting room, Xiao Lu noticed that his breath seemed different. His lips also looked a bit red. It feels like the boss went back to the office, as if he had done something wrong. The man's cold voice echoed in the meeting room. Have you all made up your minds? Everyone remained silent. Song Cheng'an asked, which team was the most advanced last year? The leader of Hongqi commune quickly replied, it was our Qingshan team. Song Cheng'an nodded. Then, let's build a primary school in Qingshan team. Which team was the most advanced the year before last? The leader of Wuxing commune answered, it was our Jiefeng team. Song Cheng'an made a firm decision. Then, it's Jiefeng team. All right, meeting adjourned. There will be more chances later, so don't be discouraged. Everyone left the room. Some felt happy, others felt disappointed. After finishing work here, it was time to go home. Song Cheng'an called Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, go help buy some pig fat. Buy a lot. Xiao Lu looked puzzled. Boss, what do you want pig fat for? You can't eat that. It's for your sister-in-law. Hurry up. I'll wait for you at the state-run restaurant. Okay, I'll go right now. Song Cheng'an looked over a few more documents in his office before heading downstairs for dinner. When he arrived at the state-run restaurant, Xiao Lu was already back. Boss, it's ready. It's in the car. Song Cheng'an nodded. Let's eat. And Sui Lan had lunch earlier, made by Du Chunmei and He Zhaodi. Cornbread with braised pork. But the pork was too fatty, and An Sui Lan couldn't eat it. She ate 2 pieces of bread and drank a bowl of porridge before preparing to leave. Just then, someone from the commune arrived. Song Baoping, there's a notice from above. We are to build a primary school in Qingshan team. Start preparing quickly. Go to the commune tomorrow to coordinate. The funds have been approved. Song Baoping was stunned by this big surprise. He nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. He turned to warn his family. Don't talk about this everywhere. It's not certain yet. Once it's confirmed, I'll let you know. The family all nodded. And Sui Lan smiled. Dad, does this mean we should choose teachers? Song Baoping nodded, his eyes wide. What? You want to be a teacher? He was about to say that his daughter-in-law might want to be a teacher, which wouldn't be impossible. But before he could speak, An Sui Lan said, "No, I don't want to. If I had that time, I'd rather rest at home." The team leader thought she wanted to work. Turns out he was overthinking. He Xiaodi and Du Chunmei tidied up the kitchen. An Sui Lan sat there chatting with them. He Xiaodi was chattering away. "Spring Mei, tell me, we are both wives of the Song family, so why are our lives so hard? Look at her. Her mother still makes tea for her. Her mother is clearly biased." Du Chunmei pouted. "I don't envy her. Big brother earns a lot, and she can eat well no matter what she does. Your child was also taken care of by the eldest sister-in-law. Why don't you appreciate that?" He Xiaodi felt a bit speechless. These are two different things. She also paid for her medical treatment. Unfortunately, she isn't as lucky as others. Even pregnant, she has to work hard to survive. And Sui Lan got up and headed home. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't sleep for a day. When she just returned, Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei came over. "Lan Lan and Xiao Xiao is back." Back. Weren't she taken away by the people from Hongxiu? How did she come back so quickly? Kong Sisi shook her head. "I don't know." And Sui Lan nodded, thinking it was normal. And Xiao Xiao just wrote a letter and didn't do anything else. Her return was expected. "I understand. You two be careful at the commune. Watch out for her." Kong Sisi nodded. "Got it." "You too." They left. And Sui Lan locked the yard door and lay down to sleep. It was already noon. Would Song Cheng'an be resting in his space? She quickly entered the space and saw him lying in the bedroom.
Why didn't you call me?
Song Cheng'an smiled and hugged her. "You're here now. Go to sleep." And Sui Lan snuggled in his arms, opening her eyes to look at his sharp jawline. The man's Adam's apple moved up and down. She gently touched it. Song Cheng'an took a deep breath. "Don't move. Sleep well." And Sui Lan pouted and tried to kiss him. Just as she reached his lips, he pressed her and kissed her back. Then they did something that can't be described here. And Sui Lan was exhausted, sweating all over. After tossing around, Song Cheng'an finally felt satisfied. They went to the bathroom together to wash up. After cleaning up, she laid him back on the bed. He needed to get up for work. Sui, I've already put the things you asked me to buy in the space. I'll sleep for a while." And Sui Lan fell silent. She had fallen asleep. The man bent down and kissed her face, then turned and left the space. He drove to the office. Xiao Lu came in with a cheerful smile. But as soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. "Boss, why does he feel so refreshed, like he's in a good mood?" It seemed like the whole room had a faint scent of love. He wrinkled his nose, put down his things, and left. Getting married really does change things. It seems he should also get married. And Sui Lan slept all afternoon. When she woke up, it was already after 3 p.m. She hurried to continue making snow cream. "How do you cook pork fat?" She was unsure and decided to ask Li Erhua for help. "Mom, help me with the work. I don't know how to do it." She took Li Erhua to their yard. Li Erhua looked at the large piece of pork fat and smiled. "So much. Where did you buy it?" And Sui Lan had to lie. "I asked Song Cheng'an to buy it for me. He just left." Li Erhua nodded. "All right, I'll handle it." And Sui Lan followed her, watching carefully and remembering everything. Next time, she would do it herself. Li Erhua washed the pork fat thoroughly, cut it into small pieces, and blanched it in water. After removing it, she added some water to the pot, put in the pork fat, and started the fire. She also sliced some and added it. Can help remove the smell. This step is very important. And Sui Lan watched closely and remembered it. She decided to ask her mom to leave some for her later, so she could try it herself. She couldn't keep asking others to help every time. The water in the pot started bubbling, and soon the water evaporated, revealing the fat. Lan Lan, this way of cooking pork fat makes it very white, just like snow, white and tasty. And Sui Lan nodded. "Mom, I understand. The small amount left, let me try it later."
Lia was milat. Okay.
"I'll watch you do it later." The first batch was finished, and Li Erhua used a spoon and a strainer to press out the residue at the bottom. She scooped out the clean pork fat and placed it in a small basin. Lan, next time you buy things, don't buy so much at once. Cooked pork fat is very fragrant, but if you make too much at once, it won't taste as good. An Sui Lan smiled and hugged her arm. Okay, I understand. She didn't plan to tell her mom about making snow cream yet. The more people know, the more trouble it is. Once she finished, it wouldn't be too late to tell her. The first batch was fully done, filling a whole basin with oil. An Sui Lan strongly requested to do the second batch herself. Li Erhua had to watch from the side, letting her operate alone. She looked a bit inexperienced, but didn't make any mistakes. First, blanch the water, then cook it. When the oil started to come out, she exclaimed happily, "Mom, you're so good. I learned just by watching you. Next time, you teach me how to cook, and I'll make a meal for Song Cheng'an." Li Erhua smiled and agreed. Sure. Who wouldn't like a child who is polite and filial? The second pot was completed by An Sui Lan alone. Li Erhua praised her promptly, saying, "Good job. You succeeded on your first try. That's great." The third pot was also made by An Sui Lan herself. Cooking still isn't hard for her. That evening, she planned to cook for Song Cheng'an. Since she had made 3 full pots of oil this time, she asked Li Erhua to take 1 pot back. "Mother, you can take this one home. We're running low on oil at home." She carried the pot of oil back home. Song Baoping looked confused and asked, "What did the eldest ask you to do?" Li Erhua smiled happily. "Look at this. Pig fat. So much. We can eat for a long time. The eldest bought pig lard, but she doesn't know how to use it. She asked me to teach her. She asked me to bring back a pot, but I don't know what she's planning to do with so much." Song Baoping nodded and said, "Tonight, make her an egg custard. That girl is just a little lazy and a bit greedy, but otherwise she's fine. Since the eldest isn't home, we need to take good care of her." And Sui Lan locked the door alone and took the pig fat directly into the space. She poured the medicinal liquid she filtered out in the morning into a pot. Then she added the pig lard, noting the amount in her notebook. She turned on the stove and started cooking. She added some ground ginseng root powder gradually during the process. Gradually, the mixture began to emulsify. And Sui Lan was pleased. She had succeeded. About half an hour later, she looked at the contents in the pot and gently tested a small amount on her hand. It was too greasy. Too much pig lard had been added. She sniffed it and detected a faint pig fat smell. It seemed she needed to add some spices. Usually, a fresh flower aroma would be ideal, but where could she find fresh flowers in this era? There should be wildflowers on the mountain. She decided to go up the mountain for a walk. It had been a while since she saw Brother Hu and the black bear. She wondered if they knew where to find fresh flowers. On her way up the mountain, she picked some mushrooms to put into her space. Reaching deeper into the woods, she called out to the animals. "Brother Hu, Black Bear, where are you? Come out quickly." She waited for a while but heard nothing, probably because they were deeper inside. Oh well, she would look around herself first. If she couldn't find anything, she would come back. She looked around but didn't see a single flower. Maybe it's not the season. Soon, she heard rustling sounds in the woods and she was pleased. Could it be Brother Hu and Black Bear coming?
Growl.
It was the tiger's roar, so Brother Hu was probably nearby. And Sui Lan cheerfully called out, "Brother Hu, I'm here." Soon after, a big tiger ran over. It lay gently at An Sui Lan's feet like a small cat. And Sui Lan reached out and petted its head. "Where's Black Bear? Didn't you come together?" The tiger pointed behind her. Just then, a dark black bear also ran over. It looked excited to see An Sui Lan. She took out some spiritual spring water and let both animals drink. "All right, now I want to ask you, have you seen Hua Hua?" The very beautiful Hua Hua. The two animals looked at each other, unsure what she was talking about. They only cared about prey. Useless things didn't interest them. And Sui Lan felt a bit speechless. "Hua Hua? Don't you know?" She remembered there was a notebook in her space, hoping it contained pictures of flowers. She mentally controlled it to open and search through it. Finally, she found a photo of herself holding a bouquet. She took out the notebook, pointed at the bouquet, and said to the two animals, just like this, "This is Hua Hua." The tiger nodded and rubbed against her leg. An Sui Lan turned around and sat on its back. "Let's go." Sitting proudly on the tiger's back, she felt very confident just thinking about it. When Cheng'an returned at night, she couldn't help showing off a little. The tiger kept jogging with her. After about 10 minutes, she saw many vines. She jumped down from the tiger. "Isn't this climbing rose? It looks a bit like it, still blooming, and the flowers are not very big." Standing here, she could smell their fragrance. She couldn't tell what breed it was. She patted the tiger's back. "Not bad. Brother Hu, you're great." She took out a small shovel and started digging, mainly around small seedlings. She planned to plant as many as she could in her space later. After digging a few, she asked the tiger, "Are there more?" The tiger nodded. She climbed onto its back again. The tiger took her to another place, with the black bear following behind. This time, the flowers they found weren't roses. She couldn't identify the type, but she had never seen them before in her past life. Still, they smelled very nice. She dug up 2 small seedlings and planted them in her space, but it still felt a little too few. The black bear roared anxiously. She smiled. "Let's go. Take me to see more." The 3 of them and the animals arrived at another place deep in the mountains. It was a canyon between 2 mountains. An Sui Lan looked at the sea of flowers in front of her and was stunned. "So beautiful. It's really beautiful. Black Bear, you're amazing." And Sui Lan looked at all the blooming flowers, and they smelled wonderful. She dug up 2 of each type and planted them. In a few days, the space will turn into a sea of flowers. Later, she can also plant some at home. She looked around again and suddenly spotted a tree similar to a wooden hydrangea. She walked closer and confirmed it was a Chinese wooden hydrangea. The flowers had already turned white. Initially, they are usually green. She definitely had to take this one. She waved her hand, and it was immediately stored in her space. A big hole appeared where the hydrangea was. Then she found many tree hydrangeas growing in the jungle. She dug up one of those too. It will look beautiful when planted in the yard. These plants are not afraid of cold in winter, and even if it snows, they won't die. She had a good harvest. She patted Black Bear's arm and praised him. "Good job. Both of you are great. Is there anything else good?" Then the 2 beasts took her to find many medicinal herbs. They returned full of gains. It was time to go back. It would be dark soon. "All right, Brother Tiger, take me down the mountain." "Black Bear, go home." And Sui Lan sat on the tiger's back, heading down the mountain. When they reached the middle of the mountain, she let the tiger go back. She carried her basket alone back home. After returning, she locked the door, entered her space, and planted the items she dug up. She also watered them with spiritual spring water. She nodded with satisfaction. Although she had planted them, it would take a few days for them to bloom. She simply pulled off the flowers she had brought. Then she tried boiling each type to see what would happen. This time, she had more experience and didn't use as much lard, but the results were not very good. The aroma was almost gone. The flowers still produced too little fragrance. But the products from these 2 attempts were barely usable. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, the effect wouldn't be too bad. Though they were a bit greasy. They still need further improvement. By the time she finished, it was evening. Cheng'an finished work and returned to his house in the courtyard. He entered his space, then thought about how his home looked and silently tried to see if he could come out directly. And it really worked. It was so convenient. "Sui Shui, I'm back. What would you like to eat tonight?" And Sui Lan shook her head. "I spent the whole day making snow cream, but I couldn't get it right. It's too difficult. But at least I gained something. There are plenty of vegetables and meat in the space. Just cook them as you like. Though Mom might come over soon." "No problem." Cheng'an finished speaking, washed his hands, and started preparing dinner. And Sui Lan casually picked a cucumber from her space. "I want to eat rice." "Okay." Just then, Hua came over.
Lan Lan, come eat.
An Sui Lan was surprised and instinctively looked toward the kitchen. Song Cheng'an came out of the kitchen. Mom, we're eating here. I'll cook. We won't go to the front to eat.
Liawan da.
All right, I'll bring over some egg custard. Song Cheng'an started cooking. The rice was boiling in the pot, and he stir-fried shredded meat with chili. There was braised eggplant and a cucumber salad. All the vegetables were grown in the garden. While cooking, Song Cheng'an watched the fire at the stove. Smells so good. What did you put in it?
Soy sauce.
When Li Erhua brought the egg custard, they had just finished cooking.
An Sui Lan sa mai.
Mom, perfect timing. He finished cooking and there's a lot of food. You can take some home. We can't finish it all. Li Erhua waved her hand. No need. You two eat. I've already prepared everything at home. And Sui Lan took a small basin and scooped some food. Mom, there's a lot. Take some home for Dad to try. Okay. Li Erhua smiled happily and carried the basin away. Old man, the dishes the eldest son cooked. Lan Lan asked me to bring some for you to try. Song Baoping nodded. Thoughtful of her. That girl has a kind heart. He Xiaodi wrinkled her nose and looked into the small basin. There was meat. It smelled very good. She chewed her lips and pinched her second daughter nearby. The second daughter was pinched and cried out loud. He Xiaodi awkwardly smiled. Dad, Mom, the second daughter, wants to eat. Let her have a little. She reached to grab some meat, but Li Erhua blocked her chopsticks with hers. Go away. She smiled at the three children.
Come here, sit by Grandma.
Li Erhua couldn't bear to let her grandchildren watch. She scooped 2 pieces for each of them. He Xiaodi rolled her eyes and took a bite of shredded potatoes. It was bland and hard to swallow. Big brother also started cooking for himself as soon as he arrived. He didn't think about the fact that there were children and parents at home who might want more food. They hadn't separated into their own households, so why eat alone? She thought about it and couldn't hold back her words. Mom, Dad, big brother and sister-in-law cook for themselves every day. Isn't that bad? We haven't separated into our own homes. Li Erhua put down her chopsticks and shot her a stern look. They spend their own money. No one can control that. If you want to cook for yourself, you can. No one's stopping you. He Xiaodi immediately fell silent. Du Chunmei chuckled. Some people always want to take advantage of others. But they're not willing to share what they brought from their family. He Xiaodi glared fiercely at Du Chunmei. Third family, stop making sarcastic remarks. That's enough. If you don't want to eat, then leave. The team leader scolded sharply, and everyone stopped talking. Behind them, An Sui Lan and Song Cheng'an ate happily, their mouths full of food. Chengzi, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. By the way, did you call your parents? Are they home yet? Song Cheng'an smiled. Yes, they're home. And Sui Lan nodded and took the bite of shredded meat stir-fried with chili. After we finish eating, when Grandpa and the others come to visit, we'll cook some mung bean soup with spiritual spring water for them. Okay. After finishing their meal, Song Cheng'an boiled half a pot of mung bean soup. As it got dark, they headed toward the cattle shed. And Sui Lan still had nearly 20 meat buns she bought from the state-run restaurant, but she hadn't finished eating them. Anyway, they were still warm when taken out. They knocked on the door of the cattle shed. Grandpa, Grandma, I brought you some food. Come over and eat together. 2 buns each is enough. Ma Chuiwei, with red eyes, held An Sui Lan's hand. Good child, don't come so often in the future. It's not good if people find out. And Sui Lan smiled. It's okay. We were careful. When we came, no one noticed. Eat quickly, or they'll get cold. All made by your eldest grandson. Shen Yifeng smiled happily, and the elders sat around together. After they finished eating, the 2 of them carried their things home. As soon as they arrived, Song Baoping came over. Oldest, are you going to the county tomorrow? Song Cheng'an nodded. Yes. Then you can take me. I have a meeting at the commune. We are building a primary school here. Song Cheng'an's face stiffened. He came from the space. He didn't drive. How could he take him? Just then his wife smiled and said, Dad, Chengzi left early this morning. He left very early. Song Baoping nodded. That's true. Well then, I'll ride my bicycle there myself. Song Baoping left. Song Chung and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Dad didn't insist I take him, or it would have been obvious. And Sui Lan smiled. It's okay. Just find an excuse. Dad won't make things difficult for you. Let's go back and rest.
I'm exhausted.
The two entered the bedroom and the space at the same time. She looked at the lush space and suddenly felt very interested. She pulled him to explore around. In her previous life, she had already planted many things in the space. She reached out and plucked a strawberry. This is a story about a girl named Song Cheng'an who is eating strawberries. The items in the space are very clean, so she doesn't need to wash them before handing them to a man. She asks him to try a strawberry, and he bites into it, finding it delicious. She then picks another and eats it herself, feeling a new taste since she has eaten enough of these in her past life. She takes him to a durian tree and asks him to pick one for her. He climbs the tree and picks a durian. She shows him how to open it, but he wrinkles his nose at the smell, worried it might upset his stomach. She reassures him that the smell is normal and not spoiled. He hesitates but then tries a piece, discovering it is tasty, sweet, and fragrant. He is surprised by this fruit and enjoys it, feeling more eager for modern foods. They then wash up after eating, and she helps him dry her long hair. When they lie on the bed, he suddenly kisses her, making her feel embarrassed but also happy. Their intimacy is described with affectionate words, showing their close relationship. He gasped heavily as he looked at the charming girl in his arms. Sui, are you trying to kill me? He leaned down and gently kissed her lips, moving back and forth, teasing her repeatedly. The warm, intimate atmosphere gradually grew hotter. And Sui Lan felt as if her chest was being completely taken over by him. He was like a wolf king, doing this over and over. She was so relaxed she was like a puddle of water, like a porcelain doll, letting him do as he pleased. I'm so tired. I'm really exhausted. Song Cheng'an, I want to sleep. Song Cheng'an nuzzled her earlobe, his voice muffled and unclear. Sui, you are so tempting. I can't control myself. And Sui Lan couldn't hold back her tears and begged for mercy. The more she cried, the more excited he became. Her eyes turned red from crying, and the small mole at the corner of her eye looked lively. Every cell in Song Cheng'an's body was eager to possess her completely. By the end, and Sui Lan had fallen asleep. Song Cheng'an, satisfied, held her as he went to wash up. He cleaned her thoroughly and laid her on the bed, the girl naturally curling up in his arms. He held her close, satisfied, and closed his eyes. When she woke up, Song Cheng'an was no longer at home. She reached out to feel the blanket, which was already cold. She lifted the blanket, trying to get up.
Ow.
It hurts so much. Was it not enough? This man is like a dog. She looked down at herself.
Goodness.
Her whole body was covered in bruises and marks. The unfaithful man. A purple bruise circled her neck. How could she face anyone today? After washing up and changing clothes, she quickly entered the space. Looking in the mirror, she was so angry her eyes turned red. The scoundrel! She shouted inside the space. Song Cheng'an, come in here. At this moment, Song Cheng'an was discussing with Xiao Lu how to take over the black market in the county. When he heard her shout, he smiled and said, Xiao Lu, go to your work first. I'll think about it. Okay. Xiao Lu left for his office, and Song Cheng'an locked the door behind him. He then entered the space. And Sui Lan pouted, looking displeased. Song Cheng'an, are you a dog? I have marks all over me. How am I supposed to face people? Song Cheng'an chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. He hugged her in his arms. Sui, don't be angry. It's all my fault. Next time, I'll be more careful. The man looked a bit guilty, touching his nose. And Sui Lan raised her hand and hit his back twice. If you want it next time, I'll punish you by not letting you touch me for a week. His face stiffened, and he held her small face, kissing her lips. He sounded a little sad. Sui, Can we make it just one day? The whole week is too long. An Sui Lan rolled her eyes and said, You wish. In the end, Song Cheng'an comforted her for a long time before she stopped being angry. But not touching for a week? That's impossible. One day is about enough. Sui, you play at home. I need to go to work. These days will be busy. I plan to take over the county black market. Then our income will double. And Sui Lan nodded, but couldn't help but worry. All right, you must be careful and prioritize safety.
Got it.
The man left the space. Song Cheng'an called Xiao Lu over. Xiao Lu, prepare a room. There will be a shipment tonight. Xiao Lu asked, How big should it be? About as big as my office. Tell the team to start tomorrow. I want to take over the county black market in 2 days. Okay. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The boss is finally taking action. They had begged him many times before. He didn't want to bother with it, but now that he's just married, he understands the importance of money. Meanwhile, Song Cheng'an began preparing intensively. Just before the end of lunch, Jiang Sueha came over. Cheng'an, I was wrong before. I'm here today to ask you, can you help me find a place? I have no money at all. Song Cheng'an rubbed his forehead. He didn't really want to help. But if she hadn't borrowed money from him back then, his mother probably wouldn't have made it. He looked up at her. I can lend you money, but only this once. After this, we have no relationship. Please don't bring up the past anymore. Jiang Sueha nodded. Okay. I promise. I have nothing now, no place to stay, no job. Song Cheng'an thought for a moment and took out 300 yuan. This is all I have. I give it to you, and you don't need to pay me back. Don't bother us again in the future. Jiang Sueha looked at the 300 yuan, feeling a bit disdainful. When her family was wealthy, she wouldn't have cared about 300 or even 500 yuan. Now, she depended on his charity just to get by. But thinking about what he said, if she could stay connected to Song Cheng'an, she still had a chance. Although they were married, they could still divorce. She reached out and took the money. Okay. Thank you, Cheng'an. If I have trouble in the future, can I still come to you? Song Cheng'an's eyes were cold, without a hint of warmth. I told you from now on, we have no relationship. Don't come to me again. Jiang Sueha left. He immediately called Xiao Lu. Tell the guard that she is not allowed to come in again. Okay. Just after An Sui Lan left the space, Li Hua came over. Lan, I left some food for you. Hurry and eat it. The two of them went to the front together. Li Hua reheated the food and brought it out. There was half a plain steamed bun, a small plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a chicken cake. He Zhaodi carried the washed clothes to hang them out. Seeing her breakfast, her expression darkened. They ate pancakes and drank corn porridge every day. Meanwhile, others ate well and didn't do much housework. They ate better every day. Their parents also showed favoritism. After hanging the clothes, she went straight back to her room. Chongsheng, the eldest sister-in-law, has come. Song Chongsheng nodded. If she comes, she comes. We haven't separated households, so it's normal. He Zhaodi was dissatisfied. Do you know what she's eating? Chicken cake, stir-fried shredded potatoes, plain white bread. Our children can't even get these, but she eats them every day. Song Chongsheng sighed. Zhaodi, the older brother, earns more and gives more to the family. What's wrong with the eldest sister-in-law eating a little? How much can she eat alone? Most of it goes into the stomachs of a few children. An Sui Lan listened clearly from the yard. The golden finger was really annoying. There were no secrets in front of her. After eating, she carried her bowl to wash it, but Li Hua waved her to sit down. She had to go to the back. The snow cream hadn't been developed yet, so she still needed to test it today. She slightly modified yesterday's recipe, using less lard and adding some aloe vera and fresh flowers. This batch turned out pretty good. It wasn't too thick or thin and looked a bit like face cream. She removed a little, but it still wasn't right. There were tiny bits inside. It seemed she hadn't filtered it well. She made it again, using a superfine filter from the Space Supermarket. She filtered it several times in a row. Fortunately, her efforts paid off, and this batch was very successful. She took the product to the front. She made about 20 bottles this time, but wasn't sure how effective it was. In the end, she decided to find a few testers. If it worked well, she would sell it. Mom, this is the snow cream I made. You can try it. Since she didn't have bottles, she used other containers. Li Erhua couldn't believe it. You made this? An Sui Lan nodded. Yes. Try it, and if it works well, I want to make a little more. Li Erhua opened a bottle and sniffed it. It smells pretty good. I didn't expect Lan Lan to be so talented. An Sui Lan felt a bit shy and took the product to the youth station. CC, Li Mei, try the snow cream I made. Kong CC screamed, Lan Lan, did you make this yourself? An Sui Lan covered her ears. Don't be so surprised. I just tried making it. You can try it out. If it works well, I'll make more. Yang Li Mei also looked very happy, her eyes shining with excitement. Shen Hualin and Li Kong came out of the house. Li Kong teased, Brother Lin, your sister-in-law is here. He spoke softly, but Shen Hualin glared at him fiercely. An Sui Lan handed them a bottle. This one is for you. You can try it too. Shen Hualin took it and nodded. Okay. If it works well, I'll tell you later. Someone slowly walks home. Just after leaving the youth camp, they meet and Xiao Xiao. Too lazy to pay attention, they turn and walk away. And Xiao Xiao snorted coldly. She's about to catch Zhang Dalao and is ready to work. The corn in the field is taller than a person. When the time comes, she plans to have the two hold down An Sui Lan. She doesn't believe she can run away. An Sui Lan raises an eyebrow. This troublemaker is causing trouble again. She's about to catch Zhang Dalao. Does she also want to sleep with his brothers? And Xiao Xiao is really disgusting. She walks away without looking back. Watching her back disappear, she curses fiercely. Every night, Zhang Erlai torments her, and she can't get up in the morning. She's also scolded daily by her mother-in-law, Zhang Juhua. Sooner or later, she'll make An Sui Lan experience the same life. Seeing her back vanish, she turns and returns to Zhang's house. Right now, her mother-in-law is out chatting with someone, and Zhang Erlai doesn't know where he's wandering off to again. Zhang Dalao is washing clothes. She sneers and goes inside to get her own clothes. Big brother, are you washing clothes? My wrist hurts. Can you help me wash my clothes? Zhang Dalao nods.
Sure.
And Xiao Xiao hands him her clothes. When he takes them, he holds a small shirt in his hand. He feels his hands getting hot. Young sister-in-law, you should wash your own clothes. And Xiao Xiao pouts. Why is it so hard for Zhang Dalao to fall for her? Why is it so difficult to get his attention? Big brother, my wrist really hurts. Please help me wash them. Zhang Dalao has no choice but to help her wash the clothes hastily. But even so, for a single man like him, it's a kind of torment. He finishes washing and goes back to his room. That hot feeling still lingers. He gasps for breath, feeling restless. He knows his younger sister-in-law is interested in him, but she's the wife of his second brother. He can't. But they were noisy all night in the next room. He almost couldn't control himself. A suppressed sound came out, and he gasped heavily, imagining his wife blushing and lying beneath him. A few minutes later, he closed his eyes. He knew it was wrong, but he just couldn't help himself. And Xiao Xiao pressed her ear against the door, listening to the sounds inside. She smiled slightly, still claiming she wasn't moved. It's only because she's afraid to act. To leave the Zhang family, she must rely on Zhang Dalao. She could never live in the Zhang household for her whole life. Zhang Erlai was not her true home either. She wanted to deal with An Sui Lan, and she definitely needed Zhang Dalao's help. And Xiao Xiao knocked on the door. Big brother, big brother. Zhang Dalao closed his eyes briefly, dressed, and opened the door. What's wrong, sister-in-law? And Xiao Xiao tearfully said, Big brother, can you help me? Zhang Erlai is tormenting me every day. I can't take it anymore. Big brother, please help me. If you're willing to help, I'll do anything. And Xiao Xiao showed her arm with the marks. Big brother, look, this is from Zhang Erlai hitting me. If I don't obey him, he'll hit me again. Big brother, I really can't take it. Zhang Dalao closed his eyes again, feeling the marks painfully bright. Sister-in-law, go back first. When second brother comes back, I'll talk to him properly. And Xiao Xiao grabbed his hand and threw herself into his arms. Big brother, please help me. I might really be hurt badly. Zhang Dalao was much better than Zhang Erlai. At least he showered every day, so he was cleaner. He didn't smell bad at all. Actually, if you looked closely, Zhang Dalao wasn't ugly at all. Zhang Dalao's breathing paused, and his mind lost control.
Xiao Xiao.
And Xiao Xiao smiled and tightly hugged Zhang Dalao. Big brother. Zhang Dalao was so hot from her embrace that his whole body was flushed. He was already aroused, and Xiao Xiao smirked, thinking she was almost there. She withdrew from his arms and wrapped her neck around him. She tiptoed and kissed him on the lips.
Bang!
Zhang Dalao was stunned. He pushed away Xiao Xiao and turned back into his room. And Xiao Xiao laughed outside. Zhang Dalao was almost about to give in. She thought she would soon divorce Zhang Erlai. Zhang Dalao was almost completely under her control. After returning, An Sui Lan felt there was nothing to do. She thought about making lunch for Song Cheng'an. She had practiced it several times. It is better not to light a fire in the space. It should be safer. There happens to be a cookbook about cooking in the space. She can learn from it. Flipping through the recipe book, she only looks at the simpler dishes. Stir-fried beef, braised ribs, and spicy sour potato strips. These 3 dishes are okay. They're not very difficult, so she should be able to make them without problems. Following the menu, she begins preparing the ingredients. But her knife skills are poor, and she cuts slowly, always worried about cutting herself. Why didn't the original owner pass down her cooking skills to her? But she calmly starts cutting the vegetables. Just preparing the ingredients feels exhausting. The beef and potato strips are easy to cut, even if not perfectly, at least they look okay. Only the ribs need to be chopped open. She picks up the cleaver at home, chops a few times, and the ribs break apart easily.
Done.
Now I can blanch them. She blanches the ribs in the space, then begins to cook. For braised ribs, she adds slices, green onions, and caramelized sugar, then puts in the ribs once the bubbling starts. She follows the steps carefully. She stirs the ribs in the pot a few times, adds boiling water, and starts simmering. She happily claps her hands. When Song Cheng'an comes back, the food will be ready to eat. The ribs are simmering, and she has some free time in the space. She wanders around, noticing that cucumbers, tomatoes, green beans, and peppers have grown quite a bit. She wants to pick some to take to the front, but she hasn't planted these openly, so she can't take them out. She plans to ask Song Cheng'an to deliver them tonight. Half an hour later, the braised ribs are done, but she added a bit too much salt, so it's a little salty. But it's still edible. She also stir-fried potato strips and beef, but the beef is a bit overcooked. The potato strips turned out pretty well. Looking at the time, it's almost 12 o'clock. She calls out in the space, Song Cheng'an, I've cooked, come and eat. About 10 minutes later, Song Cheng'an appears in the space. Did you make all this? He looks a bit surprised. An Sui Lan proudly lifts her chin. Of course, I followed the book. Song Cheng'an tastes a bite and nods with satisfaction. Not bad. But from now on, don't do it anymore. Your hands aren't meant for cooking. I didn't marry you to make you cook. An Sui Lan nods. Song Cheng'an cups her small face and kisses her on the lips. Sui, I might come back very late tonight, so you don't have to wait for me. An Sui Lan smiles. Are you starting now? Yes, everything is ready. Tonight, we will start taking over the black market in the county. If we succeed, our income will double. Okay. Stay safe, eat quickly, or it will get cold soon. The two of them finished lunch in their private space, enjoying each other's company. After they finished, Song Cheng'an left the space. As soon as he left, Manhwa came to call her for lunch. An Sui Lan smiled and said, Mom, I just ate something else. I'm full. Manhwa pulled her arm and said, You still need to eat some rice, eat less. An Sui Lan felt helpless. She had no choice but to follow her to the front. Today, they made tomato stir-fried green beans with mixed noodles. But the noodles weren't plain white noodles. They were a mix of 2-in-1 noodles, white flour and sweet potato flour, along with other mixed grains. He Xiaodi saw her coming and pouted. Big sister-in-law, you need someone to call you to eat every day? Don't call, and you wouldn't know to come? An Sui Lan looked at her with a half-smile. Since she married in, He Xiaodi had been sarcastic every day. She sneered, He Xiaodi, do I owe you face? When I come to eat, is that any of your business? Or are you upset because I ate your share of food? Her eyes were cold, very different from her usual cheerful smile. Du Chunmei immediately chimed in. Exactly, if it weren't for big sister-in-law, when would you ever get pregnant? Honestly, I don't know how to thank her. He Xiaodi's face reddened from An Sui Lan's words. I didn't say anything wrong. Every day, people have to call you to eat. That's just how everyone is, she said. An Sui Lan's expression turned cold. She slammed her chopsticks down with a loud noise. She looked at her sharply, accusing her of making assumptions. This person couldn't be ignored anymore. She smiled slightly, walking over to He Xiaodi. Song Chongsheng was a bit scared. He awkwardly said, Big sister-in-law, Xiaodi didn't mean it that way. An Sui Lan glared at him. Go away, or I'll hit you too. Song Chongsheng swallowed nervously. Just as he was about to speak, a firm slap landed on He Xiaodi's face. Her face was slapped to the side. She covered her face, eyes full of anger. She screamed and rushed at An Sui Lan. An Sui Lan grabbed her collar. She slapped her face again. He Xiaodi, I didn't want to bother with you, but you keep pushing your luck. Thinking you're some special dish, not even fit to be served here. Next time, think before you speak. Otherwise, there's no need for that mouth. An Sui Lan's voice was loud, and everyone could hear clearly. Du Chunmei felt lucky she had a good relationship with her. Song Baoping snorted coldly. Enough. Everyone come eat. Today, this was just the second family's troublemaker. Always causing trouble. When others ignored her, today she accused someone, making them angry. She should be punished. He Xiaodi's eyes were bloodshot as she stared fiercely at An Sui Lan. She wanted to fight back, but was too afraid. Knowing she couldn't win against her, she glared angrily at Song Chongsheng. Song Chongsheng looked unhappy, but didn't dare to fight back. An Sui Lan looked at Song Chongsheng and said, Second brother, do you agree if I hit her? If you don't agree, you can fight back. I care about the matter, not the person. Song Chongsheng looked at his wife and then at his sister-in-law. He awkwardly smiled. Sister-in-law, you're right. She spoke without thinking. I'll talk to her nicely. Knowing she couldn't win against her, she glared angrily at Song Chongsheng. Song Chongsheng looked unhappy, but didn't dare to fight back. Du Chunmei didn't expect a surprise like this. Thank you, sister-in-law. An Sui Lan nodded and smiled at her parents. Dad, Mom, let's eat. It's not worth worrying over someone who doesn't understand. Song Baoping. He was so angry, he glared fiercely at He Xiaodi.
Liawa batchat pili.
This second family member always had one problem or another. It's good to give. Du Chunmei didn't expect a surprise like this.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
An Sui Lan nodded and smiled at her parents. Dad, Mom, let's eat. It's not worth worrying over someone who doesn't understand. Song Baoping. He was, of course, and Sui Lan noticed. After dinner, she called the two children over. Adults' matters shouldn't scare the children or affect them. Big girl, second girl, do you know why your mother was hit just now? Big girl nodded. She's a bit older and could understand more. Mom said something wrong. Be good, big girl, and second girl, no hitting. And Sui Lan smiled. She took out a handful of candies and waved, of course, and Sui Lan noticed. After dinner, she called the two children over. Adults' matters shouldn't scare the children or affect them. Big girl, second girl, do you know why your mother was hit just now? Big girl nodded. She's a bit older. The two little girls ran to find their grandma. Du Chunmei and He Xiaodi were cleaning up dishes in the kitchen. Du Chunmei said helplessly, Second sister-in-law, why do you have to do this? Actually, sister-in-law is very kind. Look, she just gave each of them a piece of candy to avoid scaring the children. He Xiaodi didn't say anything, but deep down, she hated An Sui Lan. Third sister-in-law, tell me, Since she came to our house, have we had good days? Parents favor only the eldest, and they always enjoy good food and drink at home. They never think about us. Do Chun Mei stop talking? Second sister-in-law. Our eldest brother is capable. He spends his own money and can spend it however he wants. We can't interfere. If they don't come to eat, the food won't be wasted because we eat it anyway. Why can't you understand that? I don't care. Do as you like. Anyway, I want to get along well with the eldest sister-in-law. Song Baoping watched An Sui Lan comfort the children outside. He nodded with satisfaction. Old wife, look after the eldest brother. He's actually quite good. Giving the kids some candies might scare them. The second family doesn't seem right. Whenever they see her, they mock her. Today, they even accused her of something. If I were her, I'd hit them. Can accusing someone be done so casually? Later, you should talk to the second family. It can't go on like this. Liehua nodded. Got it. They probably won't dare to do that again. Today, they got scared and won't do it anymore.
Did you see?
She doesn't dare to fight back, only acting tough with words. He Xiaodi went back inside. Seeing Song Chongsheng, she was full of anger. Tell me, men still know how to protect others. Why don't you protect me? I'm still pregnant. You're not really a man. Are you that afraid of her? Song Chongsheng sighed. Xiaodi. Today, it was clearly your fault. How can you accuse the eldest sister-in-law? We are family after all. I'm not on your side because you said the wrong thing. If you didn't accuse her, she wouldn't argue with you. Be careful with your words in the future. He Xiaodi originally wanted the man to comfort her, but she didn't expect him to side with outsiders. She cried out of frustration. She was already upset, and now he wouldn't even say something gentle. How could she not cry? Song Chongsheng sighed again. Xiaodi, stop crying. Think about it. If the eldest brother finds out about today, my job might be even further away. This finally worked. He Xiaodi stopped crying. She wiped her tears and looked at Song Chongsheng. What should we do? It's already like this. If the eldest brother finds out, he'll definitely blame you. It's all my fault. Why can't I control my mouth? I don't know where to build it. She locked the door and went to the team office. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her mother-in-law coming over. Lan, let's go. Let's go together. The two of them headed to the team office together. He Xiaodi saw An Sui Lan approaching and wanted to speak to her from afar. But An Sui Lan seemed not to notice her at all. She awkwardly opened her mouth, but she had already walked past her. Feeling helpless, she had no choice but to follow. Everyone was excited as they arrived at the team office. They all thought it was about the corn-shucking event. Kong Sisi saw An Sui Lan pulling Yang Li Mei and moved closer.
Lan.
What do you do at home every day? You don't come out to play with us, and we don't dare to bother you. Afraid it would disturb your little world. An Sui Lan reached out to pinch her, but she dodged away. You're joking with me. Do you think you can get away with it? Kong Sisi stuck out her tongue. I really didn't. Song Baoping and the secretary accountant also came over. He cleared his throat and said, Yesterday, I went to a meeting at the commune. They decided to build a primary school in our team. As soon as he said that, everyone got excited. A primary school in the team.
Great.
Now the children in our team can finally go to school. In the past, they had to go to the commune or other teams, which was either too far or over mountain paths. Adults didn't have time to take the children, but now it's better. The team leader pressed his hands down. Harvest season is coming soon, but the school construction can't stop. We should try to finish it early so our children can start school sooner.
All right.
Everyone disperse. I will notify anyone else who needs to build houses later. Everyone left. The team leader, the secretary, and the accountant had already decided on the location. As Sui Lan just entered the yard, she hadn't even picked up her books to read. Chunying and Xiahe came over. Why are you back so soon? Big sister-in-law, we're on holiday. The autumn harvest break. And Sui Lan nodded. These days, holidays are really frequent. Harvest time, summer break, New Year break, and now a summer holiday too. How are your studies? You must get into high school. Bring me any difficult questions, and I'll teach you. The two of them rubbed their hands. Big sister-in-law, I don't even want to go to school anymore. Even if I do, high school doesn't seem useful. Now you can't even go to college. And Sui Lan rolled her eyes.
How do you know that?
Maybe someday, the college entrance exam will come back. If you don't go now, you'll have no chance at all. If you go to high school now and study hard, maybe it will help. The two nodded. We will definitely work hard to get into university. And Sui Lan took out some food from inside the house. Here for you.
Eat it.
She liked these two little girls very much. Both of them were very pretty. Channing smiled happily. Big sister-in-law, do you have any dirty clothes? I can help you wash them. And Sui Lan shook her head helplessly. This child had never eaten good food before. Eating something nice meant she had to do chores. No, all your brother washes my clothes. You don't need to wash them. Do you two know how to cook? Both nodded. Channing smiled. Big sister-in-law, I can cook stir-fried dishes, and I can also make corn porridge. Xiaohe rolled her eyes. Don't think about it. If big sister-in-law wanted to eat homemade food like her mother used to make, she wouldn't be asking us. Channing. So what do you want to eat, big sister-in-law? And Sui Lan stood up. Then I'll go to the kitchen. You two teach me how to cook. Channing waved her hand. No need, big sister-in-law. We're just right. You don't have to get involved. And Sui Lan went to the kitchen cabinet and took out a whole chicken, which was actually from the space. Your brother already washed it. You two can stew it. Later, we'll fry some meat dishes. The three of us will eat together. The two hurriedly started working. Channing took charge of cooking. Xiaohe lit the fire. Big sister-in-law, hurry outside. It gets very hot in the kitchen when the fire is on. And Sui Lan felt helpless. She went to the main hall and took out a lot of cucumbers and green beans. Save these for later, you can take them to the front. There's still more at home. She watched Channing work quickly, clearly experienced. She wondered if it was okay to let the two little girls do all the chores. The chicken soup was simmering in a big pot. Channing sliced some cucumbers again, and Sui Lan asked them to stir-fry a tomato and scrambled eggs. She sneaked into the space and called Song Cheng'an. She wondered if he had finished work.
Sweet.
Song Cheng'an, are you done? The meal is ready. Come quickly and eat. They both came out together. Song Cheng'an washed his hands and entered the kitchen. He immediately saw Channing and Xiaohe busy working. Did you two make all this? They nodded at the same time. Yes. Brother, you're back. Song Cheng'an nodded and said, Next time I'm not home, if my wife doesn't want to eat at home, you two should come help her cook, understand? He would be very busy during this period. Okay, got it. Song Cheng'an gave them 5 yuan. Go buy school supplies. Don't spend it recklessly.
Got it.
Song Cheng'an looked at the pot. The fire was a bit too high. Xiaohe, turn down the fire. The food will burn if it's too hot later.
Oh.
The food was ready, and 4 people sat together to eat. And Sui Lan carefully left some chicken soup and meat aside. Later you can take it to Dad and Mom. After eating, Channing and Xiaohe started complaining. Big brother, today the eldest sister-in-law hit the second sister-in-law. Song Cheng'an's face turned cold. Why? Channing and Xiaohe described everything vividly. Song Cheng'an nodded, with a cold look in his eyes. If she needs to be hit, then hit her. We can't spoil her. Channing and Xiaohe took the chicken soup and went back. Dad, Mom, the eldest sister-in-law asked me to bring this to you. Li Erhua smiled happily. I wondered why you two didn't come back. Turns out you were eating behind. Channing happily took out 5 yuan. Dad, Mom, Big brother gave us 5 yuan each to buy school supplies. He also told us to help the eldest sister-in-law cook. But she doesn't seem to know how to cook. Li Erhua smiled and gently touched her braid. All right, don't spend it all at once. You mustn't make your eldest sister-in-law angry, understand? Both nodded. We understand. The 5 yuan made everyone envious. After Song Cheng'an washed the dishes and Sui Lan and he held hands and went to the front. Dad, has the school location been decided? The team leader smoked a dry cigarette and nodded. Yes, it's at the village entrance, behind Old Ma's land. Building a primary school is enough. Song Ching'an nodded. Have you received all the subsidies?
500 yuan.
I've calculated, and it's not enough. Think about it. A primary school needs 5 classes plus a teacher's office. There should be one more room, right? The commune also said they would send help. But isn't someone living here? That's one more room. If we hire a teacher from the commune, we'll have to pay wages.
Sigh.
It's so troublesome. An Sui Lan smiled. Dad, do we have to build a house with green bricks? Song Baoping nodded. Yes, that's the requirement. How much do you think it will cost? About 700 or 800 yuan. The team has some money saved, but it's not for buying a tractor. No one knows when we'll be able to buy one. And Sui Lan didn't say anything. Song Ching'an made a firm decision. Dad, focus on finishing the school first. The tractor can wait. If it's too difficult, we can just not have the teachers from the commune come. We'll choose teachers from our village instead. There are quite a few high school graduates and many educated youth here. Song Baoping nodded and said, Okay, I think so too. I have already approved the note for the blue bricks. Tomorrow, I will go with the accountant to pay and have someone deliver the blue bricks.
All right.
Let's go back and rest now. Call me if anything comes up. After speaking, he pulled his wife and left. The two finished washing up and lay on the bed. And Sui Lan hugged his waist. Song Ching'an, how are things on your side? Song Ching'an kissed her little face, a bit annoyed. Sui, don't you miss me? You come back and ask about my work? And Sui Lan was a little breathless from his kiss. I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything today. But I want to see you. I think about you every day.
Sui.
The man kept calling her name over and over, making her feel all warm inside. He nibbled on her earlobe, making An Sui Lan shiver in surprise. He knew exactly how to stimulate her sensitive nerves. Her small fists hit his chest. Song Ching'an, I really am so tired. Song Ching'an smiled. Wife, just once today, okay? And Sui Lan reluctantly agreed. By the end, she was so exhausted she didn't want to move a finger. The man really can't resist indulging once he starts. Why is it always him who acts, but she ends up so tired? Song Ching'an reached up and brushed her damp hair away. He was sweating too much. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes had a hint of redness from passion. Her fair, tender arms wrapped around his neck. They pressed their foreheads together.
Sui, are you tired?
And Sui Lan pinched the soft flesh on his neck with. But she had no strength at all. I told you not to do this. It's all your fault. I'm tired. Song Ching'an smiled and pinched her face. It's all my fault. Let me take you to wash up. And Sui Lan hugged his neck, and they fussed around in the bathroom again. She was speechless. Why does he have such a strong craving every day? Not even 2 rounds in one night can satisfy him. Lying on the bed, Song Ching'an reported his work to his wife. The county town is almost done. I should have it fully in my hands tomorrow.
But I sold quite a few things this time.
When the money comes back, I'll bring it to you.
An Sui Lan not dead.
She was too tired to speak. I want to sleep. Hearing her steady breathing, Song Ching'an smiled and held her close. When she woke up again, the man was already gone. She got up, washed up, and then went to the front. Lear Hua was washing clothes in the yard when she saw her coming and smiled, saying, Have you eaten? There's rice left in the pot for you. And Sui Lan nodded and replied, Good. Thank you, Mother. While eating breakfast, she asked Lear Hua, Mother, have you used the snow cream I gave you? Lear Hua waved her hand and said, I forgot. I'll use it later. At this moment, Du Chunmei came over and said, Big sister-in-law, I used it. Do you think my face looks a bit whiter? And Sui Lan smiled and said, Not that quickly. You'll need about a week to see the effect. It's best to apply it on one side of your face, so you can compare. Du Chunmei nodded and said, Okay. I'll only put it on one side tomorrow. He Xiaodi watched them talk and laugh, feeling envious, but An Sui Lan ignored her. She didn't dare to apologize. Chuning and Xiaohe came back from outside. Seeing them, they smiled happily, saying, Big sister-in-law, We just saw the new school. It's a big brick house. Father went early to buy blue bricks. An Sui Lan nodded and said, "You're so excited. You'll still have to go to the commune for school. But Dia, Area, and Little Stone can go to school in the village." He Zhaodi, hearing her mention her daughters, interrupted, "Girls don't need to go to school. They'll be grown up someday, and school doesn't matter." Hearing this, Dia and Area, who had just been happy, lowered their heads. And Sui Lan looked at He Zhaodi with a glance. He Zhaodi shyly shut her mouth. She had been beaten once by the big sister-in-law and was afraid now. At noon, An Sui Lan ate here because last night Cheng'an said he couldn't have lunch with her, so she didn't want to cook. She simply ate in front. That night, Cheng'an didn't come back at all. He was probably busy with black market affairs. Early the next morning, the familiar whistle started ringing, waking An Sui Lan. She turned over and continued sleeping. Suddenly, she wondered if it was time to go to work. It was time to shell corn. Her father had said not to help with pig feed, so maybe she'd go shell corn too. Anyway, no matter what she did, she'd work for only 2 hours. She wouldn't do more. Just as she got up, Channing came over and called her. "Big sister-in-law, father asked me to call you to work." And Sui Lan sighed. "Got it. Let's go." They walked together to the brigade office. The leader said a few words and, seeing her daughter-in-law, relaxed. This girl wasn't from the Song family before, so she could be lazy. Now that she was his daughter-in-law, if she slacked off, others definitely wouldn't agree. And Sui Lan yawned and followed Channing and Xiaohe into the cornfield. They had just started picking a few stalks of corn when her hands began to itch terribly. She didn't want to work anymore. She decided she would go to the city tomorrow and come back after the autumn harvest. After working for a while, she felt tired and hot. She decided to find a place to sit and rest. Xiaohe brought over a boiled egg. "Big sister-in-law, here's an egg for you to eat." And Sui Lan shook her head. "I brought some myself." She took out a few boiled eggs from her space and handed some to Xiaohe. "You can give 2 to each of your parents, and you and Channing can also eat." Xiaohe took the eggs and left. "Mom, big sister-in-law told me to give you these eggs. I'll give 2 to Dad, too." Xiaohe found Song Baoping, waved the eggs in her hand. "Dad, big sister-in-law told me to give you these. You should eat them." Song Baoping waved his hand. "Take them and share with your sister." Xiaohe was anxious. "Dad, I still have some. Big sister-in-law asked me to give these to you." She quickly put the eggs into her dad's arms and ran away. Song Baoping called after her. "Go help your big sister-in-law. She's not good at working. You can tie her up and make her work for 2 more hours, then let her rest, but she can't go home." That girl was very delicate. If the eldest knew she was tired from working, he would definitely cause trouble for her father. Xiaohe chuckled.
Got it.
Channing and Xiaohe helped An Sui Lan work together. They finished about 2 hours worth of work, then stopped her from working further. "Big sister-in-law, we'll finish the remaining work.
You can sit and rest."
And Sui Lan felt shy. The girls younger than her were still working, so she didn't want to just sit and do nothing. "It's okay. The 3 of us working together will be faster. Besides, the cornfield isn't safe. It's hard to see if someone is hiding. It's safer for us to stay together." Channing and Xiaohe nodded, agreeing that her words made sense. And Sui Lan liked these 2 young girls very much. "Channing, Xiaohe, you must study hard and never drop out early, understand?"
The girls nodded.
"Big sister-in-law, we'll listen to you. You know a lot, so we'll follow your advice. Mom also said we should study well, but now we can't go to college. Even if we do, it's not very useful. At most, we'll just learn to read."
An Sui Lan mai.
She waved her hand. "You don't know. In the future, only those who can read will go far. Imagine being blind and unable to see. How scary would that be when you go far away? When others say this character is one you don't recognize too. Think about it. Doesn't that sound scary? For example, if you're on a train heading to a city and meet a trafficker who claims they are also going there, appearing very friendly, you might think they're a good person. But they're actually traffickers, taking advantage of your lack of literacy. If you could read and write, such problems wouldn't happen. The two girls nodded. Yes, big sister-in-law is right. Knowing how to read and write is good. We will study hard and listen to big sister-in-law. If there's a university, we will go there. When we earn money, we will buy many nice things for mom and big sister-in-law. And Sui Lan smiled. These two girls still drew big pancakes for her. When did you two learn to draw pancakes? Not bad, not bad. And Xiao Xiao, working in the cornfield, was so proud she forgot herself. She kept thinking about how to get rid of An Sui Lan. Last night, she succeeded. Her mother-in-law had gone to bed early. If she just moved her wrist, An Sui Lan would be doomed. You're also her son, after all. Besides, you do most of the work at home. You can't even enjoy good food, so others don't deserve it either. I remember there's some cured meat at home. If not today, maybe tonight you can ask mom to cook some for you to make up for it? Thinking of the cured meat, and Xiao Xiao drooled with hunger. Since marrying into the Zhang family, she rarely ate meat. Not even an egg was a luxury. She lowered her eyes and said, "It's a pity my rural subsidy is with An Sui Lan. Otherwise, I could buy you something delicious today." The person she liked was kind-hearted. But when she thought about An Sui Lan holding her money, his eyes turned cold. "Xiao Xiao, how much did she take from you? Why did she take your money?" And Xiao Xiao exaggerated her story. Zhang Dalao squinted his eyes, lost in thought, but his expression looked quite scary. "I will help you get that money back." And Xiao Xiao looked at him in shock. "Really? Do you have a plan?" He leaned close to her ear. "If we set up a plan to make her and An Sui Lan have a problem, we can get married smoothly, and he can go to jail. Is doing this too harsh?" Zhang Dalao hesitated a bit because he was her younger brother. He didn't want to do this, but just thinking about being with Xiao Xiao every day made him feel uneasy. "Okay, just do it." "Xiao Xiao, think carefully about what to do. I will help you." And Xiao Xiao was waiting for her to say this. She almost cried with happiness. "Okay, I will find a way." And Xiao Xiao sat there, constantly thinking about how to make Zhang Erlai get close to An Sui Lan. This way, she could ruin the happy life An Sui Lan was currently enjoying. An Sui Lan had no idea about her plans. She was busy working with Cheng'an and Xiaohe. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. And Xiao Xiao's small tricks were no match for her. Earlier in the morning, the three of them worked about 3 work points. And Sui Lan didn't earn any points at all. These two young girls looked young but worked very hard. She planned to reward them well when she got back. Du Chunmei and He Zhaodi came back to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, An Sui Lan went back to work with the others. But halfway there, she met An Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked proud and said, "Second sister, your life has really changed a lot now. Things are better, but don't get too proud. Be careful not to fall down someday." And Sui Lan felt confused and rolled her eyes silently. She didn't bother to respond. Xiao Xiao looked at her back, feeling very proud. And Sui Lan, your good days are over now. Both men in the Zhang family are under her control. She points east, and they dare not go west. And Sui Lan, you little brat, just wait. Once she and the eldest in the Zhang family finalize their plan, she will make sure you suffer forever. After Zhang Erlai sleeps with you, you can only wait to be kicked out of the Song family. And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow. She looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao really has a talent. Controlling 2 men from the Zhang family? Is that what she meant? Xiao Xiao really knows how to use her body. It's like she's given up completely. Since she's already going down this path, there's no need to hold back. She's just waiting for Xiao Xiao to dig her own grave. Zhang Juhua probably doesn't know this yet, right? She needs to find a chance to remind her. 1 person handling 2 households. That's interesting. She was so excited, she wanted to clap her hands in approval. And Sui Lan arrived at the fields and told Cheng'an and Xiaohe, "You two must work together. If not, follow your parents. Never work alone, understand?" Cheng'an nodded. "Big sister-in-law, we understand." Then, and Sui Lan went to find Kong Sisi and Yang Limei. Cece, Li Mei, you two must work together too. Never act alone. I think An Xiao has been acting strangely lately. She has completely lost her mind. If she can't deal with me, she will definitely try to hurt you all. You must be very careful. Kong Cece and the others nodded. Got it, Lon Lon. We've always worked together. If one day we are separated, I will work alone first, then the other, sharing everything equally. And Sui Lan nodded, feeling much more at ease. She wasn't sure how An Xiao might attack. She took out 2 bottles of pepper spray from her pocket. Take these. If anyone tries to harm you, spray it into their eyes. They nodded in agreement, and Sui Lan felt relieved and went back to work. Thinking about it, these 2 young girls at home are so lovely. She gave each of them a bottle too. She repeatedly told them to always carry it with them. After breakfast, the family was about to go to work, and she felt exhausted. She didn't do much all day. Springing and Summer Lotus helped her. Even so, she was quite tired. Right after dinner, An Sui Lan went back home. A few women ran over, panting and saying, "Chief, something's wrong. We just went up the mountain to gather firewood and saw wild boars coming down. They've already gone into the fields."
What?
How many are there? Probably dozens. Oh my goodness. So many. This is terrible. So many wild boars have damaged the corn. They will go hungry this winter. The team leader immediately decided to go see for himself. But adult wild boars are hard to handle, even for 2 men. The eldest isn't home either. What should we do? He looked at his 2 daughters. Go ask your sister-in-law when your big brother will come back. When An Sui Lan entered her space, she saw Song Cheng'an waiting for her. They hadn't even kissed yet when the door suddenly slammed loudly.
They had to come out from inside. Sister-in-law, Dad asked me to ask.
Big brother, you're back. The wild boars have come down the mountain. Dozens of them have already entered the fields. And Sui Lan frowned. So many. What should we do? Go back first. I'll talk to your brother. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't the silver here now? Does the team have hunting guns? The space also has guns, but we need to figure out how to get them out. Song Cheng'an nodded and pulled her along.
Yes.
Let's go to the front first. Song Cheng'an came back just then, and the team leader was about to leave. Dad, big brother is back. The 2 entered the yard and Song Cheng'an asked, Dad, where is the hunting rifle in the team? Bring it here. It's at the big team office. They both headed towards the team leader, and An Sui Lan followed along. I want to go too. Lier Hua was very anxious.
Lan, don't go.
It's too dangerous. Come back quickly. And Sui Lan waved her hand. It's okay. I can protect myself. He Zhaodi curled her lips. Last time she was hurt by a wild boar, and now she still wanted to go. If she got hurt again, it would be bad. Song Cheng'an held the rifle and smiled. Dad, tell them to go back. I can handle this. Song Baoping was very worried about his son. Qingzi, can you do it alone? And Sui Lan patted her chest.
Dad, don't worry.
I'm here too. I can shoot. She was very accurate with her gun, a real sharpshooter. In her past life, she completed many tasks that others couldn't. Song Baoping was so nervous he almost jumped.
No.
Come back home with me. It's too dangerous. And Sui Lan held Song Cheng'an's hand tightly.
I'm Fine.
I can do it. Just ask Song Cheng'an. Song Cheng'an nodded.
Dad, don't worry.
The 2 headed towards the fields. Song Baoping was extremely worried, but he thought many villagers still didn't know. He had to go inform others and call some men to help. They went to the fields, where the corn was not badly damaged. And Sui Lan took out a pistol from her space. She raised an eyebrow proudly. Qingzi, want to have a little competition? Song Cheng'an raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Sure, let's compete. Quick as lightning, and Sui Lan fired 2 shots. The wild boar fell with a thud. Song Cheng'an wasn't far behind, shooting 2 wild boars down. And Sui Lan shook her hand, a bit rusty after not using the gun for a long time. She was a little awkward. The couple's path was full of wild boars, but they were unharmed. Only some blood splattered on them. There were too many wild boars, and they couldn't hit them all at once. Some started to run away. Song Cheng'an, keep an eye on those wild boars trying to escape. I'll handle the rest. Song Cheng'an nodded in cooperation. He aimed and shot at a fleeing boar, which fell to the ground. An Sui Lan was equally skilled. Together, they took down over 30 wild boars. There were 2 piglets, but An Sui Lan couldn't bear to kill them, so she stored them in her space, planning to raise them and eat later. There were too many wild boars and no one knew exactly how many there were. They discussed and decided to store 10 boars in their space. They couldn't let all their effort go to waste. When the team leader arrived with people, he saw the scene. The scene was filled with the smell of blood, and some women who came to watch immediately vomited. But they saw the couple standing in the pool of blood. They were surrounded by many fallen wild boars. This scene left a deep impression on their minds. Even after many years, they found it hard to forget. An Sui Lan's fierce reputation gradually spread through the village. A woman who could hunt wild boars. What couldn't she do? No wonder she was considered a treasure in the Song family. An Sui Lan had already put away her pistol. She saw Song Baoping coming over with people and smiled. Dad, the wild boars are already dead. Let's carry them up. We can share the meat today. Song Baoping's hands trembled a little. He was frightened by what he had just seen. His hands were still shaking. Lan Lan, are you hurt? And Sui Lan shook her head. No. Chengzi is very capable. I was just helping. Song Cheng'an smiled, thinking that Sui had earned a good reputation for himself. A group of men hurriedly carried the wild boars to the village office. There were 22 wild boars in total. The whole village was shocked. Now, every household could get a good amount of meat. When some people heard that An Sui Lan could kill wild boars, they looked at her with fear. Because there was so much pork, all of it was from the wild boars killed by the Song family. Naturally, 2 of the wild boars were given directly to the Song family. The villagers had nothing to say. If it weren't for Song Cheng'an and An Sui Lan, the farm would have been ruined, and they wouldn't have any meat to eat. Now, things were much better. An Sui Lan and Song Cheng'an went home to wash up. Both of them had blood on them. They cleaned themselves thoroughly at home. Song Cheng'an held her in his arms, very fond of her. Who would have thought Sui is such a good shot? My Sui is amazing. And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow. You didn't say your shooting was so good. Where did you learn it? Song Cheng'an patted her head gently, his eyes tender and caring. I never learned, but I just knew how to use it when I held the gun. And Sui Lan pouted, not convinced. Song Cheng'an hugged her from behind, kissing her on the cheek. His beard tickled her, making her uncomfortable, so she dodged away. You have too much beard. It hurts. Should we go see? I've never seen how the village divides the pork. The 2 went to the village office with flashlights. But unexpectedly, Grandma Song was rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum. No. This pig must be ours. Your family can't eat 2 pigs' worth of meat. Lier Hua firmly disagreed. No. This pig was hard-earned by Chengzi and Sui. We've already divided the family, so why should we give it to you? Zhang Xiaoying looked at it with envy. There is so much meat, their family could eat it all year. We must take one head back. Song Baoman also came out, feeling tempted too. Who wouldn't want so much meat? Big brother, just give us one head. We're all family, how can we be so strict? At worst, we'll skip giving money to our parents next year, and this pig will count as a gift. Song Baoping's face turned pale, and all the village leaders were watching their family's joke. Song Cheng'an saw this and looked very cold, almost without warmth. His words were also cold and commanding. If I say no, then no. Seeing him coming, Song Baoman hesitated, afraid to be too bold. Cheng'an, we're all family. Just give us one pig. Guo's wife is pregnant. Let her enjoy some good food. Isn't that okay? Song Cheng'an's sharp, icy gaze swept over him. I said no, and I mean no. Changsheng, take it home. Hearing his older brother, Song Changsheng immediately carried a wild pig away. When he returned to carry a second one, Song Baoman refused to let go no matter what. The old lady started to throw a tantrum, rolling on the ground, furious that they wouldn't let go. She directly aimed a slap at Li Erhua, raising her hand to hit her.
Li awadutja si dawais.
The old lady, angry, raised her cane to hit Song Cheng'an. Unfilial children. Unfilial children. Song Cheng'an smiled faintly, always protecting Sui Sui, afraid the old lady's cane might hurt her. When her cane reached Song Cheng'an, he looked up coldly. The old lady's heart skipped a beat. She knew he was an official. If she hit him, she might get taken away. She didn't have the courage for that. But she was reluctant to give up the meat. She couldn't hit Song Cheng'an, so she turned to hit Song Baoping. Are you even a person? I just asked for some pork, and you wouldn't give it. Why was I even born to you? Song Baoping looked at her ridiculous fuss and felt bitter. Mother, I already said I won't let you bully us anymore. He waved his hand. Chongsheng, take it home. I want to see who dares to move. Following his order, Song Chongsheng immediately went to carry the wild pig. Song Baoman refused to let go, and Zhang Xiuying also held tight. The couple exchanged a look and both grabbed their arms. Zhang Xiuying cried out in pain. Sui Lan used all her strength. Song Baoman was no match for Song Cheng'an. He was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up. So, Zhang Xiuying and Song Baoman could only watch helplessly as the meat slipped away in front of their eyes. The old lady, furious, hit Song Baoping a few times. But he still said the same thing. If he wouldn't give, he wouldn't give. Li Erhua quietly gave a thumbs up. You did well this time. No compromises, keep going. Song Baoping rolled his eyes. He wasn't stupid. He knew pork was delicious. Every household was very excited. Today they could finally eat meat. There were 22 pigs. The team leader's family took 2, and the remaining members shared the rest. The team had about 300 or 400 people. Each person could get over 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, and each household had dozens of jin, some with over 100 jin. How could they not be happy? Now everyone who saw Song Cheng'an and An Sui Lan wanted to praise them. An Sui Lan smiled and greeted each of them. When most of the pork was distributed, the team leader announced another good news. Listen carefully, anyone with a high school diploma can sign up for the primary school teacher exam. Our primary school is still being built, so we need 2 teachers for now. Anyone interested, come to me to sign up. I will find time to report to the commune, where there will be a unified exam and interview. The members cheered. They had thought teachers would be sent by the commune, but now they realized they all had a chance. Few people in the team had a high school diploma. Most of the educated youth at the site had only finished middle school or high school. Song Cheng'an took An Sui Lan home together. Sui Sui, do you want to be a teacher? An Sui Lan shook her head. I don't want to. It's too troublesome. Managing so many students alone. The school has 5 classes, only 2 teachers. It's too tiring. Song Cheng'an smiled, reaching out his long hand to gently ruffle her hair. His voice was soft and magnetic. Then don't do it, stay at home. When they got home, Song Cheng'an took out a pouch of money from the space. Sui Sui, guess how much money there is? And Sui Lan excitedly reached out to grab it, but was lifted high by Song Cheng'an. She tilted her head and thought, 10,000 yuan? Song Cheng'an smiled and handed her the money. No, 8,000 yuan. They sold many things during this period, including the wild boar last time. And Sui Lan happily held it and kissed him. Husband, you're so great. Song Cheng'an took a deep breath, his eyes turning dangerous. He husked, Sui Sui, what did you just call me? And Sui Lan blushed. Husband. Over there, everyone calls their husband husband too. Song Cheng'an's breathing grew heavier. So, wife, what do you call me?
Wife.
His eyes lit up.
Wife. Wife.
And Sui Lan's face turned red. Both of them had finished washing up. And Sui Lan changed into her pajamas and lay on the bed. Song Chung and pulled her into his arms. Looking at his wife's snow-white neck, his gaze was deep and intense.
An Sui Lan Shiver.
What are you doing? I'm very tired today. Don't bother me. Song Chung and held her head and kissed her forehead. Good night, wife. I won't bother you tonight. Tomorrow, you owe me a reward. An Sui Lan put her hand on her forehead. She hadn't realized before how charming he could be. She used to think he wasn't good at this. But it's not that he's not good. During the day, he's a gentleman, and at night, he becomes a wolf, demanding endlessly. She almost couldn't handle it. Fortunately, he didn't bother her anymore, and An Sui Lan closed her eyes and fell asleep. Song Cheng'an smiled, gently stroking her soft face with his finger. His heart was full of happiness as he held his wife and fell asleep contentedly. When An Sui Lan woke up, the man was no longer in the bedroom. He had already left. She got up, washed up, and changed into long sleeves and pants because she had to go to work today.
Oh.
So tired. She wondered when she wouldn't have to go to work anymore. Hua saw her get up and smiled. Lan Lan, if you don't want to go, just stay home and rest. An Sui Lan shook her head. No, I have to go. Everyone else is going, so I will too. The family had breakfast together and then headed to work. An Sui Lan still stayed with Cheng'an and Xiaohe. She did very little. Mostly the two girls did the work. She secretly took out 5 meat buns. Cheng'an, Xiaohe, come here and eat buns. I took these secretly. Later, you each give one to Dad and Mom. The 3 squatted on the ground, each eating a bun. An Sui Lan hadn't eaten much during breakfast. Her mother had made her a chicken egg custard, but she felt shy to eat it alone while everyone was working. She shared some with the children, so she hadn't eaten much. Now she was hungry and secretly took buns out of her space. Cheng'an took her bun and left. An Sui Lan pushed Xiaohe. You and her go together. You'll be safer that way. Xiaohe looked at her. Sister-in-law, are you alone here? An Sui Lan waved her hand. It's okay. You two go together. Be careful. Just as they left, Song Baoping came over. Dad, why are you here? Song Baoping took out a few bright red persimmons from his pocket. Here, eat these. I just picked them from the tree. Eat quickly. You haven't had much breakfast, and I'm worried you'll get hungry and faint. I don't want Lauda to get mad at me. An Sui Lan looked at the persimmons in his hand and smiled sweetly.
Thank you, Dad.
I will leave 3, and the rest you can give to your mother and the children. Song Baoping waved his hand. I still have some here. Hurry up and eat so you can work well later. An Sui Lan secretly rolled her eyes. She was always thinking about making her work. Actually, her father-in-law was quite kind to her, but sometimes his words were not pleasant. He only complained that she didn't work enough, but he never said she didn't eat well or enough. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. The team leader really has a cold face but a warm heart. Song Cheng'an and Song Xiaohe found Hua. Mother, this is what my sister-in-law asked me to give you. Where is Dad? Hua took a bite of the steamed bun, its aroma filling her mouth. It smells so good. I don't know. You should go find him, she replied vaguely after another bite. They looked everywhere but couldn't find him, so they prepared to go back. On the way, they ran into her father. Dad, where have you been? My sister-in-law asked me to bring you a bun. Eat quickly, there's lots of meat inside. Song Baoping happily held the bun and took a big bite. He felt satisfied inside, thinking his daughter-in-law wasn't wasted. She was much better than the other 2 and knew how to respect the elders. He walked over to Hua. Old wife, have you eaten the bun?
Liawa nudda.
Yes, I already ate. Lan Lan sent it with the girls, she said. Song Baoping nodded, hummed a little tune, and walked away with his hands behind his back.
Liawa fronat.
This person is so strange. He was humming a tune? In such a good mood? And Sui Lan waited for Cheng'an and Xiaohe to come back, giving each of them 2 persimmons. The 3 sat together, eating in one go, then started working. Meanwhile, An Xiao Xiao was constantly watching a few people. But since they worked together every day, she had no chance. Now Zhang Dalao listened to her very well, and Zhang Erlai naturally followed suit. Last night, she convinced Zhang Erlai to agree to help deal with An Sui Lan. She told him he could sleep while she handled An Sui Lan, and Zhang Erlai was very excited. He immediately agreed. And Xiao Xiao kept observing them all day, but never found the right opportunity. After working for a while, An Sui Lan felt exhausted and sat down to rest. She wiped her sweat and took a sip of water from the water bottle. Spiritual spring water really is a good thing. After a few sips, she felt much more comfortable. By noon, Lier Hua came over. Chunning, Shah, you two go back and cook. I'll work a bit longer today. They nodded. Sister-in-law, you're alone here, be careful. Why don't you come back with us? And Sui Lan shook her head. You two go first. Besides going home to cook, she doesn't cook either, so she feels embarrassed to go back. She endures until noon. After Song Chunning and Song Shiha leave, and Xiao Xiao feels she has found an opportunity. Zhang Erlai, big brother, those two girls have left, only An Sui Lan is left. Zhang Dalai looks at her with a strong possessive gaze. When he sees Zhang Erlai touching her waist, he wishes he could cut off that hand. Sister-in-law, just tell me what to do. We'll cooperate with you. Zhang Erlai nods. Yes, with me and big brother. We won't lose to just one girl. Zhang Erlai is already very greedy. And Sui Lan's small face is much prettier than in Xiao Xiao's, and her skin is so fair. Even working outside every day, she doesn't get a tan. She's really a lovely girl. He rubs his hands, looking in the direction of An Sui Lan. They are a bit apart, but An Xiao Xiao already knows where An Sui Lan is working. And Xiao Xiao smiles with a fierce look in her eyes. Later, I'll go first to control her, then you two can sneak over. At that time, cover her mouth first, then her clothes. Once everything is almost done, she will call others to come and watch. This way, An Sui Lan will fall into a deep abyss. Song Cheng'an will definitely kick her out of the house. After the plan is set, and Xiao Xiao twists her waist and walks toward An Sui Lan's field. Zhang Dalai looks at her waist, each sway deep in his heart. He clenches his fists and glances at Zhang Erlai. Zhang Erlai is the obstacle between him and Xiao Xiao. As long as Zhang Erlai sleeps with An Sui Lan today, Xiao Xiao can divorce him. Then he can be with Xiao Xiao openly. And Xiao Xiao walks happily to An Sui Lan's side. Second sister, you work so hard. Where is your man? An Sui Lan's gaze drifts away. None of your business. Mind your own affairs. And Xiao Xiao chokes, but, thinking of her goal, she smiles again. Second sister, why don't we make peace? I don't want to be enemies with you. We're still good sisters, okay? And Sui Lan pouts. Good sisters with you? Do you deserve it? And Xiao Xiao's face stiffens. She has already seen the Zhang brothers coming. She quickly grabs An Sui Lan's hand and pleads desperately. Second sister, please forgive me. I really want to get along with you. She holds on tightly, but An Sui Lan shakes her hand off without letting go. Zhang Dalai and Zhang Erlai rush over. They grab both of An Sui Lan's arms. And Xiao Xiao sneers and claps her hands. And Sui Lan, is that all you've got? I see you're trying to escape this time. Fight back. Today, I will take revenge. The two brothers hold An Sui Lan's arms, preventing her from moving. And Sui Lan tries to grab pepper spray, but can't reach it. She kicks towards Zhang Erlai's private area.
Zhang Erlai dodges C device.
Trash. Are you trying to ruin me? I haven't tasted you yet. I won't let you have your way. And Xiao Xiao grabs An Sui Lan's clothes and starts unbuttoning them. And Sui Lan spits and sprays it in her face. And Xiao Xiao doesn't get angry. She smiles instead and slaps An Sui Lan hard. Trash. You made me have to go to the countryside. I searched everywhere for you, just to get back at you. Now no one can save you. Let's see how you can handle me. Let's begin. And Sui Lan sneers coldly, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. She looks coldly at Zhang Erlai. Good for nothing. Your wife sleeps with others, and you still help her? You're really a joke. And Xiao Xiao's face instantly turns pale, and Zhang Erlai's expression stiffens. He doesn't understand how An Sui Lan knows this. Zhang Erlai is furious, almost losing his mind. You're talking nonsense.
Who
is the lover? He finally married his wife. There's no way he's wearing a green hat. He wants to kill the lover. And Xiao Xiao hurriedly explains, don't listen to her nonsense. She just wants you to let her go. Don't fall for her tricks. And Xiao Qiao didn't expect An Sui Lan to know about this. How does she know? She feels anxious and wants to kill An Sui Lan. Zhang Erlai, reassured by her, feels it's impossible. His fists clenched tightly. At that moment, he even wanted to kill his second brother. But he held back. Zhang Erlai, reassured, feels it's impossible. And Sui Lan's goal is this: as long as his doubts take root in his mind, one day he will discover that An Xiao Qiao is managing 2 households. Then the Zhang family will have a good show, and An Xiao Qiao will live a good life. A woman serving 2 husbands, even 2 brothers. Such days, An Xiao Qiao probably feels very happy. An Sui Lan sneers coldly and forcefully shakes off their arms. She drinks spiritual spring water every day. It's hard for ordinary people to control her. But she's just pretending to cooperate. She sprays pepper spray at them. The 3 cover their eyes and cry out in pain. And Sui Lan pulls out her whip and lashes it forcefully several times. And Xiao Qiao takes the most hits. The 3 flee wildly. But because they can't see, they stumble and fall multiple times along the way. And Sui Lan's laughter was loud, causing a few people to panic, thinking she was chasing after them. They fell to the ground several times. Auntie and Xiao Qiao looked mean and vicious. Since she didn't succeed this time, she didn't believe she wouldn't succeed next time. Anyway, she wouldn't let An Sui Lan go. After causing trouble, it was time to finish work and go home. An Sui Lan clapped her hands and told her workers to leave. Chunning and Xia He had already prepared the meal. The Song family members kept coming back one after another. Li Erhua smiled and asked Lan Lan, "Are you tired? Maybe you shouldn't go this afternoon?" And Sui Lan shook her head. "No, I have to go." Today, she ate the persimmon her father gave her. As the saying goes, eating from someone's hand makes you short of words, meaning you should be grateful. Since she ate her father's persimmon, she had to work, even if it was just pretending to work. She didn't want him to keep nagging her. At this moment, Zhang Juhua came over with her son. "Li Erhua, come out. See what your daughter-in-law did." She said her son's eyes were blinded and told her to come out. And Sui Lan's face turned cold. How dare Zhang Juhua come to cause trouble again? Li Erhua looked confused. "Lan Lan, what sorong?" And Sui Lan quickly told her what happened. Li Erhua's face turned pale with anger. She opened the courtyard door and confronted Zhang Juhua. "How dare you come here? You can't even take care of your own child, and you bully my family. Lan Lan, watch me teach you a lesson." And Sui Lan was surprised. How did it turn into a fight? She grabbed a whip to help. And Xiao Qiao and the Zhang brothers rubbed their eyes and watched from the side. And Sui Lan's eyes widened with anger. "Zhang Juhua, stop it." She was worried that Li Erhua would get hurt. She didn't have much fighting experience. Zhang Juhua, hearing her words, fought even harder with Li Erhua. Seeing she wasn't listening, and Sui Lan swung her whip at the Zhang brothers. They yelped in pain. Zhang Juhua, feeling her son was hurt, immediately let go of Li Erhua. Her son had been harmed, and she cried and made a fuss, rolling on the ground. "Captain, I don't care. She almost blinded my son's eyes. I want her to pay." The captain was about to speak, but An Sui Lan stopped him. She sneered, crossed her arms, and looked at her. "Zhang Juhua, how much money do you want?" Zhang Juhua's face lit up. Her son's eyes weren't actually blind. After washing, they were almost fine. She held up one finger. 100. No, 300. I want her to pay me 300 yuan so I can treat my son. And Sui Lan was speechless. These people only cared about money. "Have you asked your son why I hit them?" Aunt Zhang was stunned. She didn't ask questions. She had only these 2 sons and hoped they would take care of her in old age. When her son returned injured with red eyes, she immediately went to the Song family. "I don't care why, but since you hit my son, you have to pay," Zhang Juhua said as she rushed toward An Sui Lan. And Sui Lan's whip was not gentle. She suddenly swung it out, and Zhang Juhua was hit hard. She fell to the ground, rolling in pain. "Aunt Zhang, It's better not to act rashly. This whip is made of leather, and it hurts a lot. You should go home and ask your daughter-in-law. And Xiao Qiao teamed up with your two sons to try to bully me, so I had to fight back. Zhang Juhua was stunned but quickly understood that today's goal was to get money, not to decide who is right or wrong. No matter who started it, hitting my son is wrong. Pay me 300 yuan, and this will be over. An Sui Lan rolled her eyes. You think you can get away with it?
Impossible.
I won't give you a single cent. She waved her whip again, aiming at them. The Zhang brothers, already scared from being beaten, ran away quickly. Zhang Juhua was hit a few times and also fled. And Sui Lan still chased after her. Auntie, don't go. I haven't hit anyone in a long time. Let me hit enough. Terrified, Zhang Juhua ran wildly, not daring to mention money anymore. And Sui Lan took her whip and went home. Song Baoping snorted coldly. Are you hurt? And Sui Lan shook her head. No, I made them roll on the ground. They can't beat me. The team leader.
Haha.
He worried for nothing. You're so powerful. You're capable. Next time you encounter something like this, hit hard. As long as they don't die, I'll cover for you. Be more careful in the future. The corn stalks in the fields grow tall, and you never know what might happen inside. Stay together with Cheng'an, Xiaohe, and the others. Don't separate again. The Song family started eating. But after returning home, Zhang Juhua grabbed An Xiao Qiao and beat her viciously. Zhang Erlai tried to stop her, but couldn't. Mom, I was wrong. I won't do it again.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Looking at the beaten Xiao Qiao, Zhang Erlai felt heartbroken. He could only try to persuade his mother to stop hitting. And Xiao Qiao had just recovered from her eye injury, and now her body hurt even more. She wanted to lie down in her room, but didn't want to eat lunch. Zhang Juhua quickly pulled her up from the bed. Get lost. Go cook. A hen that can't lay eggs is just lazy, every day. Lazy. And Xiao Qiao had no choice but to drag her tired body to cook. Zhang Dalao, feeling sorry for her, said, Mom, don't hit her anymore. She's just a young girl, and it's not easy for her here. Zhang Juhua rolled her eyes and snapped. You don't know anything. That woman just needs to be taught a lesson. Your second brother finally married a wife, and if I don't discipline her well, she'll get out of control. Lazy who can't lay eggs, not working. So what are you here for? Big brother, you should worry more, marry a wife soon. Look at how well the Song family is doing. So many girls at the youth station, all from the city. Go out and walk around sometimes, don't stay at home all day. Zhang Dalao clenched his fists.
Mom,
I don't want to find anyone right now. My second brother found someone, and you're still hitting him every day. Juhua almost choked to death. Compared to the chaos at Zhang's house, the Song family was much warmer. After dinner, An Sui Lan pulled Li Erhua aside. During her fight with Zhang Juhua, she got a scratch on her arm. She took out a medicinal ointment she made with spiritual spring water. Mom, you're so silly. You just rushed in without thinking. Aren't you afraid you can't beat her? Li Erhua waved her hand. When I heard they were bullying you, I couldn't think of anything else. I just wanted to rush in and fight her to the death. And Sui Lan gave a thumbs up. Mom, you're so brave. When I first arrived, even though I was scared of Grandma Song, you protected me and told me to go back inside. Li Erhua felt a little embarrassed by her words and patted her hand. Be careful when working. They won't give up easily.
An Sui Lan not dead.
I know. In the afternoon, An Sui Lan still went to work with Song Cheng'an and Song Xia. Fortunately, An Xiao Qiao had learned her lesson and didn't dare to cause trouble again. The work went smoothly all afternoon. After work in the evening, she went straight home. She didn't want to eat the corn pancakes Li Erhua made. They were too dry and hard to swallow. She didn't know if Song Cheng'an would come back tonight. She locked the door and entered the space, where she saw Song Cheng'an wandering around. Seeing her come in, he smiled and said, Sui, you're back. Are you tired? And Sui Lan shook her head and threw herself into his arms. I'm not tired, but someone bullied me today. The man's eyes turned cold.
Who?
And Sui Lan told him everything honestly. Song Cheng'an's expression grew cold. He patted her back to comfort her. All right, I'll avenge you tonight. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. An Sui Lan looked at him and said, I want to eat meat. I'm so craving it. She loves meat and feels uncomfortable if she doesn't eat it for a day. Song Cheng'an smiled and hugged her as they left the space. Okay, I'll cook for you. How about braised pork ribs? An Sui Lan nodded and said, yes. Song Cheng'an cooked the braised ribs and prepared 2 small side dishes. He steamed a pot of rice, and the 2 of them enjoyed a good meal. Song Chunning came to call her. Big sister-in-law, dinner's ready. An Sui Lan took out the ribs she had prepared earlier. I've already eaten some. Your older brother made them. Please serve some to our parents. Song Chunning took the ribs and left. The 2 of them locked the door and went ahead. They sat for a while, but Song Cheng'an was still worried about the brothers from the Zhang family teasing his wife. Seeing that it was getting dark, they finally went out together. They walked slowly, like taking a stroll. It didn't look like they were planning to fight anyone. Zhang Erlai finished his meal and was about to go out for a walk. Song Cheng'an smiled and approached him. Are you heading out? Zhang Erlai became alert. During the day, he wanted to bully An Sui Lan, but now Song Cheng'an was back at night. He tried to run, but Song Cheng'an casually stuck out his foot, tripping him and causing him to fall face first. Without saying a word, Song Cheng'an grabbed something unknown and covered his mouth. He tied Zhang Erlai's hands behind his back with a rope. Then he took out a long rope and his legs. The couple worked together, pulling Zhang Erlai's legs with the ropes and dragging him into the small woods. All the workers were eating, and Zhang Erlai couldn't shout out, only allowing himself to be pulled along. They dragged him into the small woods, his clothes torn and his back scraped raw. Song Cheng'an swung the rope onto a branch, and his body passed under the branch. With a strong pull, Zhang Erlai was hoisted upside down. He couldn't move his hands or feet, only feeling a rush of heat to his forehead. Song Cheng'an slapped his face a few times. His tone was cold and threatening, with a hint of warning. Zhang Erlai, you have quite a nerve, daring to bully my wife? From now on, if your wife dares to trouble my wife, I will come after you every time. If you can't control your woman, I will teach you a lesson. Zhang Erlai was about to cry from the beating, but his mouth was blocked, so he couldn't make a sound. An Sui Lan watched and laughed loudly. After enough punishment, Song Cheng'an vented his anger, but 2 others still remained free. Song Cheng'an smiled and said, Sui Sui, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. An Sui Lan nodded and said, be careful. Song Cheng'an patted her head, turned around, and walked away quickly. He waited at the Zhang family's gate for a while, but saw no one come out. He picked up a stone and threw it into the yard. It hit Zhang Dalao directly. Zhang Dalao was in the yard washing his clothes. He was in a bad mood after being hit, so he put down his clothes and came out to see who was throwing things at him. He saw Song Cheng'an standing at his door. He felt nervous because he knew he was no match for him. He was a county official, and he didn't dare fight him. Brother Song, is something wrong? Song Cheng'an nodded, with a half-smile. Come here. I have something to tell you. He was a little nervous, probably about what happened earlier that day. But he didn't dare ignore it. He knew how ruthless this person could be. If he didn't cooperate, he would only get beaten more harshly. The 2 of them left Zhang's yard one after the other. Song Cheng'an stopped under a big tree. He looked at Zhang Dalao with a cold smile. Zhang brothers, I heard you caused trouble for my wife today? Zhang Dalao nodded. Before he could speak, Song Cheng'an kicked him to the ground. He clutched his stomach, trying to get up, but Song Cheng'an quickly tied him up. He dragged him into the small woods. Zhang Dalao shouted, Brother Cheng, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Whether you dare or not, we'll see later. But today's matter can't be just ignored. Zhang Dalao was also hung up, with a tree between him and Zhang Erlai. That tree was left intentionally by An Sui Lan. It was a spot reserved for An Xiao Xiao. Both brothers' mouths were gagged, so they couldn't shout. And Xiao Xiao is also, and the spot is reserved for her. Wait here and teach them a good lesson. I'll go tie up in Xiao Xiao and come back. Zhang Dalao was the most emotional. He didn't want Xiao Xiao to suffer. Zhang Erlai, on the other hand, was just struggling and didn't pay attention to what An Sui Lan said. After about 10 minutes, An Sui Lan came over dragging An Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao looked very pale and scared. She didn't know what this mean person was planning to do next. An Sui Lan's eyes rolled, and she helped An Xiao Xiao up. Look, both Zhang brothers are. Do you want to help them get down? And Xiao Xiao didn't speak. She knew An Sui Lan was trying to trap her, and she couldn't fall into the trap. Seeing that she didn't speak, An Sui Lan became a little angry and slapped An Xiao Xiao across the face. Zhang Dalai struggled hard, trying to break free from the ropes binding him. Unintentionally, An Sui Lan smiled and said, "Big brother Zhang, why are you so excited? Can't you see An Xiao Xiao getting hit? Zhang Erlai hasn't even said anything yet. Why are you so worked up? She's not your wife." And Xiao Xiao's face turned pale. She kept shaking her head. An Sui Lan slapped her again and asked, "I'll ask you one more time. Do you want them to come down? If you want them to come down, shake your head. If not, nod." And Xiao Xiao nodded. And Sui Lan's eyes widened. "You don't want to? You really don't want to?" She raised her hand to hit again. And Xiao Xiao quickly shook her head, furious inside at An Sui Lan. This mean girl, she hopes she never finds a chance to hurt her. Hearing her angry thoughts, An Sui Lan rolled her eyes silently. And Xiao Xiao, who do you want to come down? Only one person can come down. And Xiao Xiao was about to cry, feeling helpless. She really couldn't answer. If she said Zhang Erlai, he would definitely torment her for 3 days and nights. If she said Zhang Dalai, he would probably beat her to death. Either way, it was bad. It was clear that An Sui Lan already knew their relationship and was deliberately trying to cause trouble. Earlier in the day, she had tried to sow discord, and Zhang Erlai had already become suspicious. They had just been pacified, and now, at night, An Sui Lan, this wicked girl, was stirring up trouble again. As the saying goes, repeated lies become hard to distinguish from the truth. Zhang Erlai's eyes started to look strange, bloodshot and glaring fiercely at her. And Xiao Xiao shivered and immediately chose Zhang Erlai. And Sui Lan smirked with satisfaction. She looked at Zhang Dalai, who was clearly unsteady and probably feeling bitter inside, like eating bitter herbs. "Big brother Zhang, look," and Xiao Xiao still prefers Zhang Erlai. "She won't let him come down, but she won't let you down either. I think all the good things like eggs you usually have are just wasted."
Eggs.
"Is that really a thing?" Zhang Erlai secretly muttered to himself. His wife had chosen him, and he was very proud. Hearing this, An Sui Lan immediately glared angrily at An Xiao Xiao. But her mouth was blocked and she couldn't speak, just making noise. Zhang Dalai's breathing was unsteady, and his gaze at An Xiao Xiao changed. Could it be that his sister-in-law really didn't like him at all, only doing it for some benefit or revenge against An Sui Lan? An Sui Lan couldn't help but clap her hands and say a few words. She imagined the big troublemaker vividly. She lazily stretched and said, "Oh, someone is going to be sad. All their true feelings wasted. How sad." Song Cheng'an asked at the right moment, "Sui Sui, who is going to be sad? Who has true feelings?" An Sui Lan covered her mouth and smiled. "That? I'll tell you when I go back. It's not appropriate to say in front of others." She waved her hand as she spoke. And Xiao Xiao looked at the two troublemakers' ugly expressions and almost cried. She even wanted to kneel and beg An Sui Lan to stop talking. An Sui Lan waved her hand. "Qingzi, tie up and Xiao Xiao. Let's go home and sleep. I'm so tired." Song Cheng'an followed the order, and also in Xiao Xiao. But An Sui Lan didn't want to let them go so easily. She took out a whip and sharply swung it at An Xiao Xiao. Her delicate fingers lifted in Xiao Xiao's chin, showing her dominance. "And Xiao Xiao, you really have some skill. I have to admire you, but stay away from me in the future, or next time, I'll scold you again." And Xiao Xiao was in pain and tears fell. She wanted to curse but couldn't. She wanted to fight back but couldn't do that either. An Sui Lan held Song Cheng'an's large hand, and the couple walked away proudly. Zhang Lauer watched their backs and shouted desperately, "Didn't I tell you to come down? Why did they leave? Let me down." An Sui Lan felt she had done a good deed. She knew Zhang Lauer probably didn't know about In Xiao Xiao's two-family situation. Just right to help him and remind him. If he still couldn't understand her intentions, then he was truly hopeless. An Sui Lan pouted and looked at Song Cheng'an. "You don't want to carry me, huh?" Song Cheng'an smiled and bent down, carrying the little girl home. No matter his position or status, Sui Sui was the person he wanted to love and protect for his whole life. An Sui Lan leaned on his shoulder, her lips close to his ear, and gently licked with her little tongue. The man paused slightly. "Sui Sui, be good." An Sui Lan giggled and struggled on his back. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Song Cheng'an pressed down on her. An Sui Lan immediately surrendered. "I'm sorry. I won't dare again." Song Cheng'an kissed her on the face. But he felt it wasn't enough, so he directly kissed her little mouth. At this, An Sui Lan regretted it deeply. He was gentle and patient, caring about her feelings. She felt surrounded by happiness. Her arms couldn't help but wrap around his neck. Song Cheng'an gently held her small face and softly called her wife. "Wife, you are so charming. You always touch my heart." And Sui Lan blushed from his kisses. "Stop calling me that, okay?" Her bones felt soft from his words. Song Cheng'an smiled and leaned down to kiss her pink lips again, then moved his kisses to her graceful neck. He lingered there, unable to stop. He had never experienced this feeling before. It was simply addictive. This young girl was so captivating. Every smile and frown made his heart race. And Sui Lan was so touched by his gentle kisses that she felt half weak. She hugged his neck and pouted. "Husband, be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt." Song Cheng'an lightly bit her earlobe, causing her whole body to tremble. The night passed. Early the next morning, the village became lively. Today, Song Cheng'an didn't go to work. When In Sui Lan woke up, she found him still beside her. "Why didn't you go to work?" Song Cheng'an pinched her face gently. "Today is Sunday, I'm resting." And Sui Lan nodded. "Then get up quickly, or Dad will start complaining again." He supported her and gently massaged her waist. "How does it feel? Still sore?" And Sui Lan smiled and hugged his neck. "Much better." Song Cheng'an pressed a kiss on her lips. They got up and went to eat in front. Outside, things were already lively. They found out about the three of them. And Sui Lan turned over and got out of bed, excited. "Then let's go quickly and see what's happening." Song Cheng'an shook his head with a gentle smile, letting her pull him to wash up. After washing, they locked the door and headed straight to the front. There was no one in the yard now. Everyone had gone to the woods to see the excitement. She took out 2 buns from her space, one for each, and went to the small woods munching on her bun. And Xiao Xiao and the Zhang brothers had already been rescued. Zhang Juhua was crying and worried about her son. Who did this? Neither of them spoke. Not because they didn't want to, but because they were afraid. They knew it was Song Cheng'an and In Sui Lan, but they dared not say. And Xiao Xiao couldn't swallow her anger. She had been tied to a tree all night and was half dead. She hated In Sui Lan so much she wanted to report it.
"Captain, it's...
What are you doing? Let me go." Before In Xiao Xiao finished speaking, Zhang Erlai covered her mouth. His eyes looked fierce as he warned, "Don't talk nonsense." He clearly remembered Song Cheng'an's warning yesterday. If he dared to trouble In Sui Lan again, he would get beaten. He didn't want to be beaten. Because Song Cheng'an was watching him, he had to cover In Xiao Xiao's mouth. And Xiao Xiao pushed his hand away, glaring angrily. "Are you crazy? It's clearly smack. Trash. Shut up." And Xiao Xiao, holding her injured face, looked in shock at Zhang Erlai, who hit her. Zhang Erlai pointed at her and shouted angrily, "If you dare say another word today, I won't let you go." After scolding his wife, Zhang Erlai awkwardly smiled at Song Cheng'an. And Xiao Xiao didn't understand what kind of madness he was in, but seeing his furious face, she didn't say anything more. The team leader was still waiting nearby for their explanation. Zhang Erlai, Zhang Dala, and Xiao Qiao, tell me, what is really going on? Just as Xiao Qiao was about to speak, Zhang Erlai sharply pinched her. She grimaced in pain and quickly shut her mouth. Trash, shut up. The man is speaking, and it's not your place to interrupt. Zhang Erlai carefully looked at Song Cheng'an, and seeing he showed no sign of anger, he felt a bit more at ease. Team leader, it's nothing. We don't know who it was, and we didn't see clearly. Let's forget about it. Anyway, we're not hurt, so it won't affect everyone's work. Since the people involved said so, the team leader naturally wouldn't insist. All right, everyone go back to work. Everyone gradually left. Only then did Xiao Qiao ask Zhang Erlai, what's wrong with you? Why won't you let me speak? Zhang Erlai's eyes widened, not wanting to admit he was threatened by Song Cheng'an. But he also didn't want to lose face as a man. I have my reasons. I'm telling you, stay away from An Sui Lan. If you dare to provoke her again, I'll beat you to death. And Xiao Qiao looked like she'd seen a ghost. Zhang Erlai, are you possessed by something? Zhang Erlai raised his hand to hit her, but Xiao Qiao felt relieved. He was definitely Zhang Erlai. But why was he acting like this? Seeing she didn't listen, he emphasized again, did you hear me? Don't bother An Sui Lan from now on. And Xiao Qiao nodded. Got it. Let's go back to work. She said so on the surface, but inside she didn't really think that way. She looked up at Zhang Erlai, who was staring at her intently from a short distance. She rubbed her forehead, feeling tired, but since Zhang Erlai was still here, she couldn't explain herself. So she smiled and said, Big brother, let's go. Back to work. Zhang Erlai nodded. In the end, he didn't say anything more. He couldn't openly discuss what happened between him and Xiao Qiao. He just hoped that one day they could stand together openly and honestly. Zhang Erlai's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at his older brother twice, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Although he showed no signs on his face, the words of An Sui Lan had already taken root in his heart. He decided that in the future, he must keep an eye on both of them, so that his wife wouldn't be taken away by someone else. Hopefully, An Sui Lan was just talking nonsense. The couple watched the Zhang brothers walk with a limp, and An Sui Lan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, Song Cheng'an, you're really something. Why is he so afraid of you? Just a few threats, and he's so scared? Song Cheng'an smiled, reached out to gently ruffle her hair, and his eyes looked deep and focused on his wife. Seeing the girl smile so happily, he couldn't help but smile too. Sway. Back then I was still in the village, just a teenager, running around playing every day. The Zhang brothers bullied Song Juri and he couldn't fight both of them alone. When he told me, I went to Zhang's house and beat them both up. If I was afraid, it was probably from that time. I fought pretty fiercely, and my mother even paid them a few eggs. The Zhang brothers' noses were all bleeding, and Sui Lan gave him a thumbs up. Really impressive. Song Cheng'an smiled, reached out to tidy her hair. All right, let's go. Time to start work, or it'll be late. Today I'll stay with you, just watch by my side. Ladies, please help give a 5-star review. I need your support for my rating. Thank you. And Sui Lan didn't do any work all day. Song Cheng'an was working, and she just sat beside him, idling. Anyway, with Song Cheng'an here, she didn't need to work. She was exhausted from working the past 2 days. By noon, the two of them went back together. He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei were still cooking. They were sweating profusely from the heat. Seeing Song Cheng'an and An Sui Lan return, He Zhaodi's eyes darkened slightly. Why could they cook here, and An Sui Lan didn't have to cook or wash dishes every day? She thought for a moment and smiled. Big sister-in-law, you're back? An Sui Lan nodded. Since they were smiling at her, she couldn't reply with harsh words. He Zhaodi chuckled. Big sister-in-law, you said you wanted to learn to cook, right? We just started, come in. I'll teach you. And Sui Lan looked at her with a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. She knew exactly what He Zhaodi meant. Song Cheng'an's calm voice sounded. She doesn't need to learn, and she doesn't need to cook either. He Zhaodi's face stiffened, and she awkwardly smiled. In front of her older brother, She still didn't dare to be too bold. She turned her head and pouted, then asked Du Chunmei coldly, "Little sister-in-law, tell me, are we really all different in fate?" Du Chunmei didn't answer, thinking it didn't matter whether she cooked or not since the eldest sister-in-law only ate a little. He Xiaodi saw she wouldn't reply and became a bit annoyed. Du Chunmei, why are you so useless? Do you only want to cook every day? Later, when our parents come back, we'll talk together and decide that everyone should take turns cooking from now on. Du Chunmei shook her head. If you want to tell them, I won't say a word. He Xiaodi stomped her foot in anger and glared fiercely at Du Chunmei. Anyway, she was determined. When their parents returned, she would bring it up. She couldn't keep doing all the cooking. Lia Rai came back first, washed his hands, and by then, the food was almost ready. He Xiaodi came out to wash her face. It was too hot. The dishes were served, mostly simple things like pickled vegetables, scrambled eggs, corn porridge, and a mixed pancake. Everyone sat together. Before they started eating, He Xiaodi began to speak. "Parents, I have something to say." Lia Rai frowned and looked at her. "What do you want to say? Let's eat first and talk later." Song Baoping also looked displeased. "What's the matter? We're all exhausted. After eating, we need to rest for a while." He Xiaodi ignored them and said directly, "Parents, I think cooking should be done in turns. There are so many people at home." As she spoke, she saw her parents' and eldest brother's faces growing colder and her voice getting softer. An Sui Lan chuckled, clearly aimed at her. Li Erhua was disappointed and said angrily, "He Xiaodi, why are you always so nosy? Have you cooked here a few times?" He Xiaodi felt unfair, but decided to speak clearly this time. "No, all of us are from the Song family. Why should there be different treatment? Anyway, I won't agree. If it's not in turns, I won't cook anymore in the future." As soon as she finished, Song Cheng'an coldly said, "Parents, why not split the family? Let us move out of the main house." And Sui Lan hurriedly grabbed his hand, worried. "Our parents haven't said to split up. As a son, how can you talk about dividing the family?" Song Baoping's face darkened, and he shook his head. "Old uncle, as long as our parents are here, we won't split up. The fourth brother isn't married yet. Once he gets married and has children, then we can consider it." And Sui Lan put down her chopsticks and sighed. "Parents, just listen to second sister-in-law. Let's take turns." Li Erhua looked at her. "Lan Lan, have you learned to cook now?"
An Sui Lan Samai.
"Mom, don't worry. When the road comes, there will be a way. We can't just argue about me not cooking and cause family trouble." Li Erhua nodded and looked at everyone.
All right.
"Since everyone agrees, we'll do it this way. 6 of us will take turns cooking, starting tomorrow. I'll go first. Lan Lan will be behind me, then you two, and finally Chunning and Xia. Is that okay? Are you all happy with this?" Du Chunmei spoke first. "Mother, I have no problem." She then looked at An Sui Lan. "Big sister-in-law, you don't know how to cook. When it's your turn, I'll come back early and help you cook." And Sui Lan nodded. "Thank you." He Xiaodi didn't say anything. She nodded, thinking this was the fairest way. "Okay, that's settled." Li Erhua patted An Sui Lan on the back. "Don't worry, I'll help you when the time comes." Song Chunning and Song Xia also said, "Sister-in-law, we'll come help you too." And Sui Lan nodded. "Good." He Xiaodi looked angry and twisted her face. "What do you all mean? Making me look like the bad person? Everyone wants to help her. She's an adult. Can't she cook? She's not a child." Song Chongsheng sighed helplessly, smiling awkwardly. "Big brother, sister-in-law, don't mind her. She's just pregnant and emotional right now." He Xiaodi shook off his hand and said angrily, "What am I unstable about? Am I not working or cooking? Or haven't I washed your clothes?" Inside, she felt jealous, envious, and angry. Did I say something wrong? She's a grown woman, and I haven't asked her to cook. Yet, all of you want to help her. Shouldn't I be the one to help? Everyone's the same. Both are daughters-in-law of the Song family. Why is she so delicate? Do I have to cook and do laundry every day? And Sui Lan shook her head helplessly. He Xiaodi always looked at her with dislike. "Parents, let's eat. I promise to cook. Second sister-in-law, do you have anything else to say? He Zhaodi shook her head. No, it's only fair to take turns cooking. And Sui Lan casually ate a few bites and then pulled Song Cheng'an to the back. Parents, we're going to rest for a while. You eat slowly. After they left, Song Baoping snorted coldly and went straight back to his room after eating. And Sui Lan hadn't eaten enough at all. She took a chicken from her space. Cheng'an, I want to eat meat.
Can you help me cook it?
Song Cheng'an smiled. Sure. Suddenly, his face became serious. Sui, when that day comes, I'll come back and help you.
An Sui Lan not dead, okay.
The day after tomorrow is my turn. The braised chicken pieces and rice were both made in her space. Song Cheng'an made 2 more dishes. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Brother Cheng'an, should we call Dad, Mom, Chunying, and Hanwha to come eat? I think they haven't eaten much. Song Cheng'an replied, I'll bring some to them. You eat first. He carried the lunchbox and left. And Sui Lan ate alone in the yard. The rice smelled very good, and the chicken was also delicious. Song Cheng'an returned with the food. Li Erhua and Song Baoping stared blankly at the bowl of chicken and rice. Old man, tell me, what is the second family thinking? Never mind, just eat quickly. Our son and daughter-in-law are so filial, we shouldn't waste this food. Everyone in the yard could smell the aroma. Since Ho Zhaodi got pregnant, her nose became very sensitive. It's the smell of meat. Dia and Arya, go find your grandparents. They are eating meat. She pushed the 2 children into the house. Dia and Arya were forced to go to their grandparents' house. Li Erhua was not someone who favored boys over girls. Although she preferred boys deep down, she still loved her granddaughter just the same. Quick, sit down. Grandma will serve you some meat. De Chunmai saw that Dia and Arya had gone to their in-laws' house, so she also pushed little Shirtu over. Standing at the door, she saw Ho Zhaodi acting sneaky. She curled her lips, looking down on Ho Zhaodi's sneaky behavior. Just now, I asked the older sister-in-law to work, and now she shamelessly goes to eat what her older brother and sister-in-law sent over. She shook her head, tsk, truly without a conscience. Ho Zhaodi glared and said, What are you talking about? Who's sneaking around? What's wrong? Didn't you let your son go?
Don't talk about me like that.
De Chunmai rolled her eyes. I'm not like you. I accepted others' kindness, but keep bothering you. Only the older sister-in-law is easy to talk to. Otherwise, how could you be pregnant? With your sharp tongue and sour attitude, you're probably a girl again. Ho Zhaodi's face turned red with anger. She rushed forward to hit her. De Chunmai quickly closed the door. She didn't want to fight her. If she got hurt, it might harm her baby.
She saw through her now.
The second family is not a good person. Is she jealous or envious of others? She can't stand seeing others live well. Every day, she's either causing trouble or looking for trouble. Ho Zhaodi angrily kicked the door of the 3rd room twice, but her shoes were too thin, and her feet throbbed painfully. She bent down, clutching her sore foot and crying out. Song Chongxing came out of the house and helped her inside. Can you stop causing trouble every day? Why do you keep staring at the older sister-in-law? Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to get along well with her? He Zhaodi glared at him fiercely. What do you know? Why do I have to do everything when I'm pregnant, but she does nothing every day? Song Chongxing shook his head and sighed, confused about what was wrong with his wife. In the backyard, the 2 of them ate happily, their mouths full of food. And Sui Lan ate contentedly. Song Cheng'an, your cooking is really delicious. When can I cook as well as you? Song Cheng'an took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. As long as you can eat, that's enough. Song Cheng'an quickly washed the pots and scrubbed the dishes. And Sui Lan stayed by his side, waiting for him to finish. When he was done, she felt a little sleepy. Let's go.
Time for a nap.
The man hugged her and headed to the bedroom. And Sui Lan lay in his arms and soon fell asleep. Although she didn't do much work, even just lazing around in the fields was tiring. Not working meant someone else wouldn't want to do it either, and every day was full of trivial matters.
Oh.
Annoying. Song Cheng'an looked at the little girl's sleeping face, gently stroking her smooth black hair with his large hand. Sorry you've been wronged. If it weren't for worrying about my parents, Sui Sui would have already dealt with He Zhaodi. Song Cheng'an held her close and closed his eyes to sleep. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two went to work together. She carried a water jug filled with spring water. She took out a cup. Go ahead and work, I'll pour a glass for Dad and Mom. Song Cheng'an nodded. Okay.
Take your time.
She carried the water jug and cup away. Drinking a glass of spring water during work in the afternoon kept her energized all afternoon. Mom, here's a glass of water. I brought it just for you. Li Erhua drank a whole glass in one breath, puzzled. Lan Lan, what did you put in this water? Why does it taste so good, sweet and delicious? And Sui Lan smiled. I didn't put anything in it. Mom, have you noticed your face looks whiter than before? Li Erhua was pleasantly surprised. Really? I don't have time to look in the mirror, but I can feel that my skin used to be rough. Now it's very smooth. And Sui Lan nodded. Keep using it. When you're done, I'll make more. Feeling a bit secretly pleased, her first attempt at making snow cream turned out so well. Maybe in the future, she could start a skincare company. She poured a cup for the team leader and then met Song Cheng'an and Xia He, giving each of them a cup. Song Cheng'an, I'm back. The man nodded. Got it.
Sit there and rest.
Don't run around. Suddenly someone shouted, Hey, 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 rabbit, rabbit. Catch it quick. Song Cheng'an's eyes sharpened. He didn't know when something was scurrying over here. There were also a few people following behind. A rabbit was about to bump into An Sui Lan's stomach. He reacted quickly and easily caught the rabbit in his hand. An Sui Lan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Tonight, we can add some extra food. A few men who came with a rabbit looked at Song Cheng'an holding the rabbit and cheered excitedly. Got it. Brother Cheng caught it. Although they felt a little jealous, usually whoever caught such a small creature would keep it. At this moment, Zhang Juhua was unhappy. This was found by our second Lao, so it should belong to us. Captain, you can't be biased. And Sui Lan rolled his eyes. Zhang Juhua was dreaming. Originally, whoever caught it owned it. It was caught by our family, and no one can take it away. And Sui Lan looked at Zhang Erlao and asked, What do you think, Zhang Erlao? Zhang Erlao looked at An Sui Lan's dangerous eyes and Song Cheng'an's darkening face. He immediately pulled his mother and left. Mom, let's go quickly. Don't cause trouble. Brother Cheng caught it, so it's his. It's always been like that. Zhang Erlao pulled his mother away. Zhang Juhua was furious. She kept scolding him. Tell me, how come you didn't catch it? You saw it first, chased for so long, and yet that kid from the Song family caught it? Zhang Erlao chuckled. Mom, I don't have their skills. Brother Cheng is so much better. You forgot I've never beaten him since I was little. Zhang Juhua stopped talking. Song Cheng'an still held the rabbit in his hand. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Should I throw into the space? Are you going to carry it around all night? Song Cheng'an threw the rabbit inside and said, I'll make spicy rabbit meat for you tonight.
Great.
The workday ended, and Song Cheng'an carried the rabbit home with An Sui Lan. Many people on the way looked at them with envy. Dinner that night was made by Li Erhua, and Song Cheng'an specifically asked for it to be spicy. Before the meal was ready, and Xiao Xiao came over carrying some things. Captain, I need to talk to you. Song Baoping nodded. Go ahead. You don't need to bring anything. And Xiao Xiao awkwardly smiled. I want to sign up to be a primary school teacher. And Sui Lan wrinkled her nose. With her character, she shouldn't be a teacher. She might lead students astray. The captain said, Take your things back. The assessment needs to be done by the commune. I just need to submit the list of applicants. And Xiao Xiao took her things and left. And Sui Lan immediately asked Song Baoping, Dad, are you really letting her sign up? Her character isn't good. Are you signing up? And Sui Lan quickly shook her head. No, I don't want to be a teacher. Song Baoping was frustrated and said, Everyone wants to be a teacher. You have the chance, so why don't you want to do it? And Sui Lan waved her hand and replied, Being a teacher for 5 classes is exhausting. I don't want to be one. No salary, so I might as well let someone else do it. Song Baoping felt helpless. No matter what he said, the child was unwilling to become a teacher. Just then, Kong Sisi and Yang Limei arrived. They didn't bring anything. Lan Lan, we're here to sign up for the teacher assessment. An Sui Lan nodded. Go ahead. Dad, write down their names. The team leader took out his notebook and recorded their names. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei didn't stay long and left. Gradually, more people came, mostly young workers from the countryside. They signed up and then left. For dinner, Li Erhua made spicy rabbit meat with lots of chili. It was very tasty. And Sui Lan focused on eating and didn't speak. Song Chung and kept helping her by putting food on her plate. He Zhaodi looked at her older brother and sister-in-law, then glared at her own husband. After eating, everyone went back to rest. And Sui Lan remembered the snow cream she made, which had been tested successfully on her mother-in-law's face. Have you noticed that mother's face has become much whiter these days? Song Cheng'an nodded. It seems so. And Sui Lan took out a bottle of the snow cream she had made herself. It's this. I made it myself, and it seems to work well. Help me get a small bottle. She thought for a moment and took her skincare products from the villa. Just like this, with a small lid on top and a big base that can hold 50 grams. Song Cheng'an looked at it and said, Good. I'll take this first so others can see. But now, it can only be transparent and the information on the outside has to be pasted on with paper.
An Sui Lan nodded.
That's fine. The technology at that time wasn't as advanced as in later years, so they could only make simple versions. They lay on the bed, and An Sui Lan found it hard to fall asleep.
So, she started chatting with him.
Song Cheng'an supported himself on his hands beside her, looking at her intently. The young girl's lips and teeth were red and white, and her small mouth opening and closing could easily excite him. Sui, are you not sleepy?
An Sui Lan nodded.
Yes, I'm not sleepy at all. The man chuckled softly. Then shall we do something else? And Sui Lan's face turned awkward, and she kept waving her hands. No, I want to sleep now. I want to sleep now. The man smiled, recalling that feeling, and couldn't help but feel warm all over. Sui, but I want to.
An Sui Lan.
But I don't want to.
No. Come on, let me see your abs, she said.
And Sui Lan paused, surprised, and asked, Really? Song Cheng'an nodded seriously. Really? And Sui Lan's small hand tentatively reached out to touch his waist and stomach. Song Cheng'an grabbed her hand and slowly felt his abs.
An Sui Lan zitgo.
Cheng'an, how many abs do you have? The man smiled. Count them, she said, pointing to each one in turn. In the end, she was repeatedly teased. Song Cheng'an, aren't you tired? You work so hard all day. Aren't you exhausted? Song Cheng'an shook his head. Not tired. I have lots of energy. Especially today, I drank a lot of spiritual spring water. And Sui Lan felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. She really shouldn't have touched his abs. Greedy for small gains, she ended up losing big. That's just like her. By the end, her fingers were curled from fatigue, and she didn't want to move. Her eyes were slightly red, like they held a spring of water, with a faint, charming expression. Song Cheng'an was very happy, kissing the small mole at the corner of her eye. She was feeling quite vulnerable. She sweetly called him Cheng'an brother. Song Cheng'an couldn't bear to see her upset, so he usually went along with her. He held her as they washed up. She curled up in his arms, not wanting to move. Just look at her. He didn't mind seeing her again. He had seen her so many times before. He lay down satisfied, falling asleep in her arms. Sui, I have to go to work tomorrow. Be good at home. She was almost asleep, and she nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Song Cheng'an left early in the morning, walking out of the space. Now, he didn't need Xiao Lu to see him off every time he returned. Xiao Lu was still surprised the day before yesterday. Next time he came back, he would still ask Xiao Lu to see him off, to avoid raising suspicion. And Sui Lan slept peacefully, unaware that the man had already left. Suddenly, a loud whistle woke her up. She opened her eyes and saw that the man had gone. She shook her head slightly and got up to wash up. She didn't like the food Lier Hua made earlier, especially the mixed pancake. She just couldn't chew it. She ate some small wontons in the space and then prepared to go to work. She headed to the fields. Song Chunying and Xia He were already waiting for her. Chunying handed her an egg. Sister-in-law, mother asked me to give this to you. You didn't eat anything this morning, so hurry and eat. An Sui Lan took out a few pieces of egg cake from her small bag. Here, 2 pieces for each of you. The 3 of them ate the egg cakes and headed to the fields together. After working for a while, she felt very tired. She didn't want to work anymore and was thinking about Song Cheng'an. I don't know what he's doing. He's so busy every day. That woman probably hasn't gone to find him again, right? Song Chunying watched her sister-in-law daydreaming, looking a bit unhappy. She walked over and smiled, saying, "Big sister-in-law, what's wrong? Do you miss my brother?" And Sui Lan honestly nodded, saying, "Tell me, we got married, but he's never home, leaving me alone at home." Xia He chuckled softly. "Big sister-in-law, if you want to see your brother, why not go to the city and find him? Anyway, he has a house there." And Sui Lan shook her head. "No, I won't go. Just stay at home and be good." She stood up, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and continued working. Today her mother cooked, and tomorrow it would be her turn. She looked at Chunying and Xia He, saying, "Hey, sisters, tomorrow I will cook. Can you 2 help me? 5 yuan each? I can use it to buy school supplies or pay school fees." The 2 waved their hands, saying, "No need, big sister-in-law. Even if you didn't say, we would help you." And Sui Lan nodded and started working again. There are so many ears of corn. She didn't know when she would finish. After a whole day of work, she dragged her tired body home. Lier Hua had already cooked dinner. She ate quickly and was about to leave. He Zhaodi called from behind, "Big sister-in-law, tomorrow it's your turn to cook. You can wake up late for breakfast." And Sui Lan looked at her speechlessly. "No need for your reminder." She thought for a moment. Since he Zhaodi looked down on her so much, she decided she didn't need to indulge her anymore. She stood still, smiled at everyone, and said, "All right. Tomorrow I will treat everyone to something delicious. I'll pay for it myself." Then she turned her words, looking meaningfully at Zhaodi, saying, "But you won't be included." Zhaodi's face stiffened. "We're all family. Everyone else has. Why don't I?" And Sui Lan's lips curled into a smile, but her eyes were cold. "I bought it with my own money. I decide who eats it. Not your business." She looked at Lier Hua, smiling sweetly, and said, "Mom, tomorrow morning no cooking. Besides Zhaodi, each woman in our family gets 2 meat buns, each man gets 3, and each child gets 1. She then looked at Song Changsheng and said, "Song Changsheng, don't look at me. You don't get any either." Chunying quickly counted the people in their family. "Big sister-in-law, there are 16 buns needed in total." And Sui Lan nodded, saying, "Got it." Lier Hua advised, Lan, maybe don't buy any more. It's too expensive." Sui Lan shook her head. "Mom, I can't cook. If I really ask you all to help me, some people might show a bad attitude and look down on me. I can't cook, but I have money. When it's my turn to cook, I won't cook. I'll just buy food with my money. But some people, they cause trouble every day. Don't expect to eat my food." Zhaodi's face turned pale. Just thinking about how delicious meat buns are, she felt she would never get to taste them. She regretted it. She even worried she wouldn't be able to share them with her husband. Zhaodi wanted to say more, but Song Changsheng pulled her back into the house. "Enough, stop talking. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Why do you always oppose your sister-in-law?"
An Sui Lan Samai.
"Tomorrow morning, we'll have meat buns, and at noon, rice and braised pork ribs. I'll buy them from the state-run restaurant. All right, I'm going back now. You all rest early." She walked away confidently. Lier Hua wanted to follow, but Song Baoping stopped her. "Old wife, don't interfere. It's time to teach the second family a lesson. They don't know who they should be grateful to. If it weren't for the big brother working hard outside these years and sending money home, we wouldn't be living such good days. You're so confused. You're really reckless. It's all because of her that the family isn't united. Liu Hua sighed, scooped water from the pot, and took it inside to wash up. The two people returning to their room didn't speak. Song Changsheng was angry and disappointed. He looked at He Zhaodi. Tell me, why do you keep picking fights with your sister-in-law? She's only 18, just married. Are you trying to offend our older brother or her? Now you've upset her. She has plenty of ways to deal with you. Do you want our older brother to help me find a job? Is that how you're doing it? At least, don't always cause trouble.
Can you do that?
If our older brother knew, he wouldn't give me a job either. He Zhaodi kept silent, clearly regretting her words. She didn't know why she did it. But she still stubbornly said, I just can't stand her. She's also a daughter-in-law of the Song family. Why does our parents favor her so much? She never cooks, washes clothes, or does chores since she got married. Has she ever done any housework? Do you still have the nerve to criticize me? It's because you lack ability. Look at our big brother. He's capable, and his wife doesn't have to work. I'm pregnant and still working in the fields with you. She married in and doesn't do anything. Why do you think that is? Song Changsheng was speechless. He was angry that his wife said he was incapable. Was it true? Clearly, there is no chance. Big brother is so lucky, but he's just fooling around outside after graduation. Otherwise, how could he achieve this at such a young age? He pointed at He Zhaodi. He Zhaodi, since you look down on me for not being capable, why did you marry me in the first place? He Zhaodi's face turned red with anger. She spoke without thinking. Marrying you was a mistake. I didn't see your true ability. You have no skills at all, and you yell at your wife. Why are you yelling? If you have the guts, yell at An Sui Lan. Song Changsheng looked at her in shock.
Fine, you're blind.
If you're blind, then just leave. Since you admit you're blind, why are you still here? Leave now. He Zhaodi was so angry that she couldn't think straight. She grabbed a few clothes and was about to go back to her parents' house. Liu Hua and Song Baoping had already heard everything clearly inside the house. She tried to stop He Zhaodi. Second sister-in-law, it's dark now. Where are you going? You're pregnant, and your body isn't comfortable. If you want to go home, wait until tomorrow. Song Changsheng rushed out of the house, pointing at He Zhaodi. Let her leave. She looks down on me for being useless. Don't come back anymore. Song Baoping looked at his angry second son. He sighed. Changsheng, bring your wife back. If you want to go home, do it tomorrow. Song Changsheng stood stubbornly, not moving. Song Baoping kicked him on the leg. He stubbornly refused to move, like a mule. Reluctantly, Song Baoping said, Zhaodi, how about waiting until tomorrow to go back? Go deal with the third brother's family for a night, then leave tomorrow. De Chunmei stood at the door for a while. Liu Hua called to her. Chunmei, go and bring your second sister-in-law inside. You should talk to her. De Chunmei rolled her eyes but said nothing. He Zhaodi refused to go and insisted on returning home. She had nothing to say to her third sister-in-law. Now she was wearing the same pants as An Sui Lan, so going over would only be embarrassing. She sniffed and wiped her tears. Mom, let me go back. I'll stay at my parents' house for a few days and come back. Liu Hua glared at her. If you go back to your parents' house, it won't be as good as home. Going back means cooking, washing clothes, and working in the fields. How could you have good days there? He Zhaodi had already started crying, choking as she said, That's better than being bullied at home. Liu Hua was annoyed. Clearly, she was the one who caused trouble first, but now she was blaming others. She waved her hand. Song Changsheng, take your wife back to her parents' house. We can't control it. Let her mother-in-law handle it. It's better to go back for a few days. It's tiring to stay at home all the time and cause trouble. Song Changsheng still didn't move and was also angry inside. Any man who gets scolded by his wife and feels useless would be upset. He turned around to go back inside. If you want to send her, go ahead. If you don't, then don't. I won't send her. If she wants to leave, let her go. Don't come back after leaving. Liu Hua was so angry, she stepped quickly to his side. She grabbed his ear. and pulled hard. Song Chongsheng winced in pain, covering his ear. Song Chongsheng, today you have to send her back, whether you like it or not. Send your wife back. If you come back again, I won't forgive you today. Feeling helpless, Song Chongsheng slowly walked outside. Song Baoping handed him a flashlight. He and He Zhaodi followed behind, heading to the neighboring village. Li Erhua sighed and shook her head as she went inside. Tell me, how did the second family become like this? They weren't like this before. Song Baoping took off his shoes and got into bed. You don't know yet? It's jealousy. Before, the eldest wasn't married, and she and the third family were the same. Now that the eldest is married to Lan Lan, and Lan Lan has money, and he treats her well, she can't help but be jealous. Li Erhua turned over, feeling very helpless. Back then, I said she wasn't capable. Her mother was like that. How could she raise a good daughter? Now, it's different. He Zhaodi's father had died long ago, left her mother to raise several children alone. They were poor, often hungry. She had no choice but to mingle with men. Today, a man helped her with chores. Tomorrow, another man fixed her house. That's how she raised her children. Living like this for a long time, it's no wonder the children's characters turned out like this. But He Zhaodi seemed honest at first. After matchmaking, she came to help with chores and cooking. Song Chongsheng liked her very much, thought she was virtuous, and agreed to their marriage. After walking for about half an hour, Song Chongsheng and He Zhaodi arrived at the neighboring village. They knocked on her mother's door. Her mother opened the door. She was disheveled and nearly 50 years old, but looked like she was in her 40s. Seeing her, Song Chongsheng immediately knew she was again involved with a man. He felt tense, not wanting her to see this. Chongsheng, you should go back. I'll return home in a few days. Song Chongsheng said nothing and turned to leave. It was clear he was still angry. He saw his mother-in-law earlier. She was only 4 or 5 years old, already entangled with those men every day. I don't know what's so good about that family. They don't even mind if it's dirty. Mother, he smiled and said, Zhaodi, why are you back? Why don't you go to the kitchen and wait for a while? I still have some things to finish here. Zhaodi suddenly felt a bit regretful about coming back. She didn't expect her mother to still be involved in such business. They had agreed not to do it anymore. Sighing, she went straight to the kitchen and stayed there all night. Meanwhile, An Sui Lan returned home and saw Song Cheng'an lying inside. Have you eaten? Why are you so late today? Song Cheng'an smiled and reached out to touch her face. I was handling some things and got delayed. An Sui Lan nodded. Tomorrow, when you go to the city, please buy 20 meat buns for me, along with braised ribs, braised pork, and other dishes. I want to invite the family for a meal. Make sure there's enough food. Why do you want to invite everyone just like that? Song Cheng'an asked curiously. An Sui Lan pouted. It's because your sister-in-law just finished dinner and reminded me I need to cook tomorrow. I thought I'd teach her a lesson. He nodded. Got it, I understand. Go into the space to wash up. I've prepared the bottles. You can check if they're okay inside the space. She pulled him along, and they entered the space. She saw the bottles looked almost exactly like the samples she gave him. Satisfied, she nodded. Yes. I'll start making snow cream tomorrow. When you take it to sell, it will definitely sell well. They fussed in the bathroom, and Song Cheng'an carried her out. She hit his back unhappily. I'm exhausted every day. I have to work during the day and take care of you at night. He smiled. Sui, I'm the one taking care of you. Weren't you feeling pretty comfortable just now? Her face turned red. Her little hands kept hitting him like tiny motors. Thinking about what just happened, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide. How could he have so many tricks? You still say, don't say it again. The man chuckled happily, clearly in a good mood. Okay, I won't say anything. He turned around, laid her on the bed, and whispered in her ear, Sui, do you still want to do that in the future? Her face, which had just cooled down a bit, turned red again. She quickly pulled the blanket over her face, not wanting to look at him. Only her small hands kept trying to hit him from outside. Song Cheng'an smiled and grabbed her hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The candle was blown out, and the room fell into darkness. Song Cheng'an lay beside her, pulling her into his arms. She went to sleep feeling satisfied. When An Sui Lan woke up, she went to the space to wash up and saw many meat buns stored inside. Lunch had not been brought in yet. It seemed they hadn't started cooking. She took a cloth bag and packed some meat buns, then went to the front. The Song family was already up. And Sui Lan smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I bought some buns." She placed the buns on the table and started dividing them. There were 4 extra buns, which she handed to Hua. "Mom, keep these for yourself to eat with Dad tonight." Hua looked at her second son and then at her eldest daughter-in-law, but said nothing. Song Chongsheng walked towards the fields. Song Baoping was about to speak, but An Sui Lan immediately waved her hand.
No.
"Don't persuade me." Song Baoping choked. "Who asked you to persuade me?" Everyone ate the meat buns as they headed to the village committee. On the way, they met many people.
Aun liwapili pulyat liawa sira.
Hua, your family is getting rich? Everyone is eating meat buns? She sniffed, and the smell was really good.
Liawas milat.
This was bought by Lan Lan. While speaking, her expression was proud, making Aunt Lu envy her very much.
Ah.
It's a pity I don't have a son or this good fortune. Hua quickly ate 2 buns. The village head spoke a few words at the village committee, then everyone went to work in the fields. And Sui Lan and Chunying, Xia, went to the fields together. On the way, they met He Zhaodi returning. He Zhaodi was stunned. She smelled the aroma of meat in the air. Didn't Sui Lan really buy meat buns for everyone? She curled her lips and forced a smile. Just as she was about to speak, An Sui Lan rolled her eyes and pulled the 2 girls away. He Zhaodi looked at her back with a grim face and glared fiercely. Then she turned back and headed home. Hua didn't expect her to return so soon from her mother's house. She didn't want her to go back, but she had to. "Why are you back? It's time to start work. Don't go home. Go to work." Hua, now tired of her, pulled her toward the fields. He Zhaodi was almost furious. Last night, she barely slept in the kitchen and was exhausted now. It wasn't that she didn't want to come back, but her mother said the family had no money recently and someone was coming today, so she wasn't allowed to stay at home. So she had to come back. Now her mother-in-law was forcing her to work, which she hated very much. But she had no good reason not to work. While working, she kept complaining about An Sui Lan, blaming everything on her. Meanwhile, An Sui Lan didn't realize she and the 2 girls were drinking spiritual spring water. "Each of you drinks a cup, then we'll work again later." The 2 each took a sip. Song Chunying stretched and said, "Big sister-in-law, I feel full of strength. I could kill a wild boar." And Sui Lan smiled. "Stop bragging, get back to work. No lunch if you don't finish." Xiaohe chuckled. "I promise to complete the task." The 3 started working, with An Sui Lan taking breaks now and then. They only needed to pull the corn off the stalks and toss it together. Later, someone would come to load the corn onto a cart for drying. Even so, she felt very tired. Meanwhile, Zhang Erlai and An Xiaoqiao were working in the fields nearby. Recently, Zhang Erlai had been watching An Xiaoqiao and Zhang Dalai every day, so they had no chance to get close. This made Zhang Dalai very irritable. He wanted to hit Zhang Erlai every time he saw him. And Xiaoqiao noticed that Zhang Erlai had figured something out, so she dared not look for Zhang Dalai. She kept working quietly. After observing Zhang Erlai for a few days without any useful news, she relaxed her guard. She thought that An Sui Lan was probably teasing him on purpose. He was so thirsty that he went to ask his mother for water. This gave Zhang Dalai a chance. When he saw Zhang Erlai leave, he immediately rushed over. And Xiaoqiao was startled. "What are you doing? Hurry up and go. Zhang Erlai will be back soon." Zhang Dalai grabbed her and held her tightly, then kissed her on the face and lips several times.